Chapter 581. Lin Shan knew that what Tian Buluo said made sense. He wanted to remain unchanged in the face of changes, which required sufficient insight. Tian Buluo could easily remain unchanged in the state of unity between heaven and man. Lin Shan did not have the state of unity between heaven and man, but if he could be as experienced in combat as Wei Wufu, he could almost remain unchanged in the face of changes. Unfortunately, Lin Shan did not have the state of unity between heaven and man, nor did he have as much combat experience as Wei Wufu. Why is it so difficult to practice swordsmanship? Lin Shan sighed. Brother Tian, why do you want to practice swordsmanship again? Your finger and fist skills are so powerful. With these two skills alone, you can dominate the world. There is no need to practice swordsmanship anymore. It is better to strive for excellence, and make your finger and fist skills go further. Tian Buluo said. Aren't you grounded? Why did you come out so soon? Lin Shan did not want to answer this question and changed the subject. Hey, sister, you is out. I'm sneaking out for a walk, otherwise I'd be suffocated to death. You're here, come practice heaven and God art with me. Tian Buluo pulled Lin Shan to practice heaven and God art. Lin Shan didn't use finger sand or weight-treading fist, but just defended with a defensive posture, which made Tian Buluo very depressed. Although Lin Shan's defensive posture was really good, once he moved, Tian Buluo would soon catch his flaw and easily defeat him. Brother Tian, don't use the sword technique, there is no pressure at all, change your finger sand quickly. Tian Buluo said. After hearing what Tian Buluo said, Lin Shan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Yes, although my defensive posture is good, if I only defend, there is no pressure at all. Tian Buluo can try to attack at will until I show a flaw. No one can defend against it. Lin Shan's mind raced. It seems that I was wrong. It is right to remain unchanged in the face of changes, but remaining unchanged does not mean no threat. Even if it is defense, the opponent must feel threatened, otherwise the opponent will attack recklessly, making my defense more and more difficult. After figuring this out, Lin Shan's defensive posture changed slightly again. Seeing that Lin Shan still insisted on using the knife method, Tian Buluo was a little helpless, but this time when he wanted to attack again, he suddenly felt something was wrong and shuddered. If Lin Shan was like a sandbag that he hit casually before, then now Lin Shan is like a sandbag covered with thorns. If Tian Buluo attacks casually again, he may be stabbed by the thorns. This is a bit interesting. Tian Buluo's eyes also became serious. Soon he found that he didn't dare to attack Lin Shan. Lin Shan's defense this time had many flaws, not as perfect as before. But even if he caught those flaws, he could only cause Lin Shan some minor injuries, and Lin Shan gave him the feeling that he was going to stab him to death. Brother Tian, what kind of fighting style is this? Isn't this risking your life? Tian Buluo said helplessly. He came to practice with Lin Shan, not to risk his life. In this case, he couldn't do it. That's right, since I can't do it with the same attitude, then I will do the opposite. While protecting the vital points, I will always exchange my life with the opponent. It's best to exchange the enemy's serious injury at the cost of a minor injury. Lin Shan said. You don't call this defense, you should call it fighting desperately. Tian Buluo said depressedly. Defense is fighting desperately. Lin Shan smiled and said, in ancient times, when defending a city, there were always casualties. This defense method is quite suitable for me, which is to inflict fatal damage to the enemy at a relatively small cost. Tian Buluo shook his head when he heard it. After trying a few times, he found that if he attacked Lin Shan, he might be more seriously injured than Lin Shan. For a moment, he really didn't know how to start. After a few times, Tian Buluo said depressedly, I won't practice anymore. You can't practice at all if you play like this. If you don't practice, then I will practice by myself. Lin Shan practiced vigorously, and at this time, he had suddenly become clear. Anyway, he has the ability to recover quickly, so getting injured is nothing. It is also quite cost-effective to exchange injuries with the enemy. Of course, this is just a way out of no choice. If he can defend, Lin Shan doesn't want to defend in such a way that both sides will suffer. But against the heaven and God art of Tian Buluo, and the techniques like Do Shi Fo, this method is the best. It is better to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own, but you must make the opponent uncomfortable. Tian Buluo had nothing to do, so he could only continue to practice with Lin Shan, but the more he practiced, the more depressed he became, and the more he practiced, the less he dared to make a move. Although he could predict all of Lin Shan's actions, if Lin Shan didn't make a move, he could only make a move first, and if he made a move first, there would definitely be a flaw. Lin Shan used the scabbard to defend, only to protect the vitals, and didn't break his moves at all. The knife, on the other hand, was used to stab his vitals. No matter how exquisite the technique was, it was useless in the face of such defense. Who could stand this? After practicing for a while, Tianbu Luo couldn't stand it anymore, so he said goodbye and returned to Yanyu Tower. He would rather go back to confinement than practice this kind of damn swordsmanship with Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen practiced, the better he got. Attacking requires momentum, and so does defense. As long as his life and death momentum is strong enough, the enemy will not dare to fight him, and his momentum will naturally weaken, which means that his defense is successful. No matter how exquisite your skills are, you have to exchange blood for blood and life for life. If you are not afraid of death, come and see who falls first. As Lin Shen practiced, he suddenly felt that his swordsmanship seemed to be a bit unworthy of the name of the cowardly swordsmanship. After thinking for a long time, he gave his swordsmanship a new name, Blood and Life Swordsmanship. I will exchange my blood for your life. The main point is to be ruthless to the enemy and to myself. The more Lin Shen practiced, the better he felt, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. In the next few days, Lin Shen did not go anywhere. He practiced swordsmanship at home every day, and his swordsmanship became more and more concise. The Emperor of Heaven went out and never came back. That day, Lin Shen received a message from Wei Wufu that the Wei family was going to explore the underground space, and Wei Changqing invited him to go with them. Lin Shen had nothing to do, so he agreed to Wei Wufu's request, set off back to the mother planet, and came to Tianqing again. Wei Changqing and others had recovered from their injuries, and formed a team to enter the underground space again, to find the place of base change mentioned by Chahin Dongli. If there is really a place of base change in the underground space, then the people of the Wei family will not need to take the path of small nirvana in the future. Lin Shen came back this time and had another important task, which was to take Wei Wufu away and not let him achieve nirvana on the mother planet. After exploring the underground space, Lin Shen planned to go to Hulu Mountain again. If he could control Hulu Mountain, then it would not matter if he returned the mechanical watch to the weirdo. Chapter 582. After arriving at Tianqing, Wei Changqing called him to the Zhindi Hall alone and told Lin Shen some of their discoveries in the underground space during this period. After Chahin Dongli was killed, the number of infected creatures in the underground space did not decrease. There are still nirvana creatures appearing continuously, but fortunately, there are no nirvana creatures as powerful as Chahin Dongli for the time being. They took turns entering the underground space to kill nirvana creatures, but the number of nirvana creatures in the underground space did not decrease too much. Every time they cleared a few nirvana creatures, new nirvana creatures would appear soon. So they also believed that what Chahin Dongli said was right. The underground space should be a base change area, and it was a base change area where nirvana creatures could be born, so they also searched the underground space to a certain extent. After several searches, they finally found the place suspected of base change, and they saw with their own eyes that several nirvana creatures came out of it. What kind of place is that? Lin Shen saw that Wei Changqing looked a little strange, so he couldn't help asking. I can't describe what kind of place it is either. It seems that everything there is reversed. Wei Changqing said. Reverse? What does that mean? Did the creatures that should have been big become smaller, and the creatures that should have been small become larger? Lin Shen guessed. Wei Changqing shook his head. That's not the case. What I mean is that maybe our thinking is reversed. Reverse thinking? How is it reversed? Lin Shen didn't know how to understand this word. For example, if you want to raise your left hand, you will raise your right hand there. If you want to step out your right leg, you will step out your left leg. Wei Changqing organized his words and tried to make his feelings clear. The thinking is completely reversed. If you want to go forward, you will go backward? Lin Shen said in a deep voice. No, it's not that kind of situation. There is no effect on going forward or backward, but if you want to go left or right, it will be the opposite. Wei Changqing smiled bitterly. So I said that there may be something wrong with the thinking, or it may not be. You will know the specific situation when you experience it there. This time you are just going to explore, and you don't need to kill the nirvana creatures there. Safety is the first priority. Remember not to take risks. Don't worry, Master Qing. Lin Shen nodded. Also, when you leave this time, take Wu Fu with you. Wei Changqing said. What if he refuses to leave? Lin Shen asked tentatively. I have my own way. You don't have to worry about this. Wei Changqing chatted with Lin Shen for a while before letting Lin Shen leave. This time, the exploration team consisted of 4 people, Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin. 2 of them were in the ascension stage, and 2 were in nirvana. As long as they didn't encounter beings like Chahin Dongli, it should be more than enough to survive in the underground space. Lin Shen came to the underground space again, and used the rope to go down to the ground of the underground space. Under the leadership of Wei Shouqing, they went to the strange area they found. Because the mission this time was to explore that strange area, even if they encountered Nirvana creatures on the way, they chose to avoid them, and had no intention of killing them. Is there only this kind of Nirvana creature in the underground space? Lin Shen asked Wei Shouqing, who was leading the way. Last time and this time, he only saw this kind of Nirvana creature like the blue-capped mushroom beast. There were many other types of Nirvana creatures in the past. In recent years, other types of Nirvana creatures have become very rare, and most of them are this kind of Nirvana creature. Wei Shouqing paused and explained, "We suspect that other types of Nirvana creatures were infected by the infection source brought by the spacecraft and evolved. And this blue-capped mushroom beast may be bred in the Nirvana land." Lin Shen nodded. This speculation is more reasonable, and he also thinks so. Because the underground space cannot fly, the four of them can only move forward on foot. In the bizarre underground world, there are all kinds of incredible scenes everywhere. Why is there a well here? When the four arrived at their destination, Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. On the top of a hill, there is a stone well that looks very old. The well mouth is made of rocks. The rocks are the same as the surrounding rocks. They are definitely not brought by the spacecraft. This is the entrance to that place. Wei Shouqing explained, "Go down from here, and you can reach that area." Lin Shen felt even more strange when he heard it. He looked around the well. The well wall was all rocks. He couldn't tell whether it was artificially carved or naturally formed. Looking into the well is not very deep. You can see the mirror-like well water below. It is only about 10 meters away from the well cover. If this thing is man-made, then Lin Shen has some doubts. Has anyone been to the underground world for a long time, or has there been intelligent creatures here? I go down first. Wait a minute, and then the next person will go down. The same goes for you too. After Wei Shouqing was safe, he jumped into the well. Lin Shen looked down and found that after Wei Shouqing went down, he disappeared in the well water. The ripples of the well water were very small, and soon it returned to the state of an ancient well without waves. Wang Shouqing reminded them again and jumped in. This time, after waiting for a minute, Wei Wufu asked Lin Shen to jump in first. He was afraid that Lin Shen's character would be playful again and jump in less than a minute. Lin Shen jumped down and fell into the well water. The strange thing was that he did not feel like entering the water, but instead felt like stepping on a very soft air cushion. This feeling disappeared quickly. When he realized it, he found that he was already standing in a cave. Wang Shouqing and Wang Shouqing were standing beside him, and there was no water on them. Wang Shouqing pulled him aside. Lin Shen looked up and found that there was a well on the top of the cave. The well was upside down on the stone top, and there was water in it. Just as he was looking at it curiously, he saw the water in the well rippling, and then Wei Wufu fell out of it. Why don't I feel anything wrong? Lin Shen stretched out his hand, but he didn't feel anything wrong with his body, nor did he feel the kind of feeling of being wrong that Wei Changqing said. Don't worry, you will feel it when you get out of the cave, Wei Shouqing said and led the way. The four people quickly got out of the cave. The light in front of them made them feel a little uncomfortable walking in the dark cave. Lin Shen wanted to raise his right hand to block the light shining into his eyes, but he found that he raised his left hand. Although the hand he raised was wrong, it didn't have much impact. He still blocked the light shining into his eyes, but he used his left hand. There really is such a thing. Lin Shen was amazed and tried again. It was just as Wei Changqing said. He wanted to go left, but he went right. He wanted to take a step with his left leg, but he took a step with his right leg. However, he had no problem walking forward or backward. Lin Shen had a hard time adapting to this feeling. He felt like his brain was in a mess, and he couldn't even walk. Chapter 583. Don't worry. It takes time to adapt when you come here for the first time. We came here several times before we got used to the strange environment here. We still make mistakes occasionally, Wei Shouqing said with a smile. Lin Shen nodded, and while he slowly moved to adapt to the strange environment here, he looked around. They were now in a valley, which was full of colorful mushrooms. The sky was blue and bright, but there was no sun. At the end of the valley was a mountain, which divided the valley into two, making the valley extend in two different directions. It took Lin Shen a long time to adapt before he could walk normally. Although Wei Wufu was also here for the first time, he adapted very well. After a while, he was no different from when he was outside. Old Wei's talent for controlling his body is absolutely top-notch. Lin Shen admired in his heart. Adapt while walking. It's difficult to fully adapt in a short period of time. Wei Shouqing saw that Lin Shen could walk normally, so he led them to walk slowly along the valley. There was no problem moving forward. Lin Shen kept raising his hands while walking, trying to control his hands and feet. Are the mushrooms here poisonous? Lin Shen asked, looking at the colorful mushrooms in the valley. Toxic. If you accidentally eat mushrooms or swallow the liquid in the mushrooms, you will have hallucinations. Wei Shouqing answered very straightforwardly. Obviously, they should have tried it before. Lin Shen wanted to try it to enhance his body resistance, but now was obviously not the time to adapt. He walked all the way to the fork of the valley, but he didn't see any creatures appear. This was a little different from what Lin Shen imagined. He thought there would be many nirvana creatures here, but he didn't see any. We explored part of the forks on both sides before, but for some reasons, we couldn't continue to explore. Let's go to the left first today, Wei Shouqing said, and walked towards the fork on the left. Lin Shen and the other two followed. The valley here was not as straight as the one in front. The valley was like a crescent, bending to one side. The further you go, the more mushrooms there are in the valley. At first you can avoid them, but later you can only step on the mushrooms to move forward. When you step on those mushrooms, you feel soft and rotten under your feet. You can see colorful liquid squeezed out from the soles of your shoes, which makes you feel refreshed. Because the valley is curved, you can't see anything in the distance. You can only see colorful mushrooms starting to appear on the mountain wall. Until later, the entire mountain wall is also covered with mushrooms of various colors. You are colorful monster eyes crowded on the mountain wall. Lin Shen is glad that he doesn't have intensive phobia, otherwise he would really die in such a place. The four people walked for a distance, and saw a river in front of them. It seemed to be only a dozen meters wide. It flowed out from the cave on one side of the mountain wall, crossed the valley, and flowed into the cave on the opposite mountain wall. The river water was also colorful, just like the color of gasoline falling into the water and reflecting in the sun. But the color of the river water was even darker, and looked very strange. We were blocked by this river before, and could not continue to explore. Wei Shouqing stood by the river and said while looking at the other side. The other side was still a valley, also covered with various colorful mushrooms. Can't jump over? Lin Shen knew there must be a problem, otherwise they could jump over even if they couldn't fly. This river is very strange. Even if you jump, you will fall into the river. And the river water seems to be infected by mushroom toxins. If you fall into it, you will be hallucinating and you can't even climb out. Last time, someone fell into the water. If we didn't bring a hook to pull the person out, I'm afraid he would have sunk to the bottom of the river, Wei Shouqing explained. Lin Shen had seen this kind of river that was impossible to cross before, so he was not surprised to hear this. He just asked, is there a plan to cross the river? You can only try to climb over the mountain wall, Wang Shouqing said as he took out a rope and tied it around himself, and then handed the other end to Wang Shouqing. The mountain wall was covered with mushrooms, extending all the way to the cave where the water came out. In the cave, you can see this kind of mushrooms everywhere. Do you need to clean up the mushrooms first? Lin Shen looked at the mushrooms on the mountain wall and asked. No, I have a power that allows me to climb over without destroying the mushrooms. After I get over, I fix the rope on the other side, and you can climb over along the rope, Wang Shouqing said as he climbed up the mountain wall. Rather than climbing the mountain wall, Wang Shouqing looked more like he was stuck to the mountain wall covered with mushrooms. His entire body of carapace seemed to be sucked onto the mushrooms, like a gecko slowly crawling on the mushrooms, and he actually didn't hurt the fragile mushrooms. Amazing, what kind of power is this? When Lin Shen was sighing, he suddenly saw Wang Shouqing, who had just climbed above the river, fall off the mountain wall. Wang Shouqing was quick-witted and grasped the rope with both hands, but he did not pull hard, and let Wang Shouqing fall into the river. It was not until Wang Shouqing fell into the river that Wang Shouqing pulled the rope hard and quickly pulled Wang Shouqing out of the river. Lin Shen speculated that it was because he could not be pulled back in the air, and he could only be pulled out after he fell into the river. If this was the case, then Lin Shen could not be sure whether his ladder could fly over the river. Even if the ladder did not work, he still had the light skill of floating on water, so he should be able to cross the river. The armor on Wei Shouqing's body, who was pulled up, was automatically removed, and his whole face turned red. As if he was drunk, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he mumbled something in his mouth, but it was a pity that he could not hear clearly what he said. It seems that this road is blocked. We can only go to another road. Wang Shouqing took out a bottle of medicine and poured it down Wang Shouqing's throat. Lin Shen originally thought it was a medicine to remove hallucinations, but it turned out to be anesthesia, which made Wang Shouqing fall asleep directly. We haven't developed a medicine that can remove hallucinations yet, so this is the only way. Fortunately, this kind of hallucination does not cause much damage to the body, and it will be fine after the effect wears off. Wang Shouxin sighed and said, this road is blocked. After Shouxin wakes up, let's go to the other side. It's also not easy to cross there. I don't know if the things we prepare can work. Let me try, maybe I can cross the river. Lin Shen said to Wang Shouxin. How do you get across? Wang Shouxin looked at Lin Shen with some doubts. Try it, I'm not sure. Lin Shen pointed to the rope and said, tie it up for me. Wang Shouxin untied the rope on Wang Shouxin, tied it to Lin Shen, and pulled the rope as before. Lin Shen took a deep breath and walked towards the river. What are you doing? Wang Shouxin was shocked to see Lin Shen was going to go into the river. He quickly grabbed him and said angrily, the hallucinogenic nature of the river water is harmful to the brain. Don't joke with your body. Lin Shen realized that the ease they talked about before was not really that easy. They just silently took the risk. Chapter 584. Lin Shen didn't know what to say. He should have thought about what kind of people the Wei family was that could raise someone like Wei Wufu. Uncle Xian, I have a strong self-healing ability. It's okay to give it a try. Lin Shen said. Wei Shouxin shook his head stubbornly and said, no, this kind of damage to the brain is permanent and irreversible. If it can't be healed, I can't explain to the old man. Let's go to another way. Uncle Xian, I'm sure I can get through. Let me try. Lin Shen knew that if they went to another way, Wei Shouxin and the others would probably have to take the risk. He had the ladder to the sky and the light skill of floating on water, so he was almost certain to rush through. Even if this river was against the sky, and even his fire seed ability couldn't get through, he had the theory of evolution to back it up, and the super recasting to recover, which was much better than letting them take risks again. Wei Shouxin wanted to stop him, but Wei Wufu said, Uncle. He can. Wei Shouxin looked at Wei Wufu in confusion and said, how can you be sure of this? After a pause, Wei Shouxin said, Lin Shen, I know you are very capable, but because of this, you can't take risks. You have the opportunity to go out and support our human race for a day. It is not worth betting your future on such a small matter. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, don't bet on it. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say. The care the Wei family gave him was indeed the same as their own family. If it were someone else, they would never stop him like this. Uncle Xian, I'm not betting. I'm really sure I can get through it. You know Wufu, he won't lie. Lin Shen had to explain to Wei Shouxin. Wei Shouxin was a little hesitant after hearing this. He naturally knew Wei Wufu's character. Wei Wufu said that Lin Shen could do it, so there should be no problem. But Lin Shen was also here for the first time. How could he be sure? Uncle Xian, pull the rope well. Seeing Wei Shouxin hesitate, Lin Shen jumped up directly and wanted to jump over the river. But just after entering the range of the lake, he felt a huge force pulling his body down. Lin Shen hurriedly stepped on the back of his right foot with his left foot and wanted to jump again. He did jump up for a distance, but the height of the jump was not as fast as the speed of falling, and he was about to fall into the river. Lin Shen was a little surprised in his heart, knowing that there was something in this river. The pulling force was too strong. Although the ladder could be used, it could not rush out. Wei Shouxin regretted it very much and felt that he should not hesitate. He should insist on not letting Lin Shen take risks. He held the rope tightly, wanting to pull Lin Shen out as soon as he fell into the water, and to minimize the damage to him from the river water. The reason why he didn't pull now was because he couldn't pull it at all. If he pulled it forcefully, the rope would only break. Seeing Lin Shen fall on the river surface, Wei Shouxin was ready to pull the rope, but suddenly he saw Lin Shen's toes lightly touch the river surface, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and like Lingbo microsteps, he actually stepped on the water surface step by step and landed steadily on the other side. Wei Shouxin was surprised and happy. Lin Shen, are you okay? It's okay, I fixed the rope first. Lin Shen untied the rope on his body, found a big stone, and wanted to tie the rope to the big stone. Don't move. There are mushrooms all over there. If you tie the rope, it will inevitably break the mushrooms and make it poison. Tie the rope to your weapon, and then insert the weapon into the stone. Wei Shouxin said hurriedly. Lin Shen followed Wei Shouxin's instructions, tied the rope to the slag knife with the sheath, and then inserted the slag knife into the stone. After Wei Shouxin saw that Lin Shen had done it, he began to pull the rope, trying to straighten the rope and then fix it. But the problem arose again. After the rope left the water, it couldn't be pulled up. Uncle Xian, don't pull it. The power of this river is too strange. Nothing can avoid being sucked down on it. When Lin Shen came here just now, He had already thought that the method of crossing the river with a rope might not work. He jumped into the river again, used Qigong to float back to the other side of the water, and then walked to Wei Wufu and carried him up directly. Wei Wufu knew what Lin Shen wanted to do, and cooperated with Lin Shen without any extra movements. Lin Shen carried Wei Wufu and jumped into the river again, which scared Wei Shouxin. As a result, he saw Lin Shen carrying Wei Wufu and rushing to the other side of the river without falling into the river. It's true that the old man thinks so much of Lin Shen. Wei Shouxin was completely relieved. Lin Shen did the same thing and carried Wei Shouxin and the unconscious Wei Shouxin over. The four of them rested by the river, waiting for Wei Shouxin to wake up. After about an hour, Wei Shouxin finally woke up, but he was obviously in a bad state, like he had a headache after a hangover. After a long while, Wei Shouxin looked much better. I'm fine. It seems that we can't cross this river. Let's go to the other side, Wei Shouxin said. We have come here, Wei Shouxin said with a smile. Come here? How did you come here? Wei Shouxin couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the opposite side. Although both sides looked similar, the valley was curved. He didn't notice it just now. Now he realized that it was indeed on the other side. Lin Shen carried us here. He can walk on the river. Wei Shouxin smiled and recounted the whole process. After listening, Wei Shouxin laughed and said, You are really good. You can rush over here. If I had known this, I would not have made such a fool of myself. Next time I will go first, Lin Shen said. That won't work. Wei Shouxin shook his head quickly. Follow us honestly, and don't mess around. If you get hurt, we can't explain to the old man. The four people got back on the road and continued to move forward along the valley. Soon they saw some huge colorful mushrooms in front of them. Those giant colorful mushrooms stood in the valley like ancient giant trees, and the mushroom caps were as huge as tree crowns. Lin Shen and his team stepped on mushrooms and walked carefully beside those giant mushrooms. They found that giant mushrooms were not living creatures that could move. They were similar to those small mushrooms, but they were just bigger. They did not dare to be careless. Such large mushrooms might be more toxic. If they exploded, they might not be able to escape. The further they went, the more giant mushrooms there were in the valley. If the small mushrooms before were considered grassland, this place was already a mushroom forest. However, under the giant mushrooms and on the mountain walls, there were still many small mushrooms. Lin Shen looked at these mushrooms and was secretly puzzled. He felt more and more that this place had something to do with the mushroom beast tied at the Yashan base. Wei Shouxin, who was exploring the way ahead, suddenly stopped, made a gesture to silence, and then pointed to a giant mushroom in front. Lin Shen and his team did not pay attention at first. They looked in the direction of Wei Shouxin's finger, and immediately found something strange. Chapter 585. Under the mushroom cap, there are many beads that look like night pearls, each as big as a football, emitting a faint light. In the folds under the mushroom cap, there are many beads, so dense that I don't know how many there are, and I don't know what they are. Is it a pet egg? Lin Shen looked at it, and felt that it looked a bit like a pet egg. Could it be the spores of a giant mushroom? Wei Shouxin also guessed. They were just guessing, and didn't go up to investigate. The purpose of their trip was to find the base mutation place that breeds nirvana creatures, so there was no need to clear minds. The four people were more careful, and didn't touch the giant mushrooms. From time to time, they found that there were beads like night pearls under the giant mushrooms in front. Lin Shen felt that what Wei Shouxin said was right. Those beads might really be the spores of giant mushrooms. If it was a pet egg, there was no trace of a creature here, so how could it lay so many eggs? Walking carefully in the mushroom jungle, the surroundings are full of brilliant colors, just like a fairy tale world. But the four people walking in it felt an indescribable sense of disharmony, as if people in the real world had entered the subversion of anime. As they were walking, they suddenly saw a giant mushroom in front of them, and its body suddenly shook, and the mushroom cap seemed to swell, becoming fat and big all of a sudden. Back off! Wei Shouxin shouted hurriedly, and the four people retreated quickly. But it was too late. The giant mushroom was like sneezing. The mushroom cap rolled violently, and countless football-sized beads sprayed out from the folds. Those beads were full of elasticity like bouncing balls. When they hit something, they bounced up immediately and bounced around randomly. Don't move, put away the sharp objects, and don't break those beads. Wei Shouxin shouted, standing there motionless, and did not use the power of nirvana to protect his body, allowing the beads to hit him, and then bounce away. Lin Shen and the other two were also like Wei Shouxin, standing there motionless, allowing countless beads to bounce around them. After a long time, The power of those beads finally disappeared, and they fell all over the ground, covering the nearby ground. Don't break these beads. Let's wade through them slowly. Wei Shouxin moved slowly, his feet close to the ground, and his legs slowly pushed the beads on the ground and walked forward. Lin Shen and the other two imitated him, and walked forward lightly, fearing that they would break these elastic beads. It took them more than half an hour to walk the short distance of a few hundred meters. After leaving the area with the beads, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know whether the beads were a threat to them, they didn't want to try. The four of them continued to move forward in the mushroom forest, and even saw a lot of beads that had fallen in the forest. They all walked slowly, fearing that they would break the beads and cause trouble. Fortunately, after walking for a while, the giant mushrooms in front of them gradually became less and less. When they were about to leave the mushroom forest area, they suddenly saw a creature in front of them. The four of them quickly hid behind the giant mushrooms and looked at the creature that appeared in their field of vision from a distance. What is that? Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The creature that appeared in their sight was a golden beetle-like creature. Its whole body was like yellow crystal, and it looked crystal clear. It didn't look like a creature, but like a work of art. It was much larger than ordinary beetles, and a little smaller than those football-sized beads, but not much smaller. When the three were judging its level, several similar beetles appeared behind them, and then more and more, and soon, hundreds of beetles had crawled towards this side. Although Lin Shen and his friends were not afraid of these beetles, it was better not to fight in such a place if they could avoid fighting. When Lin Shen and his friends thought that the beetles were coming for them, they found that the leading beetle had already pounced on a bead, lying behind the bead, and actually stood up and pushed the bead back with its forelimbs. The other beetles were the same. After finding a bead, one by one, the beetles pushed the bead back. It turns out that their target is those beads, not us. Lin Shen looked at the scene of the beetles pushing the beads, and couldn't help but think of another kind of insect that can also push the ball. He instantly felt that those golden crystal-like beetles were not advanced. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a beetle pushed the beads back and accidentally touched the beads with its spikes. The beads were like punctured balloons, bursting with a bang, and the colorful liquid inside sprayed out, splashing the beetle and the nearby beetles. Colorful liquid appeared on the originally golden shells. The beetles stained with the colorful liquid were like drunk, their bodies became shaky, and their speed slowed down a lot. The beetles that were not touched by the liquid all accelerated their speed and pushed the beads back. Suddenly, the beetles that were touched by the colored liquid had their eyes shining, and they started to swing wildly, as if some kind of switch had been turned on. Dozens of beetles swung wildly together, and the beads they were pushing were also broken by them. With a series of bangs, the beads exploded one by one, and the colored liquid sprayed everywhere, dyeing the nearby beetles, and the beetles that did not have time to run away into colors. Then Lin Shen and the others saw nearly 100 beetles swinging wildly on the mushroom grass, shaking their heads and buttocks one by one, as if they were equipped with electric motors. Swinging and swinging again, even if they were exhausted, they were still shaking there violently. Their legs were already twitching, but they still kept shaking. The four people watched helplessly as several beetles broke their legs and twisted their bodies, and continued to shake on the ground. Several people were still in fear. Fortunately, Wei Shouxin's judgment was correct. If they had started to break those beads, they would be the ones swinging wildly on the ground now. These beetles are dead. Let's go around them. Wei Shouxin led the way in front, went around from the other side, and continued to move forward. After leaving the mushroom forest area, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward along the valley. There were many traces of beetles crawling on the ground. Perhaps it was because of the existence of those beetles that there were almost no small mushrooms growing on the ground in this area. The mountain wall was still full of small mushrooms, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Not long after walking along those crawling traces, Lin Shen and his friends saw an even more bizarre scene. Chapter 586. In the valley ahead, chains stretched toward the sky, and at the other end of the chains were black spheres. From a distance, it looked like black hydrogen balloons suspended in the air. If there were no chains pulling them, the balloons would have flown into the sky. But the chains themselves looked like metal, and those black balls that were more than 1 meter long looked like they were made of black rocks, not hydrogen balloons. How could they be suspended in the air and pull the metal chains straight? The expressions of several people were a little complicated. Wei Shouxin said, "Strange, how could there be such a thing as metal chains in such a place? Is there really intelligent life here? I wouldn't find it strange if there was anything in such a place." Wei Shouxin smiled bitterly. In the area of the chain black balls, Lin Shen and the others saw the beetles that had pushed the beads away before. The beetles pushed the beads and actually climbed onto the chains as thick as arms. They have 6 claws. The front 2 claws control the beads, and the back 4 claws climb up the chains, looking a little clumsy and funny. Could it be that those black balls are the nests of beetles? But there are no gaps on the black balls. How can they get in? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Naturally, no one could give him an answer, and Wei Shouqing and the others also saw these things for the first time. No! Wei Shouqing suddenly pointed to the place where the chains were connected to the ground and said, "Look, those chains don't seem to be man-made, but naturally grown." Lin Shen looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, he saw that where the chains were connected to the ground, there were actually metal wires on the chains that looked like roots, piercing into the ground. Although it was very strange, it seemed that these metal chains really grew out of the ground. When the 4 people were thinking it was magical, a beetle had already pushed the bead onto the black ball. Because their attention was just shifted to the metal chain, the 4 people did not see how the beetle pushed the bead to the top of the black ball. But unlike what they imagined, after the beetle put the bead on the top of the black ball, it actually climbed down again and did not enter the black ball, which showed that it was indeed not their nest. Looking at the bead on the top of the black ball, Lin Shen was wondering why the beetle put the bead there, when he suddenly saw that the black ball cracked without any warning. The black ball, which seemed to have no cracks, cracked into several petals, like a blooming flower. The bead fell into the unfolding black ball, but Lin Shen and his people's attention was not on the bead at all. Because in the black ball, they actually saw a familiar face. Chahin Dongli. Lin Shen cried out in a low voice. It looked like he was wearing a blue round helmet with a pair of flesh tentacles on it. Who else could it be but Chahin Dongli? Unlike Chahin Dongli, the creature in the black ball not only had a blue round helmet on his head, but also had the same blue shell on his body, like a close-fitting blue armor. When they saw Chahin Dongli before, Chahin Dongli was naked except for the blue helmet on his head. The creature sitting in the black ball looked exactly like Chahin Dongli, but had a blue shell on his body, and did not have the wolf fawn-like weapon in his hand. Lin Shen and his companions all looked very unhappy. They had used all their means to kill Chahin Dongli before, and finally killed him. There was actually a creature that looked exactly like Chahin Dongli in this black ball, and this was not the key. What was even more terrifying was that there were countless black balls suspended in the air, but they could see no less than hundreds. If there was a creature similar to Chahin Dongli in each black ball, how would humans deal with it if these creatures came to life, facing hundreds or thousands of Chahin Dongli? Even if the Wei family members gave up their lives, they could not fill this hole. What is going on? Lin Shen could not help but curse in a low voice. He had die-hard fans and fat boys around him, so although he was not afraid of Nirvana creatures, he was not afraid of Chahin Dongli again. But that was when he met one Chahin Dongli. Now there were hundreds or thousands of Chahin Dongli here, and anyone would tremble in their hearts. Looking carefully at Chahin Dongli, who was sitting cross-legged in the black ball, his whole body was wrapped in a transparent liquid. There were many transparent hoses connecting his body to the base of the black ball. The hoses were connected to Chahin Dongli, which looked like infusion tubes for intravenous drips. After the bead fell into the black ball, it fell into the viscous liquid below, and then the bead slowly melted in the viscous liquid. After a while, colorful liquid appeared in those transparent tubes, like infusion tubes, and was transported into the body of the creature. The bead with strong hallucinogenic toxicity was actually used as a nutrient solution to supply the creature. Can they survive by eating this? Wei Shouqing said with a complicated expression. Didn't they say that Chahin Dongli was the last member of the Dongli tribe? Didn't they say that he wiped out the Dongli tribe? What's going on? Isn't this a member of the Dongli tribe? Wei Shouqing was full of doubts. It's also possible that this is Chahin Dongli. Lin Shen paused and said, before, Chahin Dongli said that he was a member of the god-making tribe. I was a little suspicious at the time. Now it seems that maybe Chahin Dongli is just an experiment of the god-making tribe. It is very likely that the one in the black ball is a clone of Chahin Dongli. It is very likely that if this is a clone of Chahin Dongli, does he have the same strength as Chahin Dongli? If there are the same clones in the other black balls, and the same strength. Wei Shouqing didn't say anything more, but everyone knew what the result would be. At this time, many beetles pushed the beads to the top of the black balls, and the black balls opened one by one. Lin Shen and the others looked extremely ugly. In those black balls, there were Chahin Dongli sitting cross-legged. They all look exactly like Chahin Dongli, with blue helmets and compound eyes, but the degree of completeness of their shells is different. Some of Chahin Dongli's shells are already very complete. Even their faces are covered with shells. Some of Chahin Dongli's bodies are still naked, with almost no shells except for the blue helmet. Some have shells, but they are not complete, and can only cover part of the body. As the black balls opened one by one, more and more Chahin Dongli appeared in the eyes of Lin Shen and others, making them a little frightened. Just now, it was just a guess, and there was still a glimmer of hope that perhaps the other black balls were empty, and there were no creatures suspected to be clones of Chahin Dongli. Now the hope is shattered. There is a Chahin Dongli in almost every black ball that is opened, that is to say, in all the black balls, at least in most of the black balls, there is such a Chahin Dongli. They seem to be still asleep. Take this opportunity to get rid of them, Wei Shouqing said fiercely. Chapter 587. Lin Shen and Wei Shouqing had the same idea. Regardless of whether these creatures were clones of Chahin Dongli, getting rid of them, while they were still asleep was undoubtedly the best solution. The four of them hit it off immediately. Although their purpose this time was not to kill, if they could solve the problem 1 minute earlier, they might be able to avoid a disaster. If these clones of Chahin Dongli in the black ball were to be born, even if only a part of them came out, it would not be something that the human mother planet could resist. You two should prepare for the battle. Shouqing and I will go up, Wei Shouqing said, summoning the carapace and crawling along a chain. Wei Shouqing followed closely, and also climbed up along the chain. Lin Shen also summoned the carapace, and at the same time pulled out the evil ghost blade on his back, and threw it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was now using the purple crystal hard whip found on the turtle's back. Lin Shen gave him the evil ghost blade, and Wei Wufu became a two-handed blade. With his martial arts realm and level, it is very easy to control such a weapon. However, Lin Shen himself is prone to problems when holding the blade with both hands. He still has not been able to fully adapt to the opposite problem here. If it is completely opposite, it will be easier to adapt. But here it is not completely opposite. Some are opposite, and some are not, which increases the difficulty of adaptation. And Lin Shen suspects that the reason for the opposite here may not be a problem of thinking and brain. If it is a problem of the brain, the theory of evolution should have an effect, at least it will be triggered, but the theory of evolution has not responded at all so far, so Lin Shen suspects that it is not the environment that affects the brain, but something else. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were ready for the battle. If Chahin Dongli and the black ball came back to life, there would be a fierce battle. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouqing climbed up the chain and soon approached the black ball. But when they approached the black ball seemed to have wisdom, and closed automatically. The two discussed, and climbed down the chain again. Wait, I go get some beads, and see if I can use the beads to induce the black ball to open. Wei Shouqing returned to the mushroom forest, and took 2 beads back. He carefully placed one below, and then he and Wei Shouqing climbed up again. After placing the beads on the top of the black ball, after a while, the black ball opened automatically, revealing Chahin Dongli sitting cross-legged inside. Wei Shouqing grabbed the edge of the black material that looked like a petal with one hand, and summoned the phoenix feather knife with the other hand, and chopped Chahin Dongli's neck directly with one knife. The purple air on the knife condensed into an amazing knife energy. With a clang, Wei Shouqing's knife failed to cut off Chahin Dongli's head, and even failed to hurt him. When the purple knife energy was still 1 foot away from Chahin Dongli's body, it seemed to hit something and broke directly. The foaling knife also chopped on the invisible thing, making a sound of gold and jade clashing. Wei Shouqing climbed up from the other side, and the knife in his hand, with knife energy, also chopped towards Chahin Dongli. The result was still the same. When it was about 1 foot away from Chahin Dongli, it was blocked by the invisible thing. The two gritted their teeth and chopped towards Chahin Dongli from different directions, and found that there seemed to be an invisible shield outside Chahin Dongli's body, and all attacks could not cut into it. The two attacked for a long time, but failed to break the shield, so they could only come down from it in disappointment. It's a bit troublesome to break the shield. Wei Shouqing frowned and said, It's not all bad news. At least we can be sure that these clones of Chahin Dongli can't leave the black ball now, Lin Shen said. We can only go back and ask the old man for help, Wei Shouqing said. I have a Nirvana pet, maybe I can give it a try. Lin Shen pulled out the death powder on his body and threw it out. The death powder was directly wrapped around the chain and crawled along the chain to the open black ball. How can you activate a Nirvana-level pet? Wei Shouqing looked at the death powder in surprise and asked. This pet is a little special. It's not that I can activate it, but it can directly enter the combat state from the capsule state. Lin Shen didn't know how to explain it, so he had to explain it briefly. The 4 people watched the dead powder climb up with a chain wrapped around it. When it reached the black ball, the dead powder's body, which was as thin as a rope, suddenly grew larger and became as thick as a water tank. In its open mouth, countless gears, like ruby gears, were engaged and rotating. The dead powder bit down directly, but the gears were blocked by the invisible shield. Sparks flew and a sound made people's teeth ache when it twisted. With the strength of the dead powder's physical attributes, it was not able to break the invisible armor. The huge mouth was blocked outside. Just when the few people were a little disappointed, they saw a strange red light blooming from the dead powder's mouth, and the almost indestructible invisible shield was immediately crushed by the red glowing gears. The next second, the dead powder swallowed Chahin Dongli, who was sitting cross-legged in the black ball. Chahin Dongli's body was crushed by the teeth of the dead powder in an instant and swallowed into the stomach. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin were stunned and overjoyed. What a powerful pet, now there is hope. After swallowing Chahin Dongli, the dead powder restored its original appearance and climbed down the rope. Let's get the beads to induce the black ball to open, and you let your pet kill those guys, Wei Shouxin said, and ran towards the mushroom forest. Lin Shen and the others followed, and several people carefully brought back some beads, and then divided the work. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were responsible for bringing back the beads, while Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin climbed onto the chain and lured the black ball with beads. Once the black ball opened, the dead powder crawled in, crushed Chahin Dongli inside, and swallowed it into its stomach. It is unknown whether the Chahin Dongli in those black balls have not developed completely, or for some other reason. Such a big noise did not wake them up, and they were crushed and swallowed by the dead fans one by one. The dead fans with the true extreme evil killing death light are just like an all-destructive crusher. The extremely hard shield is vulnerable under its gear teeth. Such destructive power makes Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin a little frightened. The appetite of the dead fans is a mystery. After swallowing so many Chahin Dongli, there is no bloating at all. Its stomach is like a bottomless abyss. Wei Shouqing lured another black ball, but he made a surprised voice. This clone seems a little different. Chapter 588. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who came back with the bead, could not help but look at the black ball that Wei Shouqing had lured open. They saw that among the unfolded black ball, there was also a clone that looked like Chahin Dongli. But what was different from the other clones was that the helmet and shell on Chahin Dongli were black. And the shell and helmet were connected together, and almost all of his body except his face was wrapped in the black shell. Even on his face, part of the shell had appeared, but it was not complete yet, like a hollow black butterfly-like mask, covering Chahin Dongli's face. Lin Shen saw this, and asked the die-hard fans to come back. That one is a little special, don't touch him first. Wei Shouqing came down from above, took a bead, and went to lure other black balls. Several people cooperated with the die-hard fans to swallow one creature after another that was suspected to be a clone of Chahin Dongli. It took several hours for the dead powder to swallow nearly 300 clones, but only about one-third of them, leaving hundreds of black balls that had not been opened. The dead powder seemed to be a little full, and remained in a huge state, not immediately returning to its normal state. Let's take a break first. The dead powder is a little full, and needs time to digest. Lin Shen called Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin, who wanted to continue to lure the black ball. The four of them rested below, waiting for the dead powder to digest the excessive food. Fortunately, you have such a pet, it can be regarded as our savior. Wei Shouqing was in a good mood, looking at the dead powder lying motionless. What planet is this pet from? Can you get some more? Wei Shouxin didn't want it himself, but felt that with such a pet, many problems in the underground space could be easily solved. This is the pet I got on my home planet, and I have cultivated it to the Nirvana level. Lin Shen roughly explained the origin of the dead fan. It turned out to be an alienated creature from our home planet, or a creature that died in evolution and resurrected. It is really an anomaly. After listening, Wei Shouxin exclaimed, "The old man said that you are a person with great opportunities, and it is true." Lin Shen smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Rather than saying it is my opportunity, it is better to say that I am lucky. There are so many noble people like you who help me. The so-called opportunity is just the luck brought to me by the noble people. If it weren't for them, I, a lazy and playful person, would just be an ordinary person. Lin Shen's words came from the heart, just like the dead fan. If the dead fan was not in his own warehouse, if he was not the fifth child of the Lin family, how could he get it? I am afraid he would not even have the chance to see it. Lin Shen always felt that he was able to have what he has today, mostly because of the help of noble people, and he just went with the flow. If it weren't for Old Wei, he might not have lived until now, let alone evolve to this level using the original egg. Without Tianquan, he might still be struggling to survive on the giant ring star, and his situation might not be much better than Shimanjianka. Don't underestimate yourself. If you can bear the luck brought to you by others, it means that you are capable and worthy of bearing this luck. There is no luck in the world without reason. If you can bear it, it is your luck, and if you can't bear it, it is your fate. Wei Shouqing smiled and said, My Wei family also received help from noble people, and the luck was added to us to survive in the troubled times. But because of this, we have guarded the underground space for more than 200 years, and that is our fate. Which noble person helped the Wei family? Lin Shan asked curiously. From what Wei Shouqing said, it seems that there was another reason why the Wei family was able to gain a foothold in Tianqing. Wei Wufu didn't even know about this. Looking at Wei Shouqing, he seemed to want to know who the noble person Wei Shouqing was talking about. More than 200 years ago, the spaceship crashed. Tianqing was so close to the underground space that it was the worst hit place. If it weren't for the help of a noble person, my Wei family would not have survived until today. Tianqing would have become the dust of history long ago. Wei Shouqing hesitated for a moment before continuing. You are on good terms with my Wei family, and are not an outsider. It's okay to tell you, but it's better not to spread this matter. Lin Shan nodded quickly. He liked to hear these secrets that could not be known to outsiders the most. This has to start with your third brother, Lin Zongjing, the third master of Lin. Wei Shouqing's words surprised Lin Shan a little. How old is my third brother? How could he be related to something that happened more than 200 years ago? Lin Shan asked in confusion. Of course he is related. Just listen to me, and tell me slowly. Wei Shouqing smiled and said, When third master Lin came to Tianqing, he asked our Wei family to protect you. Do you know that our Wei family has never cared about things outside Tianqing? Why did they let Wufu go out of Tianqing to protect you? Is it related to the noble of the Wei family? Could it be that the noble you mentioned is related to the ancestor of our Lin family? Lin Shan widened his eyes, and asked in disbelief. He used to be very confused for a while, why Wei Wufu would be invited by the third brother to protect him, and even protect him with his life. Later, after spending a long time together, he knew that Wei Wufu was just that kind of person, but he was still a little curious about how Wei Wufu knew the third brother. In fact, Lin Shan had asked Wei Wufu this question, but Wei Wufu did not give him an answer. Today, I finally found out that my third brother and Wei Wufu were not familiar with each other, and it was the Wei family who sent Wei Wufu to protect him. Lin Shan thought to himself, could it be that the ancestor of my Lin family was so awesome that he was once a nobleman of the Tianqing Wei family? It shouldn't be. Wei Shouqing interrupted Lin Shan's fantasy with a word. The nobleman of my Wei family was surnamed Jiang, and your surname was Lin. Even if we go back to the mythological era, Jiang and Lin are not the same surname. Then how could my third brother be related to the nobleman surnamed Jiang? Lin Shan asked curiously. Wei Shouqing thought for a while, and said, Then I don't know. Mr. Lin Sen came to Tianqing with a token from that nobleman, and asked our Wei family to protect you. At that time, the Wei family was already exhausted from guarding the underground space, and could not spare anyone to protect you. So they had to let Wu Fu, the least suitable person to be a human walker, become the human walker of the Wei family, and go to the Suanio base to protect you. This can be regarded as repaying this karma. Wei Shouqing continued, Outsiders think that the purple Chi Phoenix art of our Wei family was obtained after entering the universe, but that is not the case. In fact, we obtained the purple Chi Phoenix art long before the spacecraft crashed, and this purple Chi Phoenix art. The Phoenix art comes from the nobleman surnamed Jiang. It is because of the purple Phoenix art that the Wei family was able to gain a foothold in Tianqing, the most severely affected city, and to suppress the underground space. Wei Shouqing sighed. Unfortunately, we don't know the origin of the nobleman surnamed Jiang. For more than 200 years, several people in the Wei family have tried to find out about him, but have never heard of him. The more Lin Shan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Before the catastrophe, the Wei family actually obtained the advanced secret method purple Phoenix art from the universe. At that time, no human could leave the mother planet. Where did the nobleman surnamed Jiang get the purple Phoenix art? And how could the third brother have the token of the surname Jiang, and know that the surname Jiang has a relationship with Tianqing, and bring the token to the Wei family in Tianqing to find someone to protect him? Chapter 589. Lin Shan asked some more about the nobleman surnamed Jiang and the third brother, but unfortunately Wei Shouqing and Wei Qingxin only knew so much, and there was no useful information. The die-hard fans still hadn't digested it, so Wei Shouqing asked about some things in the universe. Lin Shan told them what he knew, and the recent race rankings. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin were fascinated by what they heard and asked a lot about the race rankings. They also wanted to participate in such a battle, and strive for a ranking for humans in the universe. It's a pity that they can't leave their home planet anymore and can't enter the universe again. It's not completely impossible to enter the universe again, Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Does the home planet have a transmission device that can transmit nirvana? Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin were both shocked. Of course, they wanted to leave the home planet to participate in the war. But if there really was such a transmission device, the home planet would be in danger. They would rather not get out than see such a thing happen. No, I don't know for now. Lin Shen was not sure about the matter of Hulun Mountain, so he didn't dare to say anything. The Wei family had enough troubles, and they probably didn't have the ability to take care of other things. Talking about it would only add to the trouble. The dead fans regained their vitality, and the 4 people cooperated with the dead fans to devour the clones of Changhen Dongli again. The number of clones in the black ball was getting smaller and smaller. After more than 20 hours of hard work, most of the black balls were finally opened, and the clones inside were devoured. Only the black armor clone was left. Lin Shen let the dead fans rest for a while, and then he was ready to devour the black armor clone. Wei Shouqing went up with the beads and tricked the black ball to open. The dead powder's body was entangled in the black ball, and the front half of the body became huge. It opened its mouth and bit the black armor clone. The invisible shield was bitten to pieces. Seeing that the clone sitting cross-legged in the black ball was about to be swallowed, the dead powder's figure suddenly stopped. Lin Shen's pupil shrank suddenly. He saw that the black armor clone raised one arm and held the lower side of the dead powder's mouthparts with his palm, and actually propped up the dead powder's head, making it unable to lower its head to swallow the clone. That clone is indeed problematic. Wei Shouxin also shouted. Boom! Several people only saw that the black armored clone exerted force with his palm, and actually lifted the dead powder's body and flew it off the chain. Although the dead powder has the ability to fly, there is a ban on flying in the underground space. The dead powder failed to fly and fell directly to the ground, smashing a big hole in the ground. The whole valley seemed to shake. Wei Shouqing, who was next to the black ball, held the chain in one hand and summoned the phoenix feather knife with the other. A purple knife aura slashed at the black armored clone in the black ball. The purple knife aura turned into a purple phoenix, and with the sound of knife chanting and phoenix singing, it arrived in front of the black armored clone in an instant. The black armored clone gently pressed down the hand it raised, and his palm touched the phoenix knife aura. The powerful knife aura actually dispersed like smoke in his hand, and disappeared directly into thin air. Lin Shen rushed over and grabbed the tail of the dead powder and pulled it, and the dead powder turned into a javelin. He turned his head to look at the black ball again, but before he could launch an attack, the black armored clone in the black ball disappeared. Bang! A heavy landing sound was heard. Lin Shen and others turned their heads, and saw that the black armored clone fell on the ground opposite them. The ground under his feet was cracked like a spider web. His pair of black compound eyes were staring coldly at the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? The black armored clone suddenly spoke. His question confused Lin Shen and others. Why did you want to kill him? This question seemed simple, but when you really want to answer it, you don't know where to start. Do you know who you are? Lin Shen stared at the black armored clone and asked. Of course I know who I am. The black armored clone didn't know what Lin Shen meant, frowned and said, Do you know who I am? You are Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen said. The strange compound eyes of the black armored clone looked at Lin Shen and said, It seems that you didn't find the wrong person. Why do you want to kill me? Because you want to kill us too, so we will kill you. Lin Shen wanted to find out whether this black armored Changhen Dongli was a clone of the previous Changhen Dongli. When did I want to kill you? Changhen Dongli frowned. Do you know that there are many Changhen Dongli? You are just one of them, and the one who killed us is another one. Lin Shen said concisely. He wants to kill you. What does it have to do with me? Why don't you kill him? Why come to kill me? The black armored Changhen Dongli actually knew that there were many Changhen Dongli. Aren't you one? Lin Shen and others were a little stunned. Of course not. Black armored Changhen Dongli laughed. Many people have such misunderstandings, and it seems that you have misunderstood as well. Although we are all Changhen Dongli, we are independent individuals, and have no connection with each other. He is him, I am me, and he is the one who wants to kill you, so you should go find him. Aren't you a clone? Lin Shen's expression was a little complicated. This Changhen Dongli does not look as evil and bloodthirsty as the previous Changhen Dongli, and seems to be very easy to talk to. If all the black balls are like this Changhen Dongli, they seem to have done something inhumane. It seems that you have a deep misunderstanding. Black armor Changhen Dongli explained. We are all Changhen Dongli, not clones, Because the Dongli clan is like this. Every time they give birth, they will give birth to many identical individuals, so we look very similar, but we are not clones. Do you mean that you are the Chang'an Dongli who is just born? Lin Shen immediately noticed the loophole in his language. The first Chang'an Dongli was obviously born many years ago, and even joined the God-making clan. Chang'an Dongli said he was just born, but he seemed to know a lot of things. How to explain this? The black-armored Chang'an Dongli saw Lin Shen's thoughts, and said with a smile, "We Dongli people have memory inheritance. Every Dongli people will inherit the memory of the previous generation, or the memory of countless generations before, so we don't have the infancy of ordinary races. Once we are born, we are like gods, omniscient and omnipotent." Lin Shen and his friends were all stunned. They didn't expect that the Dongli people actually had such abilities. This made Lin Shen understand instantly that maybe the Chang'an Dongli they met for the first time might not be the real Chang'an Dongli, not the Chang'an Dongli who joined the God-making clan, but also just a Chang'an Dongli who inherited the memory of his predecessors. "Did you kill other Chang'an Dongli?" The black-armored Chang'an Dongli suddenly said this again. Chapter 590. Lin Shen and his men suddenly became nervous again, and secretly prepared for the battle. They killed so many Chang'an Dongli, which means they killed many brothers of Black Armor Chang'an Dongli. The hatred was too great. Who knew that Black Armor Chang'an Dongli just smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. You killed other Chang'an Dongli, which is a good thing for me. You helped me. I won't seek revenge on you because of them." "What do you mean?" Wei Shouqing, who came down from the rope, frowned and asked. Black Armor Chang'an Dongli explained, "The Dongli tribe can give birth to many offspring at a time, but there can only be one true inheritor. Each Chang'an Dongli needs to use his own strength to obtain the true inheritance. That is, he needs to defeat and kill other Chang'an Dongli until only one Chang'an Dongli is left, that is the real Chang'an Dongli. In other words, you killed other Chang'an Dongli, which is equivalent to helping me, so that I don't have to waste time and energy to kill them." Lin Shen and others were stunned. With their racial concepts, they really couldn't understand what Black Armor Chang'an Dongli said. "To express my gratitude to you, I will kill you as a reward." Another sentence from Black Armor Chang'an Dongli stunned Lin Shen and others again. They really couldn't understand Chang'an Dongli's concept. How could you kill your opponent to express gratitude? Lin Shen and others thought that what Chang'an Dongli said before was all ironic. In the end, they still had to avenge those Chang'an Dongli they killed. Revenge is revenge, why say so much nonsense? Wei Shouqing held a foaming knife, and terrifying purple air rose from the knife and his body. "You are wrong. I told you that I will thank you if you kill them." The black-armored Chang'an Dongli had a surprisingly good temper, and slowly explained, "Killing you is the greatest thank you to you. I have just told you that there is only one Chang'an Dongli who is the real inheritor. Now I am the real inheritor, and have the ability to pass on to future generations. But it is more troublesome for our Dongli clan to pass on to future generations, and we need creatures of other races as carriers. I have decided to pass on the inheritance on this planet. All creatures on this planet will become the carriers of my descendants. The inheritance seeds will be implanted in the bodies of each creature. The inheritance seeds will take root and sprout in your bodies, gradually absorbing the energy in the bodies of the creatures, until the carrier creatures are completely destroyed. Until it is completely absorbed. After becoming a carrier, you will be extremely painful to live. You can still eat and have thoughts, but you can sense the growth of the inheritance seeds in your body, the pain of your body being gradually sucked away, and the pain of the seeds' roots growing and drilling into your flesh and bones. That kind of pain is very difficult to endure. At that time, even if you want to die, you will no longer have the ability to commit suicide. You can only experience long-term pain and be sucked to death. Therefore, I kill you, prevent you from becoming a carrier, and prevent you from enduring that inhuman pain. This is my reward for you." Lin Shen's face was extremely ugly. He had never thought that there was such a vicious race in the universe, and that they would reproduce in such a vicious way. Several people looked at each other, and at the same time, they burst out their own strength and launched an attack on the black-armored Chang'an Dongli. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin's sword chi turned into two purple phoenixes and slashed at Chang'an Dongli. The death powder in Lin Shen's hand was like a spear, stabbing at Chang'an Dongli. The purple light on the tip of the spear stabbed out like a beam of light, which was launched later but arrived first, and reached the black-armored Chang'an Dongli one step faster than Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin's phoenix sword chi. Black-armored Chang'an Dongli raised one hand, pointed his fingertips at the true extreme evil-killing death light emitted by the death powder, and shot out a black beam of light. The two beams, one black and one red, met in space, and cancelled each other out. No one could take advantage. His other hand slapped the Phoenix Sword Chi left and right, one by one, and actually shattered the two Phoenix Sword Chi like smoke and dust. It seemed that what Wei Shoucheng and the others slashed out was not the amazing purple and mysterious Chi, but just a cloud of mist. Everyone was shocked. This black-armored Chahan Dongli was stronger than the Chahan Dongli they had fought before, and he was much stronger. Lin Shen threw the dead powder directly, and the dead powder rushed towards Chahan Dongli with red light. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin also rushed up and besieged Chahan Dongli together with the dead powder. The dead powder plus 2 Nirvana-level strongmen could not do anything to Chahan Dongli. Chahan Dongli stood there, dealing with the dead powder with one hand and Wei Shoucheng and the others with the other hand. He blocked all their attacks without moving his feet. Lin Shen had summoned the Inheritance Fan and fanned Chahan Dongli forward and backward, shaking and folding, and the mysterious light text fell on Chahan Dongli. Wei Wufu also put on the white robe life base. An invisible aura unfolded, and the white robe on his body moved without wind. They did not rush forward because their speed could not keep up with the Nirvana-level combat intensity, and rushing forward might become a burden. The 3 weakening skills fell on Chahan Dongli, which greatly weakened Chahan Dongli's speed and strength. Lin Shen took out the mutant Yulinglong again, intending to let it use the life-based talent Xinshan to continue to weaken Chahan Dongli. But before he could order the mutant Yulinglong to activate Xinshan, he saw a black light on Chahan Dongli's black armor. The fan dance skill, which had almost never encountered any natural enemies, actually encountered a nemesis. The mysterious light text imprinted on the black armor actually melted quickly in the light and finally disappeared. Lin Shen was shocked. This was the first time his fan dance skill failed. Chahan Dongli moved quickly. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin were already very fast, but in front of Chahan Dongli, they seemed to be in slow motion. Bang bang! Chahan Dongli slapped Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin on the chest one by one, and almost slapped them away at the same time. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin hit the mountain wall, blood spurting out of their mouths. There was a palm shape missing on the carapace on their chests, and that part of the carapace seemed to disappear out of thin air. This ability. Black-Capped Mushroom King. Lin Shen was even more shocked. He had seen this ability before. The Black-Capped Mushroom King used this trick. At that time, Lin Shen was shocked by this ability, and seeing this ability again now, he felt that it was even more difficult to match. Only the true extreme killing evil death light of the die-hard fans could compete with Chahan Dongli's ability, but it was just a competition. The two lights, one red and one black, kept colliding and melting in the air, and for a moment, no one could do anything to anyone else. Chapter 591. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen ran over, took out the potion and poured it into the mouths of Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shouxin. Fortunately, the two people practiced the purple phoenix art, and their vitality was stronger than ordinary nirvana, otherwise the palm just now would have taken their lives. Don't fight. You go. We will cover you. Wang Shoucheng stood up, his body was a little unstable, and he tightened the phoenix feather knife in his hand, but he was about to rush forward again, and at the same time he shouted, urging Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to leave. Wang Shouxin followed closely behind, holding the phoenix feather knife with both hands, and bursting out the purple and mysterious energy with all his strength. Don't be impulsive, he has the ability to break the power of base transformation. No matter how strong your power is, it's useless, you can't stop him. Lin Shen hurriedly stepped forward to hold them. They would just die in vain if they rushed forward like this. Wei Wufu stopped Wang Shouxin silently in front of him, stopping him from rushing forward. Death is a kind of liberation. Let me help you to be liberated. Chahan Dongli, who was fighting with the die-hard fans, still had some strength left. He pointed his finger at them, and a beam of light pierced through the space and arrived in front of Wei Wufu in an instant. Lin Shen turned his head to look at Wei Wufu, but his body speed could not keep up with his thoughts. He watched Wei Wufu and Wei Shouxin's bodies being pierced by the black light like a string of candied haws. Fuck your ancestors! Lin Shen's eyes were bloodshot, and the power in his body burst out crazily. While throwing the Holy Shield Dragon at Wei Wufu and the others, he rushed towards Chahan Dongli with a knife in one hand and a scabbard in the other. Lin Shen was anxious. Even when he was in danger, he had never lost his composure like now. Chahan Dongli had no expression on his face. In the interval between fighting with the die-hard fans, he pointed his finger again, and a beam of light shot in front of Lin Shen at an incredible speed. Dang! The knife and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand crossed to block the beam of light. The black beam hit the blade, and a terrifying force pushed Lin Shen's body backward. Lin Shen's legs plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. As he retreated quickly, The brilliant shells on his legs were shaved and worn away, revealing his calves wrapped inside. The skin and flesh on his calves were worn away. Bang! Lin Shen hit the mountain wall hard, making a big hole in the mountain wall, and finally stopped. I'm fine. Let's go. Wei Wufu stood up, with a bloody hole on his chest, and the blood dyed the white robe on his chest red. He said, as he tried to rush to the battlefield. Suddenly, the Holy Shield Dragon roared, and 3 shield life bases appeared at the same time. The triple shield opened at the same time, protecting Wei Wufu, and the other 2 in the light shield. Wei Wufu's body hit the light shield, and failed to rush out of it. Lin Shen escaped from the mountain wall, and the super base transformation and super base recasting quickly repaired his injured body. The slag knife and scabbard in his hand were not damaged. The materials of these 2 things were so hard that even Chahen Dongli's attack could not damage them. You take Lao Wei away, leave this to me. Lin Shen was glad that Wei Wufu was not dead. Wei Shouqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shen's words. You can't stop him. If I leave, the result will be the same. You go and find Qingyi. Wei Shouqing knew that what Lin Shen said was right. Only Lin Shen's pet could stop Chahen Dongli. Once Lin Shen left, none of them could stop Chahen Dongli, not even for a moment. Looking at the seriously injured Wei Wufu, and the severely injured Wei Shouqing, who was already unconscious, Wei Shouqing gritted his teeth, rushed over, picked them up one by one, and turned around to leave. Lin Shen took back the Holy Shield Dragon, allowing Wei Shouqing and the others to leave. You are harming them. If they die now, they don't need to become carriers, and endure the pain of being unable to live or die. Chahen Dongli did not attack Wei Shouqing, and the others who were fleeing. Seeing Wei Wufu being forcibly taken away, Lin Shen calmed down a lot, staring at Chahen Dongli, and said coldly, You won't have that chance, you are dead. You are an ascender, but you can use such a powerful Nirvana pet, and you can block my attack without dying. It's really amazing. It's a pity that it's just that. You are not qualified to fight with me. Chahen Dongli smiled creepily, but I changed my mind. You are indeed different, and should be a good carrier, so I won't kill you and let you continue to live with the fate of a carrier. It doesn't matter. It's not too late to say such things if you can defeat my pet. Lin Shen said disdainfully. How difficult is this? Your pet is really strong. Its Nirvana attribute can actually compete with my heavenly demon dissociation light. It is indeed a bit surprising. But the Nirvana attribute is just the foundation. The reason why my Dongli clan is strong is not because of the Nirvana attribute, but because of the experience and knowledge we have passed down from generation to generation, and the perfect skills that have been modified in actual combat for countless generations. Speaking of this, Chahen Dongli finally stopped passively resisting the attacks of the dead fans, and launched a violent attack on the dead fans. Wei Shouqing fled with Wei Wufu and the reckless Wei Shouqing, and suddenly heard Wei Wufu say, I want to go back. Wufu, don't be so stubborn. You can't help if you go back, but we'll get in the way. Wei Shouqing said deliberately. He needs help. I must go back. Wei Wufu continued, and his sentences were much smoother than usual. It's useless for you to go back. You will only become a burden. Such a battle is not something you can participate in at your level. Wei Shouqing was unwilling to let him go back. The Wei family promised to protect him. I represent the Wei family. Wei Wufu's words made Wei Shouqing pause. Alas, but it's really useless for you to go back. Wei Shouqing sighed. It's useful. White robe has an impact. I feel it. Wei Wufu said intermittently. Even if it's a little useful, it won't have much impact on such a battle, and if you get closer to the battlefield, you may be killed directly. Wei Shouqing said. My last name is Wei. I would rather die than follow the Wei. Wei Wufu said slowly and firmly. Wei Shouqing stopped completely, put Wei Wufu down, looked at him, and said with a complicated expression, Wufu, you really shouldn't have been born in the Wei family. If you hadn't been born in the Wei family, you wouldn't have suffered so much. You're living very well. I'm going. Wei Wufu turned and headed towards the battlefield. Watching Wei Wufu leave, Wei Shouqing turned around and quickened his pace with Wei Shouqing. He had to inform Qingyi as soon as possible. Maybe there was still a chance. Chapter 592. Chahen Dongli's attack was like a violent storm, bombarding the dead powder. The black light was changing, like a blade of light, flashing from different directions, trying to cut off the dead powder. But the body of the dead powder was like a flower rope, twisting into various shapes. No matter how violent Changhen Dongli's attack was, he could not hit it. Changhen Dongli was a little surprised. His eyes were a little gloomy, and his shell actually began to wriggle. At the elbows of his arms, the shell protruded, and actually formed two elbow blades that looked like knives and teeth. In the violent attack, the newly formed elbow blades unexpectedly cut the body of the dead powder. Bang! Something unexpected happened. The body of the dead powder also changed. Two red wing blades, like wings, grew on it, colliding with Changhen Dongli's elbow blades. Dang! 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 The elbow blade and the wing blade of the dead fan slashed wildly. The red light and the black light kept colliding and consuming each other, but Changhen Dongli still couldn't get any advantage. Changhen Dongli was obviously a little surprised. His various skills have been tempered and are the crystallization of the wisdom and hard work of countless generations of the Dongli clan. It can be said that he is perfectly integrated with his body and can exert unparalleled combat power. But the pet in front of him can withstand all his technical attacks and even block the unique elbow blade method of the Dongli clan. Its strangely appearing pair of wing blades and the elbow blades of the Dongli clan are actually similar in nature. Lin Shen watched Changhen Dongli fight with the dead fan with cold eyes, and did not immediately go up to help the dead fan. He now has only 3 trump cards that can kill Changhen Dongli, the attributes accumulated by the Heavenly Sacrifice Aura, Fat Boy, and Acupuncture. The Heaven Sacrifice Halo and Acupuncture points can be seen as a trump card. In order to ensure that Changhen Dongli is killed in one blow, it is necessary to attack the weak points of Changhen Dongli's acupuncture points. If it is against an ordinary Nirvana, the more than 2,000 points of attributes accumulated by the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, combined with Lin Shen's own attributes and skills, are enough to kill them instantly, and they will not have any chance. But this Changhen Dongli is too weird. Lin Shen only has this chance to attack. He cannot attack casually under uncertain circumstances. Once he attacks, he must kill him in one blow. So he must observe what kind of abilities Changhen Dongli has. Changhen Dongli does not intend to kill him, giving him a better opportunity, and he does not need to directly participate in the battle. As for whether Changhen Dongli will kill the dead fans, Lin Shen is not worried at all. There may be Nirvanas in this world who can kill dead fans, but that Nirvana is unlikely to be Changhen Dongli. Because the life base of the dead powder is the super base crushing diary, the dead powder can use the super base crushing diary to record various data of the creatures it devoured and find the weaknesses of these creatures. And according to the data of the devoured creatures, the dead powder can also temporarily mutate, that is, the wing blade it suddenly grew just now. The wing blade is not actually the ability of the dead powder, but a temporary mutation produced by it using the data of Changhen Dongli. The dead powder devoured so many Changhen Dongli and recorded so much data. It can be said that no one in the world knows Changhen Dongli better than the dead powder. No matter how strong Changhen Dongli is, the probability that he can kill the dead powder is very small, and it can even be said that the dead powder can restrain him. The reason why Lin Shen didn't think that the dead fan could kill Changhen Dongli was because the Changhen Dongli swallowed by the dead fan were all blue armor, while this Changhen Dongli was black armor. His evolution must be different from those blue armor Changhen Dongli, so the data of the dead fan is not complete. So it is not easy for the dead fan to kill Changhen Dongli, but it should be possible to squeeze out Changhen Dongli's ability and make him show all his cards. Changhen Dongli's attack style has been changing, sometimes like a storm, sometimes like a breeze, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes ever-changing, sometimes clever but clumsy. But no matter what skills he uses, he can never gain the upper hand in the battle with the dead fan. Because he knows too much about Changhen Dongli's various data, the dead fan can handle it with ease. Very good, it seems that your pet is stronger than I thought. After you die, I will use it for you. Changhen Dongli said. The shell under his ribs squirmed, and the shell actually produced a pair of black arms. He turned into a 4-armed man. Changhen Dongli, who had an extra pair of hands, immediately gained the upper hand. The black light on his hands was about to attack the dead fan's body. But something unexpected happened to Changhen Dongli. A pair of red claws grew on the dead fan's body, like the claws of a 5-clawed golden dragon, facing the extra pair of arms of Changhen Dongli. A trace of surprise flashed in Changhen Dongli's eyes. The black shell under his ribs squirmed again, and another pair of arms grew out. Changhen Dongli, with 6 arms, kept attacking the dead fan, using fingers, palms, fists, elbows, arms, and his moves were ever-changing, like a demon. A pair of dragon claws grew out of the dead fan's body again, with 4 claws on the head and tail, and he still fought against the devil like Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen saw clearly from the side that Chahan Dongli's 4 attributes should be similar to those of the dead fan, both of which are top-level attributes. But the height of the 4 attributes is not the only criterion for the strength of the Nirvana. The real strength of the Nirvana is the Nirvana attribute. Chahan Dongli's Nirvana attribute is too weird. Except for the dead fan's true extreme evil-killing death light, there is currently no other power that can compete with it. Zixuan Ichi's domineering Nirvana power was directly beaten into nothingness by his black light. Lin Shen was worried that the power he exerted would also be restrained by his weird Nirvana power, which would waste the long-accumulated aura of offering sacrifices to the sky. In addition to the Nirvana power, Chahan Dongli's skills are also terrifying. As he said, he has had many years of skills and experience since the birth of the Dongli clan's ancestors, unlike humans, who need to learn from scratch. His skills are ever-changing. All kinds of skills that others may need a lifetime to practice are at his fingertips. He can use all kinds of amazing skills at will. Lin Shen even saw the skills of Daolang Jin. Among them, there are some well-known skills in the universe that Lin Shen has heard of, and there are many skills that Lin Shen has never seen or heard of. If it weren't for the fact that the dead fan had Chahan Dongli's database, he might not be able to resist such a terrifying technical attack. Dead fan, you did a great job. Try harder and force out all his abilities. Lin Shen secretly cheered for the dead fan in his heart. Chahan Dongli saw that he was in the state of 6 arms, but he couldn't do anything to the dead fan. Instead, every attack of the dead fan seemed to target his weaknesses, making him a little defenseless. He was almost injured by the dead fan several times. I'm so lucky. Such a powerful creature is the perfect carrier of inheritance. Chahan Dongli laughed strangely, seeming to be very excited. As Chahan Dongli laughed strangely, black particles flowed out of his body and condensed into a monster behind him. Chapter 593. After participating in the race ranking battle, Lin Shen was well informed and had seen many different life bases of many races. But he had never seen a life base like Chahan Dongli's. Chahan Dongli's life base was like a huge black walnut in an oval shape. There were many strange wrinkles on the surface, and a circle of protrusions in the middle, which was very similar to the shell of a walnut. The strange life base that was more than 1 person tall fell to the ground and did not move. Lin Shen really couldn't figure out what this life base was used for. Crack! The life base suddenly cracked, just like a walnut shell opened from the middle, but there was nothing inside the life base, just like an empty walnut shell, just emitting black fluorescence. Chahan Dongli, who was fighting with the dead fans, suddenly withdrew from the battlefield, turned his back to the life base that looked like an empty walnut shell, and crashed into it. Then the empty shell closed up, and returned to its original appearance. The die-hard fan who was chasing him like a dragon was not willing to let him go. His tail, like a spear tip, with a red light, pierced the black life base. Crack! Although the life base looked very hard, it could not resist the true extreme death light of evil slaying, and was directly pierced by the die-hard fan's tail. The die-hard fan's tail was retracted, and then quickly pierced out, like a series of shooting stars, madly piercing the black life base, and in a blink of an eye, the life base was pierced into a hornet's nest. Finally, the die-hard fan's tail was swung out like a whip, and the red light whipped the life base, directly whipping the already tattered life base shell into pieces. In the remaining half of the life base, there were many holes all over the body. Chahan Dongli, who was bleeding in the holes, lay on the remaining half of the life base with his eyes wide open, as if he would not close his eyes in death. Is he dead just like that? What's the use of his life base? Lin Shen was very suspicious that Chahan Dongli was not dead. Chahan Dongli could obviously fight against the dead powder, so why did he get into the life base and be stabbed to death by the dead powder so easily? He had been fighting with the dead powder for so long, he should know very well how strong the true extreme death light of evil slaying is, and there would be no such mistake. The dead powder did not get close to the dead Chahan Dongli, but there was no information related to this in the data it recorded, and it was unclear what was going on, just focusing on Chahan Dongli's body. Bang! The body of the dead powder suddenly flew forward and hit the body and life base fragments of Chahan Dongli hard, knocking the body and half of the life base to the side. Lin Shen's pupils contracted and saw an incredible scene. At the place where the dead powder just stood, there was another Chahan Dongli in black armor. The elbow blade on one of his elbows was emitting black light, and it was obviously him who chopped the dead powder away. Your body is so tough that it didn't break even with this. I like you more and more. Chahan Dongli watched the dead fan get up from the ground with a wicked smile on his face. The dead fan had never suffered such a loss in recent times. He was so ferocious that he shot up directly, with a strange red light, like a javelin, shooting at Chahin Dongli. Chahin Dongli didn't dodge or avoid it. He seemed stupid, and let the dead fan's true extreme evil killing death light pierce his body. A strange thing happened. The true extreme evil killing death light, which was always effective, failed to penetrate Chahin Dongli's body this time. It disappeared the moment it touched his body. Chahin Dongli did not use his nirvana power, but just used his body to withstand the attack, and he was not injured at all. The dead fan was a little stunned, and it was obvious that it had not expected this situation. Chahin Dongli rushed towards the dead fan with an evil smile, ignoring the dead fan's attack at all, and was completely attacking and not defending. The dead fan's attack hit Chahin Dongli, and the powerful Jinji Juxia completely lost its effect, and really did not cause any harm to Chahin Dongli. Instead, Chahin Dongli's attack hit the dead fan, twisting the dead fan's body into a shapeless shape, like a rubber band that was constantly pulled. Fortunately, the dead fan had skills such as Balian, and Chahin Dongli's elbow blade was accompanied by black light, slashing it again and again, as if it wanted to cut off its body every time, but it failed the first time. Seeing the dead fan's body like a rubber band that was stretched to the limit again and again, as if it would break at any time, Lin Shen was also horrified. What's going on? Why is the true extreme evil slaying death light ineffective? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Lin Shen's brain was working fast, and his eyes were searching around. Roar! The dead powder ran wild, and its body entered a gigantic state, like a strange red giant monster, with a mouth that was glowing red, and was about to swallow Chahin Dongli. Bang! Chahin Dongli hit the huge body of the dead powder with an uppercut, and then quickly followed up, swinging his 6 arms quickly, hitting the giant dead powder's body madly, hitting the dead powder back in the air, and hitting it heavily on the mountain wall. Chahin Dongli's attack did not stop, and his fingers, palms, fists, and elbows hit the dead powder madly, twisting its huge body, and the rocks behind it kept cracking, and its body was hit into the mountain wall, blasting a big hole in the constantly shattering mountain wall. Lin Shen knew that the die-hard fans were anxious. Although the die-hard fans were very strong, they could only fight on instinct when they encountered information and data that were not recorded in the shattering diary. What Lin Shen was worried about still happened. The black-armored Chahin Dongli and the blue-armored Chahin Dongli were indeed different. The data recorded by the die-hard fans were not completely effective for the black-armored Chahin Dongli. What is going on? Looking at the die-hard fans who were beaten up, Lin Shen's mind raced. These bizarre things started when Chahin Dongli used his life base, but his life base had been smashed by the die-hard fans. What does this have to do with his life base? Lin Shen's eyes swept to the broken life base in the distance. The life base that looked like a black walnut shell had already been torn into pieces and looked completely unusable. No. If Chahin Dongli's life base was really destroyed, then his body should also be injured. But his body is fine. Could it be? Lin Shen turned his eyes to Chahin Dongli's body, rushed over quickly, and used the inheritance fan as a lightsaber to slash the body fiercely. The carapace of the body was still extremely tough, and the destructive power of the ascended life base could not hurt his carapace at all. Lin Shen took back the inheritance fan, pulled out the slag knife, and directly scraped it at the face of the corpse. The carapace on his face had not yet fully formed, like a hollow butterfly mask, and there was only a thin layer. Lin Shen's knife scraped down, directly scraping a hole in the mask on his face, and also scraped a blood mark on his face. Chahin Dongli, who was frantically bombarding the dead fans, suddenly had a crack on his face that was diagonal to his cheek, and blood marks appeared on the face below the crack. Chapter 594. Lin Shen was delighted when he saw this, knowing that he had guessed correctly. There was indeed a connection between the dead body and the living Chahin Dongli. The reason why the true extreme death light was ineffective against him must be related to it. Chahin Dongli could not have been killed by the dead powder by mistake, so his life base must have an extraordinary effect. Lin Shen used the slag knife to slash the face of the corpse. Every time he slashed, the scar on the face of the corpse became deeper, and the scar on the face of the living Chahin Dongli became more and more obvious. You are looking for death. The living Chahin Dongli was furious, and he swung a crescent-shaped black light at Lin Shen with his backhand. The black light was very fast, and under normal circumstances, it was difficult for Lin Shen to dodge. Lin Shen had no intention of hiding. The moment Chahin Dongli slashed the black light, he rolled directly on the ground and blocked the corpse on himself. Dang! The black light slashed at the corpse, leaving a scar on the carapace on the back of the corpse. The same scar also appeared on the back of the living Chahin Dongli, and blood oozed out immediately. I didn't want to kill you now, but you insisted on seeking death. Chahin Dongli's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He flashed in front of Lin Shen, who had just climbed up, and punched Lin Shen's head, trying to blow Lin Shen's head directly. Lin Shen's super base transformation was completed at this time. The super base text, super base recasting and super base form had all been opened. His physical fitness had been greatly improved, but compared with Chahin Dongli, it was naturally a lot worse, but it was not completely without reaction ability. Lin Shen's body moved sideways strangely, and at the same time, his left hand grabbed one of the legs of the corpse, and suddenly exerted force, smashing the corpse into Chahin Dongli's fist. Chahin Dongli frowned slightly, and in the nick of time, he forcibly changed the trajectory of his fist, avoiding the corpse, and punched Lin Shen's abdomen again. Before the fist arrived, the fist light had already hit Lin Shen's body, but before the black light, a platinum slag knife appeared and blocked the black light. The black light hit the blade of the slag knife, and immediately bounced Lin Shen and the knife away, and the corpse was also snatched away by him. When Chahin Dongli wanted to chase, the death powder flew over and fell into Lin Shen's hands. Lin Shen was in the air, holding the slag knife in one hand and the death powder in the other hand, and swung the death powder like a whip. The speed of the death powder was so fast that it formed a strange arc in the air. When Chahin Dongli was caught off guard, it actually entangled the neck of the corpse. Lin Shen's body was blasted backwards quickly, stretching the body of the death powder, and the death powder wrapped around the neck of the corpse became tighter and tighter. Under the blessing of the true extreme death light, the carapace on the neck had been strangled, and was about to cut off the neck of the corpse. The carapace on Chahin Dongli's neck was also broken, and blood gushed out. Damn it! Chahin Dongli's eyes were cold, and the black light on his body rose. Before the death powder cut off the neck of the corpse, he smashed the corpse with a palm. The corpse was broken, and the death powder suddenly lost its pull and flew out with Lin Shen's body. Fortunately, after the pull just now, a lot of the force that bounced Lin Shen away was removed. Lin Shen turned over and fell to the ground, and retreated more than 100 steps before he stabilized his body. Lin Shen held the death powder in one hand, and the slag knife in the other hand, and the power of the world rushed into his body crazily. Without waiting for Chahin Dongli to make a move, Lin Shen whipped him with a whip, and the whip light on the whip swung out a strange arc. This time, Chahin Dongli did not resist the whip light, but shot out a black light to disperse the whip light composed of the true extreme Juxia death light. His own black light was also dissolved by the true extreme Juxia death light, and neither of the two forces gained an advantage. Sure enough, without the body, he dare not resist the true extreme Juxia death light now. Lin Shen quickly waved the death powder, and whipped out a series of whip lights at Chahin Dongli. Lin Shen's strength, coupled with the power and acceleration of the death powder itself, made the whip's swinging speed extremely fast, and Lin Shen's own control ability could not keep up with such a speed. Chahin Dongli's figure moved as fast as a monster, dodging all the whip lights, rushed in front of Lin Shen, and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one hand. Lin Shen couldn't avoid it, and pulled the dead powder in his hand, which was clearly thrown at ordinary dead powder, but turned strangely and wrapped around Chahin Dongli's arm, breaking the black light on Chahin Dongli's arm, and the speed of his palm was also affected. Seizing this momentary opportunity, Lin Shen's body quickly bounced back and avoided Chahin Dongli's palm. I have never seen such a strange trick of using pets as weapons. It's a pity that you are just an ascender. Although your ability is far beyond that of ordinary ascenders, the gap with me is still too big. If we were both Nirvana level, your strange skills would cause me a lot of trouble. Now, you can't even react, and no matter how strange your skills are, they are useless. I show you what real speed is. Chahin Dongli said, as he was about to attack again. He inherited the memory of so many generations of the Dongli clan, and had extremely rich combat experience. He saw through Lin Shen's fatal weakness at a glance. He didn't need to care about the dead fans at all. As long as he used the extreme speed, Lin Shen couldn't react at all. Lin Shen's strange technique of using pets as weapons would be useless. Lin Shen also knew this weakness of his own. Without using the attributes of the Heaven Sacrifice aura, he was too far behind Chahin Dongli in attributes, and his speed couldn't keep up. Even when Chahin Dongli burst out at full speed, his reaction couldn't keep up. At this moment, Lin Shen suddenly heard a sound of dang coming from the mushroom forest. Chahin Dongli, who was about to take action, was also slightly startled, turned his head and looked at the mushroom forest, but did not see a figure. It was just that the sound of dang sounded rhythmically and continuously, and then a man's powerful voice was heard from the mushroom forest. The sky is vast, the wilderness is boundless, I am the most rampant in my life. The sky is vast, the wilderness is boundless, I am the most rampant in my life. The voice was strong and powerful. It was obviously just one person's voice, but driven by the rhythm, one person sang with the momentum of thousands of troops. Lin Shan suddenly felt an inexplicable power surge in his body, which had a positive effect on all his attributes. At the same time, his body also gained the blessing of another kind of power, which improved his attributes again. Lin Shan was surprised and happy, knowing that it was Lao Wei who came back. Lao Wei's war song sang with a heart-wrenching wooden fish could give his war song fire seed ability a considerable blessing. But Lin Shan didn't know how Lao Wei got the blessing effect of another kind of power. Lin Shan's attributes soared, but he was very worried that Changhen Dongli would attack Wei Wufu. So he waved the dead powder again without hesitation and threw it at Changhen Dongli. Chapter 595. Lin Shan's speed has obviously improved, while Changhen Dongli's speed has slowed down. As one increases, the other decreases. Lin Shan finds that although he is still not as fast as Changhen Dongli, he is not completely powerless to resist. Lin Shan steps on the wave-treading step, his footsteps are getting faster and faster, and the death powder in his hand is thrown at Changhen Dongli like a ghost. Changhen Dongli has too much knowledge, and he is also familiar with the whip method, but he is a little uncomfortable with the fact that the whip used by Lin Shan is a living thing. However, the routine of the whip method does not have much effect on him. Changhen Dongli saw Lin Shan's whip, and had predicted his trajectory. He hit the death powder with one hand, and hit Lin Shan with the other hand, and two black lights burst out instantly. Lin Shan's body movement is weird, and he accelerates with his side steps. The superposition effect of the wave treading has not disappeared, making him faster. While easily dodging the black light, he pulled and stabbed the death powder in his hand. The death powder, which was originally as soft as a whip, suddenly became straight and pierced Changhen Dongli, who was caught off guard. The spear of death flame pierced a hole in Changhen Dongli's shell, but he reacted too fast and retreated quickly to avoid the attack, which failed to hurt his flesh and blood. Lin Shan rushed forward waving the death powder, which was sometimes soft and sometimes hard, and sometimes rolled towards Changhen Dongli automatically. The tricks were so strange that people could not defend against them. In the battle song of Lao Wei, he seemed extremely brave. Changhen Dongli had the memories of so many generations, but he could not find any technique similar to Lin Shan's after searching through his memories. Changhen Dongli was beaten by Lin Shan and the death powder for a while, and fell into a disadvantage. Even with so many generations of memories, he could not break this trick. Under the blessing of the battle song and another kind of blessing, Lin Shan's wave-treading steps became faster and faster, and the death powder in his hand became more and more bizarre. The pole method taught by Yi Jingren, the stabbing method taught by Lao Wei, and the thousands of people pointed at him learned in the underwater city, all kinds of techniques are mixed in the death powder, making the death powder appear and disappear mysteriously, and it is difficult for ordinary people to predict what kind of techniques it will use. Changhen Dongli's eyes became colder and colder. Although he was just born, he inherited the memories of so many generations. It is the same to say that he is the reincarnation of an old monster. It's just that their memories of past generations coexist, and there is no such thing as possession. He has survived for so long, but he was beaten like this by a flying upgrade. His heart is already full of murderous intent. But he can't break through the weird skills used by Lin Shan to cooperate with the death powder. If it is an ordinary weapon, it's fine. If you can't break the skills, you can win by force. But the ability of the death powder is not inferior to his. Even the power of Nirvana is comparable to his power of Nirvana, and it can't be defeated by force. Changhen Dongli snorted coldly, and his body suddenly retreated. The black particles floating from his body instantly turned into black walnuts. At the moment when Changhen Dongli retreated, the black walnut life base had already opened, wrapped Changhen Dongli inside, and then closed directly, and the life base fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shan frowned slightly and paused. It seemed useless to attack Changhen Dongli now, and the life base could allow him to have another body. No. Lin Shan suddenly thought of a question. Changhen Dongli in the life base was killed before. If Changhen Dongli inside was not killed, would Changhen Dongli in the life base also be alive? Lin Shan felt creepy instantly, and swung his whip at the black walnut-like life base, wanting to smash the life base and Changhen Dongli inside it. Bang! In front of the black core, the figure of Changhen Dongli appeared, blocking the whip of the dead fan. The black walnut behind also turned into black particles, and disappeared at this time. Behind Changhen Dongli, another Changhen Dongli appeared. Lin Shan sometimes felt that God didn't have to favor him so much, and it was good to guess wrong. The Changhen Dongli behind came out, and stood side by side, with the Chahin Dongli in front. Both Chahin Dongli stared at Lin Shen coldly. Now there are two Chahin Dongli. Which one is your real body? Lin Shen asked casually, and didn't expect Chahin Dongli to tell him such a secret. Who knew that one of the Chahin Dongli actually said, "It's the same. You can regard us both as Chahin Dongli. You suspected me of being a clone before, but I'm not. Now I'm a real clone, or a replica. My life base is called the core of life, which can replicate and transform myself. You can also regard my life base as another me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? What clone? Can a clone save you from injury? Can it be injured with your body?" Lin Shen said with disdain. "You're not worthy of me lying." Chahin Dongli said lightly, "You don't need to know that much, just die." As Chahin Dongli said, the two Chahin Dongli attacked together. Their strength, speed and ability were exactly the same, and there was no difference because they were clones. Lin Shen waved his death fan again, but one death fan against two Chahin Dongli. Even with the help of Wei Wufu, Lin Shen was instantly at a disadvantage. The two Chahin Dongli were not only equally powerful, but also cooperated perfectly, as if they were twins. By the way, the Dongli clan has memory inheritance. Do clones also have memory inheritance, or can they share thoughts? Lin Shen had guessed some, but it didn't help him at all in his current situation. Lin Shen and the Death Fan faced two Chahin Dongli who cooperated perfectly, and instantly fell into a disadvantage. One of them couldn't dodge in time, and was approached by a Chahin Dongli, whose elbow blade chopped on the slag knife in Lin Shen's hand, shaking Lin Shen's body backwards, and he couldn't stop even after retreating hundreds of meters. The two Chahin Dongli, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, beat Lin Shen so hard that he had no power to fight back. The shell on his body was constantly injured by the black light, and blood spurted out. Lin Shen had not used the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, because he did not know whether he could kill Chahin Dongli with one strike, or which Chahin Dongli he had to kill to be considered as killing him. "You have the life base, and I have helpers." Lin Shen reached out and grabbed Fatty, and threw him out directly. After Fatty was thrown out, he flashed in the air, and appeared on the top of a Chahin Dongli's head in an instant. The moment Fatty landed on his head, the Chahin Dongli stood there motionless. But the other Chahin Dongli was not affected. He found that something was wrong and slashed at Fatty with an elbow blade. The black light slashed, and Fatty flapped his wings and flew away from Chahin Dongli's head. As he left, the Chahin Dongli immediately regained his ability to move. The two Chahin Dongli rushed up again, and Lin Shen waved the death powder to meet him again, while Fatty flapped his wings to avoid him, not daring to fight with the Chahin Dongli. Lin Shen was depressed, and he didn't know whether Fatty really had no fighting power or his skills were on cooldown. Anyway, the result was that he was besieged by two Chahin Dongli again. Chapter 596. Fatty couldn't help. Lin Shen was in a tough fight again. In actual combat, Lin Shen found that the defensive techniques he had practiced were useless. He didn't have enough strength to stop the opponent's attack. He would only get hurt if he tried to resist. General injuries would be fine, but being hit by Chahin Dongli's black light would cost him half his life if he didn't die. He couldn't bear it. The life and death defensive method was completely ineffective against two Chahin Dongli. At that time, Lin Shen thought well that he could exchange one life for another, but in reality, he would be beaten up by a group. How many people would fight to the death one-on-one? Lin Shen was depressed to find that his defensive techniques were useless, and not as strong as he imagined. The main reason why he hasn't been killed by the two Chahin Dongli is his body movement. The wave-stepping step derived from the Immortal Court, and the integration of shrimp soldiers and crab generals allows Lin Shen to continuously accelerate when moving forward, backward and sideways. With his own attributes, and the blessing of Lao Wei, he was able to save his life under the joint efforts of the two Chahin Dongli. Of course, most of it still depends on the restraint of the dead fans. Without the dead fans, his body would probably be cold. Crack! Lin Shen dodged a little slowly, and several of his sternum were broken by the black light, and blood oozed out of his mouth. "I can only fight." Lin Shen really couldn't hold on any longer, and the fat boy was not strong enough, so he just watched from a distance and didn't dare to enter the battlefield. If he continued, he would be beaten to death by the two Chahin Dongli, and he could only risk using the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo. Although the two Chahin Dongli were exactly the same, Lin Shen could tell the difference between them. The Chahin Dongli who hid in the life base, and the Chahin Dongli who appeared out of thin air are actually a little different. Lin Shen has been observing them, and found that they have the same skills and abilities, but the direction of their attacks is different. Because there will be problems of left and right being opposite here, Lin Shan has adapted for a long time before he can barely adapt to this weird environment. The two Chahan Dongli attacked with the same skills, but their left and right hands were opposite, which can distinguish them from this point. The one who did not reverse was the Chahan Dongli, who appeared out of thin air, and the one who reversed was the Chahan Dongli, who came out of the life base. But it is hard to say which of the two Chahan Dongli is the life base, and which is the real body. Theoretically, the one who entered the life base and came out should be the real body. But when Chahan Dongli attacked before, it was not reversed, but the Chahan Dongli who came out of the life base attacked in reverse. On the contrary, the Chahan Dongli, who appeared out of thin air attacked in the same way as the previous Chahan Dongli. Moreover, when Chahan Dongli used the life base for the first time, his real body died after entering the life base, so Lin Shan judged that the Chahan Dongli, who appeared out of thin air was the real Chahan Dongli, and the one in the life base was the clone. If Lin Shan wanted to take action, he had to kill the one who appeared out of thin air, and did not fight back. The only question was whether Chahan Dongli would still not be injured when the clone was still there. If it was still the same as before, Lin Shan should actually attack the clone, so that they would be injured and die together. The problem was that Lin Shan was not sure whether this was still the case. Under the siege of the two Chahan Dongli, he had no ability to injure Chahan Dongli to verify his idea. If he used the Heaven Sacrifice Halo now, he could only take a risk. Lin Shan didn't want to gamble, but his body was about to collapse. The black light swept away piece by piece of his shell, and his body was already scarred. Even the super recasting was too late to repair it. His body was bloody, as if he had just been fished out of a red dye vat. Lin Shan didn't want to gamble. In fact, there was another consideration. Even if he found the right body of Chahan Dongli, it was not certain whether killing his body would be useful. There was a legend that Chahan Dongli destroyed the Dongli tribe. Lin Shan didn't quite understand why there was such a legend. Now he knows that Chahan Dongli didn't destroy the Dongli tribe at all, but the creatures on that planet that he used as carriers. The real fact should be that Chahan Dongli at that time carried out inheritance on a certain planet, and turned all the creatures on that planet into inheritance carriers. After waiting for the inheritance seeds to grow up in the bodies of those creatures and develop fully, they become Chahan Dongli. In order to become the real inheritors, they kill each other on the planet. In the end, only one real Chahan Dongli is left. The creatures on that planet are also destroyed, and the other Chahan Dongli are also killed. It is estimated that someone saw those dead Chahan Dongli, and thought that Chahan Dongli destroyed the Dongli tribe. In fact, it was just an inheritance ceremony. The real dead were the original creatures on that planet. If Chahan Dongli is allowed to do it again on the human mother planet, the fate of mankind will be the same as that of the creatures on that planet. These are still things for the future, so there is no need to consider them for the time being. What really makes Lin Shan afraid is that when Chahan Dongli is inheriting, the inheritance seeds parasitize in different organisms, which should produce some different abilities. The reason why Lin Shan made such a guess is naturally because the black-armored Chahan Dongli is different from the other Chahan Dongli. If the guess is correct, the blue-armored Chahan Dongli should be parasitized by those blue-capped mushroom beasts, which are the nirvana creatures that Lin Shan and his team often encounter in the underground space. If this is analogous, then the black-armored Chahan Dongli should be parasitized by the black-capped mushroom beast. In connection with the black light ability he used, it is so similar to the black-capped mushroom beast that Lin Shan encountered before, which makes Lin Shan have to make some associations. If Chahan Dongli is really parasitized by that kind of black-capped mushroom beast, Lin Shan can be sure that his ability should not be fully displayed, and there is still some power hidden. Could it be that the black-capped mushroom beast is really a creature that ran away from the underground space? That's not right. The blue-capped mushroom beasts spread here are all nirvana level. The level of the black-capped mushroom beasts at that time was not that high, and the level of the blue beast mushroom beasts at that time was also very low, and there is no way to compare with the nirvana level blue-capped mushroom beasts here. Lin Shan didn't have time to think about it. His current situation was already precarious. Lin Shan kept looking at the two Chahan Dongli, and had made up his mind to use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo. His body couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to fight, the dead fans would be fine, but he would be beaten to death. Suddenly, Lin Shan felt a force surging in his body, and it flew out of his body. Lin Shan was slightly startled. The life-defying person, who had not been used in the battle, actually came out of his body by himself. Why are you coming out at this time? Aren't you sending yourself to die in vain? Lin Shan was depressed. Chapter 597. Although the fate-defying woman has the same innate abilities as Lin Shan, she does not have Lin Shan's techniques, or the fire-seeking ability. Her actual combat power is not even as good as Lin Shen's, and she cannot accept the blessing of the battle song. How can she fight against Changhan Dongli? She is just going to die. Once the life base is destroyed, it is not an easy thing to restore it. Even Lin Shen himself will be seriously injured. While Lin Shen was thinking, the fate-defying woman had already condensed into shape. The carapace on her body was almost exactly the same as Lin Shen's, with super base text, super recast and super form all activated. Except that her figure looks more feminine, she is almost a replica of Lin Shen. The two Changhan Dongli were slightly surprised to see the fate-defying woman appear, thinking that Lin Shen also had a similar cloning ability. One Changhan Dongli pulled out his hand and rushed up without hesitation, wanting to kill the fate-defying woman. However, the fate-defying woman did not want to fight him. With a flash of his figure, he actually rushed back into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen was immediately depressed. "Are you here to make fun of me? You came out to show off for a while, and then you ran back again." Just when he was depressed, Lin Shen suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. The brilliant light on the shell became stronger, and the light of the super base text was already a bit dazzling. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the world power absorbed by the super base text surged, just like suddenly replacing a high-power water pump, and the world power surged into his body. His body became more and more crystal clear, with silver light shining all over, dazzling and brilliant. The speed of the two Changhan Dongli seemed to slow down a lot in his eyes, and Lin Shen was able to keep up with their speed. The fate-defying man can be used like this. Lin Shen was surprised and delighted. He had realized that the fate-defying man had actually enhanced all his innate abilities and attributes. The amount of world power absorbed by the super base form had increased, the attributes added to the super base form had also increased, the reinforcement given to the body by the super base form had also become stronger, and the recasting speed of the super base recast had also become faster. Lin Shen, who had originally been unable to compete with Changhan Dongli, suddenly found that he was almost able to compete with Changhan Dongli head-on. Except for being unable to block his black light, there was almost no difference in attributes. The disadvantage in attributes was gone, and the recovery ability and energy absorption speed were improved again. Lin Shen felt that his pressure was instantly reduced, the wounds on his body recovered quickly, and the death powder in his hand was like a god's help. For a while, he actually kept the two Changhan Dongli out. Lin Shen's power plus the power and skills of the death powder itself, a super base instant speed, made it difficult for Changhan Dongli to dodge. Changhan Dongli was a monster with countless memories and experiences after all, and he quickly stabilized the situation. The two suppressed Lin Shen again. Although Lin Shen was not at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, there was a qualitative gap between his strength and that of the Nirvana level, so it was still difficult to compete head-on, and he could only fight with his strength. What was really amazing was that because his attributes were sufficient, he would not be at such a disadvantage when using the slag knife to block the black light of Changhan Dongli, and he would not be shaken away like before. This was equivalent to standing on the same level as Changhan Dongli. Fate-defying person awesome. Lin Shen waved the slag knife and blocked a black light blade from Changhan Dongli, and he only took a few steps back. With a dead powder in one hand and a slag knife in the other, Lin Shen forcibly blocked the siege of the two Changhan Dongli. However, as Changhan Dongli became more and more familiar with the dead powder's moves, it became increasingly difficult for the dead powder to win by surprise, and Lin Shen became more and more uncomfortable. Compared with Changhan Dongli's experience and skills that have been passed down for countless generations, several years of combat experience and skills are still too simple. If I know the art of unity between heaven and man, I can compete with Changhan Dongli and the others in skills. Otherwise, no matter how strong the skills are, they will be broken after a long time. Lin Shen's mind turned quickly, and suddenly a light flashed. The defensive posture he practiced was useless against the two Changhan Dongli, which did not mean that the blood-life sword technique was really completely useless. It's just that the blood-for-blood and life-for-life fighting style is not suitable for the current situation, but the defensive posture of the blood-life sword technique is still no problem. Lin Shen felt that he could change his strategy. Since he couldn't use the life-for-life method to deter them, he would just break his black light directly. Before, Lin Shen had been using the blade to block the black light, and the slag blade was under force, which made Lin Shen feel uncomfortable. When the black light came again, Lin Shen used the blade to cut the black light directly. The slag blade was not sharpened, and it was not suitable for cutting people. But when the black light hit directly, no matter how blunt the blade was, it had a certain ability to cut. At the moment when the slag blade hit the black light, Lin Shen used a sawing gesture to pull the slag blade. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen's knife actually cut the black light. Rather than cutting it, it is better to say that it was sawed or scraped. This technique is unexpectedly useful. Cha Han Dongli saw that his black light did not shock Lin Shen back, and his face showed surprise. Lin Shen was overjoyed. He did not expect that this move he had learned from the characteristics of the slag knife would have such a good effect. Lin Shen used this move again, and actually sawed through the black light cut by Cha Han Dongli again. The slag knife itself was not damaged. But this time Cha Han Dongli's strength was strengthened, and Lin Shen was still shocked by his strength, and took a few steps back. Lin Shen was not surprised but happy. This has proved that this move is really useful. Although this move is only a defensive method exclusive to the slag knife, it is surprisingly powerful. The Blood Life Sword technique was launched, and the defensive posture was used to cut through the black light of Cha Han Dongli. Lin Shen became more and more proficient, and it became easier and easier to cut through the black light. This sawing method, or the file method, was used more and more strangely by Lin Shen. The Blood Life Sword technique also changed because of the characteristics of the slag knife, making Lin Shen's defense more and more rigorous. Lin Shen, who was originally at a disadvantage, gradually saved the disadvantage. The slag knife was mainly for defense, and the dead powder was mainly for attack. After blocking the violent attacks of the two Cha Han Dongli, he actually seized an opportunity. The true extreme evil killing death light shot by the dead powder pierced the arm of one Cha Han Dongli. This Cha Han Dongli was the Cha Han Dongli who came out of the life base. His arm was stabbed, and the same wound appeared on the arm of the other Cha Han Dongli at the same position. After a successful move, Lin Shen directly turned defense into offense, using the Blood Life Knife method to protect his body. The weird moves of the dead powder became more and more bizarre, and for a while, it was difficult for the two Cha Han Dongli to get close. Cha Han Dongli obviously did not expect that his nirvana power would be broken by the rapidly upgraded human. This is simply incredible. Human, I am really more and more satisfied with your body. I want this body of yours. One Cha Han Dongli suddenly withdrew from the battle circle, leaving only one Cha Han Dongli to fight with Lin Shen. The attacks of the die-hard fans hit Cha Han Dongli, but they couldn't hurt him. Cha Han Dongli, who had withdrawn from the battle, suddenly had his black carapace light up, gradually turning from black to white, like a turn-on energy-saving lamp, with his entire carapace glowing white. Chapter 598. As the white light lit up, the carapace on Lin Shen's body in the area illuminated by the light was rapidly fading. Here it comes! Lin Shen watched as the carapace on his body melted and disappeared like ice and snow after encountering the white light. He became more and more certain that this Cha Han Dongli should be parasitic on the black-capped Mushroom King. And his abilities seemed to be stronger than the black-capped Mushroom King. He could eliminate other people's genetic power with just the white light. The red light on the dead powder was flickering, but it was not eliminated by the white light. The true extreme evil slaying death light was still strong enough to rival the white light. If it was replaced with some other nirvana power, it would probably be eliminated by the white light. I take your body. Cha Han Dongli, who was fighting with Lin Shen, rushed over with a grim smile. Lin Shen's power faded along with the carapace, and his power was greatly reduced. He could not even sense the blessing of the fate-defying person. His speed and power also dropped greatly, and he could not keep up with Cha Han Dongli's speed in an instant. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a snowball-like pigeon appeared and stood on the head of Cha Han Dongli, who was emitting white light. With the appearance of Fatty, the white light on Cha Han Dongli disappeared immediately, and the shell returned to Lin Shen again. Now, Lin Shen looked at Cha Han Dongli, who was rushing over, and suddenly loosened his hand holding the death powder, and at the same time swung out the six-punch wave treading punch. The death powder entangled Cha Han Dongli, who was rushing over, and under the blessing of the rebellious person, the six-punch wave treading punch rushed towards Cha Han Dongli frantically. The black light on Cha Han Dongli's body burst out, and the power of the six-punch wave trading punch was eliminated by the power of the black light alone. Almost at the same time, a soundless finger force quietly pierced Cha Han Dongli's heart, where his acupuncture point was located. However, this finger force could not penetrate the black light on Cha Han Dongli's body, and was also dissolved. What a sinister finger force, but unfortunately your power is too weak and can't hurt me at all. Cha Han Dongli turned and pounced on Cha Han Dongli outside the battlefield, wanting to blast away the fat boy who was suppressing him. Blood light appeared on Lin Shen's body, and a terrifying force suddenly burst out. It was the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. Cha Han Dongli, who pounced on the fat boy, sensed something, and showed a look of horror on his face. He gave up rushing towards the fat boy and turned around to meet Lin Shen, trying to block the attack with his invulnerable body. Lin Shan shook his wrist, and a finger sand flew out silently under the blessing of the heaven sacrifice halo. Chahin Dongli, who rushed towards Lin Shan, actually dodged sideways and avoided Lin Shan's attack. Puff! Chahin Dongli dodged, and a blood hole appeared in his chest, and his whole body was frozen there. Why? You should know. You can't hurt me. Why did you attack me? Chahin Dongli looked down at the blood hole in his chest, slowly raised his head, and looked at Lin Shan, his face full of disbelief. Because you are the real body, Lin Shan said lightly. How do you know my weakness? Chahin Dongli couldn't believe it, and covered his chest with his fingers, but his chest had been directly pierced by the sand between Lin Shan's fingers. The terrifying power penetrated his chest, shattering the internal organs and bones inside. No matter how he covered it, he couldn't cover it. Blood gushed out from his back like a spring. I don't know, just give it a try, Lin Shan said indifferently. Just try. Just try. Chahin Dongli stared and fell to the ground with his head tilted up. Lin Shan certainly didn't just give it a try. That was the acupuncture point on Chahin Dongli's body. It must be his weakness. As Chahin Dongli fell, Chahin Dongli, who was suppressed by the fat boy, suddenly trembled. His black armor twisted, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a black oval core of life. The core of life wanted to escape, but was suppressed by the fat boy and couldn't move. Lin Shan grabbed the death powder and whipped the corpse on the ground several times. The corpse had no reaction and was torn into pieces by him. It was really dead. Finally. It's over. Lin Shan sat on the ground with a lingering fear. Between the two Chahin Dongli, he still chose the body that could not be hurt. This choice was very risky. But thinking of Chahin Dongli's previous action of smashing the corpse, Lin Shan made up his mind and chose to use the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo to attack Chahin Dongli's body. Even if the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo can't kill him, it can be used to press his acupoints. Fatty suppressed one, if he can press another, the effect will be the same. Just now when Chahin Dongli turned around and wanted to block his attack, Lin Shan really had a moment of hesitation, but in the end, he chose to attack his body. Fortunately, he made the right choice. As strong as Chahin Dongli is, he can't block the attack of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo plus his own attributes and skills. The power of Lin Shan's finger sand may have exceeded the 4,000 mark. Wei Wufu walked out of the mushroom forest, his wound still bleeding. His condition was worse than Lin Shan's. Old Wei. Lin Shan suddenly didn't know what to say. It's good to die. Wei Wufu's voice was a little hoarse. He had been shouting the war song over and over again for so long. It was good that he didn't lose his voice. Fortunately, I have you. Lin Shan nodded, and suddenly felt his body soften. Countless particles emanated from his body, and condensed into a rebellious person. So this is how the innate ability of the same root is used. Lin Shan always felt that the ability of the rebellious person seemed to be a little useless. Those he couldn't beat, the rebellious person couldn't beat either. Those he could beat didn't need the rebellious person, it seemed really useless. Today I learned that the same root skill of the rebellious person could actually combine their powers into one. Adding attributes, innate skills can also be added. This is equivalent to a comprehensive strengthening of attributes and skills, and the strength is even more exaggerated than the super basic form. After exchanging a glance with Lin Shan, the fate-defying man turned into particles again, and returned to Lin Shan's body. This time, he did not use the ability of the same root. Lin Shan then discovered that his mechanical watch was vibrating non-stop. He opened it and took a look, and found a message on the watch. Killed the mutant Nirvana creature Dongli's mother body, and found the mutant Nirvana life base core. Lin Shan was slightly startled. The mechanical watch only had prompts when he entered King Kai and the crater planet. How could there be a prompt after killing Chahin Dongli? Looking at Chahin Dongli's torn body, he found that his body was burning with black light, and the black light was like particles condensing towards one place. When Chahin Dongli's body turned into ashes, a black reincarnation ash appeared in front of Lin Shan and the others, and fell to the ground. Chapter 599. Lin Shan was overjoyed when he saw the ashes of samsara falling. The ashes of samsara are valuable, and the properties of this ashes of samsara are extremely powerful, which is already the top nirvana property. When Lin Shan was about to pick it up, he saw the Dai Fan coming over and swallowing the ashes of samsara very neatly before he even bit his waist. Oh my god, don't. Lin Shan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. It's not that he was reluctant to give up this ashes of samsara. Even if the ashes of samsara were good, Lin Shan didn't need it himself, so it didn't matter to give it to the Dai Fan. After all, it was now Lin Shan's most reliable fighting force. The problem is that this guy just came out of nirvana, and just exerted a little effort. After swallowing this ashes of samsara, I'm afraid he will continue to nirvana again. As expected by Lin Shen, after the Daifan swallowed the ashes of samsara, he entered the nirvana state again. I don't know when he can come out of nirvana. Every creature can be reborn infinitely. Although there is no upper limit, it depends on whether your body can bear it. Otherwise, the more times you reborn, the higher the possibility of becoming non-human. Of course, the dead fan is not a human, nor is it a flesh and blood body, but its rebirth is also risky. If it reborn too many times, it may have mental problems or die. Alas, it is obviously my main combat force, but it is either evolving or on the way to evolution. It can't help at all. Lin Shen was a little helpless. Without the dead fan, not only did he lose a pet, but half of his skills could not be used. Fortunately, I have developed a knife technique specifically for the slag knife. Lin Shen went to check on Wei Wufu's injuries. He was seriously injured, but fortunately, his life was not in danger. He took out the medicine for Wei Wufu to take, and Lin Shen went to study the life core spiritual base. Unfortunately, this was a nirvana-level spiritual base, which must be activated by the power of nirvana. Lin Shen could not activate it, nor could he see its properties. He could only put it in the storage space first to prevent it from running away or causing any trouble. Wait until I go back to find a nirvana level 1, activate it, and see its properties. Not good. Lin Shen suddenly thought of something, slapped his thigh, and said to Wei Wufu, "Old Wei, we have to go back quickly, your two uncles may be in trouble." Wei Wufu was stunned at first, then he reacted, and followed Lin Shen back without saying a word. When they passed through the mushroom forest and came to the river in the valley, they saw Wei Shouqing carrying the unconscious Wei Shouxin on his back, climbing up the mountain wall, but the climbing speed was very slow, and he only climbed halfway up the mountain. Wei Shouqing looked a little strange, drowsy, as if he would fall asleep at any time, and he almost slipped and fell off the mountain wall several times. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were fine. Lin Shen just remembered that they had no ability to cross the river, so how could they go back to report the news? Wei Shouqing chose to climb the mountain wall and wanted to go back over the mountain, but the mountain wall was full of mushrooms, which had a hallucinogenic effect. Although he had used Zishu and Qi to clear the way and swept away some of the mushrooms on the mountain wall was 10,000 meters high, and his sword energy could not sweep that far, so he could only sweep while climbing. The mushroom juice left on the mountain wall, or falling from below, still affected Wei Shouqing. Lin Shen quickly jumped up, using his ability to ascend the ladder to quickly ascend, and came to the side of Wei Shouqing, who was almost unable to control himself. When Lin Shen was about to reach Wei Shouqing, he saw him standing on a protruding stone edge, with one hand scratching himself with a purple and mysterious energy. He already had many wounds on his body, which should have been used by him to stimulate pain and resist the hallucinogenic toxins. Lin Shen quickly blocked Wei Shouqing's arm. He was already very unconscious, and had no ability to compete with Lin Shen, and he couldn't even see who Lin Shen was. After being blocked by Lin Shen, Wei Shouqing's body shook and fell from the stone edge. Even so, he still held Wei Shouqing on his back with one hand. Lin Shen caught them, and used the ability to ascend the ladder to descend from the air. Wei Shouqing was also poisoned and couldn't tell who was who. In this situation, he still climbed up with Wei Shouqing on his back. Lin Shen could only sigh that the people of the Wei family were really reliable. The underground world was not explored this time, and Lin Shen carried 2 people back. When the 4 people returned to the town hall, Wei Changqing and others were shocked to see their miserable condition. There was no time to ask anything, and they treated their injuries first. Fortunately, they were not in danger of life, but Wei Shouqing was too seriously injured. Even with the treatment of medicine, it would take some time to recover. Wei Wufu's injuries were also serious. He was injured heavily at first, and then he was tossed around for so long, and he also used the wooden fish and white robe to help Lin Shen, and his injuries worsened. Fortunately, the medicine that Lin Shen brought was quite powerful, and it stabilized Wei Wufu's injuries. After settling them all down, Wei Changqing asked Lin Shen about the situation. Lin Shen explained the whole story in detail, and finally said that it was the dead fan's credit that they were able to kill the black-armored Chanhan Dongli. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Wei Changqing sighed. The exploration of the underground space has to continue, but Lin Shen doesn't dare to go now. At least he has to wait for the dead fans to complete the second nirvana. After discussing with Wei Changqing, Lin Shen planned to take Wei Wufu to Zenith Star to recuperate first, where the medicine and treatment conditions are much better than here. Wei Chongqing naturally had no objection. Lin Shen left all the medicines on his body to Wei Shouxin, and took Wei Wufu back to Zenith Star, intending to find a nirvana with the power of healing nirvana to treat Wei Wufu's injuries, and let him recover as soon as possible. Because Tianren Star has restrictions, Lin Shen can only arrange Wei Wufu in his house on Zenith Star first. Ouyang Yudu was not at home, so Lin Shen sent him a message to tell him, after all, Ouyang Yudu lived here now. Ouyang Yudu came back soon. Seeing that Wei Wufu was seriously injured, he asked what happened. Lin Shen gave a brief account of the underground space. Ouyang Yudu frowned as he listened. Next time we go to the underground space, I will go with you. Okay. Lin Shen agreed. It was great to have Ouyang Yudu's help. Lin Shen sent a message to Aunt Sai, asking her to introduce a nirvana with strong healing ability. What's there to introduce? Where are you, Dean? I rush over right now. And Sai's message came back quickly. You have healing ability? Lin Shen was a little surprised. It should be enough. And Sai replied. Lin Shen told Sai that he was at home in Zenith Star. After a while, Sai came, holding the sweater she was knitting in her hand. Lin Shen watched Sai examine Wei Wufu's injuries, and then pressed his hands, with white light burning on Wei Wufu's wounds. In less than a minute, Wei Wufu's injuries were healed. Aunt Sai? Lin Shen was stunned. Such a serious injury was healed in less than a minute. And Sai's healing ability was not ordinary, it was more than enough. Nothing to be surprised about. When the people from Tianshi Academy went out to perform missions, I was the one who took care of them. And Sai said while knitting a sweater. Chapter 600. Lin Shen felt that he should give some salary and benefits to the old people in Tianqiyuan. Originally thought it was a nursing home, but it turned out to be a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. You cannot pay back the money owed to others, but you should pay some of the salary and benefits owed to your family. After sending Sai away, Wei Wufu was fine, so he was allowed to stay here temporarily, and Lin Shen himself returned to Buyuju. He studied the slag knife technique in Buyuju, and found that this technique can only be used with a slag knife or a scabbard. This technique can be used with other weapons or hands, but the effect is much worse, not as good as the effect of using a slag knife, and it is basically impossible to cross the level of sawing through the power of others. Lin Shen integrated the slag knife technique into the blood life knife technique, and the previous route was also modified. The previous route obviously had some problems. It was only useful in one-on-one situations, and the scope of application was too narrow. After integrating the skills of the slag knife into the blood life sword technique, Lin Shen returned to a purely defensive route. When there were no dead fans, he could only rely on this set of sword techniques to save his life, so he practiced very diligently. With this set of sword techniques, it was not so easy for ordinary nirvana to kill him. During the practice, Lin Shen once had an inspiration when he used the slag knife skills with the sword and scabbard crosswise. He thought of the principle of scissors, and whether the effect would be better if the slag knife and scabbard were used together to use the slag knife technique. After trying it out, he found that the effect was surprisingly good. The wave-stepping fist force he made could be cut off at will. So Lin Shen adjusted the blood life sword technique again, and just came up with the combined attack technique of the sword and scabbard. If she practiced alone, she would not know how strong the blood life sword skill was, so Lin Shen came to the Tianshi Academy and called Lin Wan to practice with him. When Lin Wan heard that Lin Shen wanted her to practice with him again, she felt a little helpless. You don't worship the true God, but you have to practice blindly there. What can you practice? However, Lin Wan couldn't say this in front of Lin Shen, so she could only continue to be his sparring partner. Originally, Lin Wan just wanted to deal with it, but seeing Lin Shen standing there with his sword not yet unsheathed, Lin Wan felt that it was a little different from before. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen standing there holding the hilt of the sword, and she actually felt a little helpless, as if no matter which angle she attacked from, she would be counterattacked by Lin Shen. After not seeing him for a few days, this kid has actually practiced his sword skills to the level of momentum. Lin Wan was slightly surprised. But it was just a little bit of surprise. Such a sword momentum could be easily broken by Lin Wan. She summoned her sword and stabbed Lin Shen with one sword. Lin Shen drew out his sword and slashed at Lin Wan. The sword was as powerful as a rainbow and directly cut Lin Wan's sword apart. Lin Wan thrust out sword after sword, and Lin Shen slashed at the sword with his sword. It was obvious that every move was defensive, but it gave people a feeling of being as fierce as a tiger. Lin Wan was a little surprised. Lin Shen's sword skills were really weird. It looked like she was still using the defensive method of forehand and backhand, but she practiced the defense fiercely and fiercely. The moves were obviously defensive, but the momentum seemed to be as if she was going to chop people alive. It was indescribably weird. I don't want to practice anymore. Lin Shan suddenly put away his sword and stepped back. Why don't you practice anymore? Lin Wan asked with some doubt. Your level is too low. My swordsmanship can't exert its true power when practicing with you. Lin Shan put the slag sword back into the sheath and stopped practicing with Lin Wan. After all, Lin Wan was just ascended. He didn't dare to use the slag sword technique during practice, fearing that he would saw off Lin Wan's life base. There was no point in practicing anymore. His words almost broke Lin Wan's defense. She thought to herself, you actually despise my low level. If I really try hard, I can kill you in 1 second with just a breath. It's a pity that she has set herself the identity of a 10-turn ascender now. She can't ruin her own personality, so she can only swallow this bad breath. Dean, if you want to practice swordsmanship, I can recommend a place for you. It's much better than you finding someone else to practice swordsmanship. Lin Wan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had thought of something. He quickly caught up with Lin Shan and said behind him, Where? Lin Shan didn't care. Of course, practicing sword skills is meaningful only when it is practiced in actual combat. Only by practicing with masters can you really know how well you have practiced sword skills. Lin Wan continued to say, Daofeng Star, there is a kind of wind on that planet. When it blows, it can form air blades, just like sword energy flying from different angles. It is perfect for practicing sword skills. Tell me more about it. While Lin Shan asked Lin Wan to talk, he used the communicator to check the information of Daofeng Star. After reading the information of Daofeng Star, he found that it was really the same as Lin Wan said, that it was a good place to practice sword skills. The wind on Daofeng Star is different. When it blows, it is not all-encompassing, but forms a stream of airflow that looks like sword energy, and it is visible to the naked eye. Daofeng Star is also a planet under the Tianan clan, but ordinary people do not have the power to teleport to Daofeng Star. As early as decades ago, only people from the D family could enter Daofeng Star. Lin Shan has the authority to go to Daofeng Star, and he thought it would be a good opportunity to try out his swordsmanship there. However, in order to avoid accidents, Lin Shan contacted Tianbiluo to go to Daofeng Star together. If someone really wanted to plot against him, no one would dare to attack him on Daofeng Star with Tianbiluo by his side. Watching Lin Shan leave, Lin Wan's mouth curled up slightly. I want to see what you have done with my half of the forehand and backhand. Tianbiluo happened to be free, and when he heard that Lin Shan was going to Daofeng Star to practice swordsmanship, he readily agreed to go with him. After the two teleported to Daofeng Star, Lin Shan found that this was really a strange planet. The whole planet looked like a big desert, with no mountains or water. A demonic wind blew past, and many white air currents, like blades, appeared in the sky, as if countless flying swords were passing through the sky. The airflow on Daofeng Star is very special. It is said that many billions of years ago, there were mountains everywhere on the planet. However, because of the constant wind blowing over the planet, all the peaks were destroyed by the wind, and now only these sands are left. Tianbiluo paused and continued, Daofeng Star is divided into several areas, and the wind in each area is different. However, the wind blowing on the surface of the planet is generally not too powerful, and most equivalent to the power of flying upgrade. The higher you go, the stronger the wind flow will be. Look at the flashing sword air in the sky, their destructive power can reach the level of nirvana. Let's find a place where the destructive power is not so strong first. Lin Shan was eager to try. As he spoke, a gust of wind blew over, and a stream of white mist like a blade came towards them in the wind. The two summoned their shells, and the sword air hit their shells and broke them instantly. The sword air in this area was at most at the level of basic transformation. Chapter 601. No one usually comes to Daofeng Star, and there is really no one around. In order not to affect each other, the two separated for a distance and each found a suitable area to fight against the Daofeng. Lin Shan found an area with a destructive power of Daofeng equivalent to the super upgrade according to the area division on the communicator, and began to practice his swordsmanship. When the wind blew, air currents like transparent blades suddenly appeared in the air, sweeping across the desert like a meteor shower. Dachi pierced into the desert, making deep pits in the desert. Lin Shan held the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other, and his hands danced quickly, smashing the Dachi in the wind one by one, and no Dachi could get close to his body. It's really a good place to practice swordsmanship. Lin Shan felt more and more as he practiced. This place is really suitable for practicing defense. Thousands of miles away, Lin Wan stood in a windless area, his eyes glowing with strange stars, and his eyes actually jumped over a distance of thousands of miles, taking in every move of Lin Shan. Seeing Lin Shan facing the wind and slicing the wind, Lin Wan couldn't help but frown slightly. What on earth is he practicing? It's nothing like a monster. He obviously has strong abilities, but he insists on defending. It's obviously a defensive technique, but every move is like fighting with someone. It's really messed up. Lin Wan became more and more angry. She was good at turning the world upside down, but Lin Shan trained her into this. Anyone would be angry. This feeling is like Lin Wan obviously made a super sports car, but Lin Shan didn't drive forward, but insisted on driving backwards, and didn't bring out the performance of a sports car at all. Reversing is understandable, but what does it mean that you drive backwards the whole way? Of course, Lin Wan also knew that Lin Shan didn't know how to completely reverse the world, that is, he didn't know how to drive forward at all. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Wan felt even more angry. She had clearly instructed Lin Shan how to drive forward, but Lin Shan didn't listen at all. He kept driving backwards, and seemed to feel very good about himself. If you don't suffer a little, you won't know what the right direction is. Lin Wan gently stroked her sleeves, and a breeze blew. The sword wind blew from time to time. Lin Shan repeatedly cut off various sword chi in the wind. He was practicing happily, when he suddenly saw a sword wind coming. The sword chi flashing white light all over the sky swept down from the sky like raindrops. Isn't it said that the sword wind on the ground is at most the destructive power of flying upgrade? The destructive power of this sword wind is not as simple as flying upgrade. Lin Shan was careful secretly, and raised the sword and scabbard at the same time, facing the sword chi flashing white light in the wind. Crack! Crack! The blade energy met Lin Shan's blade and scabbard, and was sawed apart in an instant. The effect was better than Lin Shan expected. Originally, Lin Shan was a little worried that he could not withstand such a violent blade energy attack, but after getting started, he found that the slag knife technique was more powerful than he imagined, and it easily sawed apart the blade energy flashing white light. This made Lin Shan doubt for a while that these blade energies did not reach the nirvana level of destructive power. However, seeing the terrifying sand explosion caused by the blade energy piercing in the desert, it was just like a nuclear bomb explosion. Only then did he confirm that the destructive power of these blade energies was indeed not comparable to the super level upgrade. Lin Shan was happy in his heart and practiced harder. He slashed with a knife, and the knife energy had a high-speed vibration and sawing technique, which was completely different from the power of ordinary people using a knife. Lin Wan was a little surprised when she saw Lin Shan slicing off the sword chi. His technique seems to have some shadows of that person's particle oscillation technique. How did he train my sword technique like this? Lin Wan was a little dazed for a moment. If Lin Shan hadn't practiced with her before, if she had seen Lin Shan use the sword like this, she probably wouldn't have recognized that this sword technique was adapted from her inverted heaven and earth forehand and backhand. Lin Wan is now a little unsure whether Lin Shan is practicing right or wrong. If he is practicing right, his sword technique is getting more and more different from the original. If he is practicing wrong, it seems that the effect is not much different from the original, but the style and effect are different. He can defeat so many nirvana-level destructive sword chi with the body of an ascender, and it looks very easy. Even if he practices her inverted heaven and earth forehand and backhand, the effect is probably like this when he is upgraded. This person is really hard to describe. Lin Wan didn't know how to judge Lin Shan for a moment. She couldn't be sure whether Lin Shan's swordsmanship was learned by accident, or he originally wanted to practice this effect. Lin Wan didn't really want to do anything to Lin Shan. Seeing that although Lin Shan's swordsmanship was very strange, the effect seemed to be really good, she didn't make things difficult for him. After Lin Shan tried the Nirvana-level sword wind airflow, he felt that it was meaningless to cut off the flying-level sword wind airflow. With a thought, he flew up into the sky and flew to the high altitude, wanting to practice directly in the Nirvana-level sword wind airflow. That guy was so easy to drift. Lin Wan curled his lips. Lin Shan fought against the airflow of the sword wind in the air, using his hands to block with his left hand, and smashed the sword wind that swept across the air, forming a vacuum zone. The airflow of the sword wind in the air became more frequent. In the fight against the airflow of the sword wind, Lin Shan's slag knife technique and blood life sword technique were integrated better and better. He was practicing happily, but suddenly saw a white sword chi of more than 10 meters rushing over in the airflow. The general sword chi mixed in the wind is only a few dozen centimeters to a meter in length. This white sword chi of more than 10 meters has much stronger destructive power than ordinary white sword chi. Lin Shan saw that the sword chi of more than 10 meters was not coming towards him, and he took the initiative to meet it with a thought. Lin Wan, who was thousands of miles away, saw that Lin Shan actually faced the more than 10-meter-long sword energy, and the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. This guy is really getting more and more arrogant. The sword energy is already comparable to the destructive power of a first-class nirvana. He doesn't really think that he can break this sword energy just by breaking ordinary sword energy, right? Lin Wan hesitated whether to take action. She didn't want to reveal her identity, but she didn't want Lin Shen to die here. Forget it, he shouldn't die. It's okay to suffer a little. Who made him so arrogant? Suffering a little is not a bad thing. Lin Wan didn't take action in the end. Facing the more than 10-meter-long sword energy, Lin Shen crossed the sword and scabbard in his hand in front of his chest, and then suddenly expanded his hands, and pulled the sword and scabbard apart. The terrifying sword energy was forcibly cut apart between the sword and scabbard, split into two halves, and rushed into the void. Chapter 602. Lin Wan could not help but remain silent. Although she did not want to admit it, she had to admit that Lin Shen's swordsmanship was indeed quite good. Although it was not very related to her upside-down forehand and backhand, the effect was no worse than that of the forehand and backhand, and even surpassed it in some aspects. This man is really a genius. He was able to practice the incomplete and unrecognizable forehand and backhand to such a level. It seems that the disappearance of my death calamity is indeed very likely related to him. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen, who was practicing swordsmanship in the sky, and secretly thought about how to go further, gain Lin Shen's trust, and then find out the secret of the disappearance of the death calamity from him. Lin Wan knew that under normal circumstances, if she wanted to gain Lin Shen's trust, she would probably need to go through a long test. Although she appeared as a human now, Lin Shen obviously did not trust his own people that much. Except for his own small group, Lin Shen did not make extensive use of humans in Tianshi Academy, which made Lin Wan, who approached Lin Shen as a human, a little embarrassed. She originally thought that it would be easier to gain trust by approaching Lin Shen as a compatriot, but it turned out to be not the case at all, and it was even more difficult to gain trust. It seems that I have to use drastic measures. Lin Wan did not have the patience to wait for Lin Shen to trust her, so she could only think of other ways. Lin Shen's blood-life swordsmanship became more and more mature, and his defensive power became more and more fierce. I am afraid that only his family can describe the defensive swordsmanship that can be described as fierce in this world. Feeling that there was no big problem with the swordsmanship, Lin Shen returned to the ground and called Tian Buluo to leave Daofeng Star together. Before he mastered the sword technique, Lin Shen was very diligent, but now that he has mastered the sword technique, he has lost interest and doesn't want to practice anymore. It doesn't matter if the sky doesn't fall, anyway, he came with Lin Shen in the first place, and if Lin Shen wants to go back, he doesn't have to stay to practice, so he followed Lin Shen back to Tian Star. Lin Shen returned to Buyuju, thinking that he couldn't go to the underground space for the time being, and it would be safer to wait until the nirvana of the dead fans was completed before going, so he could only go to Hulu Mountain first to find out what's going on in Hulu Mountain. If the situation in Hulu Mountain can be figured out, if the weirdo comes again, just return the mechanical watch to him. When Lin Shen was thinking about when to leave for Hulu Mountain, Tian Songyun ran over again. Dean Tian, the Emperor has ordered that Tianshi Academy be responsible for the safety of Emperor Yunxiang and escort Princess Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan. Tian Songyun took out a document and handed it to Lin Shen. Escort the son of the Emperor Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan? Lin Shen was slightly startled. He took the document and read it. Only then did he know that the son of the Emperor Yunxiang was actually going to the planet of the Supreme Clan to practice and study. In the words of the human mother planet, it is to study abroad. Their mission is to escort the son of the Emperor Yunxiang to the Chonggao Star safely, and wait for Princess Yunxiang to enter the Chonggao Academy and settle down there. If they are going to ordinary planets, they don't need to be escorted, and they can just use the teleportation device. But there is no teleportation device on the Chonggao Star. If you want to go to the Chonggao Star, you can only fly from a nearby planet with a teleportation device, or take a flying vehicle. If you take a flying vehicle, it will take more than 2 days in the middle. Lin Shen and his team need to pay attention to this period of time, to avoid being exploited by others. In fact, no one dared to attack the Emperor Yunxiang. If they did, it would be like offending the celestial race and the supreme race at the same time. Who in the universe has the courage to offend these two powerful families at the same time? So this is actually an idle job. Accompanying the Emperor Yunxiang for a walk is not much different from traveling. The Emperor of Heaven finally gave him a task, and it was to escort his daughter. Lin Shen naturally could not neglect it, but he could not make it public. It would be best if he could send the Emperor Yunxiang to the Chonggao Academy without anyone knowing. So Lin Shen did not go to the Tianshi Academy for a meeting. He just discussed with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu, and asked them to accompany him to the Supreme Star. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, Lin Shan did not even use the nirvanas recruited by Ouyang Yudu. If he was going to collect debts, Lin Shan would definitely take them with him. For a job like escorting the emperor, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Only people who could be absolutely trusted could participate. Ouyang Yudu is the head of the Special Service Department. This is his job, so he naturally has no choice but to do it. Wei Wufu had no objection, so Lin Shan prepared to take them to escort the Emperor Yunxiang on the road secretly. Before going to pick up the Emperor Yunxiang, Lin Shan sent a message to Tianbiluo to inquire about the Emperor Yunxiang, so as to avoid any taboos that he didn't know about, and it would be bad if he had a conflict with the Emperor Yunxiang. When Tianbiluo heard Lin Shan asking about the Emperor Yunxiang, he immediately knew what was going on, and asked in surprise, "Did the Emperor ask you to escort the Emperor Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan to study? Is this matter known to everyone?" Lin Shan's face looked a little bad. He was so careful, but he didn't expect that the news had leaked out, making his previous behavior look like a clown. It should be said that it is no longer a secret. Tianbu Luo smiled and said, "Yun Xiang is too young and spoiled. She has always liked the proud son of heaven like deers, and wants to study in the high star. This is not a secret on the zenith star. As soon as you ask her, I know what's going on. You have a heavy burden this time." "What do you mean? Is there anyone who dares to kidnap Yun Xiang's son?" Lin Shan was shocked. "That's unlikely. Anyone who dares to rob Yun Xiang on her way to study would be offending our celestial clan and the Supreme Clan. I believe no one would be willing to do such a thing." Tianbu Luo pondered for a moment before continuing. "Yun Xiang is obsessed with deers to the point where she can't extricate herself. The Emperor Father originally disliked her very much, so he never let her go to the Supreme Clan. This time he suddenly agreed to let Yun Xiang go to the Supreme Clan, and even asked you to escort her. You don't really think that he just wants you to escort her to study, right? Your Majesty, don't you want me to correct Princess Yun Xiang's values?" Lin Shan finally knew what the Emperor's real intention was. Tianbu Luo smiled and said, "I think that's what he meant. Your performance in the race rankings is not worse than that of Dai's. I think Father Emperor wants you to prove to Princess Yun Xiang that Dai's is not so perfect and invincible. He hopes that Princess Yun Xiang can change her mind and stop being obsessed with Dai's. This matter really requires you. You think too highly of me. I am no match for Dai's." Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. The tasks assigned by the Emperor of Heaven were indeed not as simple as they seemed. Chapter 603. When Lin Shan saw the Yunxiang Emperor, he realized that this mission was probably more difficult than he had imagined, and he had even given up. "Lin Shan, right? I know you. It is the right choice for you to give up the battle. Otherwise, if deers get serious, you will not be his opponent. Getting injured is a small matter, but being beaten to death is not good." Lin Shan was a little unhappy after hearing what Tianxiang Emperor said before, but he could still tolerate it. But the next sentence of Yunxiang Emperor made Lin Shan roll his eyes. "Deers is a sacred existence, and it is really not suitable for his hands to be stained with blood," Yunxiang Emperor said with a look of longing. "Idiot!" Lin Shan secretly defined this Yunxiang Emperor in his heart. After all, he was the head of a courtyard personally appointed by Emperor Tian Shu, and he was also the person in charge of escorting her to Chonggao Star this time. Tian Yunxiang, as the son of the celestial race, could actually say such words in front of him. Lin Shan couldn't think of any other words to describe her except the word brainless. Lin Shan was too lazy to argue with a brainless person, just pretending that he didn't hear what she said, but in his mind he was thinking about a secret that Tianbiluo told him yesterday. Yunxiang, the son of the Emperor, actually didn't grow up in the Imperial Palace, and he wasn't even a pure-blooded son of the Emperor. When Emperor Tian Shu was traveling before, he met Yunxiang's mother on a planet, and then there was a romantic affair. Later, Emperor Tian Shu patted his butt and left, but Tian Yunxiang's mother was pregnant. After several years, Tian Yunxiang was able to return to her ancestral home, but because the environment she grew up in was too simple, she was not very adaptable to life in the Imperial Palace. When Tianbiluo said this, Lin Shan didn't care. But now he knows that this person didn't have a simple growing environment at all. He was just a fool. Tianbiluo was too subtle when he said this. Although Tian Yunxiang is a bit simple, Emperor Tian Shu still likes her, and takes good care of her. Otherwise, with her personality, it would be difficult for her to survive in the Imperial Palace. Perhaps because she is not adapted to the environment of the Imperial Palace, Tian Yunxiang yearns for life outside and admires natural strongmen like deers. This time, Emperor Tian Shu finally agreed to let her go to the Supreme Clan to study, and Tian Yunxiang was very happy. Lin Shan originally planned to send Tian Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan with just the three of them, But because many people knew that Tian Yunxiang wanted to go to the Supreme Clan, just in case, Lin Shen borrowed 4 sisters from the Night Ghost clan from Tianquan to help them protect Tian Yunxiang's safety. Yekong, Yeyue, and Yeyun were originally Nirvana level. I didn't expect that after not seeing them for a while, Yexing also reached Nirvana. 7 people escorted Tian Yunxiang on the road. After more than a dozen teleportations, they came to a planet called Linyuan. This is the closest teleportable planet to the lofty star. It only takes less than 3 days to get to the lofty star by spaceship. Tian Yunxiang was very excited along the way. She kept imagining how she would introduce herself when she met Deers. She even practiced on the spaceship. Lin Shen's evaluation of Tian Yunxiang was that she looked pretty good, but it was a pity that she had an extra brain. So apart from the escort work, Lin Shen and others basically ignored her. No matter what she said, they just pretended not to hear it. But this is not a solution. Lin Shen also has a hidden mission to correct Tian Yunxiang's 3 views. If this matter is not done well, Tian Shudi will probably blame him when he returns. With Tian Yunxiang's stupid look, Lin Shen had already decided to go back and confess his guilt, so he simply ignored her. If it were someone else, they might die in the face of the light, but maybe Tian Yunxiang would wake up after just one meeting. But her idol was Dai's, and Lin Shen felt that meeting him would only make him more obsessed, and it would be even more impossible to get back together. Even Lin Shen himself thought that Dai's was indeed very good. Originally, he was afraid that there would be some accidents on the road, but the facts proved that Lin Shen was overthinking. If there was any danger, Emperor Tian Shu would not let Lin Shen protect Tian Yunxiang's safety. When he was about to reach the Chonggao Star, Lin Shen saw Tianjing Mountain outside the spaceship. When the 4th brother Lin Xiandong first showed his talent in the universe, he had a duel with Dai's here, so the name of the undefeated king spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen, the undefeated heavenly king is your brother, right? Tian Yunxiang was also watching Tianjing Mountain outside. She knew everything about Deers, so she would not miss the live broadcast of the undefeated heavenly king challenging Deers. It is important for a person to know himself. You have done a good job in this regard. Your brother is far inferior to you. He dared to challenge Deers on his own initiative. It was Deers' kindness that saved his life. When you go back, you should persuade him to be humble, and not challenge this and that all the time. Others are kind-hearted and let him go. If he meets someone with a bad heart, he might lose his life. Tian Yunxiang's words almost made Lin Shen's lungs explode. It's okay for Tian Yunxiang to say that he is taking the privileges and benefits given by the Heavenly Emperor, so it's reasonable for him to suffer a little. Tian Yunxiang dared to say that about his 4th brother, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Emperor, you are right. Do you want me to let my 4th brother come and fight with Deers again to teach him a lesson? Lin Shen curled his lips and said, how can that be possible? He is already at the Nirvana level, and Deers is still ascending. How can a person be so shameless and bully the weak? Tian Yunxiang shook his head immediately and said, Emperor, didn't you say just now that if Deers was not kind, my brother would not even be able to save his life? How come it has become bullying now? Lin Shen asked indifferently. I was talking about the past. When your brother challenged Deers before, he was not a Nirvana. Now he is already at the Nirvana level. If he challenges an Ascender again, what else can he do but bully the weak? Tian Yunxiang said. How do you know he was not a Nirvana at that time? Lin Shen asked directly. Need I say this? Isn't it something everyone knows? If he is a Nirvana, why doesn't he show his strength and defeat those ascending people? Tian Yunxiang said. Can't it be that my brother is kind-hearted? Lin Shen sneered. What kind-hearted? If your brother is a Nirvana, he still challenges Deers, which means he has bad intentions. Tian Yunxiang's face also darkened. If my brother has bad intentions, can Deers still be alive? Lin Shen said lightly. Why can't he be alive? The undefeated king is no match for Deers at all. Tian Yunxiang's voice gradually increased. Then let them fight now. I've said it before, he is now at the Nirvana level. How can he bully the ascending level? Tian Yunxiang was anxious. Isn't that because my brother is kind-hearted? I wasn't wrong. I told you that he is no match for Dai's. Then let them fight. You? Tian Yunxiang's eyes widened, and she bared her teeth, like a lioness who wanted to bite someone. Chapter 604. Lin Shen no longer paid attention to Tian Yunxiang. The aircraft was approaching the lofty star. The Supreme Clan was waiting for her at the spaceport. Tian Yunxiang looked at the people waiting on the platform through the aircraft screen. When she saw the head of the group, her eyes widened and her mouth was almost grinning to her ears. Deers actually came to pick me up personally. Tian Yunxiang's body was shaking with excitement, and her voice was a little shaky. Lin Shen also saw Deers on the platform, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would come to pick Tian Yunxiang up in person. Although Tian Yunxiang was the son of the Celestial Clan, the Supreme Clan didn't respect the sons of the Celestial Clan that much. They were usually received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Deers personally greeted her, which was considered to be a great honor for Tian Yunxiang. Under the command of the port's control tower, the aircraft slowly fell on the apron. Tian Yunxiang took the makeup mirror and repeatedly adjusted her appearance. She also kept asking Yixing, who was beside her, if there was anything wrong with her makeup. Yixing had told her several times that there was no problem, but Tian Yunxiang seemed not to hear and kept confirming again and again. She looked really nervous, and Lin Shen really didn't know what to say to her. Before the aircraft stopped, Tian Yunxiang was already standing at the exit, reciting the meeting lines she had thought of several times in a low voice. As soon as the hatch opened, Tian Yunxiang walked out with a posture. Yixing and Yikong followed her on both sides, and everyone got off the aircraft one by one. Dais and the staff of the Supreme Clan were waiting below. Tian Yunxiang suppressed her excitement, walked down the steps, and walked towards Deers. Her palms were sweaty due to nervousness. She quietly wiped her palms on her body and prepared to shake hands with Deers. Finally. I finally see the real person. Tian Yunxiang saw Deers and other staff members coming to meet her, and slowly extended her hand. But the next second, Tian Yunxiang was stunned. Deers did not extend his hand, but a staff member of the Supreme Clan next to him extended his hand and shook hands with Tian Yunxiang, smiling and saying, "Welcome to the Lofty Star. I am Hua Li Na, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Lofty Star." Tian Yunxiang did not hear what Hua Li Na said at all. She only saw Deers walking past her, and she was stunned. Turning her head, she saw Deers walking to Lin Shen's side, took the initiative to extend his hand, and shook hands with Lin Shen, and said with a smile, "Lin Shen, we meet again." Lin Shen did not expect Deers to come over and shake hands with him. He saw all the little actions of Tian Yunxiang just now, and guessed that Tian Yunxiang was furious now. Obviously, he underestimated Tian Yunxiang's obsession with Dais. Even though Dais ignored her, Tian Yunxiang, who had come to her senses, was thinking, Dais is so graceful. He respects even his opponent. After all, they have met before, so it is reasonable for him to greet Lin Shen first. Dais is so graceful. Tian Yunxiang thought that after Dais shook hands with Lin Shen, he would shake hands with her. Who knew that after Dais shook hands with Lin Shen, he stood beside Lin Shen and chatted with him. He had no intention of coming over, and didn't even look at her. Deers is such a gentleman. Because of the difference between men and women, he was embarrassed to shake hands with me, so he specially found a female supreme to entertain me. Deers is so thoughtful and cute. Tian Yunxiang thought. Lin Shen talked to Deers casually while paying attention to Tian Yunxiang. Originally, she thought that Deers would be angry with her temper, but she saw that Tian Yunxiang's eyes looking at Deers were brighter, twinkling like little stars. After repeated reminders from Hua Li Na, Tian Yunxiang entered the port under the guidance of Hua Li Na, and then a special car picked them up and sent them to the arranged accommodation. The environment of the Lofty Star looks very retro. Although there are some very high-tech things, there are few very modern buildings, and almost no high-rise buildings. There is no shadow of aircraft in the sky, but all kinds of cars come and go on the road. The four girls of Yexing and Tian Yunxiang took a car together, picked up by Hua Li Na, while Deers and Lin Shen got on another car and followed behind the car in front. After hearing the news that you were coming, I have been waiting for you, looking forward to completing the battle between us. I think you are the same, Deers said as he sat next to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought, what is the same? Not the same at all. Who is looking forward to fighting with you? I don't have the time for that. Lin Shen was afraid that Deers would misunderstand, so he hurriedly said, I have a mission to protect the safety of Emperor Yunxiang. I can't leave Emperor Yunxiang without permission. He didn't want to fight with Deers. There was no benefit in winning. This was still the territory of the Supreme Clan. He might be targeted by the Supreme Clan. Why bother with this trouble? After hearing what Lin Shen said, Dais was slightly disappointed, but still said, It's okay, you guys take a rest first. Lin Shen opened his mouth to say something, but they had already arrived at the hotel, and Dais got out of the car. Fortunately, Dais didn't move. Everyone entered the hotel. After Dais and Hua Li Na said a few words, they left first. Hua Li Na asked the hotel staff to arrange for Tian Yunxiang to stay, and contacted Lin Shen about some related matters. Like Zenith Star, Lofty Star is very suitable for living and retirement. Even the hotel is garden style, with various plants from different planets. And the plants here are all real native plants, and you can't see those metal plants or crystal plants that have undergone genetic mutations. Emperor, Minister Hua has arranged it. Tomorrow you can take the entrance test of Lofty College. If you can pass the test, you can enter Lofty College to live and study. The college will be responsible for your life and safety. If you can't pass the test, you can only return to Zenith Star. Lin Shen told Tian Yunxiang about the itinerary. I will definitely pass the test. Tian Yunxiang looked at Lin Shen and asked, have you told them that I want to study under the same teacher as Dai's? I have, but the Noble Academy assigns teachers based on test scores. If you want to study under the same teacher as Dai's, then work hard. Lin Shen couldn't save the brain-dead girl, so he could only hope that Tian Yunxiang would not pass the test. Lin Shen was very unhappy with the task given to him by the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. If he had to fight with others, he could complete the task as long as he was strong enough. Even if he went to ask for money, there were rules to follow. But if he wanted to change a person's mind, he really had no idea where to start, and he had no place to use his strength. If Tian Yunxiang was his own child, he would just beat her up, and if one beat didn't work, he would beat her up again. Unfortunately, she was the Emperor's child after all, and Lin Shen couldn't beat her, and he didn't have a temper. Chapter 605. The son of the celestial race did not receive any special treatment on the Supreme Star. After they were sent to the hotel, Hua Lina and the others left a staff member to help them deal with daily issues, and then the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs left. The next morning, the staff drove them to the Noble College. After arriving at the Noble College, Lin Shen finally understood why Tian Yunxiang was not valued. It was not because she was not valued, but because she was already very valued. During this period, the Noble College was recruiting students, and many people from various races came to the Noble Star to take the entrance test, including princes and princesses. They came by themselves, and no one greeted them. The Supreme Clan asked Hua Lina to greet Tian Yunxiang, which was already a great honor to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. The Supreme Clan is worthy of being the first race in the universe, and it is open to all. This mindset is not comparable to that of ordinary races. Tian Yunxiang stood at the gate of the Noble College and took a deep breath. Her intoxicated expression seemed as if the air was sweet. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart, "You have insulted your own race with this statement." Tian Yunxiang looked left and right, but did not see deers, and she could not help but feel very disappointed. After Lin Shen and his friends sent her to the examination room, they walked around the public area of the academy. The entire test process takes a day. The security work in the examination room is the responsibility of the Supreme Clan, and no one is allowed to enter. Candidates of all races are treated the same, and no one is exempt. It is said that there are several immortals in the examination room, and there are many immortal teachers in the Noble Academy. No one dares to cause trouble here. The people of the Supreme Clan really know how to enjoy life. This place is much better than the environment of the giant ring star. Yixing said beside him. There are so many plants here, but there is not even a single genetically modified plant. This is so rare. Several people chatted while walking around. The academic atmosphere of the Noble Academy is quite good. People of different races can be seen everywhere gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss various issues. They do not exclude others from joining the discussion, nor do they mind others listening to their discussion. Some people even give loud speeches to promote their own theories to others. Lin Shen and his friends listened for a while, and found that many of the issues they discussed were quite advanced evolutionary techniques or skills, and there were even many theories and ideas that had never been heard of. If I could study here when I started practicing, I might become an excellent person, Lin Shen said with emotion. The basic requirement for admission to the Noble Academy is to be a natural ascender. I'm afraid no one among us humans can reach this threshold, let alone admission, and we don't even have the qualifications to register. Yang Yudu laughed and said, besides, even if you didn't enter the Noble Academy, you would still be a top-level existence. Even if you were admitted, you wouldn't be better than you are now. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but before he opened his mouth, he heard a voice next to him. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky, you are arrogant. Several people turned their heads and saw a person with dragon wings on his back, standing in front of a blackboard that can be seen everywhere in the academy, writing and drawing. Although he didn't turn around, he was the only one there, and it must be him who spoke. Yixing and Yiyun were a little angry, and wanted to go over to him to argue and ask him why he cursed, but they were stopped by Lin Shen. Don't pay attention to what others say. Lin Shen didn't want to waste his breath. Don't pay attention to it, or don't you have the ability to pay attention to it? who knew that the man would add another sarcastic sentence. Friend, we don't have any grudges against you, right? Lin Shen frowned and looked at him and said, Who is your friend? You are not worthy. The man turned his head and looked quite handsome, but his expression was very cold. It seems that you know me. Lin Shen was not angry, but just said lightly, Why should I know you? The man sneered. Since you don't know me, how do you know that I am not worthy of being your friend? Lin Shen asked back. The man was slightly startled, as if he didn't expect Lin Shen to say that, but he reacted immediately and said coldly, People like you who don't even have the qualifications to enter the academy, but look down on the academy, are just a bunch of people who sit in a well and look at the sky. Of course, you are not worthy of being my friends. Not entering the noble academy is sitting in a well and looking at the sky, then your world is too small. Yixing curled his lips and said, Are you not convinced? Look at this. If you can solve it, I will take back what I said just now. The man pointed to the blackboard and said, Such blackboards can be seen everywhere in the noble academy, on the playground, in the garden, and in the corridor. There are such electronic blackboards everywhere. If you have any ideas, you can record them on the blackboard any time, or when discussing with others, you can also express your views or verify problems on the blackboard. Lin Shen and his friends had just seen many students writing and drawing on the blackboard, and even having heated discussions. Some of the questions were indeed very deep, and the questions they discussed were not without top-level technical difficulties. Lin Shen was too lazy to argue with a student, but Yixing had already walked over and looked at the content on the blackboard. Yixing looked for a while, but he didn't say anything, and his brows were getting tighter and tighter. The man stood aside with his arms folded, his face full of mockery, thinking in his heart, Sure enough, they are a group of ignorant people who sit in a well and watch the sky. They don't even know the 1001 unsolvable techniques in the universe, and they really want to solve them. Lin Shen and his friends naturally didn't know what the 1001 unsolvable techniques were. In fact, ordinary people really don't know. This is the 1001 techniques compiled by the Noble Academy that have no solution for the time being. It is said that there is no solution, but it is not certain whether there is a solution or not. The first 1001 unsolvable techniques compiled were a long time ago. Although it is still called the 1001 unsolvable techniques, in fact, there are already more than 100,000 techniques included in it. Most of the original 1001 unsolvable techniques have been cracked, leaving only more than 100 unsolvable techniques that have not been cracked. This person is studying the putting the enemy into a trap among the more than 100 unsolvable techniques. Since the 1001 unsolvable techniques were proposed, no one has been able to solve the putting the enemy into a trap. This problem is widely known among the major races, so this person thinks that Lin Shen and his friends are sitting in a well and looking at the sky. They don't even know this problem, but they are actually trying to solve it. From a certain perspective, what this person said is not wrong. The four sisters of Yixing have been living secretly on the giant ring star, and Lin Shen and his three friends have just entered the universe not long ago. They are indeed not experienced enough, so it is not wrong to say that they are sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Seeing that Yixing has not spoken, Lin Shen and others also walked over and looked at the content written on the blackboard. Chapter 606. Lin Shen carefully read the contents on the blackboard and found that this was just a theory, not a real technique that could be used in actual combat. Theoretically, Lin Shen could not solve it, unless he directly suppressed it with force, or dodged and retreated, but that would not be a solution. Wei Wufu and Ouyang both shook their heads after seeing it, and they could not solve it either. The four girls of Yixing could not solve it even more, because they were not good at solving or breaking moves at all. The power of the sound range generally did not require them to fight in close combat, and their fighting methods were different. This move was to lure the enemy into a trap, and in theory, all the energy could be rolled in by the siphon technique. However, this siphon technique only existed in theory, and no one had really practiced it, so for now, it was just a guess. Lin Shen thought about it. If he really encountered this move, he would just let him suck it, and directly use the sand between his fingers to penetrate it. The stronger the suction force, the faster and more powerful the sand between his fingers would be, and there was no need to worry about hitting it off-center, but it was a pity that this was also a force-breaking move. If it were Ouyang Yudu, it would depend on who could suck more. It was estimated that no one could suck more than Ouyang Yudu, so this move was like a master to Ouyang Yudu, and he didn't need to break it. Wei Wufu thought more simply. When the enemy fought with him, he would not give the opponent a chance to use this move. Because according to the theory of luring the enemy into a trap, this move requires the use of 4 kinds of strength to achieve the effect of siphoning, which is a bit troublesome to use. At the same level, No one should be able to use this move in front of Wei Wufu. If the distance is far, this move will be meaningless and will not pose a threat. However, none of the three people's ideas could be considered as breaking moves in the prescribed sense, so they could only shake their heads. It seems that we are really sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Sorry to bother you, Lin Shen said, and was about to leave. This kind of theoretical move should be taught to professionals. He didn't want to waste time on it. There are too many techniques in the universe. Lin Shen can't practice all techniques. Specializing in a few is the best choice. You are self-aware, the man said, and seeing that Lin Shen didn't refute, he felt it was boring. He stopped talking and continued to write and draw on the blackboard, studying the feasibility of the trick of inviting someone into the trap. He was not studying the method of breaking, but studying how to turn theoretical moves into reality. Lin Shen walked a distance away, and suddenly realized something. He turned back and stood beside the man, carefully reading the content above. As Lin Shen looked at it, a strange look appeared on his face. When he saw these theories just now, he felt something was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Just now, when he thought about it carefully, this so-called luring someone into a trap was the method of catching loaches that Qi Xinhua taught him. Although the details are a little different, the effect is the same, which is equivalent to the same purpose. Why you still don't give up? To tell you the truth, this move is one of the 1001 unsolvable techniques in our academy. Since the opening of the Noble Academy, countless geniuses and top masters have studied it countless times, but no one can solve it. Not to mention you, dears can't crack this move either. The man snorted coldly. Is this move so powerful? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. He didn't question the ability of the people in the Supreme Academy, but he was a little surprised that Qi Xinhua's move was so powerful. When he practiced it normally, he didn't think it was so powerful. If it wasn't powerful, how could it be an unsolvable technique? But now this technique only exists in theory, and no one has been able to practice it, let alone a way to crack it. Seeing that Lin Shen's attitude was pretty good, the man said a few more words. It's not that difficult. Lin Shen recalled that it seemed a bit difficult at the beginning, but after Lao Hua taught him to practice by drawing cards, Lin Shen quickly practiced it and didn't feel it was difficult. Of course, the method of catching loaches that Lao Hua taught him was not supported by theory, but was a technique explored in practice. So when Lin Shen read these theories just now, he didn't react all of a sudden. Now that he has read these theories, he has a deeper understanding of the method of catching loaches, and he feels like he has suddenly realized something. He himself didn't know that there was such a complicated theory behind the technique of catching loaches, and he didn't know if Qi Xinhua knew these theories. Not that difficult? Then practice it and show me. If you can practice it, I, Yi Qianshun, will stay away from you no matter where you are, Yi Qianshun said with a pout. So many top talents from various tribes, and so many top masters from the Supreme Tribe, have studied for many years, but they haven't been able to come up with this trick. Yi Qianshun himself has also studied for so long, but still has no clue. Lin Shen's arrogant words made him a little unbearable. I don't dare to take the responsibility. Lin Shen smiled and said, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly and don't waste my time here. Yi Qianshun was not interested in talking nonsense with Lin Shen anymore, and drove him away directly. Okay, I leave now. Can I take a photo of the content on it as a souvenir? Lin Shen wanted to go back and study it. With the theoretical basis for catching loaches, he would not be as confused as before when using it. Take the photo and leave quickly. Yi Qianshun didn't care whether Lin Shen took the photo or not. This was something that anyone in the academy could see, and it had spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen took a photo of the content on the blackboard and left with Lao Wei and the others. The Noble Academy was simply a large city. They walked around for a long time, but couldn't visit the entire academy. I wanted to take you around the academy today, but some things delayed me. Please forgive me. While walking around, I saw Dais coming from the opposite side. You do your thing, we can just go shopping by ourselves. Lin Shen was not familiar with him at all, and did not want to go shopping with a stranger. It's been solved. I take you to a good place. Seeing Lin Shen's hesitation, Deer said again, don't worry, it's in the academy. It won't take much time. I guarantee that you can return to the entrance of the examination room before the test is over. Lin Shen was silent, thinking about what reason to refuse Deer's. Deer's time is almost up. Before Lin Shen could think of a reason, he heard someone in the building next to him calling Deer's name. Turning around, Lin Shen was slightly startled. The person who came out of the building could not be seen at all, and his body was covered with thick mosaics. Teacher, it will be ready soon. Deer said to Lin Shen quickly. Lin Shen, Let's go together. I will definitely not let you down. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Lin Shen changed his previous attitude and agreed directly. I didn't expect to meet someone carrying fire here. Even if I can't get the fire, at least I have to find out who this person carrying fire is. Chapter 607. Who is this? When the man came closer, Lin Shen hurriedly asked Deers. Deers introduced. This is my teacher Lu Ran. When Lin Shen heard Lu Ran's name, he was slightly startled again, thinking to himself, it can't be such a coincidence. The magician Yaogu of the Tage tribe asked me to pass the message to the supreme tribe. Isn't it called Lu Ran? Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. The person that the magician Yaogu was looking for was actually Deer's teacher, and she was a woman with mosaics. Lu Ran saw that Lin Shen had been staring at him without saying hello, and immediately felt that this person was very rude, and said with some displeasure, Deers, don't waste time. Teacher, I just told you that I want to take them with me. Deers asked respectfully. You decide. Lu Ran didn't like Lin Shen, but he didn't mean to stop Deers. Lin Shen would not miss this opportunity, and followed Dais behind Lu Ran. Dais, where are we going? Lin Shen asked as he walked. He felt that he should get along well with Dais, and maybe he would have a chance to get close to Lu Ran and get the fire. You know when you get there. Dais smiled mysteriously, but did not answer Lin Shen's question. Led by Lu Ran, several people entered a yard with a sign saying no entry. There were several small buildings in the yard, and the doors of the small buildings were all locked. Lu Ran swiped a card to open the door of a small building and took them into the small building. Through the many doors, several people came to a room that looked like a laboratory, and then Lin Shen saw a huge transparent container in this laboratory. There was a huge flower growing in the transparent container. The flower was as beautiful as a peony, but it was many times bigger than a peony. One flower was as big as half a small house. What made people feel incredible was that there was a person sitting in the flower. It should not be called a person. It looked more like an elf in the flower, and its body was connected to the flower. What is that? Lin Shen and his friends were all surprised. This peony king has been cultivated and has reached the immortal level. The life in the flower can be regarded as the life base of the peony king. We call her the peony fairy, Deers explained. An immortal plant has also given birth to a life base similar to flesh and blood. Lin Shen and others were extremely shocked. They had never heard of such a thing. Deers smiled and said, This is my teacher's research topic. Now it is considered a part of success. You will watch it carefully later, maybe you will gain something. Deers, why don't you change your clothes? Lu Ran came out of the next room and changed into a special suit, which wrapped the whole person in it, like a protective suit. Just watch here, don't walk around casually. Deers said, and went to the room to put on protective clothes. When he came out, he had put on the same protective suit as Lu Ran, and then the two of them walked through a long passage, went through some disinfection or something, and finally walked into the transparent container, close contact with the peony king. The peony fairy in the flower seemed to sense their arrival, opened her eyes that were originally closed, and looked at the two of them coldly. Lu Ran took a syringe, walked to the peony fairy, stuck the syringe in the peony fairy's arm, and then drew a tube of blood. During the whole process, the peony fairy did not move, without any sign of resistance, just watched coldly, allowing Lu Ran to draw her blood. After drawing the blood of the peony fairy, Lu Ran directed Deers to do a lot of examinations on the peony king and the peony fairy. Lin Shen had never seen those instruments before, and he didn't know what they were used for. Lin Shen was a little confused. He didn't know what Deers asked them to come and see. Did they check the peony fairy? While he was wondering, Deers, who had finished the examination, took out another syringe from the box at Lu Ran's instruction. There was obviously something in this syringe. He walked to the peony fairy, stuck the syringe in the peony fairy, and injected the contents into her. The peony fairy still did not move, letting them do whatever they wanted. After the injection was completed, Deers and Lu Ran stepped back. The next second, Lin Shen saw an incredible scene. Light rays like ribbons rose from the body of the peony fairy. The light bands flew around the peony fairy, just like the fairy dancing ribbons in the myth. After a long time, the light bands on the peony fairy gradually disappeared, and the peony fairy slowly closed her eyes, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ran and Deers came out of the transparent container, passed through the long passage, and disinfected it again, and then walked out. Do you understand? After Dais took off his protective suit and walked out, he couldn't wait to ask Lin Shen. What do you understand? Lin Shen didn't understand. Dais brought him here mysteriously, and let him watch the peony fairy dance belt. Although it looked pretty good, he didn't understand what Dies meant by this sentence. After hearing what Lin Shen said, Dies was slightly disappointed. Rules? Wei Wufu on the side suddenly said 2 words. Dies was very surprised to hear this, and looked up and down at Wei Wufu and asked, "What's your name?" He had been talking to Lin Shen before, but he had never asked other people's names. Except for Ouyang Yudu, who he knew, he didn't know who Wei Wufu was. "This is Wei Wufu, from my Tianshi Academy," Lin Shen said for Wei Wufu. "Brother Wei can sense the rule power contained in the light belt?" Dies asked again. "A little." Wei Wufu nodded in reply. "Can you tell me what the rules are?" Diers asked again. "Knife? No. Sword? No. Gun? No." Wei Wufu's words made Lin Shen feel confused. But Diers was very impressed, and nodded from time to time. He could understand what Wei Wufu was saying and communicate with Wei Wufu without any obstacles. Even Lu Ran, who came out from the side, seemed to have some praise when he heard the conversation between Wei Wufu and Diers. "Diers, it's almost time, we have to go back." After leaving the courtyard, Lin Shen saw Diers and Wei Wufu were still chatting, so Lin Shen had to interrupt them and said, "Lin Shen, do you think this is possible? You go back first, and Brother Wei will go with me first, and I will send Brother Wei back later?" Diers seemed to have no interest in Lin Shen now, but valued Wei Wufu very much. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and saw Wei Wufu nodded slightly, so he agreed. Chapter 608. Ouyang, did you understand what they said just now? After separating from Diers and the others, Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu, who was standing beside him. The power of the rules of the Peony Fairy is a kind of forbidden power, which can stop swords and spears, and ban guns and swords. Ouyang Yudu explained. "Good fellow, I am the only one who didn't understand it, right?" Lin Shen didn't care at all and joked. "I can't compare with Lao Wei's comprehension ability. It was only after I listened to him that I had a clearer concept." Ouyang Yudu said, "You have your own way. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. It's not important." That's right. Lin Shen never took such things to heart. If you don't understand, then don't understand. In life, you don't have to understand everything. It was almost time. Several people rushed to the direction of the examination room. After picking up Tian Yunxiang, they could go back to the hotel. The roads nearby were relatively narrow, and the flower trees planted on both sides were full of light pink flowers. It was surprisingly pleasant to walk here. As the group walked, they saw an old man holding a round glass fish tank, which contained water and 2 small goldfish. The old man hurriedly came to the opposite side of Lin Shen and his group, and happened to meet Yi Yun. Yi Yun wanted to let him go, and he wanted to let Yi Yun go. With Yi Yun's reaction, it was not a problem to dodge, but who knew that the old man's hand slipped in panic, and the glass fish tank slipped out of his hand, and was about to fall to the ground. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the glass fish tank seemed to be sucked up by an invisible force, and it was sucked up and fell steadily into Lin Shen's palm. "Uncle, are you okay?" Lin Shen could see that the old man himself had no cultivation, at least he didn't know martial arts. But judging from his appearance, he should be a member of the Supreme Clan. The Supreme Clan is basically born to ascend, and it was a bit surprising that there was such a person who didn't know how to practice. The old man stared at Lin Shen and the fish tank in his hand, but didn't reach out to take it, as if he was stunned. "Uncle, are you okay?" Lin Shen asked again, thinking, "You are not scared silly, right? There are such weak people in the Supreme Clan?" It's okay, it's okay." The old man woke up from his dream, reached out to take the fish tank, but his eyes kept looking at Lin Shen, and asked with a strange look, "Whose teacher are you a student of? What's your name?" "My name is Lin Shen. I am not a student of the academy, and I don't have a teacher," Lin Shen replied. "No teacher yet?" The old man's eyes lit up immediately, and he adjusted his glasses and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "Lin Shen, the tree that stands out in the forest, the cloud that is so deep that you don't know where it is." Lin Shen answered again very patiently. He often forgot other people's names, and he could understand the old man very well, so he was not impatient. "Lin Shen." The old man put the fish tank aside, took out a diary, and took out a pen from his pocket. He wrote Lin Shen's name on the diary, then looked up at Lin Shen and asked, "What race are you?" "Human." Seeing the old man's appearance, Lin Shen was secretly shocked. Could it be that he met a scammer? There shouldn't be such a person on the Supreme Star, right? Lin Shen. Human. Okay. I've written it down. The old man nodded. "Uncle, if you feel uncomfortable, you can tell me now, and I take you to treatment," Lin Shen said. "No, I have something to do now, I find you later. The old man put away his diary and pen, picked up the fish tank, and walked away in a hurry. After walking a distance, the old man seemed to remember something, and turned back to Lin Shen and said, "My name is Helian Cheng, don't get it wrong. Come back to me? You're not really a scammer, are you?" Lin Shen's head was full of black lines. Lin Shen didn't take it to heart. If he really came to me, the worst that could happen was that he would pay some money. If it was too much, he could also ask Dies to come forward. He and Wei Wufu were chatting enthusiastically, so it shouldn't be a problem to help with this little thing. The 6 people came to the outside of the examination room. There was still more than an hour before the end of the test, so they could only wait outside. Helian Sheng hurriedly walked into a laboratory, where a group of people were waiting for him. These people were obviously not students of the college. They were all in their 70s and 80s, and they all looked very professional and prestigious. But when Helian Sheng came in, a group of old guys came forward and called Helian teacher like elementary school students. "Teacher, I leave today's experiment to you." Lu Ran was among them, and he said respectfully to Helian Sheng, "I'm so old, my hands and feet are not smooth anymore. I can only keep an eye on you, and you have to do the experiment yourself." Helian Sheng handed the fish tank in his hand to Lu Ran. Lu Ran solemnly took the fish tank and put it on the laboratory table. After the experiment, many bigwigs were shocked. After they reacted, they stood up and applauded Helian Sheng and Lu Ran. The dissected goldfish was alive and kicking back into the fish tank. It was hard to tell that it had been emptied of all its internal organs. "Teacher, I take you back." When everyone left, Lu Ran supported Helian Sheng and said, "It just so happens that I have something to tell you." Helian Sheng did not refuse and said as he walked, "Teacher, why are you being so polite to me?" Lu Ran said dissatisfiedly, "Today I met a good seedling. If you want to accept him as a student, you can consider it." Helian Sheng said, "Just tell me who it is." Lu Ran smiled. "I'm not asking you to accept him. I'm just giving you a suggestion. He is not from a big family and probably hasn't passed the test, so it's up to you to decide whether to accept him or not." The person Helian Sheng was talking about was naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not in the examination room at that time, so he must have failed the test. Helian Sheng did not expect that Lin Shen was not a candidate at all. If he fails the test, it will be a bit troublesome. This is against the rules. Lu Ran frowned. Although he did not pass the test, he has mastered the unsolvable technique of luring someone into a trap. Helian Sheng said with a smile. "He has mastered the technique of luring someone into a trap. Teacher, are you kidding?" Lu Ran asked in disbelief. "I saw it with my own eyes. My eyes are not that dim because of old age." Helian Sheng smiled and said, "If you don't accept him, then I will have to accept him myself. You don't mind having such a young junior brother, right? Someone has actually mastered the art of luring someone into a trap." Lu Ran pondered and said, "The person you are talking about is not Qianchun, right? Recently, he is the only one in the academy who has not given up the research on luring someone into a trap, but he has a teacher." "It seems not. I remember he said he had no teacher." Helian Sheng reached out to touch his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find his diary. He patted his head helplessly and said, "I am getting older and my memory is getting worse. I wrote down his name, but I don't know where I lost the diary. Don't worry, I will find Qianchun first to show you. If it is him, it's okay. At most, I will shamelessly ask him to come to you." Lu Ran felt that the person Helian Sheng was talking about was most likely Qianchun. Although Ichiharu is not from the Supreme Clan, he has great talent and a good attitude towards learning. If he really succeeds in luring someone into a trap, he is worthy of being her disciple, so she can just recruit him. Chapter 609. Eshishin. Teacher. Teacher is looking for you. Eshishin was thinking about a problem, when a classmate suddenly ran over breathlessly. The teacher came out of the examination room? Eshishin was a little confused. His teacher was selected as an examiner, and should still be in the examination room at this time. "No. Not our teacher. It's Teacher Lu Ran. Looking for you." The classmate ran too fast and kept panting. "Teacher Lu Ran is looking for me. What does she want me for?" Eshishin's eyes lit up, and without waiting for the classmate to answer, he asked again, "Where is Teacher Lu Ran?" After asking where Lu Ran was, Eshishin hurried over. Although they are both teachers in the academy, Lu Ran's status is not comparable to that of ordinary teachers. When Eshishin came to the academy to register, he hoped to be a disciple of Lu Ran, but the Chonggao Academy could not specify teachers, so Eshishin was assigned to the current teacher. Eshishin has always felt very regretful. However, Teachers are different from masters. It is difficult to change masters, but it is not certain that teachers can be changed. In the past, there were students who were able to change teachers, so Qianchun still held a glimmer of hope. Originally, he planned to apply to transfer to Lu Ran as a student after he figured out the trick, but he did not expect Lu Ran to suddenly find him. So teacher Lu Ran has noticed me. Does she want to recruit me to be her disciple? The more Qianchun thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Maybe his efforts would finally pay off. Quickly arriving at the door of Lu Ran's office, Qianchun tidied his clothes and knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Ran's voice came from inside. Qianchun pushed the door open and saw Lu Ran sitting behind the desk. Teacher Lu Ran, you are looking for me? Qianchun said very respectfully. Sit down and talk. Lu Ran asked Qianchun to sit on the chair opposite, looked at Qianchun and said, I heard that you were studying unsolvable techniques recently. Yes, teacher, I am studying the unsolvable technique of luring the enemy into a trap. Qianchun is usually fearless, but he feels a little nervous and uneasy in front of Lu Ran. Don't be nervous, just chatting casually. How is your research progressing? Lu Ran asked with a smile. Just now there are some clues, but there are still many problems to be solved. Qianchun told Lu Ran about his research in detail. The more Lu Ran listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She originally thought that Qianchun had already studied the luring enemy into a trap, at least it had entered the use stage. But from what he said, it was just a little progress, far from reaching the use stage. Could it be that the person the teacher is talking about is not Qianchun? But apart from Qianchun, I haven't heard of anyone in the academy researching the trap. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown slightly. Qianchun saw Lu Ran frowning, and his heart skipped a beat. Did I say something wrong? Qianchun was nervous, but didn't dare to ask. Where were you just now? Lu Ran was afraid that Qianchun was too modest and didn't tell him his actual research results, so he asked again after careful consideration. I have been doing research in the small square, and I haven't left today. Qianchun said. Have you been to the Suihua Road today? Lu Ran still did not give up, because she really could not think of anyone else besides Qianchun who could have figured out the trick of putting the man into a trap. No. Qianchun shook his head. He was a little confused as to why Lu Ran asked him these questions. Lu Ran could now be sure that the person Helian was talking about was not Qianchun. Helian met that person at the Suihua Road. Qianchun had never been to the Suihua Road, and his trick of putting the man into a trap had not reached the level of being used. It was obviously not the same person. Qianchun, do you know if there is anyone else in the academy who is researching the trick of putting the man into a trap? Lu Ran thought for a while and asked. The information exchange between students is much more than that between teachers, and Qianchun has been researching the trick of putting the man into a trap. If other students are doing such research and have made more progress than Qianchun, he should know it. I don't think so. The skill of putting the enemy into a trap requires too much control over the body and strength. Few people in the academy are willing to study this move. Qianchun suddenly figured out something, stared at Lu Ran with wide eyes and asked, Teacher Lu Ran? You asked me this. Does it mean that other students in the academy have studied putting the enemy into a trap and have achieved results? Lu Ran pondered and said, Today, a teacher met a student at Suihua Road, and he used putting the enemy into a trap. Impossible. There are only a few people in the academy who are capable of studying putting the enemy into a trap, and they have not achieved results, and their progress is not as good as mine, and they are far from being able to use it. Qianchun looked incredulous. If it is not a student of the academy, it may be a freshman who is registered for admission. Lu Ran now thinks that teacher Helian may not have remembered it wrong, and maybe he is not a student of the college. That is even more impossible. The freshmen should still be in the examination room, unless they are those who were eliminated in advance. Qianchun thinks that it is even more impossible. If he is really a genius who can lure people into traps, how could he be eliminated in advance? At least, he should be able to hold on until the end of the test. Lu Ran and Qianchun both think that this matter is a bit weird. They really can't think of who it is. At this time, Lu Ran's communicator suddenly rang. Lu Ran took out the communicator and took a look. He found that it was teacher Helian who called, and quickly connected the communication. Teacher. Lu Ran connected the communication. Xiao Ran, I found the diary and the information of that student. Helian said. What's his name? Lu Ran was worried, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard such news. Let me take a look. Lianchen on the other side of the communicator flipped open the book and read, Lianchen, Lin, the tree stands out in the forest, Shen, The cloud is deep and unknown. Race. Human. When Lu Ran heard He Lianqing say Lin Shen's name, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, thinking that she had heard it wrong, just a person with a similar name. But when she heard the human race at the end, it couldn't be wrong. There is only one human named Lin Shen in the academy now. Xiao Ran, this person may be a failed candidate. You go find him first. Later, I will ask Lao Qi to get him a special recruitment quota. He Lianqing said. Teacher, don't worry, I will go to see this person first, and it won't be too late to make a decision when I come back. Lu Ran still has some understanding of Lin Shen. She has seen the battle of the race rankings of Fei Jiqing, and knows that Lin Shen's ability is indeed not bad, but she didn't expect that he would actually fall into the trap. Chapter 610. Ouyang Yudu used a similar trick to enter the trap to break the dust life base of Diers, but that was the ability of the life base, not the technique. At that time, Ouyang Yudu also said that Lin Shen was stronger than him, but he just didn't want to win, etc. Lu Ran thought that Ouyang Yudu was just trying to save Lin Shen's face. But if Lin Shen really wanted to enter the trap, it is not certain whether he can defeat Diers, but the role of the dust life base must be discounted. There is no invincible ability in the universe. Just like the separation method can restrain Lin Shen's wave-stepping fist, and enter the trap also has a certain restraining effect on the dust life base. If it is really Lin Shen, this matter may not be easy to handle. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown. It is not a big deal for a son of the emperor like Tian Yunxiang to practice in the academy. But Lin Shen is different. Although he only upgraded, he served as the dean of the Tianshi Academy in the Tianan clan. People like this are usually not allowed to study in the academy. First, there is no need. Second, there is no time. And third, the Celestials will not allow people in important positions to stay in the academy for a long time. As the head of an academy, there are so many affairs to deal with. How can there be time to practice in the academy, not to mention the risk of leaking secrets? Teacher Lu Ran, is the person that Teacher Helian mentioned the one who has mastered the art of luring people into a trap? He Qianshan asked. It should be. Lu Ran stood up and prepared to meet Lin Shen. She did not have a good impression of Lin Shen. If it were not for Helian Sheng, even if Lin Shen had mastered the art of luring people into a trap, she would not be willing to let Lin Shen be her student. Teacher Lu Ran, can I go with you to meet that person? Yi Qianshan asked hurriedly. Let's go together. Lu Ran thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Lu Ran brought Yi Qianshan to the outside of the examination room. Now there was less than an hour left before the end of the exam. Lin Shen and the others should be waiting here for Tian Yunxiang to come out. Sure enough, Lu Ran soon found the figures of Lin Shen and the others and walked towards them. Yi Qianshan followed Lu Ran, looking ahead, and soon he also found the figures of Lin Shen and the others. But Yi Qianshan didn't think that the person Lu Ran was talking about was one of them, and thought that Lu Ran was only looking for people near them. But the more he walked, the more wrong it was. Lu Ran was obviously going for Lin Shen and the others. Impossible, impossible, it must not be one of them. If it was them, how could they have given up and left just now? Yi Qianshan couldn't accept it at all. The person He Lianqing was talking about was them. But Lu Ran had already walked in front of Lin Shen, and called out Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen, I want to talk to you about something. Let's go to my office. Can we wait until the test is over? Lin Shen glanced at the time. There were only about 40 minutes left before the test was over. If not, let's go to the conference room next door. It won't take much time. Just a few words. Lu Ran pointed to a small building nearby and said, Okay. Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu and the 4 girls to wait here first. He followed Lu Ran to the small building next door. Lu Ran used a card to open the door of a conference room and brought Lin Shen and Yi Qianshan in. Yi Qianshan walked at the back and locked the door. Teacher Lu Ran, what do you want me for? Lin Shen had been thinking whether to tell Lu Ran what Master Yao Gu said. Lin Shen didn't care much about the benefits promised by Master Yao Gu, and didn't need to help him pass on the message for such a small thing. An hour ago, have you been to Suihua Road? Lu Ran asked. Yes. Lin Shen nodded and answered. He still remembered that small street with flowers and trees on both sides, which was really beautiful. Did you run into an old man? Lu Ran continued to ask. We didn't run into him. He slipped his hand, and I helped him catch the fish tank. It didn't fall to the ground, and there was no damage at all. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat and thought, it can't be a scam. Lu Ran has been alarmed. How much money will he blackmail me? After hearing what Lin Shen said, Lu Ran was sure that it was him who ran into teacher Helian Sheng. The one you met was my teacher Helian Sheng. Lu Ran said slowly. Your teacher? Lin Shen was shocked and explained quickly. I really didn't meet him. If Lu Ran's teacher was blackmailed, he was worried that he couldn't afford it. Lin Shen never believed that people with high status must have good character. Lu Ran was a little amused. I mean, the old man you met was my teacher Helian Sheng. I heard from my teacher that the technique you used to help him catch the fish tank was the unsolvable technique of luring someone into a trap. Yi Qianshun stared at Lin Shen nervously. He really didn't believe that Lin Shen would actually lure someone into a trap. How could he practice lure someone into a trap? Not really. It's just a trivial trick I practiced before. Lin Shen didn't dare to tell anyone about the blazing heart fire. He's retired in the Tianshi Academy. If he sells him out, it would be a shame. Trivial trick? Yi Qianshun and Lu Ran's eyes twitched a little. If luring someone into a trap is also a trivial trick, then what are all the teachers and students in the academy? Can you demonstrate your trivial trick? Lu Ran subconsciously emphasized the words trivial trick. She still wanted to confirm whether the trick Lin Shen used was the trick of luring someone into a trap, or some similar talent, or some similar effect. The number of talent is fixed. If it is the effect of the talent, it will not surprise people. But the technique is practiced by oneself, which is equivalent to an extra skill, which is of course much stronger than the talent. There are some similar techniques, but the effect is very different from the effect of the trap, and it cannot be used in actual combat. If Lin Shen is in the above two situations, Lu Ran does not think he is qualified to be a student. Why? Lin Shen feels that he has no obligation to demonstrate his skills to her. If you really practice the trap, our academy is ready to give you a special recruitment quota and let you become a student of the academy. Lu Ran knows that Lin Shen is the head of the academy after all, and he is not as easy to deal with as ordinary students. Sorry, I just came to escort the Emperor Yunxiang, and I have no intention of joining your academy. Lin Shen has no time to go to school at all, he has too many things to do. Lu Ran knew that it was not so easy to impress Lin Shen, so he continued, after entering the academy, you will have the same treatment as Dai's. How high Dai's treatment is, needless to say. I appreciate your kindness, I have a lot of work, and no time to go to school. How could Lin Shen care about such a little treatment? I can also give you another special admission quota, and ask you to recommend one person for admission. As long as it's not too outrageous, anyone you recommend can be admitted. Lu Ran put forward a new condition. Chapter 611. I don't have anyone to recommend, Mr. Lu Ran. If there's nothing else, I go back first. The test will be over soon. Lin Shen stood up and prepared to leave. Yi Qianshun wanted to curse him when he heard this. The conditions given by Lu Ran were what any student would dream of. The treatment of Dai's was unique in the academy. Any student would dream of such standard treatment. What's more, there is a special recruitment indicator. The value of this indicator is inestimable. I don't know how many noble children of small races want to join the academy but can't. If this indicator is sold, let alone a planet, it's not a problem to exchange a city on the planets of those small races. Lin Shen actually refused such a condition. Yi Qianshun felt that Lin Shen was simply committing a crime. Demonstrate the trick of luring you into a trap, and give you a cinnabar of reincarnation. Lu Ran did not stop Lin Shen from leaving, but just said lightly. Just her words made Lin Shen stop, turn around, face Lu Ran, stretch out his hand and say, okay. If he could choose, he wanted to demonstrate the trick 10 times, and then get a chance to sleep with Lu Ran for a night. This is obviously not realistic, but as long as Lu Ran knows that he will really trick him, then there will be a little connection between the two of them in the future, and maybe there will be a chance to get the fire. Even if there is no such thing, just demonstrating catching loaches once can get a reincarnation ash, which is simply a good thing that falls from the sky, and Lin Shen will not refuse. Next, Lu Ran took out a samsara ash, held it between his fingers and threw it out. The direction the samsara ash flew was not towards Lin Shen, but was still a few meters away from Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew what Lu Ran meant, stretched out his hand and grabbed it in midair, and the samsara ash strangely changed its direction, and was sucked into Lin Shen's palm. Thank you, Teacher Lu Ran, for your kindness. Lin Shen said, turning around and leaving the meeting room. It's really a trap. Lu Ran sighed. Yi Qianshun stood there blankly, and he was a little dumbfounded. He had studied it for nearly 2 years, and just had some clues, and was still far from mastering it. Lin Shen was able to use it freely, and Yi Qianshun couldn't help but wonder, did Lin Shen master it in the past, or did he master it after reading the theory he wrote on the blackboard just now? If it was the latter, Yi Qianshun couldn't imagine how strong Lin Shen's talent was. But if it was the former, how could it be such a coincidence that he wrote putting the enemy in a trap on the blackboard, and Lin Shen had actually practiced putting the enemy in a trap before? This was too much of a coincidence. Let's go! Lu Ran knew that it was impossible to recruit Lin Shen into the academy. She knew that this might be the result, so she didn't agree to heal Lin Shen. She just felt a little regretful that this technique was actually practiced by Lin Shen. If Deers faced Lin Shen again in the future, he might not be able to take advantage. It's a big advantage for the Celestial clan. No wonder the Emperor of Heavenly Arts made him the Dean of the Heavenly Master Academy. Lu Ran felt that he should remind Deers not to underestimate Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen couldn't understand the power of those rules, and his comprehension might be a little poor, but with his current combat ability, it would not be easy for Deers to defeat him. Teacher, you go first. I have something to do. After leaving the meeting room, Yi Qianchun said goodbye and left. Lu Ran didn't care. Since Yi Qianchun didn't practice the trick of luring the enemy into a trap, she didn't want to accept him as a disciple. After Yi Qianchun left, he hurried to where Lin Shen and the others were. In a practice field, Wei Wufu and Deers were sparring with each other. It was the first time that Deers met someone who could completely suppress him in terms of technique. Although there were some people who could compete with him, those people didn't really win with technique. Most of them, like Tiandiluo, practiced special skills. Unlike Wei Wufu, his experience and skills all came from his own practice. The two discussed for a while, and then they started to spar. Wei Wufu's fighting ability amazed Deers. The two had a very good understanding of technique and realm, which made Deers feel like meeting a soulmate. Time is running out. Wei Wufu looked at the time. The test was almost over, and he had to go back. Wei Wufu, stay in the academy to study. With your talent, you will definitely be immortal in the future, and you may even go further. Deers sincerely invited Wei Wufu to stay. I will follow. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen is very good, but he is only talented. He is not as good as you in comprehension and vision. He looks very strong now, but he will suffer in the future. Deers continued, I know you are of the same race, and you want to help him, but you don't have to stay by his side to help him. As long as you can become stronger, you will be of greater help to him. Wei Wufu looked at Deers in surprise and said, Lin Shen is much worse. You are not as good as him. After that, Wei Wufu no longer paid attention to Deers and turned to leave the practice field. Deers stared at Wei Wufu leaving in a daze. After a moment, his eyes became brighter and brighter. You actually think that you are much worse than Lin Shen, and you think I am not as good as him. Then I will prove to you that I am better than him, and you are not worse than him either. You just look down on yourself because you have been with him for too long. Wei Wufu didn't know that his words completely triggered Deers' desire to fight Lin Shen. Deers thought that people like Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu should have followed Lin Shen from a very early time. Because Lin Shen's innate skills are very strong, he seemed very powerful in the early stage. They stayed with Lin Shen for a long time, and they had the illusion that they were worse than Lin Shen. In Dai's view, they are just self-deprecating. After the test of the Peony Fairy, Dai can intuitively feel that Lin Shen's comprehension is not as good as Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. Especially Wei Wufu, in Dai's view, that is a natural martial arts genius. Even he does not think that he will be better than Wei Wufu in martial arts comprehension. From Dai's point of view, he is helping Wei Wufu break the fate of being PUA by others and let him clearly realize his true value. Such a natural talent should not be manipulated like this. He should have a broader future. Dai is determined. Let me help you break the cage that binds you. Lin Shen naturally didn't know that he had brought disaster upon himself again. He thought that with a relationship with Old Wei, Dai would not come to trouble him in the future. Chapter 612. Lin Shen returned to the entrance of the examination room. He just stopped and said a few words to Ouyang Yudu when he saw Yi Qianchun approaching him. Anything else? Lin Shen looked at Yi Qianchun and asked, Did you learn the putting the man into the trap after reading what I wrote on the blackboard? Yi Qianchun asked seriously. No, I have practiced it before. Lin Shen answered truthfully. Yi Qianchun was obviously relieved after hearing Lin Shen's answer, and then asked, How long have you practiced it? Since Lin Shen did not learn the putting the man into the trap now, he still had room to catch up. He wanted to know how long it took Lin Shen to learn the putting the man into the trap. He wanted to learn the putting the man into the trap in a shorter time and faster than Lin Shen. This technique requires the use of 4 kinds of strength to cooperate with each other. Each kind of strength is very difficult to practice, and the combination of the 4 kinds of strength is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. Yi Qianchun thought that Lin Shen would not be able to master this move without several years of hard practice. Several months. Lin Shen had tried to make it as long as possible, and he had not actually practiced for a long time. Yi Qianchun was stunned when he heard this. He originally wanted to be faster than Lin Shen, but the time he had spent now was already 3 or 4 times longer than Lin Shen. Did it take half a year from the beginning of practicing the 4 kinds of strength to mastering it? Yi Qianchun frowned and asked, still holding a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. Maybe the half a year that Lin Shen mentioned did not include the time for practicing the 4 kinds of strength, and Yi Qianchun only practiced these 4 kinds of strength for a year and a half. About the same, it took half a year on and off. Lin Shen had never practiced a single kind of strength, and he used the siphon force to catch loaches. Intermittently. Yi Qianchun's mood at this time was indescribable. Anything else? Lin Shen looked at Yi Qianchun and asked. No. No more. Yi Qianchun felt as if his strength had been sucked dry, and left listlessly. Yang Yuda looked at Yi Qianchun's back as he left, with a playful look on his face, and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, if you want to find a reference, you've found the wrong person. Not long after, Wei Wufu came back, and Lin Shen and his friends waited until the test was over before they saw Tian Yunxiang walking out of the crowd. Even though the threshold of the academy is already very high, and it is not a field that ordinary people can get involved in, there are too many excellent people in this world, and there are still many qualified people who squeeze through the threshold to take the entrance test. When Lin Shen and his friends saw Tian Yunxiang's face, they knew that her results must not be ideal. Emperor's son, how are your test scores? Lin Shen asked knowingly, just to make things difficult for Tian Yunxiang. Not bad. Not bad. Tian Yunxiang's face was a little stiff, and she forced out an expression that looked like crying and laughing, with the corners of her mouth twitching. So there should be no problem with admission. After you are admitted, we should go back. Do you want to say something to the emperor? Lin Shen was very happy. He liked to see Tian Yunxiang's expression like this. No need. Why are you talking so much? I'm so tired. I want to go back to the hotel to rest. Don't talk to me. Tian Yunxiang turned around and left with a huff. At Lin Shen's signal, the 4 girls of Yexing quickly followed Tian Yunxiang to protect her safety. Lin Shen walked behind happily, in a very good mood. If Tian Yunxiang failed the exam, she would have to follow him back to Zenith Star, which was equivalent to easily completing the task assigned by Emperor Tianshu. Although it was not completed 100%, at least it was a good job. Just thinking that I could finally go home safely, I suddenly saw the figure of Deers in the crowd opposite. Lin Shen saw Deers standing still in the crowd. His eyes were obviously looking at him, and his eyes seemed to be wrong. When Tian Yunxiang saw Deers in front of her, her originally depressed mood was immediately thrown away. A smile appeared on her face, and she quickly walked up to him. Deers? Tian Yunxiang wanted to say something to Deers, but found that Deers' focus was not on her at all. She couldn't help but turn her head, and saw that the person Dies was looking at was Lin Shen, who was walking behind. Lin Shen, let's fight. Dies was very eye-catching. No matter where he went, he was always the focus of people's attention. Although this was in the Noble Academy, students could often see Dies, and he was not as noticeable as outside. But Dies was still a person that everyone cared about. When he said this, the originally noisy academy suddenly became quiet. The people who were originally coming and going stopped at this time, and everyone's eyes were on Dies and Lin Shen. After Dies did this, many people recognized Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen's performance in the race-ranking battle was very amazing, and many people still remembered him. Lin Shen actually came to the academy, and Deers is going to challenge him? It seems that they still have to decide the winner after all. Yang Yudu is here too. He said that if Lin Shen wants to win, he can win Deers. I wonder if the prophecy can come true. What the hell, do you believe him just because he said it? Deers is Deers. There is no second one in the world. He is a truly invincible existence of the same level, not a pseudo-invincible, who can only run away. Not necessarily. I think Lin Shen is really strong. People were talking about it, but Lin Shen just felt a headache. It was obviously fine before. Why did Deers suddenly do this? Deers, I'm on duty. Lin Shen was interrupted by Deers before he finished speaking. Deers looked at Lin Shen and smiled and said, whether you win or lose, you can have a chance to use the Supreme Land once. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. Even Lin Shen looked at Dies in astonishment, wondering if Dies was joking. He knew about the Supreme Land. Recently, he was researching which base-changing land to achieve Nirvana in, so he saw a lot of information about it. The Supreme Land was a base-changing land used exclusively by the Supreme Clan. Although it was only a Nirvana-level base-changing land, its fame was not inferior to some base-changing lands that could breed immortal creatures and legends, and it was even more famous. After all, most people, even if they knew the existence of the Immortal Land, would find it difficult to use the Immortal Land for Nirvana, as there was a 99.99% chance that they would become non-human. In fact, the same was true for using the Nirvana land. The possibility of becoming non-human was also extremely high. Ordinary ascendants would not choose such a base-changing land for Nirvana. But the Supreme Land was different. After being transformed by the Supreme Clan, ascendants who achieved Nirvana in the Supreme Land would hardly have the risk of becoming non-human, and could directly become Nirvana heirs. Not only did they save a lot of trouble in the middle, but their strength after Nirvana was also stronger than that of ordinary Nirvana heirs. Completing Nirvana once in the Supreme Land is at least equivalent to completing Nirvana 2 or 3 times in other base-changing lands, or even stronger. Chapter 6:13. This is undoubtedly a huge attraction for the Ascenders. Many Ascenders who are not strong enough or have too few reincarnations and want to become Nirvana, if they can get a chance to enter the Supreme Land for Nirvana, it is simply like opening a cheat. The Supreme Land is also attractive to Lin Shen. Having such an opportunity can reduce risks and save a lot of trouble, which is naturally excellent. The key is that the Supreme Land is only open to the Supreme Clan, and generally few foreign races can get the opportunity. Many foreign nobles, and even royal families want their descendants to use the Supreme Land for Nirvana, but they are not qualified. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you serious?" Deers did not answer, and directly took out a jade token and threw it to Lin Shen. "This is the token to enter the Supreme Land. You can enter the Supreme Land at any time with it." Lin Shen caught the jade token, and did not doubt the authenticity of the jade token. Deer said such words in front of so many people, it should not be false. As long as there is a Wuxia jade plate, can anyone enter the Supreme Land? Lin Shen asked again. If he himself does not go to the Supreme Land, he can also give it to others. Each Wuxia jade plate will be registered, and only when a person matches the Wuxia jade plate can they enter the Supreme Land. Deer said lightly, "But you can rest assured, I will change the record to your name, or to someone else's name. As long as you are not a villain and have nothing to do with my clan, I can also help you change it, but it can only be changed once. I can fight you, but I have a request." Lin Shen felt that he would not suffer any loss in this matter. He would fight with him. No matter whether he won or lost, he would definitely get a chance to enter the Supreme Land. "You say." Deers didn't care. "The fight between you and me will not be broadcast live, and no one else will be allowed to watch. The result will not be announced to the public," Lin Shen said. Lin Shen's condition immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the people around him. They were all waiting to see Lin Shen and Deers fight. As a result, Lin Shen said that he would fight alone and not let them watch, which immediately angered everyone. "Lin Shen, can't you afford to lose? That's right, you have no vision at all, you want the jade token, but you're afraid of losing face. All the good things are yours, right? There's no need to watch, he's already lost in terms of momentum. Lin Shen will definitely not win. It's impossible for him to win. Do you really think he can beat Deers?" Even Tian Yunxiang was very dissatisfied, and said to Lin Shen, "Others can choose not to watch, but I must watch." Deers looked at Lin Shen and said, "Others can choose not to watch, and my people can choose not to watch, but your friends can watch from the side, right?" "That's right, we won't tell anyone even if we watch," Tian Yunxiang quickly said. Lin Shen didn't expect Deers to say that, and he almost doubted whether there were spies from the Supreme Clan around him. But thinking about the few people he brought with him, there was no way there was a spy from the Supreme Clan. "Okay," Lin Shen agreed. "Come with me." Deers turned around and walked slowly, waiting for Lin Shen to catch up. Everyone was very disappointed. Having said that, they still wanted to watch the battle between Lin Shen and Dios. This was a showdown between top-level ascenders, and they didn't have the opportunity to see it at any time. Especially the students of the academy, all of them were very disappointed. "Lin Shen, can I go to watch the battle? I think you can win, and I want to witness it myself." Lin Shen was just about to follow him when Yi Qianshun came over and said. Seeing Lin Shen looking at him with disbelief, Yi Qianshun whispered to him, "I studied the trick of inviting the enemy into a trap just to compete with Deers. I really want to see you defeat him with the trick of inviting the enemy into a trap. If you are willing to let me watch the battle, I will owe you a favor. If there is any need for me in the future, I swear in the name of the Prince of the Evil Dragon Clan that as long as I can do it, I will do my best. You can only watch, not record, and you can't say it." Lin Shen thought about it, and agreed to Yi Qianshun. The Evil Dragon Clan is also a top race. Although the number of races is relatively small, it is famous for its bravery and good fighting. There is no conflict with the celestial race and humans. Lin Shen didn't want others to watch the battle, just because he didn't want his abilities to be exposed too much, and he didn't want to be targeted and studied all day long. The key is that he is too embarrassed to do anything in front of so many people. If Ichiharu wants to watch, let him watch. Why not get the favor of the prince of the evil dragon clan? I want to watch too. I also think you can win. Linshin, I am your die-hard fan. Let me go! You all go away. I am a true fan. I grew up watching Linshin fight. I must go to cheer for my idol. Idol, take me with you. A large number of people who supported Linshin appeared at once, and everyone said they were optimistic about Linshin. Linshin didn't care about them at all. Under the protection of the 4 girls of Yexing, he followed Deers to a transmission device in the academy. The staff teleported them to the Thousand Island planet. This planet is a huge water ball. The ocean covers most of the area, with only many islands dotted in between. The environment of the Thousand Island planet is similar to that of the human home planet, and is even more suitable for human habitation. However, there are a large number of basic mutation creatures living in these islands and oceans, ranging from basic mutation level to nirvana level. Everyone appeared on an island. Deers had communicated with the staff and told them not to let other people teleport to the Thousand Island planet during this period, which was considered to be a private place. These were all done by Deers before he came to find Linshin. He didn't want others to see Linshin being defeated by him, but just wanted Wei Wufu to know that Linshin was not as strong as he imagined. Yixing and others stood on the island, while Linshin and Deers stood face to face on the beach, and the battle was about to start. Linshin, in this battle between you and me, please do your best and don't leave any regrets. Deers said to Linshin. Of course. Linshin changed his base directly, and his carapace covered his whole body. At the same time, he activated various innate abilities. For a moment, his carapace was as bright as the sun, emitting brilliant light. In an office of the Noble Academy, Lu Ran and a group of bigwigs from the academy were staring at the holographic image. Fortunately, the Sky Dome system was installed on the Thousand Islands, otherwise we would not be able to see the excitement. An old teacher said with a smile. This Linshin has good abilities, and should be able to cause some trouble to Dais. I hope he can hold on for a little longer, and not lose so quickly. Many bigwigs are optimistic about Dais, but only Lu Ran knows that it may not be that easy to defeat Linshin. Under everyone's expectations, this battle finally began. Dais directly used the Dust Life base, turning it into a torrent of stars, and rushed towards Linshin. This was exactly the trick he used on Ouyang Yuta before. Everyone looked at Linshin, wanting to know how he could break this trick. Linshin faced the torrent of stars, his body burst into light, as if possessed by a god, and punched out. 5 consecutive punches were the strongest punches that Linshin could use at his limit. Boom! The galaxy rushed. No matter how strong the punch was, it could not withstand the endless impact of the galaxy. Linshin's punch was broken and his body was thrown out. Bang! Linshin fell on the beach and struggled several times, but couldn't get up. You are so strong, I hate. The carapace on Linshin's face disappeared, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The people on the island and the big guys who were peeking outside were all stunned, and they opened their mouths wide for a while, and couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 614. Fake to Fake. When Lu Ran saw Linshin's expression, it was like watching a stage actor performing. The performance was too obvious and exaggerated. Especially the last mouthful of blood, which was not something a normal person could do. If he got hurt, he got hurt. If he vomited blood, he vomited blood. Who has ever seen someone remove the mask specifically for vomiting blood, and then vomit it out, as if he was afraid that someone would not know that he was vomiting blood? If this was a stage play, Lu Ran would think it was quite vivid and contagious, but in the case of a life-and-death duel, Lu Ran felt that Linshin was really too much, and was simply shameless to the extreme. Ichienshan was also stunned. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought that it would be such a result. The expressions of the 4 girls of Yixing were a little strange. They moved a little further away from Linshin, as if they didn't want others to know that they knew Linshin. The people of Deers were dumbfounded. Looking at Linshin, who seemed to have given up and lay motionless on the beach, his eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Many people on the internet call you Lin the Movie King. I used to think those people were wrong, but today I finally know that they are right. You are just an actor. I can't help it. You are too strong. I am really no match for you. When I go out later, I will tell everyone the truth. I can't resist your powerful strength, and was defeated by your move. Ichienshan can testify." Linshin sat up with difficulty, and looked at Ichienshan and said, "Testify? I can't testify. Yi Qianshun wanted to complain in his heart, but he found that Lin Shen seemed to be right. Lin Shen was indeed defeated by Deers in one move. He saw it with his own eyes. Yi Qianshun could only say that Lin Shen was too shameless. When Dai said that he would give Lin Shen the chance to enter the Supreme Land regardless of winning or losing, the battle was actually over. Dai looked at Lin Shen and suddenly laughed. No need to bother. I take your body out later, and everyone will know that you lost. As he said that, Dai punched Lin Shen directly. He could obviously control the dust to fight elegantly, but at this time, he just wanted to hit Lin Shen hard twice, preferably to kill him. You don't follow the rules. I've already admitted defeat. Seeing that Dai was serious, Lin Shen bounced up from the ground and retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. Dai punched a large pit with a diameter of dozens of meters on the beach. Today you have no other way to go, defeat me, or be beaten to death by me. Dai knew that if he didn't do this, Lin Shen would definitely not really fight with him. Why? We have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. Why do we have to fight to the death? Lin Shen sighed. Stop talking nonsense. It's up to you to decide whether to live or die. Dai, who has such a good temper, couldn't stand Lin Shen, and was angry and wanted to continue to attack. Wait a minute. Lin Shen hurriedly stopped, looked at Dai seriously and asked, Do you really want a life and death duel? Yes. Dai's tone was very firm. Is it the kind of life and death duel where you have to use all your strength and use all means to kill the other party? Lin Shen asked again. Of course, I will do my best. Dai answered very affirmatively. He naturally hoped that Lin Shen would use all his strength to fight him, instead of acting like before, which would be an insult to him. Okay, in that case, I will have no choice but to meet your request and fight you with all my strength and means. Lin Shen said, as he summoned the folding fan and the mutated Yuling Long, and then slapped Deers twice. The mutated Yuling Long also summoned the mutated Yushi Life Base, and used the Jinshanha skill. Deers was not surprised but happy to see this. It seemed that Lin Shen was really going to fight him seriously. He was not afraid of Lin Shen using pets, but was afraid that Lin Shen would not try his best. He later watched the battle between Lin Shen and Christine, and knew that Lin Shen's life base had the ability to weaken, but he was not afraid at all, and let the mysterious words fall on him. Feeling that his body's strength was repeatedly weakened, Deers did not resist. He felt that this was the best way. Only by defeating Lin Shen in this way could Wei Wufu wake up completely and understand that Lin Shen was not as invincible as he imagined, breaking his psychological shadow. Originally, Deers thought that Lin Shen had used so many weakening abilities and should have taken action, but who knew that Lin Shen stood there, swung his folding fan, pointed at the four girls of Yexing and said, Do you remember how I taught you before? Music. Start. The four girls of Yexing were slightly startled. When Lin Shen borrowed them, he did tell them something, but they felt a little embarrassed to ask them to do such a thing at this time. But no matter how embarrassing it was, they did not dare to disobey Lin Shen's orders, and summon their own life bases one by one. Keyboard, drums, bass, guitar, the four women are a band. When the music sounded, the rhythm like death rock followed, and then they were heard singing in unison. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. As they sang, infinite power suddenly emerged in Lin Shen's body. Fuck. He even brought his own band to fight? A big shot couldn't help but swear. The level of this cheerleading team is really good. All of them are beautiful women. Why didn't I think of this when I was young? An old man sighed. What are you thinking? Don't you know that he is a person with the talent of war song, and the war song sung by these four women will enhance his ability? Finally someone said such a sentence, which made the big shots, who were sighing and appreciating the beauty of the four women of Yixing, startled. They rarely paid attention to the Battle of Feishing, only a few of them paid attention to the Battle of Feishing's ranking, and most of them only watched the duel between Lin Shen and Christine, and didn't know that Lin Shen also had the talent of war song. Ichiharu was also stunned. He had seen people fighting with thugs, but he had never seen people fighting with a band to cheer. You know what, the band of four beauties is really pleasing to the eye. Such vulgar words don't seem so vulgar when they sing them. Dears, since it's a life and death duel, I won't be polite. Lin Shen directly blasted over with a 3-hit wave attack. However, the power of the 3-hit wave attack, under the blessing of the band's battle song, is not as simple as the previous 3-hit wave attack. Deer's mind moved, and thousands of dusts rushed towards Lin Shen like a galaxy. This move blew up Lin Shen's 5-hit wave attack. He originally thought that there would be no problem against the 3-hit wave attack. Chapter 6:15. But something went wrong. Deers underestimated the strength of the band's blessing to Lin Shen. When ordinary ascenders sing war songs, the blessing they give to Lin Shan is not strong. Only when there are more people can the enhancement become greater. But that is under normal circumstances. If there is the power of the sound system, the effect is not as simple as the number of people. Just like Wei Wufu uses the heart-searching wooden fish to match the rhythm and war songs, he can bring a lot of blessing to Lin Shan. The heart-searching wooden fish and Lao Wei are only upgraded, and Lao Wei does not have real sound system power. The 4 girls of Yexing are all Nirvana-level sound system masters. In addition, their life bases are all musical instruments. The blessing of the war song that can be generated by their accompaniment and singing is much stronger than that of Lao Wei. Under the blessing of the war song, Lin Shan's 3 consecutive punches on the waves are like a huge wave, and they actually rolled back the dust rushing from the galaxy and hit Deers. That terrifying force was like a mudslide, sweeping everything forward. Dai's expression suddenly froze. It was true that he could control the dust in the space to turn it into life, but that was also limited. After all, he was only a flying upgrade, and his ability range was still relatively limited. If he could be promoted to immortal, he might really be able to control the stars in the sky. Now, the dust he could control could not exceed a certain limit. But this was not a problem. Dai's expression did not move, and he punched out, and the fist force rolled like a snowball towards the huge wave. However, the effect of this punch was not as good as Dai's imagined. The negative effects on him greatly reduced the power of his own attributes and skills, and the snowball rolled by this punch was not as strong as expected. The fist force was not able to stop the fist wave, but was crushed by the fist wave, and rolled up and hit Deers. Deers' eyes condensed, and a mysterious light like a god bloomed on his body, and a little holy light appeared on his forehead. The holy light spread out, like a holy eye of divine light, staring at the fist wave and blooming a beam of light. Boom! The fist wave was shattered by the holy eye, and the big guys watching the battle were amazed. Deers is worthy of being born Nirvana. He can release a tribute power as an ascender. He is the second only person in the world. But before they finished their sighs, they saw Lin Shan swung his fists and hit one wave-treading fist after another. The fist waves overlapped and rushed towards Deers, like an endless tsunami. With the blessing of the Nirvana-level band, Lin Shan's power was amplified not just 1 or 2 times, but several times. The power attribute of each wave-treading fist has exceeded 1,000, and can even be compared with the power attribute of the Nirvana level. Deers was indeed invincible, and the Holy Eye Light continuously destroyed Lin Shan's fist waves. But that was all. He used the dust life base to attack Lin Shan, but was swept back by waves of terrifying fist waves. This was absolute power suppression. If it weren't for the Holy Eye Light, Deers would have no way to deal with such power suppression. A group of big men watched the terrifying fist waves raging in the air. The real sea waves were not so terrifying. Deers could only deal with the Holy Eye Light, and other abilities were useless. But the Holy Eye Light consumed a lot of energy, and Deers couldn't use it all the time. And Lin Shan's fist waves came violently as if they were free of money. The almost invincible Deers actually showed signs of fatigue, and the Holy Eye Light gradually began to weaken. Shameless, what kind of duel is this? It's obvious that the 4 women gave him too strong a blessing, otherwise he is no match for Dai's. This person is really cunning. He weakened Dai's with his own and his pet's skills, and used the band to bless himself with powerful strength. With the decline of 1, let alone Dai's, even if it was a Nirvana, I'm afraid he would be suppressed and beaten. Lin Shan used a pet, which was already a foul. He even brought a band. This is not a duel at all. This is bullying the weak with the many. The big guys were all indignant, but they were also a little surprised. The blessing given to Lin Shan by the band was stronger than they imagined. It could make Lin Shan's power so strong that it could rival that of a Nirvana. If his opponent was not Dai's, any other ascender would have died on the spot. Even Deers was powerless to break through Lin Shan's fist wave like the sea. The light of the Holy Eye became weaker and weaker. When he shot at the fist wave again, Deers' body was actually shaken back a step. Deers was actually shaken back. Yi Qianshun was full of disbelief. He thought Lin Shan would use the trick of inviting someone into a trap to restrain Deers, but he didn't expect it to be such a battle. The whole process was head-on and Deers was beaten without the power to fight back. Yi Qianshun had never seen such a scene, and had never even thought about it. Relying on external forces. It turns out that it can be so strong. Yi Qianshun looked at the 4 girls of Yexing who were singing hard, and seemed to have suddenly realized it. Although one's own strength is important, external forces are also important factors. If Lin Shan's own band was stronger, maybe he could crush Deers. The power of one person is limited after all. There is still strength in numbers. My evil dragon clan has too few members. If our evil dragon clan had more members, we would definitely be in a much stronger position than now, and we might even compete for the throne of the first race in the universe. Even if I have mastered the art of luring the enemy into a trap, it would only make me stronger, and it wouldn't have much effect. But if I could give birth to 1,000 evil dragon babies, when 1,000 evil dragon babies grow up, each of them would give birth to 1,000 evil dragon babies. Evil Qianshun, who has always advocated personal force, is quietly changing his ideology. Dais quickly retreated and exited the range of the fist wave. He tried several times to break through Lin Shen's fist wave and rush over. But the results all ended in failure. He was too weakened, and the blessing given to Lin Shen by the band was too strong. No matter how strong his skills were, he could not break Lin Shen's fist wave. Originally, he thought that Lin Shen could not sustain such a wave of punches for a long time, but he was about to die, and Lin Shen's punches were more powerful than before, which made Dais completely lose hope of winning. There was no point in fighting any further. Dais withdrew from the battle circle and looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. I lost. Dais sighed. He admitted that he lost, but he felt very frustrated. He obviously had the ability to prove that he was better than Lin Shen, but with the blessing of the band, his ability alone was useless. Although he was a little unconvinced, Dais still admitted it. Just like what Lin Shen asked at the beginning, is it a life and death duel where any means can be used? Since it is a life and death duel, of course the purpose is to survive. No matter what means Lin Shen uses, it is reasonable. Dais admits this. But he felt aggrieved and uncomfortable in his heart. He has never felt so aggrieved since he was born. Lin Shen pointed with the folding fan in his hand, and the singing and accompaniment of the 4 girls of Yexing stopped. Thank you. Lin Shen was in a good mood. Chapter 616. Lin Shen was in a good mood, but the big guys watching the battle were feeling the same as Deer, feeling aggrieved and uncomfortable. In the territory of the Supreme Clan, a foreigner actually defeated Deer with more people against fewer people. Yes, in their opinion, Lin Shen was outnumbered, and without the blessing of the battle song of the 4 girls in the band, even if he had those weakening skills, he could not be Deer's opponent. Now they suddenly felt that it would be better to let him go just like that when Lin Shen was showing off his acting skills just now. If he let him go at that time, at least Deer's invincible reputation would not be damaged. Now that he admitted defeat like this, not only Deer felt aggrieved, but all of them felt aggrieved as well, and their dignity was gone, but they couldn't say anything. No, we can't let him go like this. This is not a duel at all. This result doesn't count. One of the big guys stood up angrily and looked at Lu Ran and said, "You are Dais' master. What do you say?" "Young man, it's not a bad thing to suffer a little setback. Dais was too successful before, so it's okay to lose a game," Lu Ran said calmly. She really thought so in her heart. Dais was too successful before. It's better for him to suffer a little setback now than to suffer a big loss in a real life and death battle in the future. Today, Lin Shen taught Dais 2 lessons. Lu Ran not only didn't think Lin Shen was being cunning, but on the contrary, she was quite grateful that Lin Shen could make up these 2 lessons for Dais. After Lu Ran said so, the other big guys had nothing to say. Besides, this was a battle between Dais and Lin Shen, and they really couldn't intervene. Noble Academy has its own rules. They cannot bully a small ascender. Even if they want to, the rules do not allow them to do so. What's more, Lin Shen is not an ordinary ascender. He also represents the Celestial Clan on this trip. No, this doesn't count. It was clearly agreed to be a duel. You asked Sister Yexing and the others to help you. This is bullying the weak with the many. It's not a one-on-one duel at all. A voice spoke out their thoughts. The person who spoke was Tian Yunxiang, who was watching the battle on the island. I thought I would see Deers defeat Lin Shen and show his supreme power. In the end, I could only see Deers admitting defeat with grievance. Tian Yunxiang felt the same way, as if she was wronged, and stood up and spoke for Deers in anger. Lin Shen was no longer surprised. He didn't find it strange that the brain-dead girl would make such a statement. If it was on a real battlefield, such a person should be beheaded by the commander directly. But this is not a battlefield, and Tian Yunxiang is not a human. The fact that the Tianren tribe has such a brain-dead emperor is the matter of the Tianren tribe and the Tianshu emperor. It has nothing to do with him. He will not worry about the Tianren tribe. I bother you later about changing the name on the jade token. We take our leave now. Lin Shen ignored Tian Yunxiang and prepared to teleport away. Lin Shen, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Tian Yunxiang stopped Lin Shen with a whimper. Emperor Yunxiang, what do you want? Will you be satisfied only if I die in the hands of Deers? If so, Go and ask the emperor. As long as the emperor says a word, Deers doesn't need to do anything. I will chop off my head and give it to him. Lin Shen looked at Tian Yunxiang coldly and said, I don't mean that. Tian Yunxiang was a little frightened by Lin Shen's momentum, and her eyes subconsciously avoided him, not daring to look at Lin Shen. What do you mean? Lin Shen asked coldly. I just want you to have a fair fight with Dais. Tian Yunxiang seemed to feel that it was a shame to be scared by Lin Shen, and said angrily, We, the Celestials, must win honorably. How can we use such despicable means? That is not what a hero does. When did I say I was a hero? Lin Shen asked back indifferently. You? Tian Yunxiang was choked up and couldn't say a word. Yunxiang, thank you for speaking up for me, but I have lost. This is an indisputable fact. Dai said. You didn't lose, you were just outnumbered. Tian Yunxiang said. If you lose, you lose. It has nothing to do with anything else. After saying that, Dai looked at Lin Shen and said solemnly, I lost this time, but I will win again next time. I hope that when I see you again next time, you will be stronger than you are now. After saying that, Dai was ready to send Lin Shen and the others out of the 1,000 Islands. Suddenly, the sea was surging, and a huge monster broke through the waves like a giant spaceship and flew into the sky. The huge body in the sky seemed to cover the entire sky, and the island and the nearby sea were shrouded in shadows. What was even more terrifying was that the giant was still wrapped in blue lightning, and the lightning on its body continued to spread around. For a time, the sky and the earth were full of blue lightning flashing like spider webs. That is, the mutant thunder Kuenpin. The faces of the big guys watching the game changed drastically, and the images in front of them were disconnected at once, and the projection had no signal. Lu Ran disappeared in a flash. After reacting, many big guys disappeared and rushed to the teleportation array of Qiandao's star. The mutant thunder Kuenping is a unique Nirvana creature on Qiandao's star, and it is not an ordinary Nirvana creature. The thunder Kuenping is a Kun in the water and a Peng in the sky. Its body is huge and has the power of Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder. Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder has the property of devouring and destroying everything. Once hit by Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder, the body will completely use the ability to resist. If it is Nirvana level, it may be possible to use the power of Nirvana to resist Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder, but that must be a Nirvana with top Nirvana attributes. Even if ordinary Nirvana has the power of Nirvana, it will lose the ability to resist when it touches Wuji Yin and Yang Thunder. In order to eliminate a Thunder Kuenpin, several Nirvanas died, and that was when more than a dozen Nirvanas were besieging it, and it was still a Thunder Kuenping that had not mutated. The mutant Thunder Kuenping they just saw was much more terrifying than the one that was eliminated by the Academy before. If Deers, Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen had any mishaps, the Celestials would never let it go. The Celestials' anger was secondary. What they could not accept the most was that Deers had a problem. With the appearance of the mutant Thunder Kuenping, lightning was everywhere between heaven and earth. Lin Shen immediately shouted for everyone to teleport out. But when he wanted to activate the Watch Inheritance device, he found that it didn't work. Seeing the sky covered with lightning, Deers was shining like a god and confronting the sky. The dust within 1,000 meters nearby was shining like stars, and gathered in his hands. Chapter 6:17. Countless star-like dust condensed on the palm of Dais, like a huge lightsaber. As Dais raised his arm, it flew towards the huge creature in the sky. As the lightsaber flew up, more starlight appeared around it, all absorbed on the lightsaber, making the lightsaber bigger and bigger, and its aura more and more terrifying. The body of the creature was like an eagle, but it was unimaginably huge. Its claws were black like iron, but its feathers were crystal white, and the blue lightning on its body kept flashing, spreading all over the sky. At the moment when the lightsaber rose into the air and stabbed the giant bird, the blue lightning flashing in the void appeared out of thin air and hit the lightsaber. The lightsaber was like a huge lightning rod. The lightning that had been raging in the sky without any direction struck the lightsaber from different directions. At one time, countless lightnings in the world were drawn to the lightsaber. The lightsaber formed by dust was struck by the blue lightning, and all the dust was like being electrocuted, standing still in the air, completely motionless. Then Lin Shen and others saw countless dusts lose their light, and then were instantly electrocuted into black ash, falling down like volcanic ash. The four girls, Yekong, Yeyun, Yeyue, and Yexing, immediately summoned their life bases and directly made their life bases fly into the sky. The drums started beating by themselves. The guitar and bass also played automatically without fingers, and the keyboard also rose and fell, playing strange music, and the strange sound wave power also rippled, trying to compete with the strange giant bird. Boom! But a thunder in the sky sounded, and the sound range power of the four people was directly shattered, and the sound was almost inaudible. The next moment, the four life bases attracted lightning, and the blue lightning bombarded the life bases. The four life bases were immediately sucked into the air, and lightning entangled them. No matter how the four girls of Yixing controlled them, it was difficult to make them move. In a blink of an eye, black smoke came out of the life bases sucked by lightning, and some parts were charred, and they were about to be destroyed. Everyone's face changed drastically. The four Nirvana-level night sky people could not resist the attack of the giant bird. Who else could resist the attack of the giant bird? Everyone was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and they all sacrificed their spirit bases. They did not dare to use their own life bases, for fear that they would be directly destroyed by lightning like the dust life base and the instrument life base. The fact was indeed as they thought. As soon as the spirit base flew into the air, it attracted the blue lightning that appeared out of thin air. Countless lightning appeared out of thin air, and their flying level spirit bases were charred by lightning in an instant, turning into flying ashes and floating in the air. The holy light on Dai shone brighter and brighter, and the holy eye of divine light appeared again between his brows. The beam of light from the holy eye of divine light passed through the heavy thunder and lightning, but it still could not reach the giant bird and was shattered by thunder and lightning. Seeing that Dais could not stop the thunder and lightning of the strange bird, and the blue thunder and lightning accompanied the strange bird, raging between heaven and earth, like a thunder and lightning cage, everyone felt terrified, fearing that they would be drowned by the thunder and lightning soon. Let's run away. Tian Yunxiang had never experienced such a thing before. Her face was already horrified, and her body was shaking constantly. It can't escape. It's the Thunder Kunpeng, and its speed is the best in its class. Not to mention that we are just ascenders. Even if we are also Nirvana, our speed cannot be faster than it. The reason why we are not dead yet is because it doesn't want to kill us yet, and is playing a cat and mouse game with us. Deer said guiltily, I harmed you. I thought the Thunder Kunpeng had been extinct long ago, but I didn't expect there was still one, and it looks like a mutant creature. After Deer said this, Tian Yunxiang became even more desperate. Even Deer said that he was powerless, so they were doomed this time. Night sky. Singing. Lin Shen ignored Tian Yunxiang's mood. He had to drive this thing away before the thunder and lightning Kunpeng fell, otherwise they would all die here today. The four women of the night sky looked strange. Their full-strength attacks were easily controlled by the thunder and lightning Kunpeng, and their life base was about to be destroyed. Lin Shen was an ascender. Even if he had a stronger blessing, he could not be strong enough to compete with the thunder and lightning Kunpeng. What's more, their instruments were sucked by the thunder and lightning, and they had no way to move or accompany them. They could only use their voices to bless Lin Shen, and the effect was much worse than before. But at this point, they had no choice but to obey Lin Shen's orders reflexively and sing the war song. It was just a voice that was more powerful and high-pitched than theirs, accompanied by the sound of knocking. The four girls turned their heads and saw Wei Wufu in a white robe fluttering in the storm, holding a wooden fish in his hand, knocking the rhythm of the war song and shouting the war song loudly. The music rhythm that had been integrated into the bones of the four girls made them subconsciously respond to Wei Wufu and sing loudly. Ouyang Yuta held up a jade umbrella, chanted the war song softly, walked behind Lin Shen, and held the jade bone demon umbrella above Lin Shen's head. Although his voice was light, every word was firm and powerful. If the lightning fell, he would use the jade bone demon umbrella to absorb the lightning and block the first wave of attacks for Lin Shen, so that Lin Shen could release his power with all his heart and soul. Lin Shen stood under the umbrella, staring at the strange bird in the sky, which was too big to be seen in its entirety. The brilliance on his body became more and more dazzling, and his skills were fully activated. Lin Shen slowly raised one hand, his fingers like guns, aiming at the strange bird in the sky, wanting to test the waters with a finger sand first. If it can pass through the lightning, then he will merge with the rebellious person in the next attack, and send out the strongest attack to attack the acupuncture points of the strange bird. Seeing Lin Shen standing under the umbrella and pointing his hand to the sky, Deers also slowly sang the war song. Although he didn't know whether Lin Shen's attack would work, he could give Lin Shen a little strength, which would give him more possibilities. Perhaps infected by everyone, Tian Yunxiang also sang the war song, and his voice was a little trembling. Lin Shen pointed to the sky and was about to launch the finger sand to see if he could use the pseudo-separation method and pseudo-snowballing method to directly pass through the lightning. At this moment, the fat boy in the backpack climbed up from the backpack, climbed onto Lin Shen's shoulder, looked at the strange bird in the sky, and made a light cry. Because Ouyang Yudu was standing behind Lin Shen holding an umbrella, Deers and Tian Yunxiang, who were standing diagonally behind him, did not see the fat boy climbing onto Lin Shen's shoulder. Under the roar of thunder and lightning, they did not hear the fat boy's light cry. When Lin Shen raised his finger to the sky and pointed at the strange bird in the sky, the strange bird suddenly let out a long whistle, and then its wings raised a raging wind, and its body rushed straight up to the sky in an instant, and disappeared into the sky in an instant, and the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared. Chapter 6:18. The thunder Kuimping came and went quickly, just like the wind, flapping its wings to travel 90,000 miles in an instant. In just a moment, the thunder Kuimping rushed out of the atmosphere and disappeared into the void, and all the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared with its departure. Lin Shen was stunned there. He was ready to fight to the death, but the thunder Kuimping just left like that. Others may not know why, but Lin Shen knew it very well in his heart. The thunder Kuimping clearly left suddenly after the fat boy made a light cry, and the sand between his fingers was useless. He thought so, but Deers, Tian Yunxiang and others did not know the reason. In their opinion, Lin Shen just pointed his finger at the thunder Kuimping in the sky, and the thunder Kuimping was like a frightened bird, and it was scared away directly to the clouds. Deers looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and his eyes were a little strange. Tian Yunxiang also stared at Lin Shen in a daze, and felt that Lin Shen in her eyes seemed to be a little different from before. She didn't know what was different, but she just felt that he didn't look so annoying anymore. The four girls of Yekong were full of disbelief. Their life bases were all taken back. Although they were seriously damaged, they were taken back in time and were not destroyed. They could still recover with some means. Like Tian Yunxiang, they thought that Lei Dian Kunpeng was scared away by Lin Shen's finger, and they felt unbelievable in their hearts. But the facts were in front of them. Lin Shen just pointed at the sky, and Lei Dian Kunpeng was scared away. It was like a miracle. At this time, they suddenly had an idea that they seemed to be born for Lin Shen. With them singing the battle song for Lin Shen could actually be so strong. Then, as long as they follow Lin Shen in the future, when they and Lin Shen can both be promoted to immortality, who else in the universe can be their opponent? They need to rely on Lin Shen to survive in the universe, and Lin Shen also needs their battle song to assist. They feel that there is no relationship more solid than this. As long as they don't have any other intentions, Lin Shen should not give up on them. After all, where can Lin Shen find people like them, who can match the battle song? They never thought that it was not Lin Shen's power that scared away the mutant thunder Kuimping, and it had nothing to do with their battle song, but the fat boy who was still standing on Lin Shen's shoulder. Ouyang Yudu, who was standing behind Lin Shen, reached out and lifted the fat boy and put it back in his backpack. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving Lin Shen alone standing there to enjoy the attention of everyone. The white robe on Wei Wufu disappeared, and the wooden fish of inquiry was also put away. Everyone was thinking about it, and when they were all looking at Lin Shen, they suddenly saw a series of figures teleporting to the island. The first one to come in was Lu Ran, and then the big guys in the academy. After they came in, they were ready to kill the mutant thunder Kuimping as soon as possible, but they found that the sky was clear, and there was no trace of the mutant thunder Kuimping. Seeing that Deers and the others were fine, and there were no casualties, many big guys breathed a sigh of relief. The mutant thunder Kuimping was too terrifying, and it was not comparable to ordinary ascension and nirvana. If Deers could return to nirvana, then he should be able to deal with a mutant thunder Kuimping. Unfortunately, he is only upgrading now, and he is probably not a match for thunder Kuimping. This is undoubtedly the best ending now. Deers is fine, Lin Shen and Tian Yunxiang are fine, and the Supreme Clan and the Celestial Clan can continue to live in peace. But they are confused in their hearts. How did Deers and his team repel the mutant thunder Kuimping? Deers, are you okay? Lu Ran looked at Deers and asked. I'm fine. Deers shook his head. How did you repel the thunder Kuimping? Lu Ran continued to ask. Many big men looked at Deers, which was also the question they wanted to know urgently. I didn't do anything. It was Lin Shen who scared away the thunder Kuimping with one finger, Deers said truthfully. But his truth made Lu Ran and others look at each other in bewilderment, and no one could believe what Deers said. Tell me in detail what happened. Lu Ran had to continue to ask patiently. Deers told the story of Lin Shen pointing to the sky just now, and then the thunder Kuimping was scared away. Lu Ran and other big guys looked more and more strange. If these words were not said by Deers, they would think that this was a fairy tale. They have seen Lin Shen's strength. Even with the blessing of the war song, he can only be regarded as a medium-level nirvana level. That mutant thunder Kuimping is definitely the top nirvana creature. Lin Shen didn't even shoot a finger, just stretched out his finger, and he was able to scare away the mutant Thunder Kuinping? If this is not a fairy tale, what else can it be? But Deers has no reason to lie, and he is not a liar, and it is even more impossible for him to cover up for Lin Shan. What he should say is the truth. But such facts make it difficult for Lu Ran and other immortal-level big guys to understand why Lin Shan can scare away Thunder Kuinping with just a finger pointing to the sky. The people who gathered outside, waiting for the result, saw the big men of the academy rushing into the teleportation array, and they all wondered if something big had happened. Wasn't Lin Shan beaten to death by Dies? Lin Shan was beaten to death by Dies. Why are the teachers of the academy so anxious? I think they are so anxious because Dies was beaten to death by Lin Shan. No way. Why did Lin Shan kill Dies? Will they die together? People imagined various possibilities, staring at the teleportation station, hoping to see something. It didn't take long, but in their feeling, it seemed like several centuries had passed. Finally, someone walked out of the teleportation station. The leaders were the big men of the academy, and then they were followed by Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shan, who were escorted, and Dies and Yi Qianchun walked at the end. It seems that nothing happened. Who won or lost? No one seems to be injured. What did the teachers rush over to do just now? What is going on? Looking at the crowd surrounding the teleportation station, Lu Ran said lightly, "The duel between Deers and Lin Shan won, everyone go away." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe that Lin Shan won this battle. After Lu Ran finished speaking, he personally escorted Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shan back to the hotel to prevent them from being harassed by others. Those people naturally didn't dare to harass Lin Shan and others, nor did they dare to ask Deers now, but Yi Qianchun became their target. As soon as the big guys left, several students, who had a good relationship with Yi Qianchun, surrounded them, and asked what happened on Qiandao's star. Chapter 619. The news that Lin Shan frightened away the Thunderbolt Kuinping with one finger quickly spread throughout the academy. However, most people did not believe this statement, and most people thought it was just a rumor. Rumors stop with the wise, and this sentence was thoroughly implemented by the students of Noble Academy. Except for a very few people, most people thought that someone must have exaggerated and Lin Shan was not that powerful. Even the fact that Lin Shan defeated Deers was said to have another story. Of course, the fact is that there is indeed a story. Lin Shan did not care about these. After Lu Ran personally sent them back to the hotel, when he was about to leave, Lin Shan found Lu Ran. "Teacher Lu Ran, can I talk to you for a few words?" Lin Shan stopped Lu Ran and said, "What's the matter?" Lu Ran was a little surprised, wondering why Lin Shan came to her. Lin Shan hesitated and asked, "Do you know a Tage man named Yogu? Are you talking about the magician Yogu?" Lu Ran's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Lin Shan and said, "It seems that you know him. Are you an enemy or a friend?" Lin Shan did not answer Lu Ran and continued to ask, "What do you want to know?" Lu Ran stared at Lin Shan and asked. Seeing that Lu Ran refused to answer, in order to avoid being misunderstood by her, Lin Shan said, "I met him before, and he asked me to bring a message to Lu Ran of the Supreme Clan. I think it should be you." "What message?" Lu Ran frowned and asked. "He only said one sentence, saying that he wanted to ask you, is the original agreement still valid?" Lin Shan relayed the original words to Lu Ran, and then said, "He said that no matter what your answer is, let me go back and tell him. Of course, I didn't promise anything, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. If you see the magician Yogu again, tell him that the original agreement is no longer valid." Lu Ran said something that surprised Lin Shan. Lin Shan nodded and turned around to go back. "Aren't you curious about the relationship between Yogu and me?" Lu Ran's voice came from behind. "I'm just passing on a message. I don't care what the relationship between you is." Lin Shan shook his head. The reason why Yogu is nicknamed the magician is because he has the ability to turn decay into magic. Any student he has taught, no matter how ordinary his talent is, can turn from a mediocre person into a genius, just like he can perform magic, so he has the title of magician. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Lin Shan stopped and turned around to look at him. Lu Ran continued, "I also studied under Yao Gu for a period of time. At that time, my talent was not good, or even very poor. I could only place my only hope on Yao Gu, and went to worship him as my teacher and accept his teachings. Others only know that Master Yao Gu can turn mediocre people into geniuses, but they don't know that learning from him also comes at a price. Every student who studies with Master Yao Gu needs to help him do 3 things. As long as he asks, even if it is a big deal, even if it means killing your parents, you must do it." He put forward such an impolite condition, and no one refused him. Lin Shan frowned and asked, "It's hard to refuse. because he left weaknesses in every student. When he taught students a trick or transformed their bodies, he would keep a hand. No matter how strong the students were, he could easily destroy them. Lu Ran continued. The evolution technique I practiced also originated from Yao Gu, so it must have flaws. The agreement he mentioned is the 3 things I promised to do for him when I became his apprentice. I have helped him twice before. He asked you to come to me just to ask me to help him this last time. What did he ask you to do for him? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Lu Ren said coldly. Yao Gu is very scheming and has done many evil things. He can even betray his fellow Tage people and kill countless Tage people. What good can he do? In short, I will not help him do anything anymore. When you see him again, just tell him directly. I understand. Lin Shen nodded, but still couldn't help asking curiously. You said Yao Gu can even betray his fellow countrymen and kill many Tage people. What's going on? You can search the Ramoxing incident, and you will know. Lu Ran did not answer Lin Shen, and left after saying a word. Lin Shen did what Lu Ran said, and searched about the Ramo star. Sure enough, he found a lot of information. After taking a rough look, it was simply shocking. Yao Gu obtained the management rights of a planet. On that planet called Ramo, there lived a kind of humanoid creature called Ramo. Yao Gu lived on Ramo star for many years, guiding and educating those Ramo to learn and grow, so that they could truly get rid of primitive society and integrate into the interstellar environment. But in the end, the Ramo race was exterminated by Yao Gu, and not even a baby was left. The entire Ramo star was killed, and blood flowed like a river. Billions of Ramo were killed, and not even a single one survived. Afterwards, the people who investigated Ramo star were frightened by the tragic scene, and had psychological problems after returning. It is normal for an immortal to destroy a planet. In the past, an immortal had accidentally destroyed a planet with life. But blowing up a planet and killing billions of people on a planet are 2 completely different concepts. For a person like this, Lu Ran would rather betray his loyalty than help him. This is actually quite normal. Lin Shen would not help him either. No one wants to see a race being exterminated, so Lin Shen can still understand Lu Ran. I just didn't expect that the magic master Yao Gu was such a terrible person. Not only was he an immortal, but he was also a cruel murderer who had killed a race with billions of people. Before, Lin Shen thought that the magic master Yao Gu was at most a nirvana. After returning to the hotel, Lin Shen went to discuss with Tian Yunxiang about returning to Zenith Star. Originally, I thought that Tian Yunxiang would not agree to go back so easily. Who knew that Tian Yunxiang unexpectedly did not refute Lin Shen this time, and directly agreed to return to Zenith Star, which seemed very abnormal. Lin Shen was afraid that she would agree on the surface, and then run away secretly, so he asked the 4 girls of Yexing to take turns to guard her. As a result, until Lin Shen and his friends boarded the aircraft the next day, Tian Yunxiang did not cause any trouble, and followed him on the aircraft obediently. Lin Shen was very surprised, and was a little confused as to why Tian Yunxiang suddenly became so easy to talk to. No matter what, it's a good thing anyway. Lin Shen was in a good mood, and the group returned to Zenith Star smoothly. Tian Yunxiang was unexpectedly very cooperative along the way, and didn't even argue with Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen feel a little incredible. Lin Shen, your fingering is very strong. I also want to learn it. You can teach me later. After returning to Zenith Star, before Tian Yunxiang returned to the Imperial Palace, she suddenly turned around and said this to Lin Shen in a very gentle voice, and then turned and left. You must have taken the wrong medicine. Lin Shen didn't want to deal with this Emperor's son. Chapter 620. After completing this mission, Lin Shen and Tian Shiyuan were free again. Lin Shen asked Yixing and the others to return to the giant ring star, and he returned to the mother planet with Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. The main purpose was to investigate the situation of Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen had to find out the situation of Hulu Mountain before the weirdo came to find him, and then decide whether to return the mechanical watch to the weirdo. It was the first time that Ouyang Yudu knew there was such a place as Hulu Mountain. He was even more surprised to hear that he could enter King Kai from here. When they arrived in front of Hulu Mountain, with Fatty by their side, they easily found Hulu Mountain, climbed to the top of the mountain, and came to the cave. Why is there a cave here? I remember there was no cave here last time, right? Old Wei, do you remember there is such a cave here? Lin Shen was not very confident in his memory, and pointed to the hole on the ground and asked Wei Wufu. No. Wei Wufu answered very affirmatively. Lin Shen took out the nightlight flower, and shone it into the dark cave below. He was surprised. The nightlight flower can even illuminate the dark night of the giant ring star, but it can't illuminate the cave below. Lin Shen summoned a few pets to explore the way, but the pets were silent after going down, as if they had lost contact with Lin Shen, and he couldn't even sense their breath. If he couldn't sense that they were still alive, Lin Shen would have suspected that they were dead. This cave is really too weird. I don't know what's inside. Lin Shen pondered and didn't dare to approach the cave. Ouyang Yudu squatted at the entrance of the cave and looked down for a while, and suddenly said to Lin Shen, "You just said that the mechanical watch of that weirdo was found here. That weirdo didn't have a watch and had no way to leave the mother planet, but he came to Midas Star. I thought it was a bit strange before. Do you think this cave is the entrance to the transmission device of Hulu Mountain? Now that you put it like that, it seems very possible." Lin Shen had thought about this before, but he just didn't dare to try. "I go down and take a look first," Ouyang Yudu said as he jumped directly into the cave. His figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness, and he was out of sight. "Ouyang! Ouyang! Can you hear me?" Lin Shen shouted at the cave for a long time, but there was no response at all. "You stay. I go and take a look." After waiting for a while, there was still no news from Ouyang Yudu, so Wei Wufu planned to go down and take a look. Lin Shen hurriedly grabbed him and said with a wry smile, "Let's not save Grandpa one by one like the gourd baby. Let's go down and take a look together." "Okay." Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen stood beside the cave. Lin Shen counted 1, 2, 3, and the two jumped in together. Entering the cave, Lin Shen suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and he didn't need to fly by himself, as if he was floating in the air. When Lin Shen felt the gravity again, he found that he was in ruins. There were lifeless land and stone roads everywhere, and occasionally some dilapidated buildings could be seen in the distance. Although he only looked at it from a distance, he could see that most of the buildings had collapsed. There was thick dust on the stone road, and the land around was lifeless. There were no plants or insects. It seemed that there were no bacteria in the land. The whole planet seemed to be dead. Wei Wufu was right next to him, and there were also several pets that Lin Shen had just put in. They were all safe and sound, but they could not go back. That hole is really the entrance to a teleportation device. Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu standing in front of a building ruin not far away. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and walked towards where Ouyang Yudu was. "Did you find anything?" Lin Shen asked as he walked. He found that there was no watch device on his hand when he was teleported here this time, which meant that they could only leave this dilapidated planet by finding a teleportation device on this planet. "Look at the words on it." Ouyang Yuan looked strange and pointed to the gate that had collapsed a little. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked up and saw a plaque hanging diagonally on the gate that had collapsed a little. The plaque was covered with dust. Perhaps because the rope fell, the dust on the plaque fell off a lot, and a few words under the dust could be vaguely seen. Niwa Temple. Lin Shen was slightly startled. In the mythology of the human mother planet, Niwa is a very important god. According to Lin Shen's own understanding, human mythology is divided into two stages. One is the matriarchal clan stage, and the other is the patriarchal clan stage. In the mythology of the matriarchal clan stage, the supreme god is Niwa. The two mythological stories of Niwa mending the sky and Niwa creating humans correspond to two very important abilities of women at that time, fertility and weaving. Lin Shen has always felt that Niwa is a god created by women in the era of feminism in order to consolidate their own status and highlight their achievements. It is not easy to see Niwa temples on the human mother planet now, but there were still many before the catastrophe. The key is that this is no longer the human mother planet. Why is there a place like Niwa Temple here? Could it be that aliens also have the legend of Niwa? Strange, there is a Niwa Temple here? Lin Shen whispered. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find something useful. I think there is nothing on this planet. It is estimated that the life on the planet has been completely destroyed. Ouyang Yudu said, and walked in with an umbrella. The walls of the temple almost collapsed. There was no need to go through the door. The three people walked around the door and entered the yard. They saw that most of the buildings inside had collapsed. The stone stove at the door was cracked in half, and the incense ash was scattered all over the ground. The main hall was relatively intact, with only a few rotten tiles. The whole was relatively intact. There was a plaque with Niwa Hall hanging on the door. It was almost unclear because of too much dust. It was only by guessing that they could see these three words. Ouyang Yudu pushed the door open with a jade umbrella. The three people were shocked when they saw the scene in the hall. The statue of Niwa in the Niwa Hall was actually hung on the beam. The statue looked like a hanged ghost. Who did this immoral thing? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Someone must have done this. The statue would not hang itself on the rope. The altar was broken into 2 pieces. The incense burner and tablets on it fell to the ground and looked broken into 2 pieces. Lin Shen picked up a tablet and looked at it. He found that the broken part of the tablet was very smooth, as if it was cut in half by a knife. Chapter 621. There was nothing in the main hall. Apart from the hanging statue of Nuwa, there was basically nothing intact. Lin Shen and the other 2 went to the back hall to take a look. As a result, the back hall had collapsed and there was nothing. I don't know which race's temple this is. The gods they worship are somewhat similar to our human gods. Yang Yuta said. It is normal for myths to be similar. On our home planet, there are similar myths in different regions, but they are just called by different names. This should be a coincidence. Let's go to other places and find the transmission device as soon as possible. Lin Shen didn't want to waste time in such a dilapidated temple. The 3 people left the Nuwa temple and headed for the next building, hoping to find more clues. Because there were no creatures around, the 3 people flew at full speed and arrived in front of another building in a moment. This building is not much better than the previous Nuwa temple. It is also dilapidated and is basically collapsed. What is worse than the Nuwa temple is that the plaque on the gate of this temple has fallen off and covered the gate building that has collapsed for the most part. Wei Wufu bent down and picked up the plaque, turned it over so that he could see the words on it and know where it is. Pangu. Temple. Lin Shen knew the words on the plaque and his face changed immediately. If Nuwa is just a coincidence, then how to explain Pangu? Is it still a coincidence? How can there be such a coincidence in the world? In human mythology, Nuwa is the supreme god of the matriarchal clan, and Pangu is the supreme god of the patriarchal clan. Nuwa's achievements were to create humans and mend the sky, while Pangu's achievements were to create the world and transform himself into all things. But in Lin Shen's understanding, mythological stories actually have meanings. Pangu created the world and transformed himself into all things. In fact, it should be said that in ancient society, men were responsible for going out to explore the world and hunt for food. The creation of the world should be about the process of discovering new worlds and various things. The 2 supreme gods in the myths and legends of the human mother planet both had temples in such places, which made Lin Shen have to wonder if this place was still on the human mother planet and had not been teleported out at all. Yang Yuta had the same idea. He flew up into the sky and rushed into the sky in a blink of an eye. After a while, Yang Yuta flew down again, shook his head, and said to Lin Shen, "This is not our home planet. The geographical environment and mountain ranges nearby are completely different from our home planet. There is no such place on our home planet, and this planet is much larger than our home planet. It's not our home planet, but there are 2 temples like this. What kind of civilization is it that has such similar myths to ours?" Lin Shen said as he walked into the temple. The damage here was so severe that there was almost nothing intact. Except for the main hall, basically all the buildings had collapsed. Lin Shen pushed open the door of the main hall, and the scene he saw made his pupils shrink. A statue holding a huge axe was hung on the beam, like a hanged ghost. What's going on? This place has also been messed up like this. Who did it? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. The temple is already in such a dilapidated state, and there are still people who want to hang up the statue. What kind of deep hatred is this? Yang Yuta also sighed. In this dilapidated temple, the 3 people did not find any useful information, so they had to set off again to the next building. The 3 people's expressions were not as relaxed as before. There seemed to be many mysteries here that made them feel inexplicable. When they arrived in front of the 3rd building, they found that there was actually a temple here. Why are there temples here? Is there no other building on this planet except temples? Are all the people on this planet believers? Lin Shen frowned. This temple is relatively intact, and the gatehouse is still intact. The plaque on it is covered with dust. Lin Shen waved his hand casually, and the dust on it was shaken away, revealing the 3 words Kwafu Temple. This can't be a coincidence anymore. This planet must have something to do with us humans. Lin Shen really couldn't convince himself anymore. If Nuwa and Pangu were just coincidences, then the 3rd time this coincidence happened was too much of a coincidence. Kwafu chasing the sun is also a very famous myth among humans. It tells the story of a giant chasing the sun. He got thirsty halfway, and drank 2 big rivers in one breath. He continued chasing the sun, and eventually died of exhaustion. Lin Shen himself thinks that this story should be about the story of human migration. In that primitive society, humans had no clothes or food, so they could only chase the sun and migrate to warm places before winter came. Of course, human survival cannot be separated from water, So the story of Kwafu drinking up all the rivers and lakes actually tells the story of human survival by following water. The story of Niwa, Pangu and Kwafu seems to be a myth, but it is actually the history of human survival. It is impossible to have such a coincidence. If it is just a coincidence of names, it is fine. The shape of the statues here is also similar to those in human myths and legends. There is no such coincidence. Yang Yuta pushed the door and walked into the temple. Sure enough, he saw another statue in the main hall that was hung up like a hanged ghost. Have you noticed that among the 3 temples we have visited, only the main hall has not collapsed, which is relatively intact? And this hanged ghost-like method does not seem to be a simple venting of anger. Yang Yuta looked at the main hall and said, "Unfortunately, there is not even a piece of paper or murals or inscriptions here. I don't know what these temples are all about," Lin Shen said helplessly. He looked for a long time. There was not even an inscription on the wall or the pillar. He didn't know what was going on here. After leaving the Kwafu temple, Lin Shen and the other 2 continued to look for possible clues. The weirdo was most likely the human home planet that left from here. Since the weirdo could leave, they could also find a way to leave. They arrived in front of another building. As expected, there was another temple here. It seemed that there were no other buildings on this planet except the temple. They came to another temple. This temple was more complete than the previous one, and there was less dust. The 3 words Xian Niao Temple were written on the ancient stone plaque. Lin Shen was slightly startled, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. The fat boy who had been sleeping in the backpack stretched his head out of the backpack, tilted his head to look at the Xian Niao Temple, and his face showed a very humane look of doubt. Chapter 622. Lin Shen thought that Fatty might be a mutant Suanio. The Suanio temple here might be dedicated to its ancestor. However, whether Fatty is a mutant Suanio is still debatable. After all, the Suanio obtained by the Suanio base are all black, and Xian itself also means black. Whether Fatty, a white bird, can be a mutant Suanio is still a question. Lin Shen and his friends were quite puzzled to see the Suanio temple here. After all, Suanio is indeed far inferior to the gods worshipped in the 3 temples above. This reminded Lin Shen of one thing. If he wanted to find Hulu Mountain, he must have Suanio to lead the way, which means that Suanio has some special relationship with Hulu Mountain. There is actually a Suanio temple in the place where the Hulu Mountain cave leads. This made Lin Shen feel that things were not that simple. Fatty got out of the backpack, stood on Lin Shen's shoulder, and stretched his head to look inside. The Suanio in mythology doesn't have a very good reputation. Yang Yuta said. "Why? Not good?" Wei Wufu asked, obviously not knowing the myth of Suanio. "Have you heard the myth of Suanio giving birth to Shang?" Yang Yuta asked. "No." Wei Wufu shook his head. "It is said that in ancient times, the black bird was a messenger from heaven. 3 women were bathing in the river. A black bird flew over with an egg in its mouth. The egg fell into the river. One of the 3 women took the egg and swallowed it. She became pregnant and gave birth to the famous ancestor of the Shang tribe. This is the story of the black bird giving birth to the Shang." Yang Yuta paused and said, "If we look at it from the perspective of mythology, this is a legend of a son of God descending from heaven. But if we interpret it from the perspective of human nature, this may be a crime. We all know that in reality, no matter what kind of egg it is impossible to make a person pregnant. So there are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the woman got pregnant before marriage, maybe because she was violated, or maybe because the man was unwilling to take responsibility, so he could only find such an excuse to give birth to the child. The second possibility is that the egg brought by the black bird is a parasite. The woman swallowed the egg and was parasitized, which is even more terrifying. No matter which possibility it is, the woman is unfortunate and endures the pain she should not endure. So that's it." Lin Shen listened to Yang Yuta's interpretation and found it quite interesting. The fat guy seemed to want to go in. Lin Shen patted his head, and then walked into the Suanio temple to see what was enshrined in the Suanio temple. Like the previous temple, the buildings in the Suanio temple were basically destroyed, and only the main hall was still quite intact. The 3 pushed open the main hall door, and saw a human-shaped statue hanging from the beam of the temple, just like before. Lin Shen originally thought that it should be a Suanio statue, but he didn't expect that it was a human-like statue. What's more puzzling is that the statue turned out to be an old man, not the heroine of Suanio Xingshang. No, that's not a statue, it's a corpse, a human corpse. Yang Yuyan looked at it for a while, and suddenly said with a gloomy face. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at it carefully, and they found the problem. Although the corpse looked like a statue, the skin was obviously dried. The body of an ordinary person would be skinny, but this corpse was still plump like a living person. If the skin was not weathered, it would be hard to imagine that it was a real corpse. This is why Lin Shen and his friends didn't see it as a corpse at first. Other temples hang statues of gods. How come the one hanging here is a human corpse? Lin Shen stared at the corpse, trying to judge his identity from his clothes. Fortunately, his clothes were relatively intact, but the style looked special. It was not a modern popular style, but it should be a more ancient robe. Lin Shen didn't know much about ancient clothing, so he couldn't tell which dynasty it belonged to. After Ouyang Yudu looked at it carefully for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Although it's hard to tell which dynasty the clothes belong to, it's certain that they are not modern styles and craftsmanship, and should be relatively ancient." That's strange. Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. If Hulu Mountain fell here more than 200 years ago, it would be impossible for particularly ancient people to come here through Hulu Mountain. But there is a human corpse here, so there are only two possibilities. Either Hulu Mountain has been here for a long time, so ancient people can get here through Hulu Mountain. Or this corpse is not a human at all, but just looks like one. It doesn't make any sense to look at it, check if there is anything on him. Lin Shen put on the shell, and carefully turned the pockets of the corpse's clothes. Fatty has been curiously looking at everything in the Suanio Hall. His eyes fell on the corpse from time to time, but he didn't move any further. Lin Shen flipped around for a while, and actually found something. It was a jade tablet that was thick at the top and narrow at the bottom, about 1 foot long. Lin Shen took the jade tablet and looked at it. He found that there were words engraved on both sides of the tablet. However, he looked familiar with the words, but he couldn't recognize what they were. "Ouyang, take a look at what these words are." Lin Shen handed the jade tablet to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu took it and looked at it, and said seriously, "This should be a kind of writing in the development stage of hieroglyphics. Although it is very different from the writing we use now, it is indeed the writing of our human beings. It seems that this is indeed a human being, and an ancient human being." Lin Shen flipped over the corpse again, trying to see if he could find anything else useful. As a result, there was nothing in this man's pocket except this jade tablet. As human beings, let's bury him in peace. Lin Shen lifted up the corpse, and took him down from the rope hanging around his neck. The body had just left the rope when it suddenly caught fire, like white phosphorus meeting air, and the whole body was burning. Lin Shen quickly threw the body away, and the body burned madly on the ground, and soon burned into a ball of ash. What's going on? Lin Shen stared at the ball of ash on the ground in a daze, not knowing what was going on, and why the body suddenly caught fire. There's something inside. Ouyang Yudu had sharp eyes and saw something. He picked up a wooden stick and dug a few times in the ash, and something was pulled out. After a closer look, it was a piece of silk-like product. Strangely, this piece of silk, which was slightly larger than a palm, was not damaged at all in the burning just now. Chapter 623. Ouyang Yudu picked up the silk and shook it, and the ashes on it fell off, revealing the white transparent silk that looked like a square scarf. There were rows of small black characters embroidered on the white silk. I couldn't see them when they were with the blackish just now, but now I can see them clearly. The characters were embroidered very small. If it weren't for Lin Shen and his good eyesight, ordinary people would probably not be able to see them clearly without a magnifying glass, and would mistake them for ordinary patterns. Lin Shen looked closer, but he couldn't recognize what the characters meant. They looked like they were in the same system as the characters on the jade plaque. This made Lin Shen feel a little absurd. He could recognize the alien characters, but he couldn't recognize the ancient human characters. Ouyang Yudu looked at it for a while, and said, "I only recognize some of the characters. From what I see, the characters embroidered on it should be a love letter." Love letter? Lin Shen didn't expect that this would be the answer. "Yes, it's a love letter, and this love letter is written to Jiandi." Ouyang Yudu said again. "Jiandi? Isn't that the heroine of Suanio Xingshang? Could it be that you guessed it right? Suanio Xingshang actually has a hidden hero." Lin Shen was very curious and asked quickly, "Does it say who wrote to Jiandi?" "No." Ouyang Yudu shook his head. "What a pity." Lin Shen looked at the body that was burned to ashes and frowned and said, "This person actually has a love letter written to Jiandi. Could he be the hero?" Naturally, no one could answer this question. Ouyang Yudu handed the jade tablet in his hand to Lin Shen. "I don't know what this jade tablet is for. You keep it for now. By the way, what do these words mean?" Lin Shen then remembered that Ouyang Yudu had not said what the words on the jade token meant. "I can't really recognize it. I only know the word Ling," Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen had no choice but to put the jade token away first, and then find someone who knows these ancient characters to figure out what this jade token is. The three of them looked around the temple again, but they didn't find anything. Like other temples, everything in the main hall was almost destroyed. Even the Suanio tablet was cut in half by something. Fatty didn't react at all. When leaving, Lin Shen was about to put it back in his backpack, but Fatty dodged Lin Shen's palm and jumped onto Lin Shen's other shoulder. Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't force it back into the backpack. After the three of them left the Suanio temple, they all felt that something was wrong, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look around. They found nothing, but when they turned around to leave, they had that bad feeling again, as if someone was watching them from behind. But they turned back again and again to confirm, but still saw nothing. The three looked at each other, feeling bad, and put on their armors, ready for battle. They couldn't stay here all the time, so they had to keep going forward, looking for possible transmission devices. The feeling of being stared at always existed, but they still couldn't find anything. It wasn't until they arrived near the ruins of another temple that the strange feeling suddenly disappeared. The three couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The things in this place actually have a sense of territory? They walked towards another temple, and sure enough, they no longer felt like they were being spied on. It might be that those things didn't dare to enter the areas of other temples. Lin Shen said in deep thought, "We didn't have that feeling when we were in other temples, but after we came out of the Suanio temple, we suddenly had that feeling. Could it be related to the corpse I took down? It's possible." Yang Yudu nodded. "It's too weird here. Let's not touch the things in the temple." Lin Shen responded, walked closer, and found that this temple was much better preserved than the previous ones. The gatehouse of the temple is good, and there is not much dust on the plaque above. You can clearly see the three words Jinwu Temple written on it. Jinwu Temple. This can't be the Jinwu in the myth of Hou shooting the sun. Lin Shen couldn't help but say. The three people entered the temple to look for a teleportation device hidden inside. The teleportation device was not found, but another statue hanging in the main hall was seen. This time it was a real statue, not a corpse, but the statue was obviously human-like, not the image of the golden crow. There is a bow hanging on the wall. When Lin Shen looked around the temple, he found a bow hanging on the wall. It looked like a very ancient bow, probably made of the horn of some creature. I don't know what the bowstring was made of, but it was translucent like cow tendon. The whole bow looked very rough, like a product of primitive society, and the manufacturing process was not very high. This is the Golden Crow Temple, and there is another bow here. Do you think this bow has anything to do with Hou and Hou shooting the sun? Lin Shen stared at the bow on the wall and said. The ancients believed that the sun was the golden crow. Legend has it that in ancient times, 10 golden crows came out to play at the same time, and the earth was cracked by the sun. People could not survive, so they invited a great archer Hou to shoot and kill 9 golden crows, leaving only 1 golden crow, which is now the sun. Yang Yudu smiled and said, the story of Hou shooting the sun is the most bizarre among the myths and legends, because you can't imagine what kind of life this myth represents at that time. And among so many myths, only Hou shooting the sun has a follow-up story, which is also quite strange. Generally speaking, a myth should have only one protagonist, but the myth of Hou shooting the sun continues the story of Chang'e flying to the moon. 2 protagonists in one story is very special in itself. With a previous experience, Lin Shen and his friends did not dare to take the bow on the wall. They did not find anything useful. When they were about to leave, the fat boy who had been standing on Lin Shen's shoulder suddenly moved. It flapped its short and thick wings, and its chubby body tried hard to fly towards the bow on the wall, then held a bowstring in its mouth, pulled the bow off the wall, and threw it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out and caught the bow, which felt a little cool. The bow body made of black keratin felt very comfortable. You want me to take it away? Lin Shen reached out and caught the flying fat boy, looking at him with some doubts and asked. The fat boy nodded, then jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder, got back into the backpack, zipped it up with his mouth, and began to sleep again. Chapter 624. Lin Shen held the bow and scanned the Jinwu Temple again. After making sure that there were no other discoveries, he left the Jinwu Temple with Yang Yudu and Wei Wufu. Just when they left the Jinwu Temple, they felt that they were being watched by something again. Lin Shen thought to himself, I have this feeling again. The last time I felt this feeling was when I came out of the Suanio Temple. If there is anything in common between these 2 temples, it is that we took things from the temples. It seems that these things are the reason for the peeping. Lin Shen thought about it, and his expression became more solemn. If taking things away will be peeped, then doesn't it mean that there are actually some creatures in each temple, but they have not discovered the creature, or they can't see it at all? Only after they took things away, when those strange creatures were watching them, they could sense a little. If this is true, then this planet is too terrifying. It is hard to imagine what kind of creatures hidden in the temples are. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu looked equally solemn, and it was obvious that they had thought of the same thing. But now that things had come to this, they could only go on with their heads held high. Fortunately, the feeling of being watched disappeared after they entered the first temple area. This made Lin Shen and the others feel relieved. As long as those things didn't come out to attack them, everything would be fine. This was a river temple. Not far behind the river temple was a black river with a turbulent flow and a width of several hundred meters. Lin Shen and his companions also saw the hanging statues in the river god temple, but there was no sign of the transmission device. Lin Shen and his companions searched along the way and saw many temples along the way. Some of the names of the temples were known to them, while some were never heard of. Even Ouyang Yu, who was so well informed, had not seen many temples. The most common of these temples were the Land God Temple, Mountain God Temple, and River God Temple. There was a Mountain God Temple on every mountain, a River God Temple next to every river, and a Land God Temple every certain distance. Although they were all called Mountain God Temples, Land God Temples, and River God Temples, judging from the hanging statues inside, the gods enshrined in the temples were not the same. Lin Shen and his companions did not dare to touch anything in the temple, but only searched for traces of the transmission device. The sky gradually darkened, but Lin Shen and his companions did not find the transmission device, so they could only continue to move forward in the dark. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the entire planet became dark, and it was pitch dark. There was no moonlight or starlight, and it was so dark. When Lin Shen was about to take out the glow-in-the-dark flower to illuminate, he suddenly saw a series of colorful light pillars rising into the sky. Many of the locations of those light pillars were temples they had visited before, but most of them were in places they had not been to, probably other temples. Under the gaze of Lin Shen and the other two, those colorful light pillars that shot up into the sky turned into mysterious and bizarre spiritual creatures in the sky, occupying a corner of the void. Some looked like evil spirits, some looked like immortals, some were ancient monsters, some were holy gods, some had terrifying fighting spirits, and some had amazing power. Countless spirits and shadows filled the night sky, turning it into a picture of demons and ghosts. Countless spirits stared at them, as if the gods and ghosts were looking down at tiny ants. Lin Shen and the other two trembled. They could feel that those shadows, like gods and ghosts, exuded an unimaginable horror, and they were definitely not capable of fighting. Just the momentum they exuded was enough to make Lin Shen and the other two almost unable to breathe, and they were covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, the shadows disappeared, and the pillars of light that shot up into the sky also disappeared, and the world returned to silence and darkness. Lin Shen found that the bow in his hand was emitting a cold fluorescence, and Ouyang Yudu's pocket also had fluorescence. He took it out, and saw that it was the square scarf with the love letter written on it. The square scarf, like the bow, was also emitting fluorescence. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he took out the jade card. Sure enough, the jade card also emitted fluorescence. Lin Shen handed the jade tablet to Wei Wufu. He felt that these things should be useful, otherwise Fatty would not let him bring them out. Boom! Boom! Lin Shen and the others heard the terrifying sound of the earth shaking, as if there was an extremely terrifying giant, stepping on the ground and walking towards them step by step, and every step could cause the earth to shake. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other and wanted to leave here quickly, but suddenly found that there were terrifying footsteps coming from all directions, in the sky and underground. In the endless darkness, it seemed that countless prehistoric beasts were surrounding them in the darkness, and countless invisible eyes were staring at them in the darkness, making them feel uneasy. Although they couldn't see, Lin Shen and his companions could feel the indescribable terrifying pressure. It seemed that any creature in the darkness could easily crush them to death. The three of them used the power of base mutation, floating in the air with their backs facing each other, facing the terrifying creatures that were everywhere in the sky and underground. The light on the bows, orders, and scars in their hands became stronger and stronger, and actually illuminated the nearby area for dozens of meters. Lin Shen saw that where they were standing just now, countless arms emerged from the ground, swaying like weeds in the wind. When illuminated by the light from the bow, those arms suddenly emitted black smoke and suddenly drilled back into the ground. The earth shook, and it seemed that a demon's roar sounded underground. Lin Shen and his companions were surprised and happy. This land was not a place they could set foot on at all. Not to mention in the present, even if they could be promoted to nirvana, they would be like grass in such a place, and could only be slaughtered by others. Fortunately, They had these three things in their hands, which could restrain the unknown terrifying creatures in the dark. Especially the bow in Linshin's hand. Its edge is cold and dark like an arrow, and the light is particularly strong. Could it be that this is really the bow of Ho-E that shot down 9 golden crows? Linshin thought to himself. They couldn't see it, but they could feel that outside the light, there seemed to be countless monsters and demons crowded together, staring at them coldly. Linshin and the other two seemed to have returned to their childhood, turning off the lights after going to bed, as if the darkness was full of man-eating monsters and demons. At that time, they had quilts to resist, but now they can only rely on the bow, order, and towel in their hands. But they don't know if these three things can block the countless terrifying existences in the darkness. Suddenly, an extremely huge golden claw pressed down, falling from the sky into the range of light. Chapter 625. Linshin and the other two immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The pressure brought by the golden claws directly pressed their bodies suspended in the air to the ground. This was just pressure. If they were really touched by the golden claws, they would probably be shattered immediately. The golden claws appeared with a dazzling flame like the scorching sun. After contacting the light of the bow scarf and order, it suddenly crackled. The golden claws continued to press down as if they were on fire. Linshin was horrified. His body was pressed, and he could not move. He almost fell to the ground. The bow in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and the cold light on the bow bloomed in all directions like thousands of arrows. Wherever the cold light reached, the golden giant claws were directly pierced by the cold light and quickly retracted with screams. Wherever the cold light reached, rays of light shone, screams came one after another, and those terrifying creatures in the dark seemed to retreat one after another. Linshin was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that this bow would be so powerful. The cold light on the bow shone on them, but it had no effect on them. However, those beings in the darkness were injured by the cold light. For a while, no terrifying creatures dared to approach them again. But the three of them could feel that those strange beings did not leave, and were still staring at them nearby, like countless hungry ghosts staring at the 3 snacks on the plate. Say something, or I'm going crazy. Linshin looked into the darkness, but could not see anything. I'm afraid these things in the darkness are not as simple as Nirvana level. Ouyang Yuta said. Nirvana level does not have such great power. Linshin naturally knew this, and swallowed his saliva, and said with a trembling voice, if these creatures are immortal, then this planet. Linshin did not continue, but Ouyang Yutu and Wei Wufu understood what he meant. Ouyang Yutu smiled bitterly and said, there may be an immortal land here, which has bred countless immortal creatures. If so, we can only be thankful that the immortal creatures here have not been able to rush out. Linshin understood what Ouyang Yuta meant. They came here from Hulu Mountain. If these creatures rushed out of Hulu Mountain, the first to suffer would naturally be the human mother planet. It's just that Ouyang Yutu was not convenient to say it clearly, for fear that those terrifying creatures would hear it. If I had known that these things were so useful, I should have taken more when I visited those temples during the day. Linshin pondered. Later, they also found some other things in the temple, but they didn't dare to take them at that time. Ouyang Yutu said, if it had been taken at that time, the one that attacked just now might not have been just one claw. You mean, that claw is the golden crow claw? Linshin understood what he meant. Ouyang Yutu said, only in the temple where we took things, there is something secretly spying on us. If it is not the golden crow that attacked just now, I really can't think of a reasonable explanation. In other words, the temple where we took things would be more targeted at us, so why didn't the creatures in the Suanyo temple attack? Linshin said. I don't know. Ouyang Yutu didn't think of the reason either. The 3 people fell into silence again. Linshin suddenly had an idea and said again, if we walk towards the direction of the setting sun now, and catch up with the sun, won't we have to face these terrifying creatures? Is there a possibility that it is not the real sun? Ouyang Yuta said. Not the sun? What is it? Linshin was stunned. Have you forgotten the myth of Hoi shooting down the sun? Ouyang Yuta took a deep breath and said, you just said that the golden crow attacked us. If the golden crow attacked us, how could it be the one that illuminated this planet? Linshin felt that what Ouyang Yuta said was somewhat contradictory. I just want to say that everything is possible on this planet. Maybe the sun here is not the real sun, but some special creature. Ouyang Yuta continued, after all, there is no moon or stars here, so why is there a sun? And just now when the sun set, I saw that the sunlight disappeared all of a sudden. Under normal circumstances, even if the sun sets, there should be a period of residual light, and it can't be completely dark all of a sudden. That makes sense. Linshin thought for a while and said, this planet is really weird. If there is really an immortal land here, it would be a huge discovery. Maybe we can use the immortal land here to achieve nirvana. You should be able to do it. Lao Wei, and I can't do this kind of thing. We will become non-human. Ouyang Yuta laughed. I'm just talking casually, but you still take it seriously. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. The nirvana land is already extremely dangerous. If you don't do it well, you will lose your personality and become a non-human without self-awareness. Using the immortal land to achieve nirvana will almost certainly turn one into a non-human. The power of the immortal land is too terrifying, and the Ascenders simply cannot withstand it. Even as powerful as the Supreme Clan, they could only transform the nirvana land for use. No one dared to use the immortal land. Although they said that the three of them were chatting, in fact, only Ouyang Yuta and Lin Shen were talking. Wei Wufu could only say or yes, which only provided some sense of participation. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yuta had already adapted to it. The three of them chatted casually, and they didn't know when the night would end in this ghost place. 24 universe hours passed, and the sky didn't show any sign of getting brighter. After more than 10 hours, the sky suddenly lit up, and a sun jumped out from the distant space. The surroundings suddenly lit up, but Lin Shen and the others didn't see the terrifying creatures they imagined. There was not even a shadow within 1,000 miles, let alone any terrifying creatures. That's not right. How could the sun rise from there? Lin Shen stared at the sun and said, I remember the sun set from there, right? Am I right? Yes, the sun set from there. Ouyang Yuta said. Yes. Wei Wufu's answer was more concise. It seems that what Ouyang said is right. The sun may not be the sun. Lin Shen felt awkward saying this, so he added, Is it really the golden crow? I wonder if I can shoot it down with this bow in my hand. Shoot it down? Do you like being surrounded by those terrifying beings all the time? Ouyang Yuta said. Like surrounded? Wei Wufu also said. Well, I just said that. Let's go find the transmission device as soon as possible. Lin Shen thought about what he had just said, and it was indeed a bit stupid, so he could only quickly change the subject. Chapter 626. The three of them didn't want to waste any more time, so they tried to find the teleportation device and leave here during the day. Although the bow, order, and scarf could save their lives in the dark, who knew if these things would always work? Before, only the Golden Crow had taken action. If a more terrifying existence than the Golden Crow took action, could this bow still stop it? The three of them hurried along at the fastest speed. Every time they arrived at a temple, they bowed respectfully before going in to check. They definitely didn't dare to take the things, but just looked inside to see if there was a teleportation device. All the temples here were severely damaged, but the main hall was intact, except that the statues in the main hall were all hung up, looking like the gods were collectively hanged. Lin Shen thought about it, but couldn't figure out what was going on. He had searched many temples, but couldn't find the teleportation device. When he was wondering, a huge temple that he had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of him. Unlike the dilapidated temples in general, this temple not only has no trace of dilapidated atmosphere, but is even unusually magnificent, as if it was built with gold bricks, and even the roof of the building is golden. After seeing so many dilapidated temples, Lin Shen and the other two were a little surprised to suddenly see such a temple. It seems that this is the most likely place for the transmission device. Ouyang Yuta said. Since we are here, let's go in and take a look. Lin Shen and the other two walked towards the magnificent temple, and saw from a distance that above the 3-meter-high gate, there was a golden plaque hanging, with 3 large gold-plated characters Golden Buddha Temple on it. If you worship Buddha more, Buddha will bless you. I like this place. Lin Shen put his hands together and bowed, then went forward to push the door. But after pushing it, the door did not move at all, which made Lin Shen slightly startled. The doors of those temples opened with a push, but why couldn't the door of the Golden Buddha Temple be opened? Just when he was wondering, he heard a creaking sound from the door, and then the door opened by itself. Lin Shen and the other two retreated subconsciously and prepared for a fight, but saw a bald head sticking out of the door, and then saw a monk in a moon-white robe walking out of it. Where are you from? What are you doing in my Golden Buddha Temple? The monk asked the 3 people while holding a rosary. Lin Shen and the other two looked at the monk in disbelief. They never dreamed that there would be humans in this place. You are a human. Lin Shen looked at the monk uncertainly and asked. Donor, you are joking. My name is Chengdu. I have not yet achieved enlightenment, so I am still a human being. The monk said with a smile. Master Chengdu, how did you get here? Lin Shen stared at the strange monk and asked. He said his name was Chengdu. Who would use such a strange name? I have lived in the Golden Buddha Temple since I was a child. If not here, where else? Chowdu replied. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other, and Ouyang Yuda said, "We are lost. I wonder if Master Chowdu can help us. I have never stepped out of the Golden Buddha Temple, and know nothing about the outside world. Please forgive me for my inability to help," Chowdu said with his head down. "Master Chowdu, it's getting late. Can we stay in the temple for one night?" Ouyang Yuda said again. Chowdu hesitated, but after a moment's silence, he nodded and said, "You can stay, but don't move around randomly, so as not to disturb the Buddha. You should observe etiquette," Ouyang Yuda said. Chowdu then opened the door, and welcomed the three people in. The Golden Buddha Temple looked magnificent from the outside, and it was even more luxurious inside. Even the bricks on the ground looked like gold. The three people saw an empty courtyard when they entered the door. Opposite was the majestic main hall. The golden plaque under the eaves read Golden Buddha Hall. Looking through the open door, you can see a Golden Buddha statue inside, but the door is too low, or the Golden Buddha statue inside is too huge, so you can only see the Golden Lotus platform under the Buddha statue. "Master Chowdu, let's go and pay respect to the Buddha first. Although we are just staying here temporarily, we still have to be polite," Ouyang Yuda said. "Okay." Master Chowdu took them into the hall, and saw the Golden Buddha statue that was more than 10 meters high. It was obviously very majestic and tall in the hall. The three looked around the hall. Apart from the Golden Buddha statue, they didn't see anything else. Most of them were some items for worshipping Buddha. There was no sign of the transmission device. Chowdu lit the incense and handed it to Lin Shen and the other two one by one, asking them to worship Buddha and burn incense. The three didn't find anything unusual. After burning incense, they came out and asked Chowdu in confusion, "Why don't you see other monks?" Chowdu asked in confusion, "What other monks? There is only one poor monk in this Golden Buddha Temple. You are the only one in such a big temple? How did you survive when you were a child?" Lin Shen looked at Chowdu in confusion and asked, "From childhood to adulthood, I have been the only monk in this Golden Buddha Temple. It was the Buddha who took me in and raised me," Chowdu said, as a matter of course. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. How could such a thing happen in the world that the Buddha took him in and raised him? Not to mention whether there is a Buddha on this planet. Even if there is a Buddha, it is probably just an alien creature. How could it raise a human being? But thinking about the temples we encountered before, it seems that it is not completely impossible. Maybe those terrifying creatures suddenly became kind, and loved the little baby very much, so they kept him and raised him. Even if that is the case, how did Chowdu come? He couldn't have appeared out of thin air in the Golden Buddha Temple? Such a large Golden Buddha Temple only has a Golden Buddha enshrined in the main hall, and there is nothing enshrined in other side halls. Chowdu arranged for Lin Shen and the other two to stay in the side room, and then left to chant in the main hall. When leaving, Chowdu also told the three not to leave the yard or walk around, so as not to violate taboos. Lin Shen always felt that everything in this Golden Buddha Temple made him feel out of place. Even those dilapidated temples did not make him feel this way, but this magnificent Golden Buddha Temple made him feel a sense of separation, and made him feel that the Golden Buddha Temple did not belong here. Lin Shen told Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu about his feelings, and Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had the same feeling. "I think this Golden Buddha Temple should not have originally belonged to this planet, and I don't know who moved the Golden Buddha Temple here," Lin Shen said in a deep voice. "The ones we have seen before were all temples, and only this one is named after the temple, and it does not look like the original building," Ouyang Yudu also said. "Dang! Dang! Dang!" In the direction of the main hall in front, the sound of wooden fish was heard from afar. In this quiet Golden Buddha Temple, the sound of wooden fish was particularly clear. I guess it was the Master of Salvation who was worshipping Buddha and chanting sutras. Chapter 627. Lin Shen and his three companions thought that they would still see such strange sights when it got dark, but nothing happened until it got dark. The entire Golden Buddha Temple was glittering, like a golden lighthouse in the dark night. It was dark outside the temple, but inside the temple was glittering with golden light, like a city that never sleeps. The bow, ling, and scarf, which originally emitted fluorescent light at night, did not move at all at this time, which surprised Lin Shen and his companions. Suddenly, Lin Shen's body vibrated, and the inheritance fan, which had already been turned 7, was promoted to the 8th turn. The information of the inheritance fan entered Lin Shen's brain, and the fan dance had an additional jing. Fan dance jing style. Fan up the jing wind and rain, and you can drop the immortals from the sky. After Lin Shen saw the effect of jing style, he was overjoyed. Jing style turned out to be a forbidden flying ability. All flying abilities would be invalidated when Jing Wind reached. Lin Shen was not in the mood to study Jing's style now, because he didn't know why the inheritance fan was suddenly promoted. Something is wrong here. My Jade Bone Demon Umbrella has been reincarnated more times. Ouyang Yuta said first. My life base has also been reincarnated one more time. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, but immediately remembered that Wei Wufu had already reincarnated 10 times, and his reincarnation number would not increase. Lin Shen felt it carefully, and the golden light shining on his body seemed to have a subtle force penetrating into his body. When the two were feeling incredible, they saw the courtyard door being pushed open, and the Master of Salvation walked in with a plate, and there were 3 fruits on the plate. The 3 fruits were also shining with golden light. Looking closely, the fruits actually looked like gourds. There are only fruits to eat in the temple, so the 3 donors can make do with what they eat. Master Chowdu put the plate on the table, and said to Lin Shen and the other 2. Thank you, Master. What kind of fruit is this? Why have I never seen it before? Lin Shen asked. This is a fruit from a Buddha fruit tree in the backyard. I eat this fruit every day. After eating it, I will not feel hungry or thirsty for several days, and my body will feel very comfortable. Master Chowdu said. Such a magical fruit, I will try it first. Lin Shen took a fruit first and took a bite. Evolution made him immune to all poisons, and not afraid of toxins. He wanted to try the poison first. The fruit melted in his mouth, and was extremely sweet. When it flowed into his stomach, a strange force spread out, and the pores of his body seemed to be opened and transparent. This taste and abnormal energy flow did not seem to be toxins, but it felt like the feeling of swallowing the 5 elements fruit before. Lin Shen ate all the remaining fruits, and the power flowing into his body became stronger and stronger. The inheritance fan vibrated again, and he reincarnated again, reaching an astonishing 9 turns, the same number of reincarnations as the fate-defying man. Although the fate-defying man also absorbed some energy, he was not able to reincarnate 10 times, and still maintain 9 turns. Good fruit, thank you, Master. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire. You are too polite. It's just daily food, so I shouldn't admire it. Master Chowdu said with a smile. Lin Shen saw that Master Chowdu didn't seem to be lying. If he usually ate this kind of fruit, it would be too extravagant. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yutu also picked up the fruit and tasted it. Wei Wufu didn't think there was anything wrong, but Ouyang Yutu's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that he and Lin Shen had benefited. Lin Shen didn't expect that in such a place, his life base would be reincarnated twice in succession. It was really a wonderful fate. Seeing Master Chowdu carrying a plate and preparing to leave, Lin Shen hurriedly called him. Master Chowdu, can you take us to see the Buddha fruit tree? Sure. Master Chowdu did not refuse, and took the 3 people out of the courtyard of the wing room, and soon came to the backyard. Sure enough, there was a fruit tree planted in the backyard that was 3 meters high. The trunk was winding like a real dragon, with golden leaves on it. The branches were full of golden gourd-like fruits, and the number was probably more than 1,000. Lin Shen completely believed that Master Chowdu said that he used this fruit for daily food. The strange thing is that this Buddha fruit tree was not planted in the soil, but in a pool. The whole Buddha fruit tree was rooted in the pool, and the huge roots under the water were clearly visible. The pool was green and deep, and it was unknown how deep it was below, and it was difficult to see the bottom. But Lin Shen could clearly feel that this pool of water was emitting amazing energy, which was even more concentrated than the energy emitted by the Chaos River on Tianan Star. The difference was that the energy here was very gentle. No matter how concentrated it would not cause damage to the human body, and could be absorbed very smoothly. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Master Chowdu, do you usually drink the water in this pool? Lin Shen asked. Master Chowdu shook his head and said, on weekdays, I only eat Buddha fruit, so I don't feel hungry, and I don't need to drink water. Lin Shen looked at Master Chowdu with a strange expression, and saw that his heart seemed to be really pure as a blank sheet of paper, and he actually brought them to see such a magical fruit tree. If they were evil people, they would kill Master Chowdu, and take the temple for themselves. However, Master Chowdu has been eating these fruits since he was a child, and his level is probably not comparable to that of ordinary people. Master, excuse me, what level are you? Lin Shen asked. Master Chowdu was a little confused. What is the level? Practitioners are divided into 4 levels: basic transformation, ascension, nirvana, and immortality. Don't you know? If others said they didn't know, Lin Shen would only think that the other party was pretending to be pure. But Master Chowdu said he didn't know, and Lin Shen really believed it. Donor, can you tell me about these 4 levels in detail? Master Chowdu was a little curious. Lin Shen thought about it, and told the iconic abilities of the 4 levels, and Master Chowdu listened very attentively. Ouyang Yudu had been observing Master Chowdu, but he couldn't see any clues from his expression. After listening, Master Chowdu pondered and said, "Since I can remember, I seem to have possessed the base transformation shell and life base you mentioned. I just don't know if the Nirvana attribute and immortal law you mentioned are also my abilities. Master, can you demonstrate it once, and we will help you see it?" Lin Shen said. "Okay." Master Chowdu thought for a while, reached out to pick up a branch next to him, and then his hand was shining with golden light. The dead branch bathed in the golden light slowly regained its vitality, and new buds grew on the branch again. Not long after, a dead branch turned into a branch full of golden leaves and full of life energy, as if it had just been broken off the tree. "Is this the Nirvana attribute you mentioned?" Master Chowdu looked at Lin Shen expectantly and asked. "It should be." "Right." Lin Shen had never seen this kind of resurrection attribute, and he was more and more surprised. Chapter 628. Master Chowdu nodded upon hearing this, and then inserted the branch into the soil in the corner of the wall, then twisted the Buddhist beads in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to chant. The golden light on his body formed a halo like the Buddha's light. Under the illumination of the halo, the branch actually grew into a Buddha fruit tree several meters high in a moment, with golden gourd-shaped Buddha fruits on it. This, Lin Shen, and the other 2 were stunned. They couldn't tell for a while whether Master Chowdu's magical ability was the power of Nirvana or the immortal law. "Is this the immortal law?" Master Chowdu stopped chanting, then looked at Lin Shen and asked. "Master, we are still ascenders, and the power of Nirvana can barely be recognized. We dare not make a conclusion whether your ability is the immortal law," Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Master Chowdu was not disappointed. He nodded and said, "It's a trivial matter. Don't worry about it." Ouyang Yudu chatted with Master Chowdu for a few more words. Unfortunately, Chowdu had always lived in the Golden Buddha Temple, and had never left the Golden Buddha Temple. He knew nothing about the outside world. Master Chowdu didn't even know that there were other temples outside the Golden Buddha Temple. He had never seen those spirits in the dark. According to him, he chanted scriptures and worshipped Buddha every day in the Golden Buddha Temple, and had never had contact with the outside world. Lin Shen was the 3rd time he saw an outsider. Lin Shen hurriedly asked, "Do you remember what kind of people you met the first 2 times?" Master Chowdu recalled and said, "The first person I met looked a bit like you, but he was taller than you and more mature and cheerful." "Looks like me?" Lin Shen was slightly startled. "Yes, he is somewhat like you, but you are not as tall as him," Master Chowdu recalled. "Is it this person?" Lin Shen took out the communicator and projected the image of the 4th brother. Master Chowdu looked at it for a while, shook his head and said, "It's not him. He looks very similar to that person, but his temperament is different, and he is not as tall." "Isn't it the 4th brother?" Lin Shen couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Xiangdong looks the most like him. Although the 3rd brother is a bit like him, he is not that similar. I heard that the 2nd brother seems to be very tall and majestic, but I don't know how much he is like me. Lin Shen can't remember it. "What kind of person did you meet the 2nd time?" Lin Shen had to continue asking. "It was a person with a strange appearance. Half of his face is human, and the other half looks like an iron statue." When Master Chowdu said this, Lin Shen and the other 2 were all happy. The weird guy he was talking about is obviously Lao Tai. Since Lao Tai has been here, it means we are in the right place and in the right direction. Lin Shen hurriedly asked again, "Master Chowdu, do you know where that person went later?" "He didn't go anywhere," Master Chowdu said with a strange look. Lin Shen and the other 2 didn't understand what Master Chowdu meant, so they could only look at him and wait for him to continue. Master Chowdu continued, "After he came here, he stayed here for 1 night like you guys. I treated him with Buddha fruit. After he ate it, he wanted to see the Buddha fruit tree like you guys. After I took him to see the Buddha fruit tree, he rested here alone. I went to worship Buddha and chant sutras, but when I came back, he was gone. He left quietly by himself." Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Master Chowdu shook his head and said, "I have lived in the temple for so long, and I know everything in the temple. It seems like I have telepathy. If he leaves, I will definitely know. I can be sure that he has not left the backyard. That's strange. Since he didn't leave the backyard, how could he disappear?" Lin Shen pondered. "I have also made various guesses, and finally came to the conclusion that there is only one possibility: he went down to the pool. Apart from this, there is no other way to go in the backyard. Master Chowdu pointed to the pool, where the Buddha fruit tree was planted and said, "Is there a passage under this pool to leave?" Lin Shen was overjoyed. I originally thought that it would take some time to find the transmission device, but I didn't expect to accidentally learn such news. I don't know. I have also gone down to investigate. This pool is almost bottomless. The roots of the Buddha fruit tree grow downwards. I have dived along the roots for nearly 10,000 meters. The underwater pressure is getting stronger and stronger. It is difficult to get closer. After a pause, the Master of Salvation continued, "Although I couldn't dive to the bottom of the water, I saw a black ancient temple deep under the water. The roots of the Buddha fruit tree are rooted in the ancient temple. Although the gods are not enshrined in the temple, there are 8 pillars in the temple. Each pillar is as thick as 10 people hugging. There is a statue of a strange beast on the top of each pillar. There seems to be fog and clouds covering the statues. There is no water vapor within the range of the 10 pillars. All water flows are blocked outside." Lin Shen and the other 2 looked at each other. Even the Master of Salvation, who may be immortal, couldn't dive down. They might find it even more difficult to dive into the underwater ancient temple. Even if there is a teleportation device in the ancient temple, they can't get out from here. Even the Master of Salvation can't dive down. How did that weirdo get down? Lin Shen was even more confused. I thought the matter had ended here, but Master Chowdu continued, "I couldn't get close to the temple. When I was about to leave, I saw a light figure walking out of the temple, ignoring the water pressure and walking in the water. The light on his body was like thousands of rays of light. I wanted to get close to him and communicate with him, but the light figure ignored me and stepped on the water like an immortal. In a blink of an eye, it broke through the water. When I came up, the light figure had disappeared. Only the sky was full of strange and changing lights, as if thousands of divine lights covered the sky, and then it dispersed for a long time." Master Chowdu continued, "I have been here for more than 100 years, and I have seen such sky phenomena 13 times. That day, I learned that the source of the phenomenon actually came from the ancient temple under the pool." Lin Shen's heart was pounding. The more he listened to Master Chowdu's description, the more he felt that this underwater ancient temple seemed to be the place where life could be nurtured. Master Chowdu had seen 13 visions in more than 100 years, which means that this base changed land had once bred 13 creatures. If it is true, as they speculated before, there is an immortal land on this planet, and this is that immortal land, doesn't it mean that 13 immortal creatures have been bred here in more than 100 years, which is a bit too shocking. 13 immortal creatures can be bred in more than 100 years, then how many immortal creatures have been bred here in these billions of years? Thinking about the temples they encountered outside, and the strange creatures in the dark when they came here, the more they thought about it, the more their scalps tingled. "Master Chowdu, can you take us down to see the ancient temple?" Lin Shen said thoughtfully. "I'm afraid your strength is not enough to sneak to a place where you can see the ancient temple." Master Chowdu pondered. "It doesn't hurt to give it a try." Lin Shen had no other way. If Lao Tai really left the ancient temple, they could only try to sneak into the ancient temple if they wanted to leave here. Chapter 629. Master Chowdu nodded, and without saying anything more, summoned his shell to protect his body, and walked into the pool. "Old Wei, wait for us outside." Lin Shen handed the backpack to Old Wei. "I go down." Wei Wufu did not reach out to take the backpack, but wanted to go down with Lin Shen and the others. "Okay." Lin Shen did not let Wei Wufu go down, just because Wei Wufu was a little afraid of water, not because he needed him to stay up there. The 3 followed Master Chowdu into the water. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed the roots of the Buddha fruit tree and dived down. After going into the water, they saw that the water in the pool was really clear, and they could see a long distance away. Master Chowdu at the bottom, the shell on his body looked like a golden Buddha, with a Buddha on his helmet and a Buddha halo behind him, and the soft golden light illuminated the surroundings. Ouyang Yudu was very good at swimming, but because of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, he could only dive slowly, and did not speed up. The Master of Salvation in front also slowed down when he saw the appearance of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The energy in the water was pure and gentle, constantly flowing into the body, nourishing the life base and Lin Shen's body. The energy of this place is thousands of times richer than that of Tian and Star. Just taking a bath in this pool every day will definitely increase the level quickly. If there were no level barriers that required special methods to break through, you could upgrade infinitely here. The deeper you go, the purer the energy in the pool water. Just after diving more than 100 meters, Lin Shen felt as if the surroundings were no longer water, but pure energy. If I use the super base text here, I don't know if the absorbed world power will directly burst my body. Lin felt that his double life base might be promoted to double 10 here today. After diving more than 1,000 meters, Lin felt that the water below seemed to have turned into extremely fine particles, just like being in the sand. If he wanted to dive down, he had to dig down with great effort. This was just a feeling. In fact, the water was still water. The Master of Salvation in front of him was still slowly diving and was not affected. Lin was not unfamiliar with this feeling. When he and Tian Bulu entered Luojiao Snow Mountain, he encountered a similar situation. If we go down further, the water in this pool will probably become like a copper wall and iron wall, making it difficult to go down. Lin was slightly disappointed. According to this situation, they could not dive to the position where they could see the ancient temple. When he was depressed, the bow on Lin back slowly glowed with fluorescence. The water around him actually left Lin body, as if a bubble had formed in the water. Lin was surprised and delighted. He used his flying ability to stabilize his body in the bubble. He turned to look at Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu, and saw that they were in the same situation. The tokens and scarves on their bodies also glowed fluorescently, isolating the pool water. The three found that with this thing isolating the pool water, they can actually fly in the water without any hindrance. The Master of the Transcendental Rescue below was slightly surprised to see the changes in their bodies, but he didn't care and continued to dive down. Lin and his team's speed increased, and the Master of the Transcendental Rescue no longer held back and sped up his speed to dive down. This time, Lin and his three easily caught up with the Master of the Transcendental Rescue, flying slowly behind him, and soon dived several thousand meters. The speed of Master Chowdu's diving slowed down significantly, and it seemed that he had difficulty diving, just like the previous state of Lin and his team. The Buddha light behind Master Chowdu became brighter and brighter, as if he was fighting against the water in the pool and digging down. After traveling more than 1,000 meters, Lin and his team found that there was light under the dark water. A huge ancient temple was vaguely visible underwater. 8 huge stone pillars were propped up from the darkness. There was a jade statue of a strange beast on each top of the pillar, emitting fluorescence, illuminating the black ancient temple. After diving a little deeper, the appearance of the ancient temple and the strange beast gradually became clear. The entire ancient temple was built in a strange mud embryo form. The walls were built with embryo bricks made of black mud, and the roof was woven with grass and wood, which looked very simple. The only 8 stone pillars in the entire ancient temple were carved from stone, which was different from Luojiao Snow Mountain. Luojiao Snow Mountain was protected by some kind of power, forming an area that could move automatically. However, this ancient temple was not protected at all, and was directly immersed in the water. It was unknown how the mud and grass roofs could remain intact in the water. The roots of the Buddha fruit tree, like giant pythons, penetrated into the ancient temple and burrowed into the soil. At this point, Master Chowdu could no longer dive down. His lips did not move, but a voice reached the ears of Lin and the other two. I can only dive to this point. I can't do anything further. Lin flew towards Master Chowdu and let him enter his bubble. Master, let's go down and take a look together. Lin was not very reassured about Master Chowdu. But if this place is really an immortal land, if there are immortal creatures entrenched in it, I am afraid that only Master Chowdu can defeat them. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin decided to return him together. In fact, Lin knew in his heart that with Master Chowdu's ability, it would not be difficult to rob them, so there was no need to worry so much. The 4 people sank in the water bubble, and slowly entered the scope of the ancient temple. The 8 jade statues of strange beasts did not react, allowing them to land safely in the ancient temple. There were a total of 17 mud houses in the ancient temple, and outside was a circle of fences made of unknown wood, with no doors or walls. The 4 people walked towards a mud house, and after pushing the door open, they immediately saw a bonfire in the house. Lin and others felt extremely weird when they saw it. The house was also filled with water. The bonfire was burning in a mud basin. The flames and water merged into one, as if burning in the air, without any hindrance. What was even more bizarre was that above the flame, there was a phantom made of flames, which looked like a fetus, and exuded an indescribable terrifying aura. The flame in the mud pot is actually breeding terrifying creatures. This is really an immortal place. Lin and his companions were shocked. Lin had never been to other base-changing places, but when he looked up information, he knew that most of those base-changing places were places like pools or land, which bred base-changing creatures like planting plants. He had never seen such a base-changing place that bred base-changing creatures from a fire pot in any information. Let's go to other houses to have a look. Seeing that there was only such a fire pot in this mud house, Lin Shen suggested to go to other houses to have a look. When they arrived at the second mud house, they pushed open the door and saw that there was also a mud fire pot with flames burning in the pot, and the top of the flame formed a phantom like a tiger, but the tiger had wings on its back. Its aura was obviously more terrifying than the fetus-like shadow just now, and it looked as if it would open its eyes and leave the campfire at any time. Chapter 630. Lin Shen hurriedly closed the door and retreated, fearing that he would touch the phantom in the flame. The four of them checked all the mud houses one by one, and they were all in the same situation. There was a mud pot in each mud house, and a bonfire was burning in the mud pot. Some bonfires had already transformed into phantoms, while some bonfires were just bonfires and had not yet bred phantoms. The phantoms were also different. Some were still in the fetal state, while others had already taken shape. The most terrifying one was almost condensed into a solid entity. It was a deity with a human body and a snake tail. Lin Shen could not tell her origin. The light and shadow condensed by the red flame flickered, as if she had a substantial body. The color and aura of the flames in each fire pot here seemed to be a little different. After retreating out of the door, Lin Shen said in a deep voice, "The attributes of a general nirvana place should be single, but the attributes of the flames in these fire pots seem to be all different. If you want to use the flames here to achieve nirvana, you have to figure out what the attributes of these flames are. Among the 17 fire basins, only 4 have not bred any creatures. The flames in those 4 fire basins are clearly purple, orange, white, and red. Just by looking at them with your eyes, you can't tell what their properties are, and you don't know what kind of creatures they can breed. I can feel that the creatures bred in these flames are very terrifying, beyond my reach," the Master of Salvation said. "It seems that this should be the immortal land. The terrifying creatures on the entire planet should all be born from here. However, the general base change land should be formed naturally, so how come this place is man-made?" Yang Yuta said in a deep voice. In fact, he hadn't said a word yet. The Golden Buddha Temple and the Buddha Fruit Tree were probably built by later generations relying on this ancient temple. They could only exist on this planet with the energy supply of the immortal land. Someone should have transformed this immortal land. I just don't know who has such a terrifying ability to transform the immortal land. Lin Shen looked at the 8 huge stone pillars. The stone pillars were obviously not of the same style as the mud houses in the ancient temple. They looked like they were added later. Lin Shen came to a giant pillar and looked around it, but couldn't see anything. This giant pillar, more than 100 meters high, seemed to be carved from a whole piece of rock. There were no traces or words on it. Lin Shen and the others didn't recognize the strange beast on the top. Lin Shen looked at all 8 stone pillars and found nothing. Everything here was simple and ancient, and there was not even a word or symbol. Wei Wufu and Yang Yudu were also exploring everywhere, hoping to see a teleportation device. However, they had already checked all the mud houses and did not find any teleportation devices. There was no other place in the ancient temple where the teleportation devices could be hidden. Strange, there is no teleportation device here. How did Lao Tai leave? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that these stone pillars might be teleportation devices, but after studying them for a long time, he found that it seemed not to be the case. There is a well over there, which is a bit strange. Yang Yuta came over to call Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Lin Shen followed Yang Yuta to the well, and found that it was a well dug on the rock, and the well edge and well wall were all rock. Lin Shen looked around and didn't find anything special about the well. The well was dug very roughly, and the well edge was uneven. "Look inside the well," Yang Yuta said. Lin Shen stretched his head to look into the well. At first glance, he didn't realize that there was anything wrong. There was water in the well. But Lin Shen thought about it, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. They were in the water now, so how could there be water under the well? Lin Shen stretched his head to look again, and sure enough, he saw that deep down in the well, like an ordinary well, there was a water surface, which seemed to be separated from the water above, forming a strange sight of water in water. What was even more bizarre was that there was actually a moon reflected in the water. Moon? Lin Shen looked up and saw that there was water above, and even the sky could not be seen. Where did the moon come from reflected in the well? Well, words, Wei Wufu said, staring at the inner wall of the well. Lin Shen looked in the direction of Wei Wufu's gaze, and sure enough, he saw words engraved on the wall of the well. Yingyi Weijing. Lin Shen recognized the 3 largest characters at a glance. They were the universal characters of the universe. Behind those 3 characters, there were rows of small characters, and the number was very large. It was just that the hole was too small, and it was not convenient to see, so Lin Shen had to stretch down to see. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu each held his legs on one side, so that if there was any accident, they could pull him out in time. I traveled all over the universe, looking for a place for nirvana, and I found this place by accident. I was shocked by the heavenly man. Lin Shen read the words on the wall of the well. The more Lin Shen read, the more shocked he was. This person said that he traveled all over the universe, looking for a place for nirvana, and found this planet by accident. He discovered that there were countless immortal creatures on this planet. Each immortal creature was extremely terrifying. If they walked out of the planet and entered the universe, they would be able to dominate one side. Some immortal creatures even felt that this person was no match for them, and he was almost killed. He was seriously injured, but fortunately, he was very lucky and came to this ancient temple. Those terrifying beings did not dare to enter the ancient temple, so he saved his life. According to him, this ancient temple is an unimaginable immortal place. He has never seen such a terrifying immortal place. Any known immortal place in the universe is difficult to compare with this place. With this discovery, the man was ecstatic. This is the immortal place he dreamed of. He planned to reincarnate here and use this immortal place to complete nirvana when he upgraded. According to this person's research, the flames in these 17 fire basins are condensed from the life force of the immortal land, but these 17 kinds of flames have different properties, and each time an immortal creature is born, the properties of the flames will change randomly, and will no longer be the same as before. He stayed here for tens of thousands of years, and finally found out a little trick. Among the 17 kinds of flames, 16 are constantly changing and constantly giving birth to new immortal creatures. Only one of the flames has never changed after 10,000 years, and has never given birth to any immortal creatures. At the beginning, this person found it difficult to understand, and it took a long time before he finally figured out the key. It's not that this flame can't give birth to immortal creatures, but that the immortal creatures it gives birth to are different from ordinary immortal creatures. The other 16 flames gave birth to mutant immortal creatures. The one given birth by the fire in this basin is no longer as simple as a mutant immortal creature, but a more advanced immortal creature that he has never seen before. Chapter 631. After a series of tests, the man found that the power of the fire in the pot was not something that the Fade level could withstand. Even though he had prepared for nirvana in the top-level immortal land, he was still not sure that he could complete nirvana here. After repeated research, the man was still not sure that he could complete nirvana here, so he thought of a way. Since the power of this immortal land is too strong, then weaken the power here. He only wants the attributes here, and the strength can be slowly improved later. So he found the ancient Buddha tree from the Buddha's mother planet, and planted it in the ancient temple. The ancient Buddha tree has the function of absorbing and transforming energy, and can absorb part of the energy of the immortal land. But this is still not enough. The ancient Buddha tree can't bear the energy absorbed from the immortal land. It will be blown up by the energy in a short time after it is planted. So he found the immortal level Chaos Gourd Vine, and grafted the Chaos Gourd Vine onto the ancient Buddha tree. The ancient Buddha tree is used to absorb energy, and the Chaos Gourd Vine converts energy into gourd fruit, which is equivalent to an energy container. The vines continuously produce Chaos Gourds, and as long as the Chaos Gourds are picked, they can be stored. This can not only solve the problem of too much energy, but the stored energy can also be used to maintain his energy consumption here, and even prepare for becoming immortal in the future. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After struggling for so long, the man finally found that the energy absorbed by the ancient Buddha tree and the Chaos Gourd was still too little. At this rate, it would take at least hundreds of millions of years to reduce the energy of this immortal land to a level he could bear. For some reason, the man couldn't wait that long, so he thought of another way and studied a method of double life base. When he reincarnated and cultivated again, he would use the method of double life base to strengthen his body, so that he could use this place to complete nirvana earlier. And the double life base was not condensed casually, but was specially designed for this nirvana. This was still not enough, and the man used the immortal level soul-suppressing stone as material to make 8 soul-suppressing piles to suppress the energy of the immortal land. The jade statues of strange beasts on the soul-suppressing piles were not real jade statues, but the bodies of 8 mutated immortal creatures. They were sealed alive on the soul-suppressing piles by the man to stabilize the soul-suppressing piles, to prevent the soul-suppressing piles from being pushed out by the energy of the immortal land. The bodies of mutated immortal creatures were sealed, and the energy of the body would continue to be lost, and the energy transmitted from the soul-suppressing piles would be absorbed by the immortal creatures, and then sealed and discharged. The more energy there is, the stronger the seal is. The stronger the seal is, the faster the power in the immortal creature's body will be lost, and vice versa. After so many means, the man was sure to use the fire in the basin here to achieve nirvana after 30,000 years, and then he could reincarnate and cultivate again with peace of mind. In order to prevent accidents during reincarnation and cultivation, he engraved the whole thing in Ingwe well. If he reincarnates and has an accident, as long as he sees these words, he will naturally know what to do next. After he is reborn, even if there is an accident, he can recover through nirvana, and then he should be able to remember everything. The reason why he did so much was because he was not confident that he could use the fire in the basin here to successfully complete nirvana, so he had to make so many preparations. The information left by this person did not mention the Golden Buddha Temple or the Master of Transmigration. It seems that the person who built the Golden Buddha Temple and raised the Master of Transmigration here was not the one who left the words in the well. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Ingwe well was mentioned at the end of the article. It turned out that this was the transmission device to leave this planet. You can leave this planet by jumping into the well. But the Ingwe well is very special. For some reason, the immortal creatures born on this planet cannot leave here through the Ingwe well. This person is really amazing. These many methods really make people dare not even think about it. Did he say who he is? Yang Yuta sighed. Knowing that they could get out of the Ingwe well, the mentality of several people has changed a little, and they are not as nervous as before. Let go. I looked down again, there are some words below. Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu and Yang Yu both let go, and Lin Shen went directly into the well, suspended in the well, and read the text above. It says that this planet is unimaginably terrifying, especially the fire basin that has not bred immortal creatures after tens of thousands of years. The immortal creatures it bred before must have been extremely terrifying. If they can break out of this planet, the forces in the universe will probably be reshuffled. Fortunately, this planet itself is very special, and those terrifying creatures find it difficult to leave here. He is also wondering who transformed this immortal land, and built these mud houses and mud basins. Even he admires such ability. As Lin Shen was talking, he suddenly stopped talking. What happened? Yang Yuta asked hurriedly. Finally. He signed his name. Lin Shen said in a strange voice. It seems that you know this person's name. Yang Yuta guessed some clues. Yes, not only do I know, you should all know. Lin Shen said with a strange look. Ancient Realm King. After hearing the name Lin Shen said, Yang Yuta and Wei Wufu understood why Lin Shen said so. What kind of existence is the Ancient Realm King? Even he said that the immortal creatures on this planet are extremely terrifying, even difficult to match, and he was almost killed. Then this planet really has no idea how terrifying it is. They can come here alive, which can be regarded as a blessing from their ancestors. You must know that the name left here is the Ancient Realm King, not his real name, which means that this is after he became the Ancient Realm King. It is really unimaginable that a powerful person, who is already a Realm King, almost died here. No, I remember that after the Ancient Realm King pointed to the sky and became the Realm King, within a few decades, the ancient dynasty collapsed, and the Ancient Realm King disappeared. Yang Yuta said with a strange look. Could it be that the Ancient Realm King did not die, and he came here to reincarnate and rebuild? If this is true, then the Ancient Realm King may not have died, which made Lin Shen have more associations. How could an Ancient Realm King, who did not die, leave a legacy for others to find? Whether the 3 treasure chests and the tomb of the Ancient Realm King really exist is a bit intriguing. It seems that something went wrong when the Ancient Realm King reincarnated and rebuilt. Yang Yuta said. It seems so. Lin Shen also saw the clue. If the Ancient Realm King succeeded, these words should have been erased. Since these words are still there, it is very likely that something went wrong with the reincarnation and reconstruction of the Ancient Realm King. Chapter 632. If this is really the place where the Ancient King arranged for Nirvana, Nirvana here will definitely give us extremely powerful Nirvana attributes. Maybe we can use this place to achieve Nirvana. Lin Shen had another idea. Let alone whether this place was prepared by the Ancient King, this person must be a rare strongman in the universe to be able to set up such means. He had problems with his reincarnation and Nirvana here. If we want to achieve Nirvana here, I'm afraid it will be a life or death situation. Yang Yuta pondered. Lin Shen naturally knew the danger here, but he had 2 life bases, plus the super base form in evolution. Maybe he really had a chance to succeed in Nirvana here. It's just that I don't know what kind of Nirvana attributes I will have if I achieve Nirvana here, and I don't know if it's really worth the risk. Master Chowdu, we have found a way to leave, and plan to leave now. Do you want to go back to the Golden Buddha Temple or leave with us? Lin Shen hasn't figured out how he will achieve nirvana, but knowing that there is such a place can be used as an alternative. I am a monk. I will never enter the secular world again in this life. Please send me back. Master Chowdu said. Wait for me here. I will send you back. Lin Shen took the bow and sent Master Chowdu out of the pool. When Lin Shen was about to say goodbye and leave, Master Chowdu picked a few gourds from the tree and handed them to Lin Shen. Take these Buddha fruits with you on the road. Thank you, Master. Lin Shen hurriedly thanked him. If he hadn't met him here, it would be difficult for the three of them to escape from this planet. After saying goodbye to the Master of Salvation, Lin Shen took his bow and dived into the underwater ancient temple again, and reunited with Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. The three jumped into the Ingwa well one by one, and when they regained their normal vision, they found themselves in an endless ocean. When they rushed out of the water, they found that this was actually a sea. Finally out, Lin Shen flew into the air and looked around, and saw a city looming on the distant coastline, which was no longer on the mysterious planet. At this time, Lin Shen was still a little scared. That planet was too terrifying, and the immortals might not be able to come back alive. The three flew towards the direction of the seaside city. Lin Shen used the communicator to check the planet, and found that it was actually a planet that had been developed for many years by the subordinates of the Tianan clan. Lin Shen had the authority to use the transmission device here for free, but the transmission device here needed to go through several transfers and reach the Midas star before it could be transmitted to the Zenith star. Anyway, it was all free benefits. The three of them returned to Zenith star, and felt that the experience on that strange planet was like a dream. It's too late. Lin Shen sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. There were less than 2 days left before Lao Tai came to find him, and there was no time to explore the secrets of Hulu Mountain. Moreover, the secrets of Hulu Mountain were becoming more and more shocking, and they could not be explored in a short time. Lin Shen thought about it, and decided to take the initiative to meet that weirdo, and not wait for him to come to the door. If there was a commotion on Zenith Star, there would be no way to end it. The main reason was that Lin Shen had a terrible guess in his heart, that Lao Tai, could it be the ancient world king who failed to reincarnate and rebuild? If he is really the ancient king who failed in reincarnation, the mechanical watch is like a time bomb, which may explode at any time, so it is better to return it. He sent a message to Tianqin, explaining that he was going to meet Lao Tai. Tianqin quickly sent a message back. Just think it through, other people's things should be returned to them. Don't try to occupy everything. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. Tianqin didn't know that this thing was related to the safety of the human mother planet. Lin Shen didn't want to return it, but he didn't dare to return it. Originally, Lin Shen planned to go to Giant Ring Star by himself, and let Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stay in Zenith Star. Ouyang Yudu had to deal with the affairs of the Special Service Department, so he would not go to Giant Ring Star, but Wei Wufu wanted to go with him. After the two rested, they went to Giant Ring Star without stopping. Lao Tai, I have contacted Lin Shen. You don't have to go to him. He will come here to see you soon. Tianqin put down the communicator and looked at Lao Tai beside him, and said. The two were lying on the sun loungers in the outdoor swimming pool. Tianqin was wearing flowered shorts and a t-shirt, while Lao Tai was wearing black cotton shorts and a white vest, revealing half of his steel body. Okay. Lao Tai didn't ask what the relationship between Tianqin and Lin Shen was, nor did he ask how he contacted Lin Shen. You don't ask me how I contacted him? What is my relationship with him? Tianqin couldn't help asking. No need. Lao Tai said while lying there with his eyes closed. You are really a good friend. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer. If Lin Shen refuses to return your things, I will definitely help you deal with him. Tianqin said. Okay. Lao Tai nodded, and pulled down the sunglasses on his head to cover his eyes. When Lin Shen and Wei Wufu arrived at Paradise Island, it was already several hours later. He went to see Tian Sun first. He had contacted Tian Sun before, and Tian Sun was waiting for him in the Paradise Palace. I can't see through the strength of that Lao Tai. You have to be careful, and it's best not to have a conflict. Tian Sun had already told Lin Shen about Lao Tai before, and reminded him again at this time. I know. Lin Shen nodded and said, I'm just going to return his things. I won't have a conflict with him. Don't worry. I'd better go with you to see him. Tian Sun was still not very reassured. There are so many of us going together, it seems like we are using our power to bully others. I think that person is the type who will not tolerate any hardship. I'd better go by myself. Lin Shen smiled and hugged Tian Sun, whispering in her ear, just wait for me at home after taking a shower. I'll be back soon. After sending a message to Tian Xian, knowing that they were all at the swimming pool behind, Lin Shan took Wei Wufu to the swimming pool. Before they reached the swimming pool, Lao Tai, who was lying down, sat up and looked in the direction where Lin Shan was coming from. Tian Xian stood up and shouted to Lin Shan, "Lin Shan, return the things to Lao Tai quickly. For my sake, Lao Tai will not make things difficult for you." Lin Shan understood what Tian Xian meant and asked him to hand over the things to make a big deal out of a small matter. "I give it back to you. Can the grudge between you and me be settled in one transaction?" Lin Shan took out a mechanical watch, walked in front of Lao Tai, and handed it to him. Lao Tai slowly stood up, but did not take the watch handed over by Lin Shan. He stared at the bow behind Lin Shan and asked coldly, "Did you go to the Horror Star? The Horror Star you were talking about is the planet with collapsed temples everywhere. If so, I just came back from there and narrowly escaped death." Lin Shan also wanted to ask Lao Tai something. Chapter 633. Is that bow from the Golden Crow Temple? Lao Tai asked again. Yes. Lin Shan nodded. Did you go to the ancient temple? Lao Tai asked again. Yes, if you don't go there, you can't come back, Lin Shan said. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shan and continued, Very good, let's fight. If you win, the things are still yours. If you lose, give me this bow. No need to fight, the things are all yours. Answer me a few questions. Lin Shan took off the bow and handed it to Lao Tai together with the mechanical watch. Although the things are good, you have to be alive to get them. Lien Tianxuan said that Lao Tai is unfathomable, and Lin Shan suspected that he was the reincarnated ancient king of the world, and was unwilling to give him an excuse to take action. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised. He looked at Lin Shan and said slowly, You don't know the origin of this bow? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Since I told you, even if it is the first treasure in the universe, it is yours. Lin Shan threw the bow and watched directly to Lao Tai. This bow, although not the first treasure in the universe, is not much different. This is the immortal life base of the first sharpshooter of the ancient clan. It has the strongest destructive power in the universe, no one else. Lao Tai caught the bow and said calmly, The life base of the first sharpshooter of the ancient clan. Tian Xian was shocked when he heard it. Because of the long time, most people may only know the existence of the ancient king, and don't know much about the ancient dynasty. Tian Xian had consulted a lot of information about the ancient dynasty, because he was going to King Kai's planet to find King Kai's treasure chest. The ancient king was able to establish a dynasty, which was definitely not as simple as his own strength. The universe is so vast that no matter how powerful the king of the ancient realm is, he cannot guard the entire universe alone. There are probably no less than tens of millions of immortals from various races under the throne of the king of the ancient realm. After the establishment of the ancient dynasty, they were divided into 4 directions to guard various star regions. In addition to those immortals from other races, the ancient clan itself also has many immortals, the most famous of which are the 10 generals of the ancients. Among the 10 generals of the ancients, there is an immortal who is known as the #1 marksman in the universe. He is known for his arrows that never miss a target, and he always dies when his arrows are shot, without exception. It's just that because of the long time, no one knows the name of the marksman anymore. They only know that he is one of the 10 generals of the ancients, and his title is Shooting Sun. If this bow is really the immortal life foundation of the Shooting Sun general, its value is simply inestimable. I've given you the thing. It doesn't matter what it is. Can you answer a few questions for me? Lin Shan said indifferently. Say it. Lao Tai was quite surprised that Lin Shan was so carefree, which was somewhat different from his previous impression of Lin Shan. Are you the one who left the words in Ingwa well? Lin Shan directly asked the question he was most concerned about. I don't know, I forgot, Lao Tai said. Do you think so? Lin Shan was not surprised by Lao Tai's answer. If there was really a problem with the reincarnation and cultivation of the ancient realm king, he didn't know whether those words were left by himself, which was normal. I don't know. Lao Tai frowned. Did you complete nirvana there? Lin Shan asked again. Yes. And no. Lao Tai's answer this time was a bit unexpected. What do you mean? Lin Shan also frowned. I can't remember the past. I can feel that I should have completed nirvana there, but I didn't find the brazier corresponding to my power. It may be that the attributes in the brazier have changed, Lao Tai said in a deep voice. Lin Shan finally understood that the words in the well said that after each fire basin gave birth to an immortal creature, its own properties would change accordingly. So if Lao Tai used the power in the fire basin to achieve nirvana, then after nirvana, it is very likely that the properties in the fire basin would change accordingly. What do you remember about that place? Lin Shan didn't know how to ask, so he had to ask in general terms. I know what you want to ask, But I can tell you that I am not him. Lao Tai threw the ballot's hand back to Lin Shen. I only want my own things, not yours. For Tian Xian's sake, we will settle our previous grievances. How can you be sure that you are not him? Lin Shen didn't believe it, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't expect that Tian Xian's face would actually be useful. Because I have remembered who I am, Lao Tai said with certainty. Who are you? Lin Shen was a little surprised. If Lao Tai really remembered who he was, then he was unlikely to be the reincarnated ancient king. What are you talking about? Can you speak something I can understand? Tian Xian was getting angry listening to him. He really couldn't understand a word. Lin Shen ignored him and stared at Lao Tai waiting for an answer. My name is Lin Yin, Lao Tai said slowly. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze. For a moment, he was a little overwhelmed. He was too familiar with this name. His second brother was called Lin Yin, but Lin Shen was sure that Lao Tai was definitely not his second brother. Although he was still young when his second brother disappeared, he basically had no impression of his second brother. But the third and fourth brothers said that the second brother was extremely strong, and Lao Tai agreed with this. However, their second brother was not a half-human, half-iron monster, and judging from the remaining half of Lao Tai's face, his facial features were completely different from those of the Lin family. The brothers of the Lin family, including Lin Miao, all had single eyelids, while Lao Tai obviously had double eyelids, and there was nothing else in common. The color of the pupils and hair was also slightly different, and the facial features were also obviously different. Where are you from? Lin Shen felt that Lao Tai's name was Lin Yin, which should be just a similar pronunciation or a duplicate name. Xian Niao Base. The 4 words that Lao Tai said made Lin Shen completely stunned. You said your name is Lin Yin? Born in Xian Niao Base? Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze, feeling that this guy must have lost his mind. How could he be Lin Yin? Yes, Xian Niao Base, Lin Yin. I have remembered some of the things I experienced in Xian Niao Base before. But only part of it, Lao Tai said. No, you are not Lin Yin. You can't be Lin Yin from Suanio Base. Lin Shen shook his head and said, What makes you say I'm not Lin Yin? Lao Tai's eyes turned cold, and the iron hand seemed to be ready to move. You said you are Lin Yin? Then do you know who I am? Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and asked. Of course I know your name is Lin Shen. Lao Tai didn't know why Lin Shen said this. Then do you know where I was born? Lin Shen asked again. Suanio Base. Lao Tai frowned and asked, What do you mean? You know my name is Lin Shen, and you know I was born in Suanio Base. If you are Lin Yin, how can you not know that Lin Shen is Lin Yin's younger brother, a real younger brother? Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai and said slowly. Lao Tai was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Lin Shen blankly and asked, Is the Lin Yin we are talking about the same Lin Yin? There should be no second Lin Yin in Suanio Base, unless the Suanio Base you are talking about is not the Suanio Base of my family. Lin Shen said. There is such a thing. So, Lao Tai's face, which has always been expressionless, actually showed very complicated emotions. You are my brother. Chapter 634. Lin Shen was dumbfounded, thinking, is Lao Tai's brain broken? Even if his brain is broken, his eyes are not broken. Or has he never looked in the mirror, and doesn't know what he looks like? We don't look alike at all, how can we be brothers? But then he thought again, Lao Tai's half-human, half-Tai look, if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to accept it, and it's understandable that he doesn't like to look in the mirror. Lao Tai, look, I have single eyelids, you have double eyelids, my hair and pupils are lighter in color, yours are darker, and your nose is higher, mine is smaller. There are no similarities in the facial features. How can we be brothers? Lin Shen pointed at his face, trying to remind Lao Tai in a tactful way that they looked different. After listening, Lao Tai really looked at Lin Shen and fell into deep thought. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Lao Tai's look, he should understand. Suddenly Lao Tai walked up to Lin Shen, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a rare gentle look, It's not your fault that you didn't inherit the excellent family genes. Puff! Tian Xian, who was eating fruit and watching the show, almost burst out laughing, and couldn't stop laughing. She couldn't even stand up straight. Lin Shen was confused. What the hell is going on? How could it be related to genetic genes? They don't have any similarities at all. No matter how bad his genes are, they can't be completely different. Which one? In fact, I have 2 brothers and a sister. They also have single eyelids. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Lao Tai's pupils contracted, and his face was full of shock. Lin Shen felt a little regretful when he saw this. This Lao Tai acted strangely, and had a perverse personality. After he realized the reality, Would he be angry and turn his face against him and attack him directly? You mean? Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen with a serious face. Yes, it's what you think. Lin Shen didn't dare to say this, not wanting to provoke Lao Tai again. I still have 2 brothers and a sister? Lao Tai said seriously. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai in a daze, and he was about to go crazy. He complained wildly in his heart. You are focusing on the wrong point, right? You don't look like us. How could you be our brother? Lao Tai said thoughtfully. I seem to have some impression. I should have 3 brothers and a sister. You are the youngest, right? I am indeed the youngest, but you really look different from us. Lin Shen said hesitantly. That's right. Where are the other 2 brothers and the eldest sister? I want to see them. Lao Tai said seriously, as if he didn't hear Lin Shen's words at all. The eldest sister is here. I go find her right away. Tian Xian was eager to see the drama, and went to find Lin Miao. Tian Xian, wait a minute. Lin Shen hurriedly stopped Tian Xian. It's still unclear why Lao Tai thought he was the second brother Lin Yin. If he pretended to be him now, and when Lao Tai's mind cleared up later, he would think that Lin Shen had deceived him. Wouldn't that be bad? Lao Tai, you really look different from us. You can't be my second brother. Lin Shen took a deep breath and said clearly. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen and said, maybe my appearance has changed a little, so we look a little different. You said it's unlikely, which means you can't be sure. In this case, the eldest sister should be able to recognize me. If we go to see the eldest sister, it will naturally prove that you are my biological brother. Lin Shen thought about it, and it was right. He couldn't remember what his second brother looked like, but the eldest sister must remember it. As long as the eldest sister took a look, Lao Tai should give up. Thinking of this, Lin Shen was about to say that he would go to find the eldest sister, but Lao Tai said that he should go to see the eldest sister, and asked Tian Xian to lead the way without saying anything. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu could only go with them. Lin Shen really couldn't understand why Lao Tai was so persistent in thinking that he was Lin Yin. Lin Miao was in the processing factory of Shinbaden. Recently, Shinbaden has officially started to be sold. Through Tianxuan's channels, it has been sold to many planets of the Tianan clan. The sales are quite good, and the production capacity can no longer keep up with the sales speed. Lin Miao is very distressed about this. The production of Shinbaden is limited, and it is too difficult to plant on a large scale. Lin Miao, who was inspecting the plantation, saw Lin Shen and others coming over, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he walked towards Lin Shen and others. Seeing Lao Tai and Lin Shen together, Lin Miao was a little surprised. She naturally recognized Lao Tai, but she had not been to Paradise Island during this period, and did not know that Lao Tai was on Paradise Island. Seeing Lao Tai and Lin Shen walking together, there was nothing wrong, and she knew that something must have happened, and they might not be enemies anymore, so she was not too nervous. When Lao Tai saw Lin Miao, he walked over to her without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything. He looked at her and said, "Big sister, I am Lin Yin. Do you remember me?" Lin Miao was confused by Lao Tai's words. Although so many years have passed, she still remembers what Lin Yin looks like. Even if she can't remember clearly, Lao Tai's appearance is indeed different from Lin Yin, so it is impossible to make a mistake. Lin Miao was about to say something, but Lao Tai seemed to remember something and asked softly, "Big sister, is Ah Hua still there?" Lin Miao, who was about to say something, was stunned there for a moment. When Lin Shen was a child, he had a severe cat hair allergy, so they couldn't keep a cat at home. Later, Lin Yin brought back a kitten that had just been weaned, saying that the kitten saved his life and wanted to take it home for Lin Miao to raise. But because of Lin Shen, the kitten couldn't be raised at home, so they found a yard outside to raise the kitten, and named the kitten Ah Hua. Only Lin Yin and Lin Miao knew about this, not even Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongshan. This strange man in front of her actually knew Ah Hua, which made Lin Miao a little dazed, but she looked at Lao Tai. No matter how she looked at it, this didn't look like Lin Yin. "Do you know Ah Hua?" Lin Miao asked suspiciously. "Once I went out to hunt creatures, and heard the cry of a kitten in the bushes next to me. I turned around and found a kitten coming out of the bushes, and there was a 7-step golden-ringed snake lurking in the bushes, about to attack me. If I hadn't been reminded by the kitten by accident, I would have died that time." Lao Tai said and asked again, "Is Ah Hua still alive?" "It's too old, it died a few years ago. I buried it in the flower bed where it usually loves to play." Lin Miao stared at Lao Tai in a daze, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Only Lin Yin, and she should know about this matter. In order not to worry her brothers, Lin Yin specifically told her not to tell anyone. Chapter 635. Lin Shen felt something was wrong the more he listened, And he was also confused in his heart. How could Lao Tai know about the second brother? Although he didn't know what was going on, Lao Tai couldn't possibly be the second brother. Sister, do you think he looks like the second brother? Lin Shen reminded him, hurriedly. Lin Miao looked at Lao Tai carefully, and he didn't look like him, but after looking at him for a long time, he seemed to be familiar with him. If you don't look at his face and half of his steel body, this person's figure and temperament are very similar to Lin Yin. For a moment, Lin Miao hesitated. Sister, you remember me, right? I can't remember what happened. Maybe I look a little different from before, but I can feel that you are my elder sister, and the feeling between relatives is not wrong. Lao Tai looked at the elder sister and said firmly, Sister. Seeing that Lin Miao hesitated, Lin Shen hurriedly spoke up to remind her that she couldn't assume that Lao Tai was the second brother just because he knew some of the second brother's affairs. This was too ridiculous. Don't be impatient. Lin Miao stopped Lin Shen, looked at Lao Tai and said, Take off your shirt and let me see your back. Although Lao Tai didn't know what Lin Miao wanted to do, she knew that Lin Miao should have a way to confirm his identity. She didn't ask anything, took off her vest directly, and then turned her back to Lin Miao. Lin Shen and others also looked at Lao Tai, wanting to know what Lin Miao wanted to do. Lao Tai's figure was strong and solid, half of it was strange black iron, and the other half was strong muscles. The perfection of the muscle half was not inferior to that of steel. Lin Miao stared at the flesh and blood half of Lao Tai's body behind him, and suddenly became a little excited. He walked closer, and reached out to touch Lao Tai's lower back. There was a red mark there, the size of a quail egg, and it looked like a square-holed copper coin. Yes. Yes. Ah-in. It's really you. It's really you. Where have you been all these years? Lin Miao's emotions collapsed all of a sudden, and she hugged Lao Tai and cried bitterly. Big sister. Lao Tai hugged Lin Miao's shoulders, and the human eye was also red, looking very excited. Lin Shen was dumbfounded, with his mouth wide open, staring blankly at the two people who were crying and hugging each other. No way. It's impossible. Is it really because of the body mutation that the second brother looks a little different from before? Lin Shen was full of doubts for a while. Big sister, are you sure he is the second brother? Seeing that Lin Miao's emotions had recovered a little, Lin Shen hurriedly asked again. It can't be wrong. The appearance and location of this copper coin birthmark are exactly the same. It can't be wrong. Lin Miao said very confidently. Lin Shen was a little uncertain for a moment. Such a strange birthmark should not be so coincidental. Lin Shen thought it was a test to make Lao Tai give up, but it turned into a large-scale recognition scene. Lin Miao talked to Lao Tai, and the more he talked, the more certain he was that he was the second brother Lin Yin. Although Lao Tai didn't remember many things, some of the things he could remember could match. What's going on? Lin Shen felt his scalp tingling, and his brain was confused. Could the weird Lao Tai he had been avoiding really be the second brother Lin Yin? Lin Shen was not sure, but he could not seem to find any evidence to deny it. Tian Xian was also stunned. He also felt that Lao Tai could not be Lin Shen's brother, but now it seems that he is really a brother. Lao Wei, do you think he is really possible? Lin Shen walked aside, looked at the two people who were expressing their true feelings, and quietly asked Wei Wufu beside him. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen, then at Lao Tai, nodded and said, Spirit, similar. Spiritually similar means? It means that they don't look alike, right? Lin Shen was a little speechless. But at this point, he seemed to be unable to say anything, and could only remain silent. Lin Miao was very happy, and asked someone to prepare lunch and asked Lin Shen and the others to eat together. Lin Shen sat next to him, and always felt very awkward. He really couldn't accept that the weird Lao Tai was actually his second brother. Xiaowu, what are you doing? Your second brother finally came back. He must have suffered a lot outside these years. We must take good care of him, talk to him more, and toast him. Lin Miao was very happy. Yes, we are all family from now on. You are Laodi's younger brother, and I am Laodi's brother. From now on, we are brothers. I am older than you, so you can just call me Brother Xian from now on. Qianxin raised his glass happily. Come on, Xiaowu, let's drink with Brother Tai. No, let's drink with second brother. What are you talking about? From now on, you have to call me uncle. Everyone here is your uncle, don't you know? Lin Shen was depressed. How could he suffer this loss? It's not that, Qianxin said quickly. Then how do you say it? Do you want me to call your aunt over, and we can have a good discussion? Lin Shen said. I don't care. Anyway, I am your second brother's brother. You have to call me brother. Tian Xian was extremely angry. When Lin Shen returned to the heavenly palace, It was already dark. Fortunately, he had the nightlight flower, so he was not afraid of the darkness. When he came to Tian Sun's room, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. The night was so dark, but there seemed to be a light in the darkness. That light was so white. When Lin Shen woke up the next day, he felt that life was so short. He should do something meaningful in life and not waste time anymore. So many human beings are still in dire straits. I don't know how many races in the universe are suffering an unfair treatment, waiting for the salvation of the Savior. Lin Shen felt that as a member of the billions of races in the universe, he should stand up and work hard for the rise of mankind and the peace of the universe. If I don't go to hell, who will? If I don't become a saint, who will? A real man should be strict with himself and strive to make progress. Even if he dies, he should leave a legacy in the universe. Lin Shen ruthlessly rejected Tianxuan's invitation to sleep a little longer, and resolutely got up and decided to practice well and work hard for the freedom of billions of races in the universe. He had breakfast first, with 2 more eggs. He didn't see anyone else coming to eat. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh. Who has seen the morning of Paradise Island at 9:30? There are not many people who work as hard as me now. Those lazy guys will eventually be eliminated by this world. And I will go against the current and become the trendsetter of the times. Lin Shen came to the martial arts arena alone, and pushed the door open with his chest held high, but saw Tianqin, Lao Wei, and Lao Tai talking in the martial arts arena. Ahem. Good morning. Lin Shen coughed lightly, and turned to close the door. It's already this time. Is it still early? Tianqin glanced at him. Lin Shen ignored him and walked towards Lao Wei and said, Lao Wei, why did you come here so early without asking me to join you? Noisy. Wei Wufu only said one word. Ahem. Lin Shen looked around and said something else. Come on, Lao Wei, let's practice. I haven't practiced with you for a long time. Let me see if your skills have regressed. Chapter 636. When Lin Shen and Lao Wei were sparring before, he was basically beaten. There was still a chance of winning if he fought desperately. In a pure skill battle, Wei Wufu could give him one hand. Lao Wei, come on. Lin Shen took 2 unsharpened practice knives from the weapon rack and showed the blood life knife technique. Wei Wufu also took a practice knife and chopped at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's counterattack posture seemed to be useless to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu didn't buy it at all and just chopped. Lin Shen used the blood life knife technique to defend, but his defensive method was to chop against Wei Wufu. But his target was not Wei Wufu's body, but the knife that Wei Wufu chopped at. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal collision was endless. The momentum of the 2 people was as fierce as a tiger. It seemed that both of them were fighting desperately, but in fact Lin Shen was always on the defensive, but his defensive knife technique was really different from others. Tian Xian watched from the side for a while, and was slightly surprised. When did that guy's technique become so rigorous? For a moment, Wei Wufu couldn't break through Lin Shen's defense, and it seemed that Lin Shen was more than capable of doing so. Old Wei, take it. Tian Xian picked up another practice knife from the weapon rack, and threw it to Wei Wufu, who was fighting. Wei Wufu stretched out his free left hand, and caught the practice knife thrown by Tian Xian. Like Lin Shen, he held the knife with both hands, and his offensive became more violent. The knife light flashed, and the 4 knives flashed and collided quickly in the air. The 2 people fought fiercely, creating a fierce momentum of thousands of troops fighting. Their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and no one took a step back. They just relied on the double swords to chop hard. The practice sword could not withstand the high-frequency impact, and countless gaps appeared on it. In the end, it was cut off by 2 people. Lin Shen held the broken sword in his hand, and looked at the opposite Wei Wufu, who only had 2 broken swords in his hand, and he was very happy. This was the first time he fought against Wei Wufu head-on without losing. Although it was because of pure defense, it was enough to make him feel happy. My skills have finally reached the level of master. When Lin Shen was secretly rejoicing, he saw Lao Tai coming over. Xiao Wu, your skills are too poor. It's too easy to be killed when you go out to fight the enemy. You need more training. I will practice with you. Lao Tai said, and took 2 more practice swords from the shelf and threw them to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought, what are you bragging about? I admit that my skills are not good, but in terms of defense, my level is not bad at all. What do you mean I can be killed easily? You used to rely on your strength and speed to bully me because I am of low level. If we are really on the same level, you can try to break my defense. My strength and speed are not as good as yours. Let Lao Wei practice with me. Lin Shen said tactfully. No, I will control my strength and speed to the same level as you. Lao Tai said, and he also took a practice knife and slashed at Lin Shen. Strength and speed are the same. Let's see how you can break my blood life knife method. Lin Shan didn't believe he could do anything to him. Seeing Lao Tai slashing at him, Lin Shan directly used the blood life knife method to block his possible change trajectory, and greeted him with his left-hand knife. Lin Shan's block was in vain. He clearly saw Lao Tai's knife coming down, but when he blocked it, he found that his knife was one step faster. After his knife chopped over, Lao Tai's knife fell down, so he didn't even have time to react, and he didn't have time to block the knife in his other hand. Lao Tai's knife was on his neck. Although Lin Shan could use the shrimp sliding method to retreat, he didn't retreat. Because they were practicing swordsmanship, in terms of swordsmanship, he had already lost with this move. What happened to that knife just now? Tian Xian was also a little surprised watching from the side. He didn't understand how Lin Shan lost. Lin Shan's defensive posture was fine, and the timing of the knife was right, but why he couldn't block Lao Tai's knife was really confusing. From his point of view, it seemed that Lin Shan had increased the speed of swinging the knife himself, and swept past before Lao Tai's knife fell, and failed to block Lao Tai's knife. Wei Wufu stared at the knife in Lao Tai's hand thoughtfully. Your swordsmanship is too fierce, but it is all defensive, which is contradictory. Lao Tai took back his sword and said slowly, practicing defense is like defending a city. Defending a city relies on the advantages of the city, and you can use the weak to defeat the strong. But you gave up your original advantage, and sent troops to fight the enemy. If both sides are evenly matched and you can defeat the enemy, why do you need to defend? Since you are defending, why send troops to consume the opponent and give up your own advantages? This doesn't make sense. Moreover, if you take the initiative to attack, you are easily tempted by others. If you can't see the real situation clearly, it can be said that you will fall without attacking. Lao Tai said that Lin Shan's blood life swordsmanship was worthless, but Lin Shan was not angry. What Lao Tai said was not wrong, and he was indeed broken by Lao Tai's blood life sword technique with one blow, which was irrefutable. Lin Shan was not angry, but felt fortunate that it was Lao Tai who broke his sword technique first. If he was caught by this flaw in a real life and death duel in the future, the price he would pay at that time would not be these educational words, but the price of blood, or even his life. Lin Shan's mind calmed down, his eyes looked at Lao Tai, and his hands tightened. Come again. Lin Shan knew that what Lao Tai said was right, but he didn't intend to change, and he couldn't change. Because the slag sword technique required him to attack in order to play the effect of the slag sword technique, once it was transformed into pure defense. Without the blood life sword technique attached to the slag sword technique, it would just be an ordinary defensive sword technique. So Lin Shan could only go on this road. Since there was a problem, he would solve it. Lin Shan fought against Lao Tai again and again, but Lao Tai's knife seemed to be able to perform magic. Lin Shan either blocked it too early or too late, and could not touch his knife at all. Every time, Lao Tai put the knife on his neck. This made Lin Shan realize that he and Lao Tai were not at the same level. Lao Tai just used the change of rhythm to break his defensive position of blood life knife method. However, Lin Shan did not give up. He was patiently adapting to Lao Tai's rhythm change. He was also good at rhythm change, but he was not as good as Lao Tai in controlling it. His double knife attack method originally had two rhythms, one positive and one negative. However, under such circumstances, Lao Tai still found the breakpoint of the rhythm, or Lao Tai directly disrupted his rhythm with the rhythm. Lao Tai saw that Lin Shan had no intention of changing, so he was not in a hurry. It is difficult to change a person's obsession with verbal education, but the cruel reality can easily change a person's three views. Chapter 637. Lin Shan's knife skills are very strange. All his knife-using habits are similar to the common knife skills of wiping, or the cutting skills of cutting meat food. Or it is like the knife file being ruthlessly scraped on a hard object. It is hard to describe what kind of feeling it is. This knife-using technique looks very strange, and is very difficult to use. It is not easy for ordinary people to use this technique in actual combat. Every knife of Lin Shan is of this technique, which makes it difficult for him to control his strength, and to be able to send and receive freely. So every time he cuts out a knife, it must hit the target, otherwise it will give the opponent a chance to take advantage of it. It is difficult for ordinary people to make Lin Shan miss, and even if he misses, it is difficult to seize the opportunity. But Lao Tai did it easily, just by taking advantage of the change in rhythm. Lin Shan can only patiently try to keep up with Lao Tai's rhythm again and again, at least to prevent him from using the change in rhythm to disrupt his rhythm. After trying again and again, Lin Shan used the method of double knife attack to make up for the lack of rhythm. Even if the first knife was controlled by the rhythm, the second knife could make up for the loophole in time. But when he saw the second knife slashing on Lao Tai's knife, It felt like he was cutting into the air. Then Lin Shen saw Lao Tai's knife disappear, and when he saw the knife again, it was on his neck again. Your knife method has too many loopholes. Even if you can adapt to the change of rhythm, there are still 10,000 ways to break your defense. Lao Tai put away the knife and said calmly, "Okay, let's do it again." Lin Shen was also a little angry. Even though he knew that what Lao Tai said was right, anyone would be a little unhappy if his swordsmanship, which he had practiced with great difficulty, was looked down upon to this extent. Lin Shen held two swords and once again showed the posture of blood-life swordsmanship, but this time, his momentum was obviously more fierce. When Lao Tai slashed again, Lin Shen still met it with the same sword. Lao Tai's sword disappeared again in front of Lin Shen, but Lin Shen's sword did not stop and slashed directly at Lao Tai. This was the tooth for tooth, blood for blood jade and stone burning fighting method he had studied before. If I can't hit your sword, then I will directly cut your people. Let's exchange blood for blood and life for life to see who can win. But before his sword touched Lao Tai, the sword in Lao Tai's hand had already been pressed against his heart. Lin Shen found a sad thing. Because he was shorter than Lao Tai and his arm span was not as long as his, Lao Tai's knife was already pointed at him. But his knife was still a little short of Lao Tai's body. You should be thankful that your arm is longer than mine, otherwise you would be the first to be stabbed, Lin Shen said. Then try again, Lao Tai said calmly. Just try it. Lin Shen tried again, and he found that he was a little short every time, and soon realized that this was not as simple as just a long arm. Anticipate the enemy's moves. Lin Shen thought for a while, and understood what was going on. Lao Tai was also able to achieve the level of heaven and God man, and was able to predict Lin Shen's every move, and when he attacked, he was already targeting him. It's just that Lao Tai's ability is obviously much stronger than Tianbu Luo's, so people can't feel that he is anticipating the enemy's moves, and just think that he is a little short of it. If it were someone with a lower level of comprehension, he would never understand until his death that he is not just that short of it. This is the third time I have encountered such a disgusting skill. I must break him. Lin Shen especially hates fighting with people who have such skills, and it is particularly uncomfortable to fight. Every time the moves are interrupted, it's like holding back halfway through peeing. The pain is really unbearable. If he fights hard, Lin Shen can use the sand between his fingers to shoot cold arrows without making any sound, or break it with force. But now, he is practicing swordsmanship, and he can only break this disgusting technique in the moves. How can I make him predict wrong? Lin Shen thought about it, but there is really no solution. Since Lao Tai's prediction cannot be wrong, Lin Shen can only take another way. Tianqin and Wei Wufu were watching the fight from the side. Wei Wufu said nothing, but Tianqin was a chatterbox who kept talking. Xiuwu's swordsmanship is not bad, but it is much worse than that of the second brother. His every move was expected by the second brother, and he was played with in the palm of his hand. If it were me, I could still compete with the second brother in speed, but it would be useless for the second brother to predict my behavior. Unfortunately, his sword is too slow, and I told him the way to break it, but he was not able to use it. Or you go. Wei Wufu was annoyed by him, and the taciturn person swallowed his words. Tianqin seemed to have not understood Wei Wufu's words at all. With a condescending expression, he crossed his arms and said, "It's enough for the second brother to teach him, so I don't have to do it myself." You have shame? Wei Wufu looked at Tianqin with a complicated expression and asked. Lin Shen's swordsmanship could not be changed. It seemed that he could not do anything to Lao Tai. No matter how strange and varied his swordsmanship was, Lao Tai would always have unexpected moves waiting for him. As Lin Shen fought, he felt that he could not use the sword anymore. He was forced to change his swordsmanship just after he made a move. If it were someone else, he would have given up resistance at this time. Or else, everyone in the old Lin family was stubborn. After being beaten to this extent, Lin Shen still insisted on his blood-life swordsmanship route, and was not moved at all. You can be strong as you are, and you can win if you want. Anyway, I know I am wrong, but I will not change and will continue to move forward. It doesn't matter if the road is blocked. I will not take a detour. I will not turn back even if I hit the south wall. I will open the wall, remove the stones, and build a road to continue moving forward. This guy is really stubborn. Can't he change his mindset or his swordsmanship? Tianqin felt bad for Lin Shen. This was a complete abuse. Lin Shen felt like he couldn't even stretch out his hands. He looked quite pitiful. The sword is defeated. The training, the person, is defeated. And then, the heart is defeated. There is no hope, Wei Wufu said seriously. I also know this truth, but if you take the wrong path, You always have to turn back, right? Tianqin said. How do you know? It's wrong. Wei Wufu asked back. You've been abused like this, but you still don't know that it's the wrong path? Tianqin said with a sneer. The person is not dead. It's not wrong, Wei Wufu said. Tianqin stroked his forehead in silence, depressed. If the person dies, what's the use of knowing that he's wrong? So, that's right. Wei Wufu nodded in agreement. Alas, that's not what I meant. Tianqin had never felt so tired chatting with others. Chapter 638. Lin Shen was so depressed that he couldn't describe it. He had practiced against Tianbiluo before, and Tianbiluo also had the ability to predict. But when he fought against Tianbiluo, he didn't feel so depressed. Lao Tai was not just predicting. Lin Shen felt that he had been digging a hole for himself, waiting for him to jump into it. Lao Tai's rank was much higher than Tianbiluo. But Lin Shen was not convinced. He was too aggrieved. He was taught a lesson for a long time, and was still pressed and rubbed like this. He couldn't hold back his anger. Even if he could win once, or win by a move or half a move, it would be fine. But he couldn't even win by a move or half a move. Every time he was just a little bit short, and every time he lost by just a little bit. It seemed that Lin Shen saw hope, but it seemed that he couldn't see hope. It was obvious that Lao Tai was playing with him. Lao Tai obviously had the strength to beat him directly, but he just didn't. He just wanted to win Lin Shen by a little bit, which made Lin Shen extremely depressed. Now Lin Shen really wished that his arm could grow a few centimeters longer. At least he could fight Lao Tai to a draw, at least to relieve his anger. Of course, he didn't really want to fight Lao Tai, he was just depressed and wanted to save face. Such a pitiful thought seemed impossible to achieve. Lao Tai had already played like this. It seemed that the opportunity was right in front of him, but Lin Shen couldn't catch it. Lin Shen couldn't break through that little distance, and even had the conflict of throwing the knife, like a flying knife to stab Lao Tai, or blasting Lao Tai with a wave-stepping fist and finger sand. The problem was that they were practicing swordsmanship now, and Lao Tai was not the real enemy. No matter how bad Lin Shen's character was, he would not go to that extent. Lin Shen was getting more and more depressed, and angry the more he fought. The feeling of depression was indescribable. I really should take out a 40-meter sword to fight. Let's see who can be longer than me. Lin Shen swung his sword, wishing that the sword could be longer, or that the wind from the sword could directly hurt people like the wind from the sand between fingers. Lin Shen thought to himself, and when he swung his sword, he actually swung out a gust of wind. Originally, there was only a hair's breadth of distance, but when the wind from the sword came out, it immediately slashed Lao Tai's body, slashing a hole in Lao Tai's clothes, and leaving a shallow mark on his steel body. Lin Shen, you cheated. You said you were going to practice swordsmanship. Why are you using that thing? Tian Xian shouted while jumping up and down. It doesn't matter. Blade Qi is also a kind of technique. You can use this technique, which is your ability. This knife is beyond my expectation. I can't dodge it with my limited speed. I lost. Lao Tai stopped Tian Xian and continued. Xiao Wu, I have seen your performance on the race rankings. I know you can use air fist force and finger force. I didn't expect you to use sword qi. This is very good, and will be of great help to you. Hearing Lao Tai say this, Lin Shen didn't feel the pleasure of winning at all, and he was not so excited even for accidentally understanding the use of sword qi. Come on, continue, you can use sword qi, and you can use other skills. Lao Tai said. Then I come. Lin Shen knew that he was definitely not Lao Tai's opponent in terms of skill changes, so he had only one way to go. Blood Life Sword Technique, 1 force defeats 10 skills. When Lao Tai attacked again, Lin Shen directly cut out the sword qi, and the technique he used was still the previous slag knife technique. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that Lao Tai's sword also burst out with sword energy, and collided with Lin Shen's sword energy. Tian Xian laughed. Just sword energy, you are not the only one who can do it, our second brother can do it too. Crack! The two sword energies collided with each other, and Lao Tai's sword energy was directly split by Lin Shen's sword energy, and the mighty sword energy slashed towards Lao Tai, which made Tian Xian's eyes widen. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised, but he still moved to avoid the sword energy. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he saw this, and the two swords in his hands danced wildly, resisting Lao Tai's attack. After the sword energy cut Lao Tai's sword energy, it could continue to attack Lao Tai, forcing Lao Tai to move to avoid those sword energies. You cheated, the second brother controlled the power, but the power you used was stronger than the second brother. It's not fair for you to play like this when you are sparring with your own people. Tian Xian was indignant on the side. Lin Shan didn't bother to pay attention to that idiot. The power used by Lao Tai was controlled by Lao Tai himself, so it must not be much worse than his power. If it was much worse, Lao Tai would have adjusted it long ago. The reason why his sword energy was able to cut off Lao Tai's sword energy, and it seemed to be stronger than Lao Shi's power, was not because of the difference in power. It was because Lin Shan's sword energy used the technique of the slag knife, which made the sword energy also produce an effect similar to that of the slag knife. Although it was not as strong as when using the slag knife, it was much more destructive than the normal sword energy. Lin Shan danced wildly with his two swords, and the sword energy was crisscrossed. It was not so easy for Lao Tai to get close to him as before. Moreover, Lao Tai used several strange powers, but he was not able to withstand Lin Shan's sword energy, and could only use his body skills to avoid the sword energy. Lin Shan, who had been depressed for a long time, was extremely happy at this moment, just like a person holding a magic weapon and fighting with a barehanded master. Although the master was strong, he was unable to start for a while under the defense of Lin Shan's two magic weapons and blades, and could not get close to Lin Shan. Unless Lao Tai broke through the restrictions he set himself, forcibly increased his strength and speed, or used the power of Nirvana to break Lin Shan's sword energy remotely, it would be possible to suppress Lin Shan. Lao Tai was obviously not that kind of person. After using several methods, he knew that he could not break through Lin Shan's defense, so he withdrew from the battle circle. "You won, I can't break your defense," Lao Tai said very naturally, as if he didn't mind winning or losing at all. He was cheating. If you use a little more strength, you can break his sword energy or abuse him at will, Tian Xian said. Lao Tai shook his head and said, "Not really. His sword energy is very special. Under the same power, his sword energy can be said to be invincible. Unless I use the power of Nirvana, I can't break his sword energy." "You mean?" "His sword energy is invincible at the same level." Tian Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. "It can't be said to be invincible at the same level, but this technique is very destructive. With his defensive sword technique, unless you can break his sword energy, you can only use stronger power and speed, or the power of Nirvana to beat him." Lao Tai looked at Lin Shan and pondered, "I can't remember too many skills, and it's not convenient to use the power of Nirvana. Let's do this. You can practice with this in the future, it should be of some help to you." As he said, Lao Tai put the mechanical watch that Lin Shan returned to him on Lin Shan's wrist again, and then pressed it a few times. Lin Shan suddenly felt the scene in front of him change, as if he had entered a time tunnel. The next second, Lin Shan's feet landed on the ground, but his eyes widened. "Oh my God, how did you get me here?" Chapter 639. Lin Shan found himself on the planet full of ruined temples again. Fortunately, it was still daytime, and those strange creatures had not appeared yet. He quickly touched his back, and found that the Sun Shooter's bow was still there. With this bow, he only needed to find the Golden Buddha Temple to go back. The mechanical watch can actually be teleported to this strange planet. Does that mean that as long as I use this watch, I can go out at any time? Lin Shan was wondering why Lao Tai brought him here, but he heard Lao Tai's voice. "Follow me." Lao Tai was standing behind Lin Shan, and he was teleported here too. "So he's here too?" Lin Shan followed Lao Tai and asked as he walked, "Why did you bring me here?" Lao Tai said as he walked, "I don't know who taught you before. What you learned was all unconventional, without normal systematic training. This led to you not being able to solve many problems through the system when you encountered them. But things have come to this point. With your current foundation, it is very difficult to complete the system, so you can only take another path." "What path?" Lin Shan asked. "One method breaks all methods, one force defeats 10. You don't need to know everything, and you don't need to care about what others know, just crush them," Lao Tai said as he led the way in front. "Your sword technique is very special, maybe you can get through this path. But it's not enough now, your sword energy needs to be strengthened, and this place can help you." "How to help?" Lin Shan didn't quite understand this kind of place to help his sword energy strengthen. "We're almost there." Lao Tai didn't explain any more, and took Lin Shan through the ruined planet to a temple. The temple had lost even the gate tower, and only the main hall remained intact, but the plaque on the main hall was gone, and it was impossible to know which god was enshrined in the temple. In the main hall, there was a statue hanging, and Lao Tai pointed at the statue and said, "Go get him down and put him back on the altar." Lin Shan didn't hesitate to hear that. He walked over and picked up the statue, freed the statue's head from the rope, and then returned it to the altar. Lao Tai's strength was far superior to Lin Shan's. If he wanted to harm Lin Shan couldn't resist, so even though he didn't quite believe that Lao Tai was his second brother, he still did as he was told. The statue was put back on the altar, and its body, originally made of black mud, gradually emitted a magical glow. Under the shining light, the originally dilapidated and collapsed temple seemed to have gone back in time. All the collapsed buildings were being restored. After a moment, it had become a magnificent temple. In the temple, a beam of light shot into the sky. In the daytime, there was a star shining in the sky, echoing the temple from a distance. Even the sun in the sky could not cover the bright starlight of the star. Lin Shen was slightly startled when he saw the 3 words Qiyu Temple engraved on the stone temple plaque. How could humans not know Qiyu, the military lord, who was the person who fought against the Yellow Emperor in myths and legends? When Lin Shen was wondering what was going on, he saw that the temple was dilapidated again. After a moment, all the buildings collapsed. This time, even the main hall collapsed with it, and the statues in the main hall were also smashed. The temple that was still in good condition just now was completely turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. The glory just now seemed to be just a dream. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai, wondering what was going on and what Lao Tai meant. Look at the coordinate records in the watch, Lao Tai said calmly. Lin Shen quickly opened the mechanical watch and found that there were actually 4 coordinate records in the watch. 2 of them were the coordinates of King Kai and the crater planet, which Lin Shen was familiar with. Among the remaining 2 coordinates, one should be of this mysterious planet, and the watch is still counting down. When the countdown ends, it can be transmitted. For the last coordinate, Lin Shen couldn't guess for a while. Where exactly is this coordinate? Thinking of the daytime star just now, Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and said, "Is this the coordinate of the shining star just now?" Qiyu has returned to his position, and the Bingxing has appeared. You can use the teleportation device to go to Bingxing for training. It will help your sword energy and swordsmanship there, Lao Tai said. Lin Shen was extremely shocked. Does it mean that the gods in each temple here correspond to a star? Can the gods in the temple transform into planets? It's not that magical. The planet should have existed originally, and it just echoed it. I don't remember much, only some fragments of things. What is the origin of this planet? Why there are these temples? Why the statues are hung in the temples? I don't know. I will tell you when I remember. Lao Tai pondered and said, "Don't touch those statues casually. Although I don't know why, my feeling tells me that some statues are very dangerous, and should not be touched casually." Lin Shen nodded and looked at his watch, and found that the countdown set by Lao Tai was almost over. As soon as the countdown ended, Lin Shen teleported back with Lao Tai. Lao Tai did not ask Lin Shen to go to Bingxing, but Lin Shen was very curious about Bingxing, so he set a relatively short time and chose to teleport there. He only set a time of 3 minutes. In case Bingxing was too dangerous, he only needed to hold on for 3 minutes to teleport back. Saving his life was still the first priority. After a dizzy spell, Lin Shen found himself on a planet with bronze mountains everywhere. Before he landed, he saw a bronze man holding a sword in front of him walking towards him. When the bronze man saw Lin Shen, a red light appeared on his body, and the bronze sword in his hand pointed at Lin Shen. He threw the bronze sword in his hand, and the bronze sword immediately turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards Shen. Nirvana creatures. Lin Shen was shocked and immediately stimulated all his strength, activated various skills, and pulled out the slag knife and scabbard at the same time. The knife and scabbard overlapped and rushed towards the flying bronze sword. With a clang, the red flame on the bronze sword was cut open. The knife, scabbard and bronze sword collided, and a small gap appeared on the bronze sword. Lin Shen also stepped back several steps before he stabilized his body. Nirvana creatures don't look that strong. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan and fanned the bronze sword that flew again. The wind rolled the mysterious words and fell on the bronze sword. The bronze sword that was originally flying in the air suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't fly anymore. This shocking style is really useful. It can even stop the flying of the Nirvana level. Lin Shen was overjoyed. With this shocking style, he will not be afraid of the long-range attack of the life base in the future. If others dare to release the life base, he only needs to fan it like this, and the life base will fall to the ground. Chapter 640. Lin Shen was just about to say that once the life base fell to the ground, he had the final say and could not take it back even if he wanted to. But the bronze man stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the bronze sword life base slid towards the bronze man along the ground. The bronze man held the bronze sword and rushed towards Lin Shen again, slashing at him with a red flame sword several dozen feet long. Lin Shen fanned with his front and back hands, and the folding and shaking styles worked. He also summoned the fate-defying person, and asked her to use the skills of the same root and merge with himself. After merging with the fate-defying person, all kinds of skills were fully activated. Lin Shen threw away the inheritance fan in his hand, and rushed forward holding the slag knife and scabbard. Crack! Lin Shen's slag knife chopped on the red flame sword light, and it actually directly split the red flame sword light. With two swords in a frenzy, Lin Shen rushed forward with the red sword light, blocking all the sword light swung by the bronze man, and then the sword and the scabbard crossed, and with a slag knife cut, the bronze man's head was cut off. The bronze man fell to the ground immediately, and his light-based bronze sword wanted to escape, but was knocked down by the scabbard in Lin Shen's hand. Hunting Nirvana creature bronze sword soldiers. Found Nirvana spirit-based bronze sword. Before Lin Shen had time to pick up the bronze sword, the countdown time he set had expired and he was teleported out. With the experience of the first time, Lin Shen set the time much longer when he went in again. But when he arrived at the soldier star again, the body of the bronze sword soldier was still there, but the bronze sword spirit base was gone, and it should have run away. Lin Shen didn't care. He didn't walk far in the mountains before he saw the bronze sword soldiers again. However, this time, there were dozens of bronze sword soldiers, and one of them was a purple-red sword soldier, which was obviously a mutant. Lin Shen turned and ran. He couldn't handle so many bronze sword soldiers by himself. He couldn't risk his life. Fortunately, he ran fast enough. He ran far away before the bronze sword soldiers saw him, so they didn't chase him. Are all the creatures on the soldier star Nirvana? Lin Shen thought about it, and felt that it was very likely. The bronze sword soldiers didn't sound high level. Even creatures like them were Nirvana level. It might not be easy to find creatures below Nirvana level here. After running for a distance, Lin Shen saw that no bronze sword soldiers caught up with him, so he slowed down. He didn't dare to walk around. Who knows if there are more terrifying creatures hidden nearby. After turning a mountain, Lin Shen saw a bronze man holding a bronze knife in front of him, wandering there alone. Since it was a single bronze man, Lin Shen didn't hesitate. He opened fire and killed the bronze man with a few strokes. With all his skills activated and the fate-defying man, Lin Shen's combat power is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Nirvana people. Killed the Nirvana creature copper knife soldier, found the Nirvana spirit-based copper knife. Another prompt message appeared on the watch. This time, Lin Shen did not let the spirit base escape. He used the shock method to control it and pressed it to the ground. I finally got a Nirvana spirit base, and you still want to run. Lin Shen put it into the storage space. Temple. Lin Shen continued to walk forward and found that there was a temple in front of him, which was exactly the same as the Chiyu temple he had seen on the mysterious planet, built on the hillside. Lin Shen flew closer, and saw the 3 words Chiyu temple written on the plaque of the temple. Lin Shen pushed the door open and went in. The Chiyu temple was empty. However, there was a statue of Chiyu on the altar in the main hall of the temple. What is the relationship between this military star and the mysterious planet? Why can the military star only appear after the statue on the mysterious planet is restored? Could it be that the gods will also be kidnapped? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a while. While Lin Shen was pondering various questions, he suddenly heard a voice. Inheritor. Please choose the weapon you want to inherit. Lin Shen looked up at the Chiyu statue in astonishment. It turned out that he was the one who spoke. However, the Chiyu statue had no expression on its face, like a machine, and light shot out of its eyes, and it turned into a holographic projection in front of Lin Shen. Weapons of various shapes appeared in front of Lin Shen. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and many other weapons that Lin Shen could not recognize at all. Inheritor, please choose the weapon you want to inherit. The statue repeated what it had just said. Why should I choose? What good will it do for me? Lin Shen looked at the statue and asked, not knowing whether the statue could answer him. Choose any weapon, you will get the weapon talent of that weapon. Use that kind of weapon will get the talent blessing, and at the same time become the inheritor of that weapon, and compete with other inheritors for the position of the king of weapons. The statue actually introduced it in detail. Lin Shen was stunned. One weapon can get the talent, and if you become the king of weapons of that weapon, you can also get the throne talent, which is equivalent to 2 more talents. What's even more outrageous is that there is actually a ranking of the king of 100 weapons. With the title of the king of 100 weapons, you will also get a talent blessing, which is 3 blessings. Can I choose multiple talents? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. If he could choose multiple weapons, he could choose all kinds of weapons. Wouldn't he have talent bonuses when using all weapons? That would be great. Yes, the statue said. Okay, I choose all. Lin Shen said without hesitation. He himself was an uncertain person. If he chose a knife, he actually preferred to use a dead powder, but a dead powder was not a weapon, and the statue would not give him a separate category. Lin Shen was a little entangled at first, but since he could choose all, he didn't need to be entangled. Are you sure you want to become the inheritor of all kinds of weapons? The statue asked again. Yes, sure, Lin Shen said. The next second, all the weapon images lit up, turning into streams of light that rushed into Lin Shen's body, making Lin Shen feel strange changes in his body. Sword proficiency. Knife proficiency. Gun proficiency. Axe proficiency. Inexplicable information kept appearing in Lin Shen's mind. Inheritor, leave your name. The voice of the statue sounded again. Fist God. Lin Shen said casually. Name Fist God, Sword Inheritor appears, Sword ranking opens, Number 1 Fist God, Crown Sword King title, obtain Sword King talent. Knife Inheritor appears, Knife ranking opens, Number 1 Fist God, Crown Knife King title, obtain Knife King talent. Gun. All department inheritances have been opened. 100 Weapons ranking opens. 100 Weapons ranking Number 1 Fist God, Crown King of 100 Weapons title, obtain King of 100 Weapons talent. Accompanied by the voices, rays of light merged into Lin Shen's body. Chapter 641. Sword King talent. Knife King talent. Gun King talent. Lin Shen felt that his brain was about to explode. Too much talent information poured into his brain. Among his talents, there were a large number of talents, various weapon proficiency, and the first weapon proficiency could make him get 20% stronger when using that weapon, including the learning speed of learning that weapon technique. And the king talent of each system directly made Lin Shen get 100% stronger when using that weapon. In other words, now when Lin Shen slashed out a sword energy, the power of the sword energy would be 120% stronger than before, more than doubled. The last king of 100 weapons talent, although it would not enhance his sword energy, but any weapon in front of him would have its attributes weakened, which was equivalent to weakening the aura of all other weapons. Awesome. It's so awesome. With these talents, why worry about not being able to beat the opponent? When Lin Shen was secretly happy, he heard the statue continue to speak. The weapon list is open, the temple is activated, the teleportation station is open, and all creatures in the universe can enter the weapon star through the teleportation station and obtain the weapon inheritance. Lin Shen was immediately unhappy when he heard the news. Now he is the only one who can obtain various king talents, and the talents of the king of 100 weapons. Once those top masters come in, he will not be able to keep his ranking. How is the ranking calculated? Don't you need to compete with other inheritors? Lin Shen asked. You just need to use your skills, and the score will be judged. The one with the higher score will be the king of the system. The king of 100 weapons ranking battle is held once a year. Only the kings of each system can participate in the battle. The final winner becomes the king of 100 weapons, and the weapon of that system will receive an additional 10% talent mastery bonus. The statue replied. It's okay, we don't have to fight. Lin Shen heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, there was no need to fight, and he was very satisfied with the scoring rules here. He could use the title of King of 100 Weapons for a year. By then, he might not have the title of King of all departments, and he would not be eligible to participate in the battle for King of 100 Weapons. Being able to get the blessing of proficiency talents of all departments is also a free benefit, which is better than nothing. No. Now I am the King of 100 Weapons. I have talents of all departments. Doesn't that mean that all proficiency talents of all departments have been strengthened, and normal proficiency talents should have a 10% bonus? Lin Shen hurriedly asked the statue. Not bad. The statue confirmed Lin Shen's idea. Then if other people also choose talents of all departments, will all departments still be strengthened after they win? Lin Shen asked again. There won't be another one with all class talents. You are the first person to come here. In order to open all classes, you are allowed to choose all talents. In the future, all creatures who come here can only choose one weapon talent. The answer of the statue stunned Lin Shen. So, I'm just a tool man. Lin Shen thought that being a tool man was worth it. At least he had a talent for all class weapons that no one else could have. Although it was only a 10% enhancement, it was better than nothing. Lin Shen was willing to be such a tool man a few more times. Lin Shen thought about it. Since he was here, he would let the statue see how much his bloodlife swordsmanship could score. Master, can I call you that? Lin Shen looked at the statue and asked. Of course. The statue replied. Master, I have a set of swordsmanship that I need you to help me take a look at. See how many points you can give it. Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife, holding the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other. Let's get started. The statue still spoke in that cold and emotionless voice. Lin Shen demonstrated his bloodlife swordsmanship. This time he tried his best, hoping that his score would be higher. He was still quite confident in the bloodlife swordsmanship. After all, it was his own unique technique. With the same level of power and speed, even his old friends said that his bloodlife swordsmanship was not easy to break. In order to prevent the statue from not seeing the mystery of his swordsmanship, Lin Shan used his full strength to drive the sword energy when using it, so that the statue could know the true mystery of this swordsmanship. After performing a set of swordsmanship, Lin Shan put away the sword and retreated. He was very satisfied with his performance, which was considered normal. "Master, how many points do you think my swordsmanship can get?" Lin Shan looked at the statue and asked. 3.5. The statue answered directly. Almost at the same time, on the sword ranking list, the number 3.5 appeared behind the name of the Sword King Fist God, which means that the Sword King's swordsmanship score is 3.5. Is the upper limit of the score 5 points? Lin Shan looked at the statue suspiciously and asked. "No." The statue denied Lin Shan's guess. "If it is 10 points, my swordsmanship can only be scored 3.5 points. Isn't it a bit too low? In fact, the real strength of my swordsmanship lies in the special use of strength." Lin Shan tried to explain that 3.5 points out of 10 points was a bit too low. It's not a 10-point system, it's a 100-point system. The statue waited for Lin Shan to finish speaking before speaking slowly. 100-point system. You gave my swordsmanship 3.5 points. Lin Shan looked incredible. Even if the bloodlife swordsmanship was not good, it would not be only 3.5 points. Yes. The statue had no emotion at all. "Can I ask, is this score calculated according to the difficulty of the swordsmanship itself, or according to the strength?" Lin Shan felt that it should be divided according to the strength, and it should not have much to do with the difficulty of the swordsmanship itself. Otherwise, how could his swordsmanship, which is so powerful, only be scored 3.5 points? Only score according to the quality of the swordsmanship itself. The answer of the statue made Lin Shan's eyes twitch. Only scoring according to the quality of the skills. Why can his swordsmanship only be rated 3.5 points? Lin Shan couldn't figure it out. But he was not stupid enough to argue with the statue, so he turned around and left. Lin Shan could see that with his score, it was impossible for him to maintain his position as the Sword King, and it was even more impossible for him to get other thrones. Sooner or later, they would all belong to others. He should leave as soon as possible. On Yaguang Star, Lao Lang was looking for ascended creatures with a few people. Suddenly, they saw a small black stone house in front of them. There was a sign hanging on the stone house, which read Chiyu Temple. Why is there a temple here? Lao Lang and several ascenders were going to the temple, and tried to push the door to go in. The moment they entered the temple, they saw the statue on the altar shining brightly, and then several people came to the temple of Bingxing inexplicably. However, the temple they went to was not the one where Lin Shan was. The statue said the same thing as when they met Lin Shan. Lao Lang and several others were overjoyed, and quickly chose their own categories. Lao Lang's life base was the wolf-tooth knife, and he chose the knife talent. After they chose their talents, they saw the rankings. On each ranking, the names of the kings were all boxing gods, and they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this guy kidding? Why is he ranked in all the rankings? A Gaul curled his lips and said, he is the only one on the rankings. He must be the first person to come here, but how can he choose all the talents? Look, there are scores behind the ranking of the sword system. That should be his sword skills score, right? Haha, out of 100, he only has 3.5 points. How bad is his sword skills? Old Wolf smiled knowingly. Let me take his position as the Sword King. After reaching a consensus with the statue, Old Wolf demonstrated his Wolf-2 sword skills. Chapter 642. Old Wolf is very confident in his swordsmanship. Although he is only an ascender, this swordsmanship comes from the royal family of the Fang clan. It is a swordsmanship that can be called out in the universe. Even if he doesn't practice well enough, he should be able to get a passing score. Taking a step back, even if he fails, he won't lose to a rookie with only 3.5 points. After showing his swordsmanship, Old Wolf looked at the statue and the ranking list with confidence, and then he was stunned. Now there are only him, and the Fist God in the sword ranking. The score behind the Fist God is 3.5, and his score is only 0.1. 0.1? Are you sure? How could my swordsmanship only have a score of 0.1? Old Wolf couldn't accept this result at all, and thought it must be a mistake. You are not 0.1. The statue replied. I said, how could my Wolf Fang swordsmanship be 0.1 points? It must be a mistake. What is my real score? Old Wolf asked. The statue replied, your real score is less than 0.1, But because the lowest score can only be 0.1, it can't be lower, so I can only show you a score of 0.1. Old Wolf and the others were stunned. The score was out of 100, and the knife skills used by Old Wolf couldn't even reach the lowest standard. It must be wrong. The wolf-tooth knife skills are well known in the universe. How can it not even have 0.1 points? Old Wolf couldn't believe it. Old Wolf, don't worry, let's try it, and we will know if there is any problem with this score. The Gaul on the side said. Old Wolf thought it was not wrong, so he waited aside. Gaul chose the claw system. He summoned his life-based 9 mysterious claws, and then used a set of soul-chasing and life-stealing claws. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, a score of 0.1 also appeared behind his name. My soul-chasing and life-stealing claws are only 0.1. It seems that the score is correct. The standard of this score is too high. The Gaul said, and suddenly saw that his own ranking surpassed the fist god and came to the first place in the claw system. Then a ray of light shot into his body, allowing him to obtain the Claw King talent. Haha. I became the Claw King. Gaul laughed excitedly. The other people were also eager to try, and they showed their skills one after another, and basically all scored 0.1. However, because Lin Shen had no points in other systems, they all surpassed Lin Shen and won the title of king. Only Lao Lang was embarrassed and failed to get the title and talent of the Knife King. On some planets, Chiyu temples were constantly discovered, and gradually people were teleported into the Soldier Star and challenged the ranking list. Lin Shen, who had already left Bingxing, felt that his talent was constantly decreasing, and those king talents disappeared one by one. This crappy talent, it's gone, I can't use it anyway. Lin Shen comforted himself. Anyway, he still had the proficiency talents of various departments, although the effect was far less than the king talent, but it was better than nothing. Currently, not many people have entered Bingxing, and there are still many rankings that have not been occupied, but everyone who has been to Bingxing knows that there is a guy called Boxing God on the rankings, who first occupied all the rankings and should be the first person to arrive at Bingxing. They were very confused. Why could this fist god choose talents from all departments, while they could only choose one department? Some people suspected that this fist god was not actually a person, but a name designed on the ranking list. He was just used to occupy the quota when no one entered the ranking list, so as not to leave the ranking list empty. Otherwise, why would he use a name like Fist God? There is no fist category in the weapon ranking list. But some people don't think so. If he really occupied the quota, he should have no points in all rankings. However, Fist God has a score of 3.5 in the sword ranking list, which is currently the highest score in all rankings. In addition to this 3.5, there is not even one that breaks 1. After entering the ranking, some ascenders wanted to explore the weapon star, but naturally many people died, and their rankings disappeared. Lin Shen unexpectedly got back a few king talents inexplicably, but not long after, the king talents disappeared again. It is estimated that someone has entered the ranking again. The appearance of Chiyu Temple and Bingxing quickly attracted the attention of various forces. Many major forces began to send people to explore Bingxing, and did not rush to impact the ranking list immediately. The results of the exploration made them feel very horrified. The number of Nirvana creatures on Chiyu Star was incalculable. There were tens of thousands of Nirvana creatures everywhere. Not to mention the Ascendants, even if the Nirvana encountered them, it would be difficult to escape. It is not clear whether there are immortals on Bingxing, because most immortals will not easily venture to unknown planets. For newly discovered planets like this, they will often send Pioneering Corps to explore first. After figuring out the situation on the planet, the immortals will weigh the pros and cons and choose whether to go there. If they go there rashly, if they get hurt, it is hard to say whether they can survive the next death. Moreover, all races are striving to rank in the race rankings, so the top immortals will not go to Bingxing now. Lin Shen also found that there are too many Nirvana creatures on Bingxing. Facing thousands of bronze sword soldiers, not to mention him as an ascender, it is difficult for the top Nirvana to compete with them. The only way to go is to escape. So after the countdown ended, Lin Shen left Bingxing, and did not continue to hunt Nirvana creatures on it. Beauty, can you help me see if this thing is useful? When Tianquan had time, Lin Shen took out the core of life and gave it to Tianquan, wanting to know what the spiritual base of Chang'an Dongli was used for. Tianquan took over the core of life, activated it, and soon learned the information about the core of life. This is a mutated Nirvana spirit base with the ability to transform life. It can record life information or use this information to transform a life form, which is probably equivalent to a clone or a clone. But it's not completely a clone. This life form is still controlled by you, and has no independent consciousness. Moreover, Its existence has a very special function, which can help the main body absorb damage. In other words, the damage suffered by your main body will be transferred to it until the clone is completely destroyed. In other words, before the clone is destroyed, the main body is invincible and invulnerable. Although Lin Shen had guessed it a long time ago, he was still overjoyed. Having the core of life is equivalent to having a clone that can help him bear damage, and this clone also has the same ability as him. That's true, but the main body still has weaknesses. Every time a clone is generated, a weakness will be randomly generated on the main body. If the main body is attacked at this weakness, the damage caused will not be transferred to the clone, so you still need to pay attention. Fortunately, the location of the weakness generated each time is different, so there is no need to worry too much about people knowing where the weakness is. Chapter 643. Lin Shen then realized why Changhen Dongli was so surprised when he killed him by attacking his weakness. Outsiders have no way of knowing the weakness, not to mention that it is random. If Lin Shen did not have the ability to see the acupuncture points, it would be almost impossible to hit the vital point with one strike. If he failed to kill Changhen Dongli with one strike, Lin Shen would have no chance of winning. This spiritual base is really good, you can keep it for now. Lin Shen has not yet reached nirvana, so he can't use this thing. Giving it to Tian Sun can also make her safer when she goes out to open up Wasteland. It's probably hard to find a second spiritual base like this in the universe. It's something that can save your life. Are you willing to give it up? Tian Sun said with a smile while looking at Lin Shen. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. We are one. There's no such thing as being willing to give it up. Lin Shen said seriously. You still have some conscience. Tianxuan took out a card and handed it to Lin Shen, saying, I know you now have the Supreme Land available, and most of the base transformation lands in the Celestial race can also be used, but you can still use this base transformation land as a reference and alternative. Although it is only a lowest level base transformation land, I think its value is not inferior to the Supreme Land. The lowest level base transformation land? Lin Shen took the card and saw the words Taoyuan Star written on it. Yes, it is the lowest level base transformation land. If you achieve nirvana there, you will be reduced to the base transformation level, and then you can practice again and become a nirvana without any obstacles. The process is naturally much more troublesome than using the Ascension Land and Nirvana Land, but it also has its advantages. Tianxuan continued to explain. The first benefit is that you don't have to worry about nirvana failing. In this low-level base transformation area, no matter how many times you achieve nirvana there, the possibility of becoming a non-human is extremely small. The second benefit is that the properties of that base transformation area are very special. If you can achieve nirvana there, the nirvana properties you obtain will be very useful. Useful? What kind of evaluation is this? Lin Shen didn't quite understand the word useful. It's either strong or weak. How can you use these two words to evaluate it? When you achieve nirvana there, the nirvana property you obtain is called the power of the demon domain. Using the power of the demon domain can put your body into a strange state. In that state, most physical attacks are ineffective against you, but your attacks are effective against others. Do you think this nirvana property is very useful? Tianxuan said. Why does this power of the demon domain sound like it turned me into a ghost? Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Your description is quite appropriate. There is indeed some similarity. Tianxuan laughed. The power of the demon realm is indeed very useful, but the power of nirvana should be able to attack people in the demon realm state, right? Lin Shen asked. Yes, but as long as it is not attribute restraint, it is difficult for ordinary nirvana power to eliminate the power of the demon realm. Tian Sun thought for a while and said, So, it is really a good deal. With the power of the demon realm, you are not afraid of the opponent using the life base or the body to attack directly. You only need to deal with the power of nirvana. Lin Shen thought about it, and felt that this kind of power is really something. The power of the demon realm is also effective against the power of the immortal. Tianxuan's words completely shocked Lin Shen. You mean, the immortal law can't affect people in the demon realm? Lin Shen's eyes widened. Theoretically, unless it is a law that can restrain the power of the demon realm, the general law can't affect people in the demon realm. Lin Shen was really surprised this time. Then the power of the demon realm is really strong. It is strong, but it also has its weaknesses. Some nirvana powers can restrain it, but once it is restrained, it is useless. Moreover, the destructive power of the demon realm power is relatively low, and it is not a particularly strong offensive power. Tianxuan explained the advantages and disadvantages of the demon realm power in detail. Any nirvana attribute may be restrained, which is nothing. The destructive power is relatively low, which is a bit bad. Lin Shen pondered. Tianquan laughed. How can you have your cake and eat it too? You have to make a choice. It depends on your choice. Let me think about it again. In fact, I want to use the double nirvana method. Lin Shen told Tianquan his thoughts. Tianquan was a little surprised. The double nirvana method you mentioned, is it the method of simultaneous big and small nirvana? Did you see it in library number 1? Yes, you have seen it too? Lin Shen didn't think it was strange. With Tianquan's identity, it was normal for him to know the double nirvana method. I haven't seen it. I have only seen people who have used the double nirvana method. Tianquan said with a wry smile. This method has actually been successful by someone. Who is it? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. The best master of the Tian'an clan. Tianquan said slowly. And the dean of Tian'an Academy? Lin Shen was even happier after hearing this. Even an the top expert of the celestial race, used the double nirvana method, which shows how powerful this method is. It is even possible that an Yi's title as the top expert was earned because he used the double nirvana method. Thinking about it this way, Lin Shen wanted to use the double nirvana method to achieve nirvana. Don't be too happy too soon. In my celestial race, only an succeeded in using the double nirvana method. After him, many peerless geniuses and wealthy tycoons also wanted to use this method to achieve nirvana, and made preparations that ordinary people could hardly imagine, but they all failed without exception. Tiansun looked at Lin Shen seriously and said, if you want to go that way, you must be prepared to become a non-human. There are only 1.5 people in the celestial race who have truly succeeded in the double nirvana. Didn't they say that only an succeeded? How come there is another half? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. Because there is a person who succeeded halfway and failed the other half. Tianquan said to himself. After using the double nirvana method, he became a non-human, but because of some special reasons, he retained his consciousness and his body was completely non-human. Who is this person? Lin Shen asked curiously. Tianquan's father, my eldest brother, the current head of the Tian family, Tianjue. Tianquan said slowly. Although he still retains his own consciousness, his body is completely non-human, which will also have some impact on his consciousness. In recent years, my eldest brother has been living in seclusion and almost ignored the affairs of the clan. He rarely contacts outsiders, but I can still feel that his emotions are getting weaker and weaker. Sorry. Lin Shen didn't know there was such a thing, and said apologetically. He and I have the same father but different mothers, so we don't have a strong relationship, but it's nothing. It's just that Tianqin is close to me. If he completely turns into a non-human, Tianqin's future life will be difficult. Tianquan sighed and said, Tianjue is such a person, my talent is far from comparable to his. He was once praised as the most talented person in the Tianshu era, but even he failed to succeed. If you want to go that way, think carefully. If you can avoid it, it's best not to go that way. If you have to go, I can only do my best to help you, but I have no confidence in whether it will succeed. Chapter 644. Tiansun told Lin Shen not to worry. If there was a chance, she would arrange for Lin Shen to meet Tianju first. Whether he wanted to take that path or not, it would be helpful to listen to Tianju's experience. However, Tianju would not meet people easily, and she also needed time to arrange it. Lin Shen was not in a hurry. His life base was now double 9, and he was just a little short of double 10. He had not yet made up his mind to take the path of double nirvana. As more and more people entered the Bingxing, Lin Shen's various king titles and talents were taken away. Now the only one left was the title of Sword King. Lin Shen did not expect to be able to keep the title of Sword King. He thought that the score of 3.5 would soon be surpassed. Originally, the sword category was more popular, and there were many people practicing swords, and there were also many famous swordsmanship. The competition for the title of Sword King would definitely be extremely fierce. Lin Shen was right. There were many people trying to challenge the title of Sword King, and there were many talented geniuses from various races. But until now, except for Lin Shen, the person with the highest swordsmanship score is only 2.9, not even 3 points. In fact, there are not many people who can break 3 points in all weapon lists, and 3.5 points is still the highest score in all lists. King Xing of the Tiger Clan. Brother, the opportunity has come. Sha Qianzhou hurried to the backyard and said excitedly, while looking at Sha Qianpa, who was sitting in meditation. What opportunity has come? Sha Qianpa looked at Sha Qianzhou's anxious look and frowned and asked. Brother, you don't know that a new planet has been discovered in the universe recently, and its name is Bingxing. Sha Qianzhou told the story of Bingxing and the ranking list. This is interesting. Sha Qianpa lowered his eyes and thought deeply. Brother, if the Tiger Soul Sword technique you created can be on the list, you must be able to take the title of Sword King, Sha Qianqiu said. I created this sword technique for actual combat, not for fame and fortune, Sha Qianpa said disapprovingly. You are not participating in the ranking list just for fame. Now all the sword masters in the universe have used their own sword techniques to make the list, and there are many of them who are the pride of the rich and powerful families. If you want to know how the Tiger Soul Sword technique compares to those famous top sword techniques, this is also an opportunity. If it is normal, ordinary people dare not accept your challenge, and you can't really fight with those people for life. The ranking list is an excellent test opportunity, Sha Qianqiu said. What you said makes sense. Sha Qianpa was a little moved. His reputation was too fierce, and his swordsmanship was too fierce. When he challenged others, no one accepted his challenge. He could only practice swordsmanship with alien creatures. He also wanted to know whether his swordsmanship was stronger than the top swordsmanship of other races. Brother, don't hesitate. Let's go now. There are now 16 teleportation arrays that can be teleported to Bingxing. It is more convenient for us to go to Goat Star. It only takes 2 teleportations to get to Goat Star. Sha Qianqiu said the route he had thought of. Goat Star was originally a relatively prosperous planet. Since the Qiyu Temple that can be teleported to Bingxing was discovered, more and more people have been teleported to Goat Star recently. The Star Master of Goat Star had to manage the Qiyu Temple to prevent the powerful people of various races, who were teleported from causing chaos on Goat Star. People from all tribes who wanted to be teleported to the weapons were queuing in front of the small temple. The long queue had stretched for several miles, and there were several rows. This was still the case when the main flow of Goat Star was limited, otherwise there would be more people coming. Many people teleported to Bingxing, not to open up Wasteland, nor to hunt any creatures, but just to see what position their best skills could rank in the universe. Of course, the most important thing was to get the mastery talent. When Sha Qianqiu and Sha Qianpa appeared, they were immediately recognized. The Tage tribe itself is a powerful tribe in the universe, and its ranking is actually above the Tianren tribe. Sha Qianpa is also a notorious person. Although his reputation is not as legendary as Deer's, if one of them must be chosen for a life and death duel, it is estimated that more people will choose Deer's than Sha Qianpa. Sha Qianpa was born in the Tage royal family, a natural ascender, and he had successfully achieved Nirvana when he was only 4 years old, and he used the Nirvana level base transformation land. It can be said that Sha Qianpa grew up in the land of Nirvana since he was a child. No one knows how many times he has achieved Nirvana. What really made Sha Qianpa famous in the universe was the Battle of 100 Races 7 years ago. A master forger of the Tiger tribe forged a Tiger Soul sword and set up an arena, allowing young people from all races in the universe who practice swords to compete for the sword. Hundreds of large tribes under the Tiger tribe all had sword masters who fought. After all, the Tiger tribe was a race that was good at using swords, and there were many strong sword masters. No one could have imagined that the arena battle would turn into a round-robin battle of 100 races. Sha Qianpa was the first to accept the challenge. He was the first champion and the last champion. At first, the sword masters from the Tiger clan challenged him. In the end, sword masters from other powerful clans in the universe also came, but no one could defeat Sha Qianpa. Until Feng Tianling, the swordsman of the Phoenix clan, was defeated, no one dared to challenge Sha Qianpa anymore, and he finally got the Tiger Soul Blade. Before Sha Qianpa, Feng Tianling was known as the best swordsman under the Immortal, but he lost in that battle. Although he was only half a step behind, he still lost. He was beheaded in this defeat. From then on, there was one less best swordsman under the Immortal in the world. So when someone recognized Sha Qianpa, they all got excited. Sha Qianpa is here. The position of the Sword King is finally going to change hands. Finally, a real top-level expert is here to challenge the list. The ranking of the list will probably become more and more intense in the future. I don't know who that boxing god is, but he can stay in the position of Sword King for so long. But with Sha Qianpa here, 3.5 points is definitely not enough. How is the scoring done? It's obviously a 100-point system. Why is the highest score only 3.5 now? This is too strange. Although there are no top-level experts yet, there are many secret skills of major clans among the techniques that are being scored. How can the score be so low? I don't know how many points Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship can get. I think it must be at least 10 points. I don't know how many points it can get, but it will definitely be higher than 3.5 points. Sha Qianpa stood in line expressionlessly, while Sha Qianqiu listened to the discussions around him, but he was very happy. Big brother is big brother, Everyone in the universe knows how powerful Big Brother is. When Sha Qianqiu was feeling proud, he heard a discordant voice. There are many strong people in the universe, but none of them can exceed 3.5 points. Whether Sha Qianpa can exceed this score is still unknown. Sha Qianqiu looked over and found that the speaker was Yi Qianshun of the Evil Dragon Clan. Chapter 645. Sha Qianqiu naturally recognized Yi Qianshun. He and Yi Qianshun had taken the entrance exam for the Chonggao Academy together before. In the end, Yi Qianshun passed the exam, but he did not. However, the reason why Sha Qianqiu did not pass the exam was not because he was not capable, but because he was really unlucky and was looking for trouble. Although he was going to take the test, Sha Qianqiu was still unwilling to be honest. The day before the test, he was teleported to a resource planet on Chonggao Star to hunt alien creatures, but he was injured. He did not perform well during the test, and was directly eliminated. Yi Qianshun and Sha Qianqiu were both enemies and friends. They got to know each other through fighting. Although they did not fight much later, they still wanted to compete in everything. The two of them made an appointment to take the entrance exam for the Chonggao Academy, but Sha Qianqiu did not pass the exam, and was often ridiculed by Yi Qianshun for this. When Sha Qianqiu turned around and saw that it was him, he knew that the guy was deliberately disgusting him. There are so many strong people in the universe, and Chonggao Academy is the best of the best. How come no one can get more than 3.5 points? Oh, I remember, I heard that the strongest person in the academy, called Deers, was beaten up by someone and couldn't even stop a finger. Sha Qianqiu pretended to be regretful and said, "Oh, the number one person in the academy lost so badly, it must be acting, right? Does Chonggao Academy still teach acting now?" Rumors are like this, they change as they spread. Now the news from Chonggao Academy has become many versions, one of which is that Lin Shan scared Deers away with one finger. Sha Qianqiu also knew that these rumors were not credible, and he deliberately picked this one to disgust Yi Qianshun. Yi Qianshun surprisingly did not refute Sha Qianqiu, but just said lightly, "Lin Shan is the head of a courtyard of the Tianan clan, an extraordinary person. It is not shameful to lose to him. Some people want to lose to Lin Shan, but they have not had the chance yet. We are not used to losing. People from your noble academy like to lose, so go ahead and lose. We can only win." Sha Qianqiu was full of confidence in Sha Qianpa, and never thought that Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship score would be lower than 3.5. Then wait and see. Yi Qianshun curled his lips and said. Yi Qianshun was in the front and entered the Qiyu temple first and teleported to the Bingxing. There are many large Qiyu temples on Bingxing, and different small temples correspond to different Qiyu temples. People teleported from the same small temple will be in the same Qiyu temple. After Yi Qianshun chose the weapon talent, he did not rush to compete for the ranking, but waited for Sha Qianqiu and Sha Qianpa to come in. After waiting for quite some time, the two people who were in the queue later came. Sha Qianqiu and Sha Qianpa both chose the sword talent. After choosing the talent, Sha Qianpa directly chose to let the statue give him a score for his sword skills. The people in front already knew that Sha Qianpa was going to challenge the ranking, so no one competed with him. They were all waiting to see how many points he could get, and whether he could surpass the score of 3.5 of the boxing god. Sha Qianpa took the knife handed over by Sha Qianqiu and began to demonstrate his sword skills. Just a starting gesture made the onlookers feel the evil spirit coming at them, as if the knife in Sha Qianpa's hand was chopped at them. Some weak-willed people even began to retreat unconsciously. The more Sha Qianpa's swordplay unfolded, the stronger the aura of the sword became. Every time he swung his sword, it made people feel like he was going to kill someone. In the case of the swordplay demonstration alone, it actually made people feel like there was a bloody smell blowing in their faces. Although Yi Qianshun and Sha Qianqiu did not get along well, he could not help but be secretly shocked when he saw Sha Qianpa's swordplay. Sha Qianpa's swordplay is so murderous that it can make ordinary people lose their will to fight. No wonder Sha Qianpa was able to withstand the round-robin battles of so many swordplay masters on his own. If I had been born a few years earlier, I would probably not have been his opponent when I participated in the arena. It seems that Sha Qianqiu's grandson really pretended to be a fool. There is no way who made him have such a powerful elder brother. Such a swordplay should be more than 3.5 points. After Sha Qianpa's swordplay demonstration, the people who watched it were terrified. Many people felt that such a terrifying swordplay would most likely take the first place. But when the scores on the leaderboard came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Sha Qianpa's name appeared in the second place of the sword ranking list, and the score behind it was 2.9, which was not even able to reach 3 points, let alone surpass the first place fist god. Impossible, such a sword skill only has a score of 2.9? Oh my god, Such a terrifying sword skill is only rated 2.9. How strong is the sword skill of the Fist God with a score of 3.5? I really want to see the sword skill of the Fist God with my own eyes. Have you ever thought about one thing? The name of the Fist God must be fake. But since he is named Fist God, it can be seen that he must be very confident in his boxing skills, and he must be very strong. If this is true, then this sword skill should not be his best. Even so, he can still occupy the position of Sword King, which is outrageous. That makes sense. Unfortunately, there is no ranking of fists and kicks in the 100 weapons ranking, otherwise, we would know how strong the boxing skills of the Fist God are. Even Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship can't reach 3 points, so what kind of swordsmanship is a 100-point swordsmanship? Listening to the discussions of others, Yi Qianshun surprisingly did not ridicule, and even did not say a word. Only those who really understand will know how terrifying Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship is. He felt that he was not qualified to ridicule Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship, so he did not speak. Brother. Sha Qianshou looked at Sha Qianpa and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sha Qianpa's hand. Then Sha Qianpa chose to demonstrate his swordsmanship again and let the statue give him a score. But this time, Sha Qianshou threw away the knife in his hand, held the tiger soul sword he carried with him, and his eyes became serious. Look, this is my brother's real strength. Although Yi Qianshun didn't say anything, Sha Qianshou still felt that he had been slapped in the face just now, and couldn't help but say to Yi Qianshun at this time, "Does your brother have a more powerful swordsmanship?" Yi Qianshun was surprised. To be honest, he was already amazed by Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship just now, but he didn't expect that it was not Sha Qianpa's strongest swordsmanship. Sha Qianshou said proudly, "That killing swordsmanship is just my brother's previous swordsmanship. What he is showing now is the swordsmanship he uses now." Hearing Sha Qianshou say this, Yi Qianshun became even more curious, staring at Sha Qianpa intently, afraid of missing something. Sha Qianpa stood there holding the scabbard. The sword hadn't been unsheathed yet, and the murderous aura emanating from his whole body was already frightening. When Sha Qianpa drew his sword, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The terrifying momentum that rose into the sky was enough to move people's hearts. Everyone felt as if a fierce tiger with blood and rain was rushing towards them, wanting to eat them alive. The power of the sword was terrifying. Ah! Puff! A person watching the fight suddenly took a few steps back and bumped into the person behind him. Blood spurted out of his mouth, his face turned blue, and he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and stared straight at the sky. This man is dead. He was scared to death. Everyone was shocked. The power of Sha Qianpa's sword had reached such a level. Chapter 646. The sword's momentum alone can scare people to death. Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship is too fierce. Too strong. Most people would feel weak in their legs if they could stand in front of him, let alone compete with him. Such swordsmanship is probably the best in the world. People were all shocked and admired. Yi Qianshun couldn't help but admire. The sword has the courage of the sword, and the tiger has the spirit of the tiger. If you have one, you are already a fierce god in the world. Sha Qianpa has both. It is not an exaggeration to call him the tyrant among swords. Haha, Yi Qianshun, you finally said something human. My brother deserves the title of the tyrant among swords. Sha Qianshou laughed, feeling extremely happy. He and Sha Qianpa have a very good relationship. Seeing Sha Qianpa's achievements, he was really happier than if he had practiced the peerless swordsmanship himself. But his smile suddenly froze on his face, because new scores appeared on the leaderboard. Sha Qianpa's name still ranked behind the Fist God, and he was unable to take away the title of Sword King. The score behind his name changed from 2.9 to 3.4. Although it increased a lot, it was already the second highest score in the 100 weapons list. But it still could not surpass the 3.5 points of the Fist God, and could only rank second. When Sha Qianpa saw his own score, he couldn't help but frown slightly, staring at the Fist God who ranked first, and the score behind him. It's impossible, such a terrifying swordsmanship, but it only got a score of 3.4? Or it still couldn't surpass the 3.5 of the Fist God? Could it be a mistake? This is not a 100-point system at all. 3.5 is the upper limit, right? This list is fake. How could such a swordsmanship only have 3.4 points? This is totally unreasonable. This is the strongest swordsmanship I have ever seen. You tell me that this swordsmanship can only be rated 3.4 points? Are you blind? What kind of scoring mechanism is this? You should ask the guy who was scared to death just now whether this swordsmanship is only worthy of 3.4 points. People who have seen Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship are all speaking up for him. Such swordsmanship, no one can see it, and only rated 3.4 points. Looking at the entire universe, there are not many swordsmanships that are stronger than this swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of the immortals is stronger than Sha Qianpa, but that strength is only because of their high level and strong power. If we really talk about swordsmanship skills and artistic conception, we may not be able to find a few stronger than Sha Qianpa. If such a swordsmanship can only be rated 3.4 points, they really can't think of any other swordsmanship in the universe that deserves more than 10 points. Impossible. There is something wrong with this rating. Sha Qianqiu finally reacted, pointing at the statue's nose and cursing, "Are you blind? Why do you only give 3.4 points to such a knife skill?" "Because this knife skill is a 3.4 point knife skill." The statue answered without any emotion. "This knife skill is only worth 3.4 points. Then tell me, what kind of knife skill is worth 100 points? Sha Qianqiu said angrily. "No." The statue answered. "There is number 100 point knife skill. What 100 point system are you rating?" This answer made Sha Qianqiu angry and annoyed. "Because there is a 99 point knife skill." The statue continued to say. "Okay, then tell me, what knife skill can be rated 99 points? Sha Qianqiu really couldn't bear this breath and continued to question. The others were also looking at the statue. They were all skeptical about the statue's rating. They really couldn't imagine what kind of swordsmanship could be more than 90 points higher than Sha Qianpa's. "The sword technique that kills people and destroys their hearts," the statue replied. Everyone was stunned by the name of this sword technique, because no one had ever heard of it. Everyone looked at each other, and soon someone realized that no one had ever heard of it. You just name a sword technique and say it has 99 points. You can say whatever you want. I said my brother's sword technique is 100 points. What's the point of empty talk? Sha Qianqiu said. 1 year later, in the Battle of the King of 100 Weapons, the final winner can choose the sword technique that kills people and destroys their hearts as a reward. You will know it by then. The statue continued without any emotion. The King of 100 Weapons also has sword techniques as rewards? Everyone was stunned. They didn't know this news before. I can't wait for a year. You have to give an explanation now. Sha Qianqiu refused to give up. I am only responsible for scoring. If you don't accept it, you can go find the person in front of you and fight to know who is better, the statue said. Sha Qianqiu was slightly startled, and everyone felt that what the statue said made sense. Since they felt that the statue's rating was wrong, they would go find the person in front of them. As long as they defeated the person in front of them, they would naturally prove that the rating was wrong. Okay, then tell me, who is this boxing god? Sha Qianqiu said. The boxing god is the boxing god. This is the name he left behind, the statue said. Sha Qianqiu was depressed, but the name of the boxing god was obviously fake. No one would take such a name, and it was impossible to find someone by this name. Let's go! Sha Qianqiu wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Sha Qianpa. Sha Qianqiu was not convinced, and spoke up for his elder brother, but it was useless if he couldn't find the fist god. The news that Sha Qianpa's swordsmanship was only rated 3.4 points soon spread throughout the universe. Many people felt that this rating was a bit outrageous. That was Sha Qianpa. His swordsmanship could only be rated 3.4. Is there any swordsmanship in the world that is more than 10 points? People were even more curious about the fist god, who got a score of 3.5, and the killing heart swordsmanship that was said to be 99 points. Some people even asked the statue of God specifically if someone from other departments won the title of King of 100 Weapons, in addition to the killing heart swordsmanship, what other rewards could be chosen? The statue of God's answer was very frustrating. What killing heart sword, killing heart gun, killing heart claw, anyway, it sounded like the same technique, just like a different skin. Because of the appearance of Sha Qianpa, real top-level masters began to participate in the rankings, and many Feiqing and Nirvana masters left their own rankings on the rankings. More and more people scored over 3, but no one scored over 3.5, and only Sha Qianpa scored 3.4. In this way, people know that the rating is relatively fair. Some people with similar fame as Sha Qianpa did not even score 3. Many geniuses with amazing talents only scored more than 3 points. Therefore, more people are curious about who the boxing god who scored 3.5 is. Some people suspect that the boxing god is actually an immortal level strongman, so he has such a high score. No matter what, no one suspects Lin Shen, and few people know that he can use swords. Tian Xian was watching the news while eating, and was enjoying it. Then he glanced at Lin Shen, who was eating opposite him, curled his lips and said, "We are both practicing swords, but you see that the boxing god is known to the world. What is your practice?" I have never seen anyone who practices swords only for defense and not attack. If you like defense, why don't you practice shield? Chapter 647. Have you ever heard of a phrase called an unintentional mistake? Lin Shen said while eating breakfast. I've read more books than you. Of course I've heard of it. What does it have to do with your swordsmanship? Wu Xian said. It seems that you only seek to read more books instead of more, and you don't even know what an unintentional mistake means. Lin Shen wiped the porridge from the corner of his mouth and said leisurely, I'm not good at reading, but you are good at reading. So what do you think it means? Tian Xian snorted coldly. As an elder, I will teach you today. The so-called unintentional mistake means that I didn't actually want to kill you, but you were too useless. I just affected you with my defensive force, and you, little Tian Xian, died. It's not my fault. You can only blame yourself for being useless. This is called an unintentional mistake. Lin Shen said with a smile. What an unintentional mistake. Let's try it. I see how you killed me. Tian Xian was so angry that he stood up directly and was about to fight Lin Shen. Why are you so excited? Look, you scared your little beast. Is your little beast still at the iron level? Lin Shen looked at the iron venom bee that Tian Xian had carefully raised on the table and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Such a beast must be promoted very slowly. Tian Xian sat down. He didn't really want to fight with Lin Shen, but he was just embarrassed. Does Lao Tai know about this beast? Lin Shen asked indirectly. If Lao Tai is really the reincarnated and failed ancient king, he should know what is in the treasure chest. Even if he has forgotten, he may have some impression after hearing about this incident. My second brother is much more reliable than you. He won't say anything. He saw the extraordinary nature of this divine beast at a glance, and asked me to take good care of it. Tian Xian said proudly. Take good care of it. Lin Shen finished his meal, and stood up to leave. You want to use the double nirvana method to achieve nirvana? Tian Xian called him. Yes, I have this plan. Lin Shen stopped. My father is not someone who can be seen by just anyone. If you want to see him, you have to wait. Tian Xian said proudly. I can wait, any time is fine. Lin Shen smiled. Then you wait slowly. I will notify you when my father is free to see you. Lin Shen's attitude made Tian Xian feel very boring. After Lin Shen walked out of the heavenly palace, he returned to his room, took out his mechanical watch, and chose to teleport to the mysterious planet. He wanted to go to the Golden Buddha Temple, and use the pool there to get the double life base to double 10 turns first, making the final preparations for nirvana. When Lin Shen was teleported to the mysterious planet, he calculated the time and arrived here during the day. Unfortunately, the place he was in was not a place he had been to before, so he could only try his luck to find the Golden Buddha Temple. Fortunately, he was lucky. After flying for a few hours, he saw a familiar temple. Then he figured out the direction of the Golden Buddha Temple and rushed to it. When Lin Shen arrived at the Golden Buddha Temple, Master Chowdu seemed to know that he would come back, but he was not surprised at all and welcomed him into the temple. Lin Shen explained his purpose and gave him some daily necessities he brought. Master Chowdu was not polite and accepted Lin Shen's things and asked him to practice in the yard where the Buddha fruit tree was. Lin Shen did not go into the water, but stayed in the yard. The pure energy emitted by the pool would allow him to advance to the 10th level in a short time. Since he was free anyway, Lin Shen took the Go board he brought and played Go with Master Chowdu. Master Chowdu did not understand the rules of Go. After Lin Shen told him the rules, after only a few games, Lin Shen was no match for him. No more, you are too strong. After being completely beaten by Master Chowdu again, Lin Shen was in no mood to continue playing. Master Chowdu smiled and said, I have some small things here. See if you are interested. What small things? Lin Shen was immediately excited. Wait a minute, I get them. Master Chowdu left the yard and soon came back with something on a wooden plate. Did you carve this? Lin Shen saw many wooden figures of different shapes on the plate. Those wood carvings are all of little monks, with different shapes, some reading, some sweeping, some carrying water, and some chanting. Each one is vivid and looks very cute. I carved it with branches of the Buddha fruit tree in my spare time. Master Chowdu picked up an unfinished puppet and carved it slowly with a thin branch. This little monk is your childhood, right? Lin Shen looked at the puppet and then at Master Chowdu, and felt that it was somewhat similar. I have never seen others before, so I could only carve myself. Master Chowdu said. It's really well carved. Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and asked anxiously, Master, can you carve the appearance of the two people you saw before? You mean them? I have carved them before. If you want to see them, I will show them to you. Master Chowdu's words made Lin Shen overjoyed. Then I trouble you, master. Lin Shen didn't expect to have such a reward. Master Chowdu smiled and said nothing. He turned and left the yard. After a while, he brought back 2 wooden statues. Lin Shen took it, and saw that one of them was indeed Lao Tai. Master Chowdu's carving skills were extraordinary. He carved Lao Tai almost like a real person, and even his cold temperament was vivid. Lin Shen looked at another puppet, which made Lin Shen feel a little strange. Just as Master Chowdu said, this person was also tall and strong, not much worse than Lao Tai. But unlike Lao Tai, this person was high-spirited and free-spirited, completely different from Lao Tai's gloomy and cold temperament. Lin Shen looked at the man's face, and found it familiar. He used the communicator to take a picture of himself, and then looked at the face of the wood carving. It was indeed somewhat similar. No wonder the Master of Salvation said that they looked a bit alike. Although this man was not as similar as Lin Xiangdong, his facial features were closer than those of the third brother, and there was a 30% resemblance between his eyebrows and eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Shen really couldn't remember what his second brother looked like, and he didn't know if this man was his second brother. He took a picture of the puppet with the communicator, and showed it to his eldest sister when he got back. He always felt that Lao Tai looked so different from him, that it was unlikely that he was really his second brother. In comparison, the person carved by this wood carving was more likely. Lin Shen stayed in the Golden Buddha Temple for more than 2 days, and his double life base was promoted to 10 turns successively, reaching double perfection. In addition to the increase in attributes, there was no other change in the reverse fate, and the fan dance of the inheritance fan had 10 styles. The 9th style fall, and the 10th style fan are also auxiliary skills. Chapter 648. The falling style and the shocking style are very similar, and their functions are even somewhat repetitive. The shocking style can stop flying, and the falling style can also make people fall down. Lin Shen did not understand for a while what the difference between these 2 skills is. The last fan style gave Lin Shen some surprises. Although it is still an auxiliary skill, the ability of this style is to double the ability of the inheritance fan itself. All doubled refers not only to the attributes, but also to the effect of the skills. The effect of this skill is almost equivalent to the effect of the fate-defying man combined with Lin Shen. Of course, the 2 are in 2 completely different directions, but the combat power of the inheritance fan has soared by more than double because of this skill. After all, the effect of weakening skills is enhanced, plus the improvement of its own combat. It is not a simple doubling of attributes. As expected of the late-stage life base, the effect of this skill is much stronger than the previous 9 fan dance skills. Should I practice the fan technique? Seeing that the inheritance fan is so powerful, Lin Shen wants to practice the fan technique. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any powerful fan skills for the time being. This kind of unpopular weapon is not used by many people in the universe, and I haven't heard of any powerful fan skills. Lin Shen searched on the Skynet, and found that there were several famous fan skills in the past, but those fan skills had long been lost because there were no inheritors. The most famous fan skills in the universe are not the top skills. One of them is actually the Peacock clan's Peacock spreading screen fan technique. Lin Shen, who was originally just on a whim, was delighted when he found that the Peacock spreading screen was the secret fan technique of the Peacock clan. He was just worried that he had no reason to get closer to Tianfei. Maybe this was a good excuse. Thinking about it again, Lin Shen felt a little worried again. Everything else was fine, but he was afraid that Tian Shudi would cause trouble for him. Tian Shudi was his boss now, and he was moody and treacherous, so Lin Shen really didn't dare to act rashly. He couldn't handle the anger of Tian Shudi now. Forget it, let's not cause trouble for ourselves, and think of ways to deal with other fire first. Lin Shen thought of Lu Ran from the Noble Academy again. Although her status was also very high, fortunately, she didn't have a husband, so she could think of some ways. Should we go to the magician Yao Gu and tell him Lu Ran's answer? Lin Shen knew that Yao Gu was not a kind person, and he was afraid that if he brought the answer, he would turn his face and disown him. During the 2 days that Lin Shen was in the Golden Buddha Temple, the universe was about to be in chaos. In the past 2 days, there have been many powerful people who have been challenging the 100 weapons ranking, but none of them have reached 3.5 points, but there are a few 3.4 points. Now everyone is guessing who the fist god is, and what kind of swordsmanship is the 3.5 point swordsmanship. Although everyone knows that the score does not represent the actual combat power, according to the people who have been on the list, the swordsmanship score is generally fair. As long as the swordsmanship itself is good enough, and the user has practiced well enough, even if the level is relatively low, it can still get a relatively high score. Those top secret swordsmanships of various races, as long as the user is not too bad, can generally reach about 3 points. After 3 points, it is not so easy to rush up. Young people nowadays can't even practice a technique, and they can't even break through 3.5 points in the 100-point system. It seems that I need to encourage young people together. Moore is in a bad mood now. As the only immortal of the male clan, he originally wanted to help the male clan to achieve a higher ranking. Who knew that he was unfortunately seriously injured when the final race ranking battle just started. He dared not continue to participate in the battle, and had to give up. With his abstention, the male clan could no longer be ranked. Moore's depression can be imagined. After treating his injuries, Moore watched the race ranking battle, and the more he watched, the more depressed he became. If he hadn't been so unlucky, he would have met a guy who was desperate for ranking, and the result was a fight between the two sides. The male clan would not have lost the opportunity to rank, and would have been ranked within the 70 million or 80 million. Moore, who was in a very bad mood, planned to find some fun to make himself feel better. Just now, the news came that Chiyu Temple was found on Male's home planet. Moore planned to rush to the ranking list while no one was using the Chiyu Temple here. Moore first blocked the news to prevent others from knowing that Chiyu Temple was also found on Male Star, and then he came to Chiyu Temple as soon as possible. After teleporting to Bing Star, Moore directly chose the sword talent. However, Moore did not use his real name, but used a pseudonym of God King. On the one hand, it is a bit bullying for an immortal to be on the list, and on the other hand, he used the pseudonym of God King to tell everyone that the Fist God is a scumbag. If the Fist God is a god, then he is the god among gods. Moore summoned his sword base, and then performed a set of wheat circle swordsmanship in front of the statue. This is one of the swordsmanship he created. It is widely circulated among the male tribe, and is almost one of the skills that the male tribe must learn. Moore originally thought that with his strength and swordsmanship, it should be no problem to use this wheat circle swordsmanship to get more than 10 points. But after he completed the wheat circle swordsmanship, the statue only gave him a score of 2.8. Not to mention rushing to the position of Sword King, and beating the 3.5 points of the boxing god, he couldn't even rush into the top 10 of the sword ranking. Moore's face turned green immediately. He could only be glad that he didn't use his real name. Otherwise, if this ranking was seen by others, he would be laughed to death by those old guys, and couldn't even raise his head in the future. Moore hurriedly challenged the ranking again. This time, Moore didn't use the swordsmanship casually, but played up his spirit and used his best 10 days swordsmanship of Strange Tales. The 10 days sword technique of Strange Tales was obtained by him from a wanted criminal in the universe when he was young. It was with this sword technique that he was able to become an immortal despite being born in a small race. The power of this sword technique can be imagined. After being promoted to immortal, Moore wanted to modify and improve this sword technique, but found that even with the knowledge and ability of an immortal, it was difficult to modify any move. Until now, this sword technique is still his biggest reliance among immortals. Moore felt that the sword technique he used the first time was too casual. This time, the score would definitely be much higher than the first time. He would definitely win the title of Sword King, and beat the 3.5 points of the boxing god. But after he showed the 10 days sword technique of Strange Tales, he only got a score of 3.3, ranking only 4th in the sword ranking, with 3 people with 3.4 points ahead. The ranking of the sword system is too fierce, and there are too many masters who use swords. What a bullshit ranking, are you brushing me? Moore was furious and slashed at the statue with a sword. He was beaten in the race ranking war, and now he has no face left. He fought with some juniors and lost. You can imagine how angry he was. His sword contained the power of immortal law. Even a mountain would be cut in half by this sword like tofu. But when he slashed the statue with this sword, the statue did not move at all, without any reaction, and not even a trace could be left. Are you challenging me? Then it's as you wish. The statue's eyes bloomed with divine light, and it rose up with a bang, stepped out of the altar, and thousands of divine lights gathered in his hands, turning into a divine sword, slashing towards Moore. The sword broke. The man died. A head rolled in front of the statue. The immortal level strongman fell silently in the temple without even catching a sword. Chapter 649. Although the male tribe had tried their best to block the news that Moore died in the Chiyu Temple still spread, and immediately shocked the entire universe. Someone investigated the time of Moore's death and the changes in the rankings at that time, and found an unacceptable speculation. Moore was the God King who was on the list twice in a short period of time during that period, and then disappeared from the list due to death. Although the God King was on the list for a short time, because there are so many people focusing on the list recently, and there are people who live broadcast the changes in the list, it is easy to find the scores of the God King twice. Is Mor really the God King? It's unlikely, right? Would the swordsmanship of the immortals be rated so low? How is it impossible? The rating of the temple is fair. The immortals are just strong, and their skills are not necessarily better than others. How did Mor die? Could it be that he attacked the statue because of his low rating? The swordsmanship rating of the immortals didn't even reach 3.5. What kind of swordsmanship does the fist god have? The immortals' ratings can't be so low. Mor shouldn't be the God King. People have all kinds of speculations, but these speculations have nothing to do with the male tribe. As soon as the news of Mor's death spread, the male tribe announced that they had joined the Diamond Tribe. It's better to say that it was a choice made to preserve the male tribe than to join. Without the immortals, the male tribe is no longer able to keep everything they have now. If they can't find a backer as soon as possible, it is very likely that the entire race will be enslaved by the opponent. Of course, joining the Diamond Tribe also requires a huge price, and the big tribes are never philanthropists. Lin Shen has been paying attention to the changes in the race rankings. Lin Xiangdong's ranking is more than 90 million, which is just enough to enter the race rankings. If Lin Xiangdong can hold on to the end, humans will enter the universe race rankings for the first time in history. Lin Shen studied those who ranked near Lin Xiangdong. Most of them were nirvana from small tribes, and some were nirvana from big tribes. However, the threat to Lin Xiangdong was not great, and the possibility of humans entering the race rankings was still great. Tianjue came back, and also brought back a message. Tianjue agreed to meet Lin Shen, and Tianjin would take Lin Shen to see Tianjue. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and Tianjin returned to Zenith Star together. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to go home first, and he followed Tianjin to Tianjue's house. Tianjin said as he walked, "When you get home, you should talk less and do everything according to my eyes." Okay. Lin Shen agreed. The Qi family and the An family each have 4 mansions, but the Tian family does not have so many mansions. Each family takes care of its own affairs, and there is a feeling that each family sweeps the snow in front of its own door. The Tianjue branch is considered to be a more influential branch of the Tian family in the clan, but its influence is far less than that of the first mansion of the An family. However, if we talk about single combat power, I am afraid that no one in the Tianren clan dares to say that they can definitely win Tianjue. The Tianjue mansion is as big as a manor. Tianjin and Lin Shen just entered the mansion, and saw a young Tianren standing in the yard, holding a sword in his arms, staring at them coldly. "Seventh brother, father wants to see Lin Shen, I brought him here." Tianjin was very arrogant outside, but when he spoke now, Lin Shen felt a little cautious. "Do you want to take the road of double nirvana?" Tian Xiaoqiao looked at Lin Shen coldly and said, ignoring Tianjin at all. "Since there is such a road, I want to see it." Lin Shen replied. "The true law is not passed on to incompetent people. If you want to see it, you can prove that you are qualified to see it first," Tian Xiaoqiao said with a cold face. "Seventh brother, it was my father who asked him to come." Tianjin wanted to get angry, but he was a little timid. "Wait until you have the ability to defeat me, then come and talk to me." Tian Xiaoqiao's words made Tianjin lose his temper. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say it. Tianjin's life at home is not easy either. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, looked at Tian Xiaoqiao and asked, "How to prove it?" "I have a sword. If you can understand it, it means you have passed my level," Tian Xiaoqiao said with a cold face. "I don't have good eyesight, so I can't see clearly. Don't let me see. I will take 10 of your swords, and I will pass this level." "How about that?" Lin Shen said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Tian Xion's face suddenly changed. He grabbed Lin Shen and said, "Don't mess around. My 7th brother is a natural swordsman. 1 sword can kill 7 lives. If you are in nirvana, you may be able to take 1 of his swords. Now you are just ascending, so you can't take his sword." Lin Shen asked calmly, "Did he take the path of double nirvana?" "No." Tian Xion shook his head. "Since he didn't take the path of double nirvana, I want to take that path, but I can't even pass this level, so there's no need to look at this path anymore." Lin Shen took off the slag knife on his waist, and walked towards Tian Xiaoqiao holding the scabbard. "As expected of someone who dares to take the path of double nirvana, you have enough heart," Tian Xiaoqiao said coldly. "Just having enough heart is useless. It depends on whether you are capable. You don't need to take my 10 swords. I can only take 1 sword. If you can take my sword, just go in. Then come on." Lin Shen was in no mood to talk nonsense with him, and stood in front of Tian Xiaoqiao. Tian Xiaoqiao slowly put down the hand holding the sword. One hand held the scabbard and held the sword horizontally in front of him. The other hand held the hilt, but he didn't pull out the sword. His eyes stared at Lin Shan like a sharp blade. Tian Xian looked at the two anxiously. He knew Lin Shan's ability, which was indeed very strong, but Tian Xian also knew Tian Xiaocao's ability. If Lin Shan was at the Nirvana level, he should be able to fight Tian Xiaocao. Unfortunately, Lin Shan is still ascending now. He is afraid that Tian Xiaocao will really kill Lin Shan with one sword. Tian Xian was a little afraid to see Tian Xiaocao draw his sword, but he also wanted to get a result quickly. He was in great pain in his heart. Originally, I thought that the victory or defeat would be decided by one sword, but Tianqin waited for a long time. But Tian Xiaocao did not draw his sword. The two people kept that posture, standing there motionless. Tianqin was just anxious. He calmed down and found that although Lin Shan's posture was defensive, it also contained a counterattack. If Tian Xiaocao's attack failed, he would suffer a thunderous counterattack. Tian Xiaocao did not draw his sword, probably because he was not sure that he could break Lin Shan's defense and kill him with one sword. This guy actually practiced the defense correctly, and he could make Brother Qi unable to find a flaw. However, no matter how perfect the defense is, there will be flaws after a long time. If the stalemate continues, Lin Shan will always be the passive party. Tianqin looked strange. Chapter 650. In the tower of Tianjua Mansion, 3 young women stood on the windowsill, looking through the manor, looking at the stalemate between Lin Shan and Tian Xiaocao. These 3 women are Tianjua's 3 daughters, Tian Xiaofeng, Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaosong. Do you think that Lin Shan can pass the test of Xiaocao brother? Tian Xiaoya's eyes were blurred, as if she could seduce people's souls, and her whole body exuded a lazy temperament. Xiaocao brother's swordsmanship is too murderous. One sword can kill 7 lives. Even the top Nirvana can't stop it. This Lin Shan doesn't know how to live or die. He actually said arrogantly that he would block Xiaocao brother's 10 swords. I'm afraid he will be killed by one sword. Feng Xiaosong said. Let him see the sword, but he wants to die. He is really a troublemaker. If he is really killed by Xiaocao brother, how can I explain to my aunt later? Tian Xiaofeng sighed. Don't worry, Xiao Qi's swordsmanship has reached a higher level. He can kill 7 people with one sword at will. He won't die, otherwise he wouldn't have been asked to block Lin Shan. Tian Xiaosong said. Did you break through again so quickly? Brother Xiaocao is indeed a natural swordsman. Feng Shiya said lazily. Although what she said seemed to be praising Tian Xiaocao, it didn't sound sincere. Hey, that Lin Shan is really good. It's been a minute, and Xiao Qi hasn't found his flaw yet. Feng Xiaosong said in surprise. This is a bit strange. I've seen his performance in the Ascender ranking battle. His body movements are weird and his moves are amazing, but it can be seen that his foundation is very poor and his skills are not systematic. It's okay to fight with others, but if it's really a competition of technical foundation, it's still a little worse. How can he suddenly have such delicate skills? This can't be achieved overnight. Did he hide his shortcomings before? Tian Xiaofeng frowned and said. Tian Xiaoya looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly laughed. You have all been fooled by him. He has no background and delicate techniques at all. He just practiced a purely defensive sword technique. Tian Xiaoya said this. Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaosong also saw the clues. Tian Xiaofeng frowned and said, Is that the greedy life and fear of death sword? It should have been modified by someone to fill the original defects. Tian Xiaoya said, The original greedy life and fear of death sword should be used in conjunction with the Duanzi Ju Sun sword. There is only the greedy life and fear of death sword for defense in the library, and there is no Duanzi Ju Sun sword for attack. Lin Shan's sword technique is obviously a modified greedy life and fear of death sword, but the person who modified it saw. He lacks knowledge and ability, but only strengthens his defense, and still has no offensiveness. Now it is a purely defensive swordsmanship. Tian Xiaosong smiled and said, Pure defensive swordsmanship, there are people in the world who practice such swordsmanship, and they are also wonderful people. But defense is always passive, and the initiative is in the hands of others. As long as he reveals a flaw, he will probably be defeated by Shuqi. That's right, no one can always maintain perfect defense, and flaws will be revealed over time, so when he uses this defensive swordsmanship, he has already lost. It seems that the backhand we prepared is useless, and Xiaocao can drive him away alone. Tian Xiaoya smiled. Tian Xiaofeng sighed and said, If it weren't for my father's worsening condition, it wouldn't matter if he saw it for the sake of my aunt. But now my father's condition is already like this. If I show him the method of double nirvana, the situation will only get worse. I don't know what Tianxuan and Xiaoxin, that brainless guy, are thinking. Is it necessary for an outsider? Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. Maybe Xiugu thinks that he can get through that road. If he really gets through, he may really become a support in the future. Tian Xiaofeng said. Why can he get through that road? There are so many amazing people in my Tianren clan, and only the Dean of Tianren Academy can really get through. Even my father, who is so talented, can't really get through. How can he, a low-level race, get through? Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. To be favored by someone like Xiaogu and appreciated by the Emperor of Heaven, there must be something special about him. Tian Shuya said lazily. Over the years, aren't there many special people who want to take that road? Has anyone succeeded? Tian Xiaosong said. Well, don't say it. Anyway, he can't get through Xiao Xiao. Let's stop here. Tian Xiaofeng said. The three women watched Lin Shen and Tian Xiao Xiao in a stalemate, and originally thought that there would be a result soon. But as time passed, the expressions on the faces of the three women gradually changed. It's been almost half an hour, and Xiao Xiao hasn't been able to find his flaws yet? Tian Xiuyo was a little surprised. This man's defensive swordsmanship is quite good. No matter how good the defense is, there will definitely be flaws. It's a matter of time. The three waited for another half an hour, but Tian Xiaoqiao still didn't draw his sword, and the two were still in a stalemate. Lin Shen's tenacity in defense was somewhat beyond their expectations. But at this time, they still firmly believed that the defending party could not always avoid showing flaws. Time passed slowly, and the expressions of those who secretly watched this battle gradually changed. Tian Xiaozuo's swordsmanship, but he couldn't find a chance to draw his sword for such a long time, which is not something that ordinary people can do. This man's patience is a bit scary. Tian Xiaofeng said with a complicated expression. With such patience, it is easy to achieve success no matter what he does. No wonder my aunt likes him, it is really rare. Which woman would not like patience and persistence? Tian Xiuya smiled and said. Let's talk about business. Tian Xiaofeng glared at Tian Xiuya. Tian Xiaosong said anxiously, it's not a good idea to keep stalemate like this. If it takes too long, if my father sends someone to find someone and the person is here, it will be bad. Who knew that Lin Shen's patience was so good? It's been more than 2 hours, and he hasn't revealed any flaws. Tian Xiaofeng said helplessly. When the three were worried, they saw Lin Shen suddenly loosen his hand holding the hilt, and the hand holding the scabbard also relaxed and hung on the side of his body. His sudden action startled the people who were secretly watching, and Tian Xiaoqiao also frowned, not knowing what Lin Shen meant. Can't hold on, are you going to give up? Tian Xiaofeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Others also thought like Tian Xiaofeng, thinking that Lin Shen couldn't hold on, and was going to give up. I'm holding the knife, don't you dare to draw the sword? Do you dare to draw the sword now? Lin Shen stood there casually, looking at Tian Xiaoqiao and said. As soon as these words came out, Tian Xiaocao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Tian Xiaofeng and the three sisters were stunned. They had seen people who were looking for death, but they had never seen such a person who was looking for death. Is this guy crazy? Or did he fall headfirst into a cesspool when he was a child? Tian Xian felt a little numb. He could never have thought that Lin Shen would provoke Tian Xiaoqiao like this. Chapter 651. Tian Xian originally thought that Lin Shen would make it. If he could hold on for a while longer, maybe his father would send someone to find him. Who knew that Lin Shen would suddenly do this? He was just dancing in front of the gates of hell, as if he was afraid that the king of hell would not see him. Not to mention Tian Xian, the people who were secretly paying attention to this side were all stunned by Lin Shen. They really couldn't understand what he was doing. Provoking Tian Xiaoqiao and giving up the defensive position, if this kind of action was used by a high-level strongman against a low-level strongman, it would be understandable. But Lin Shen was just an ascender, and he was facing the top Nirvana Tian Xiaoqiao. What was the difference between his action and his own death? Who gave him the courage? Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen as if he was looking at a fool. This person is so interesting. Tian Shiyao's eyes lit up. Feng Xiaosong stroked his forehead and said, Isn't this a fool? I just thought he had some ability. He must have waited too long and lost his mind. Even if Lin Shen defended with all his strength, he might not be able to block Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship. Now his actions would make anyone think he was courting death. Lin Shen himself did not think he was courting death, nor was he really arrogant enough to think he could easily block Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship. During the more than 2 hours of confrontation with Tian Xiaoqiao, Lin Shen had deeply felt that Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship was very strong and his realm was very high. If we only talk about realm, among the people Lin Shen has seen, those who are stronger than Tian Xiaoqiao can be counted on one hand. The reason why he did this was because he knew that it would be difficult for him to see Tianju today. Someone in the Tian family didn't want him to see Tianju. Tian Xiaoqiao had made it very clear at the beginning that even if Lin Shen won, he would only pass this level. The implication was that there must be someone waiting for Lin Shen later. Lin Shen didn't know whether their actions were instructed by Tianju or by someone else. It was unlikely that Tianju instructed him. If Tianju didn't want to see him, he wouldn't have agreed to Tian Sun. However, it couldn't be ruled out that something happened after Tianju agreed, and Tianju regretted it. Regardless of which possibility it was, Lin Shen knew that it would be difficult for him to see Tianju today. After thinking about it, Lin Shen felt that if he still wanted to see Tianju, he couldn't pass through the levels passively like this. Even if he could beat Tian Xiaoqiao, who knows what difficulties the Tian family arranged for him later. If they really didn't want him to see Tianju, they might even arrange immortals to stop him. It's not like the Tianju family doesn't have immortals. Are you sure? Tian Xiaoqiao stared at Lin Shen, his eyes like a knife. Since you don't dare to draw your sword, then we have to do this. Lin Shen said calmly. Provocation doesn't work on me. I will draw my sword regardless of whether you defend or not. Tian Xiaoqiao said. I don't need to defend myself. I will stand here and take your sword. Can I see Tianju? Lin Shen stared at Tian Xiaoqiao and asked. Lin Shen's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Tian Xiaoqiao's heart. It's bad. Tian Xiaofeng immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and said with a gloomy face, This Lin Shen is a bit cunning. If Xiaoqiao says yes, then we can't use the difficulties we set up later. Otherwise, Xiaoqiao can only stand up to help him solve the problem. But if Xiaoqiao says no, Xiaocao's Taoism will probably be broken. The opponent is an ascender, and he has given up the defense. If it were me, I would not say no. That would really break the defense. Tian Xiaosong sighed. With Xiaocao's character, it is even more impossible to say no. This person is getting more and more interesting. He seems reckless, but he is actually very cunning. Tian Xiaoyao said with a smile, but he overlooked the most important problem. He has a level disadvantage, and has given up the defense. Can he really take Shiqi's sword? Of course not. Tian Xiaosong snorted coldly. He doesn't know that Xiaocao's sword can kill Qi. How terrible life is. If Xiaoqiao didn't want to hurt his life, Xiaoqiao could have attacked forcefully. No matter how perfect his defense was, he couldn't stop Shiqi's sword. Tian Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. He really thought wrong. He thought Xiaoqiao was deadlocked with him, because he couldn't do anything to him. In fact, Xiaoqiao just couldn't use all his strength to hurt his life, otherwise he would have died long ago. His words might cost him his life. This is troublesome. How can I explain to Shigu later? Lin Shen, don't talk nonsense. Tian Xian saw the change in Tian Xiaocao's expression, and knew that this seventh brother was really angry. Tian Xian stepped forward and pulled Lin Shen to leave. Nothing is more important than life. If Tian Xiaoqiao is angry, it will really cost him his life. Tian Xian pulled, but Lin Shen didn't move at all. He still looked at Tian Xiaoqiao and said, Can you or can't you? Yes. Tian Xiaocao's originally cold face actually showed a smile. But there was no friendliness or happiness in his smile, but there was a chill that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. After Tian Xiaoqiao answered, he slowly transferred the sword in his left hand to his right hand. It's over. When Tian Xiaoqiao changed to holding the scabbard with his right hand, Tian Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Everyone in Tianju's family knows a saying, if you draw the sword with your right hand, the sword will kill all the people. If you draw the sword with your left hand, no grass will grow. If Tian Xiaoqiao draws the sword with his right hand, there is still a glimmer of hope. If he draws the sword with his left hand, it means that Tian Xiaoqiao has murderous intentions, and there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Tian Xiaoqiao held the hilt of the sword with his left hand, looked at him coldly and said, If you can take my sword and survive, I will take you to see my father. Okay, come on. Lin Shen stood there casually, with the unsheathed slag knife in his left hand. Tian Xiaocao's swordsmanship is very strong and his realm is very high. But so what? In terms of technical level and realm, Wei Wufu is not worse than Tian Xiaoqiao, and Lao Tai is far stronger than Tian Xiaoqiao. Lin Shen's swordsmanship was practiced under their oppression, and he is not afraid of such a strong swordsman. Tian Xian wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it, let alone pull Lin Shen. Because Tian Xiaoqiao was about to draw his sword, anything he did now would only distract Lin Shen, and make him die more miserably. Finally, Tian Xiaoqiao drew his sword. His sword was fast enough, but not the fastest. It was exquisite enough, but not the most perfect. But his sword was like an antelope hanging its horns without a trace, and it seemed to come from the sky, making it difficult to figure out. Although you can see his sword, you don't know how to resist it. Lin Shen didn't resist, and he didn't even look at the sword that Tian Xiaoqiao was stabbing at. At the moment when Tian Xiaoqiao drew his sword, he also pulled out his slag knife and slashed at Tian Xiaoqiao. Blood for blood, life for life, blood-life swordsmanship. Chapter 652. Everyone saw that Lin Shen wanted to fight to the death with Tian Xiaoqiao, and they all thought he was crazy. Tian Xiaoqiao was a nirvana, while Lin Shen was only an ascendant. The difference in attributes was too big. Even if Tian Xiaoqiao did not use his attributes to crush Lin Shen, the speed of his sword was not comparable to Lin Shen. If he wanted to fight to the death, Tian Xiaocao's sword would pierce Lin Shen's body, and Lin Shen's knife had not yet touched Tian Xiaocao's body. These thoughts were only a matter of a moment. Tian Xiaocao's sword was about to pierce Lin Shen's body, but Lin Shen's knife was still a short distance away from Tian Xiaoqiao. This inconspicuous distance was enough for Tian Xiaoqiao to kill Lin Shen several times. But in the next moment, Tian Xiaoqiao, who was about to pierce Lin Shen, actually changed the direction of his sword, and the sword in his hand met Lin Shen's knife, and a white sword light burst out from the sword at the same time. The swords intersected, and Tian Xiaofeng and others who were still wondering why Tian Xiaoqiao did this saw that Tian Xiaocao's sword was actually split directly by Lin Shen's sword. The swords intersected, and the sword in Tian Xiaocao's hand was cut in two. Impossible. Tian Xiaosong widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Although the sword in Tian Xiaocao's hand was not a spiritual base, it was also made of top-level nirvana materials, and was one of the masterpieces of a sword-making master of the Tianan clan. The strength of the sword itself is not comparable to that of an ordinary nirvana spiritual base, not to mention that Tian Xiaoqiao also used the power of nirvana to transform into a sword. No matter how you think about it, it should be Lin Shen's sword that was cut off. But the fact is exactly the opposite. Not only was the sword's light cut off, but even the sword was cut off together. Lin Shen's sword seemed to be intact, which completely subverted their cognition. How did he do it? Tian Xiaofeng was stunned. Tian Xiaoqiao looked at the broken sword in his hand, frowned and said nothing. Does this sword count as a success? Lin Shen slowly put the broken knife back into the sheath and asked Tian Xiaoqiao. Of course not. There is something wrong with the knife. Tian Xiaosong gritted his teeth, but unfortunately Lin Shen couldn't hear her words. Tian Xiaofeng and Tian Xiaoya had the same idea as her. There must be something wrong with the knife, otherwise how could Lin Shen break Tian Xiaocao's sword light and sword? It was simply impossible. Tian Xiaoqiao looked up at Lin Shen and nodded. You win, I will take you to see my father. After that, Tian Xiaoqiao threw away the broken sword in his hand and turned away. Lin Shen followed Tian Xiaoqiao to the backyard. Not long after walking, he saw 3 young female celestial beings blocking their way. Sister, I lost, I have to admit it. Tian Xiaoqiao looked at Tian Xiaofeng and the other 2 and said, No, you didn't lose. There was something wrong with his sword. It must be an immortal level weapon that was deliberately modified by someone. It was not his power at all. Feng Xiaosong was interrupted by Feng Xiaoqiao before he finished speaking. It's not the sword's problem. I lost. Tian Xiaocao's words made Tian Xiaosong, Tian Xiaoya, and Tian Xiaofeng stunned. They couldn't believe that an ascender could cut off the sword and weapon of a nirvana. But Tian Xiaoqiao couldn't lie, let alone help Lin Shen. For a moment, the 3 women were stunned there, and they couldn't use a word of the words they had prepared before. Sister, I'm sorry. Tian Xiaoqiao said and walked past them. Lin Shen and Tian Xian also followed him around the 3 women and continued to the backyard. With the power of an ascender, is it really possible to cut off the power of nirvana and nirvana-level weapons? Tian Xiaosong still couldn't believe it until now. Although it's hard to believe, Xiaoqiao won't lie to us. Tian Xiaofeng looked at Lin Shen's departing back and said with a strange look, We should have thought that people like Xiaogu and the Emperor of Heaven must have their reasons for liking him. Lin Shen and Tian Xian followed Tian Xiaoqiao, passed through many courtyards, and came to a small courtyard. Come in. Before Tian Xiaoqiao knocked on the door, he heard a horseman's voice coming from inside. Tian Xiaoqiao pushed open the door, and Lin Shen saw that although the yard was not big, there were many flowers and plants planted in it, not those mutant plants, but the most ordinary flowers and plants. Father. While Lin Shen was still looking at the small courtyard, Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xian saluted in the same direction at the same time. Lin Shen looked in the direction where they were saluting. There was a wooden house there. There was no door in the wooden house. There was only a bamboo curtain hanging on it, so the situation inside the house could not be seen. You guys go out first. The horseman's voice came out again from the house. Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xian looked at each other. Although they were very reluctant, they still left the courtyard and closed the door outside. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to greet him, he heard the man in the house say, "Your knife is very good." Tian Xuan did not make a mistake. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to disturb you, but that road is too difficult," Lin Shen said. "It doesn't matter. I wanted to meet you a long time ago, to see what kind of person my arrogant sister chose." Tianju said slowly, "You are very good, but if you want to take the road of double nirvana, you should give up this idea. With your ability, even if you don't take that road, you will definitely be immortal in the future, and you don't need to risk your life to take that dead end." "Is double nirvana really impossible?" Lin Shen asked with some doubt. "People like you and me will not easily change their minds. Come in, you can tell for yourself whether it is a dead end or not." Tianju's voice came from the wooden house again. Lin Shen had nothing to hesitate about. After taking off his shoes, he opened the curtain and walked in. His eyes fell on the house, and he saw that there was an ice block bigger than the bed in the wooden house, and a person was sitting on the ice block. Lin Shen didn't know whether it was a person or not. Rather than a person, it was better to say that it was a human-shaped ice sculpture. His whole body was transparent ice crystal-like, and the internal organs, bones, and blood vessels in his body could be seen clearly. Except for a little more color, the whole person seemed to be carved out of ice crystals. Although I knew that Tianju had completely become inhuman, I didn't expect him to look like this. It looked really weird. "If you don't want to become like me, then don't go that way." The voice of the Iceman sounded in Lin Shen's ears, but Lin Shen didn't see his lips move, and even his eyes didn't move. As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tianju continued, "My body has completely become inhuman, just like an ice sculpture. I don't need to eat or drink, and I can't move. Although I can't die, I have to endure this inhuman torment day and night." Lin Shen now finally understood why the people of the Tian family didn't want him to see Tianju. No one could have thought that the famous Tianju would look like this. The pain of the body is not a problem. What is really unbearable is that in the absolutely still body, there is still a living soul. And your soul will be eroded by inhuman consciousness all the time. If you slack off a little, your soul will be completely lost, and even the last bit of humanity will disappear. Can you bear such consequences? Chapter 653. When Lin Shen left Tianju Mansion, his expression was a little heavy. After meeting Tianju, Lin Shen understood that Tian Sun asked him to meet Tianju in order to make him give up the idea of taking the path of double nirvana. Double nirvana is indeed very tempting, but the consequences of failure may be more terrible than death. Tianju did not hold back, and told Lin Shen everything he experienced during the double nirvana in detail. The various strange changes in it made Lin Shen tremble with fear. Tianju made more preparations than Lin Shen, but he still couldn't make it through completely. Lin Shen now has some doubts whether his methods can survive the transformation of the body by the two internal and external forces. If he becomes what Tianju is now, he would rather die directly. "Do you still want to take that path?" On the way back, Tian Xian asked Lin Shen. "I must admit that I hesitated." Lin Shen sighed. "With your ability, there is no need to take such a risk." Tian Xian actually said something human today. "It is indeed not necessary, but I still want to try," Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Tian Xian's eyes widened. "Are you crazy?" "No." Lin Shen shook his head and said, "I now know what the real difficulty of double nirvana is, and I think I may be able to solve this problem." "What problem?" "How to solve it?" Tian Xian looked at Lin Shen and asked in disbelief. "The real danger of double nirvana is not nirvana itself, but how to make the power of two nirvanas completely merge." Lin Shen explained, "If the nirvana egg and the nirvana land have the same properties, then when nirvana occurs, the power of nirvana is too strong, and the body will be directly dehumanized, just like your father. He was well prepared and strong enough, so he was able to maintain his consciousness. If it were anyone else, he would not even be able to retain his consciousness. Just so you know." Tian Xian snorted. "So, there is another way to go, using the nirvana egg and nirvana land with different properties." Lin Shen pondered. "Then don't even think about it, that way is more difficult, otherwise my father would not have chosen the nirvana egg and nirvana land with the same properties." Tian Xian said. "Yes, the properties of the nirvana egg and the nirvana land are different, which is more likely to cause problems. It is even possible that the nirvana fails due to the conflict between the properties of the nirvana egg and the nirvana land, and there is no chance to become a non-human, and the situation will be more complicated. Lin Shan took a deep breath and continued, but as long as it is properly controlled, if it succeeds, you can get 2 nirvana properties. The dual attribute nirvana power can solve more problems than the single attribute nirvana power. How can you be sure that it will succeed? Tian Xian curled his lips and said, I can't be sure, so I didn't plan to take this path. I want to take the path of your father. Lin Shan said with a smile. You sound like you are cursing me. Tian Xian glared at Lin Shan viciously. That's not what I meant. Lin Shan smiled and said, the double nirvana of the nirvana egg and the nirvana land of the same attribute can enhance the nirvana attribute. The fire attribute of the double nirvana is stronger than that of the single nirvana. Your father made it very clear. His ice attribute is much stronger than others. All you've said is how powerful you will be after success, but you haven't said how to succeed. Tian Xian said with some dissatisfaction. I have some ideas, but I haven't tested them, so I don't know if they will work, so it's useless to say them now. If my ideas can be realized, you can try this method next time you achieve nirvana. Lin Shan said. Thank you, can you try this? If you make a mistake, you're done for. Tian Xian rolled his eyes and said, we can find an ascender and let him try it first. If your method is really useful, it won't be too late for us to achieve nirvana with your method. This method can only be used by me, and it's useless to find other ascenders. Lin Shan shook his head. After listening to what Tianju said, Lin Shan already knew that the main reason for Tianju's failure was that the nirvana attribute was too strong, and his own strength could not compete with it, and his body was completely inhuman in the end. Tianju was able to drag his inhuman body and complete immortality. He has not died until today, and his consciousness has not been completely lost. This is an extremely amazing achievement in itself. But he still can't be considered successful. Sooner or later, he will completely become inhuman. It's just a matter of time. But Lin Shan has the super base form. He doesn't need to fight against the nirvana attribute. He can let the nirvana attribute fully integrate with his body. After success, he can remove the super base form and restore his flesh and blood body. Because a single attribute is easier to control, Lin Shan thinks this method is feasible. But if it is a dual attribute nirvana, Lin Shan doesn't know what will happen. Lin Shan is not sure whether the super base form can cope with various situations. After all, no one knows what will happen in dual attribute nirvana, and Tianju has no relevant experience. Unless Lin Shan goes to an E, and an E is willing to tell him about his nirvana experience, Lin Shan will dare to try dual attribute nirvana. An E is really too strong. He has no experience or theoretical support, but he succeeded in dual attribute nirvana. This person is too strong. Lin Shan sighed in his heart. He didn't dare to take the risk of playing like that. Now Lin Shan is preparing for single attribute nirvana. Next, he just needs to determine which base change land to use. Then go to that base change land to get a nirvana egg, and then you can start nirvana. There is a problem here. There can't be nirvana eggs in low-level base change lands, so Lin Shan must choose a nirvana-level base change land to get a nirvana egg of the same origin as the base change land. The base change land that Tian Sun found for him before can only be abandoned now. Lin Shan also thought about using the fire pot on the mysterious planet to complete nirvana, but it is more difficult to succeed there. It is the immortal land, and all the creatures born there are immortal creatures. If you want to have the same origin, you can only use the immortal egg with the immortal land. I have never heard of this being successful. The ancient realm king only used the immortal land there for nirvana, and did not use the immortal egg, but he failed. His difficulty is higher than that of the ancient realm king, and the concept of success is smaller than buying a lottery ticket. It seems that I have to choose a new nirvana land. The supreme land of the supreme clan is a good choice. It is relatively safe, and the properties obtained are also quite good. After the double nirvana enhancement, Lin Shan wanted to use the supreme land for nirvana, but after checking the information of the supreme land, he found that it was not easy to get the nirvana egg from there. Because after the supreme clan's transformation, the energy of the supreme land was constantly drained, and it has not bred nirvana creatures for many years, let alone nirvana eggs. Where should I be nirvana? Lin Shan had a headache. Chapter 654. Lin Shan went to the library again, wanting to see if there were any nirvana places suitable for him among the nirvana places of the celestial race. Among these many nirvana places, there are many places with extremely strong attributes, which are good to be used for nirvana. However, it is not easy to get nirvana eggs with the same attributes for nirvana places with rare attributes, and he did not know which one to choose for a while. Lin Shan roughly selected and found that there were dozens of nirvana places that suited his taste. He would go back and see if he could get a Nirvana egg that was suitable for him. Since he was here, Lin Shen went to the technique room to take a look, and planned to practice the fan technique first. He found the fan category, and found that there were many subdivided categories under the fan technique. Lin Shen found the folding fan category, and opened it one by one. The celestial race has such advanced technology, why don't they make electronic versions? I don't know when I will finish reading one by one without intelligent filtering. Lin Shen had nothing to do anyway, so he read it slowly one by one. Although fan techniques are a niche, the universe is so vast that the number of folding fan techniques collected here is still frightening. After Lin Shen read some of them, when he went to read them again, he found that he could know the quality of these techniques by just flipping through the first few moves, and there was no need to read them all. Lin Shen flipped through one book after another. Although there were some more distinctive fan techniques, most of them were repeated techniques, and did not have much value. After flipping through hundreds of books, there was no fan technique that could surprise Lin Shen. The techniques collected in the library on the second floor of the Celestial Clan are not very good. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. In fact, the techniques he practiced were too top-notch, and the techniques his opponents practiced were also top-notch techniques rarely seen in the universe. After seeing too many good things, it is naturally difficult to appreciate the slightly inferior ones. If these techniques are released, they are also the magical skills that many small tribes dream of. Why is the peacock fan technique of the Peacock Clan not here? Lin Shen looked around, but did not see the fan technique he had in mind. On second thought, even if there was, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts would not put the techniques of the Tianfei clan here for others to observe at will. After flipping through more than 100 books, he still did not find a book that he could appreciate. Lin Shen was too lazy to read anymore. Anyway, he did not rely on the fan to kill the enemy. There were sword techniques for defense and fists, and fingers for killing the enemy. He just wanted to practice the fan technique casually, so it didn't matter if he didn't have it. When he was about to walk out of the second floor door, he saw a familiar figure leaving the administrator's counter. It can't be said that the figure is familiar. Just looking at the mosaics on the body, there should be no one else who can appear in such a place except Tianfei. What is Tianfei doing here? Borrowing books or returning books? Lin Shen's heart moved, turned around and picked up a book of fan techniques, and then went to the counter. Because there are not many people who can come to the second floor, and there are not many people who borrow and return books, there are only 2 books on the counter. One book is Heaven Heart Sutra, and the other is 9 Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique. Heaven Heart Sutra is the internal version of the Tianren clan, not the kind of popular goods. There is no popular goods that can be collected on this floor. However, when Lin Shen saw the book of fan technique, he knew that this was the one that Tianfei borrowed. After all, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Heart Sutra is, Tianfei, who comes from the Peacock clan, should not practice the Heavenly Heart Sutra. Fan technique is very likely. After all, the Peacock clan is more proficient in fan techniques. I was wondering why I couldn't find this 9 Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique. How could it be here? Lin Shen picked up the book of fan technique and pretended to be surprised. The librarian looked at it and said, "It was just returned not long ago. Do you want to borrow it together? Then borrow it together." Lin Shen registered and borrowed both fan techniques. When he returned home, Lin Shen threw aside the other butterfly fan technique that he had picked up casually, and took the 9 Heavens Mysterious Fan technique that Tianfei had borrowed and started reading it. After taking a look, it was indeed different from the ones he had read before. It was a very powerful fan technique. There are 9 fan techniques in total, and each one is magical and unusual, especially the use of fan wind, which can be said to be unique. Lin Shen was overjoyed and just wanted to practice this fan technique. As a result, he found that this 9 Heavens Mysterious Wind fan technique was really difficult. The various changes were too complicated. Although there were only 9 styles, each style had thousands of changes. Just to remember these changes, Lin Shen spent a lot of effort. Before he finished memorizing one style, Lin Shen had already given up. He originally planned to practice the fan technique casually, so he didn't have the time and energy to devote all his energy to it. With this time and energy, he might as well practice the finger technique. After all, the finger technique that can point acupoints is his greatest reliance. As for the fan technique, even if he doesn't know the fan technique, it won't be a big problem to rely on the 10 styles of fan dance to fight the enemy. Lin Shen put the 9 Heavens Mysterious Fan technique aside, and when he saw the butterfly fan technique thrown aside, Lin Shen picked it up and flipped through it casually. It was indeed a relatively common fan technique. Just looking at the first few moves, you can tell that this fan technique is similar to many fan techniques, and does not have many characteristics. However, Lin Shen still resisted the urge to put it down and continued to flip through it. He borrowed the book that Tian Fei returned. If this matter fell into the ears of Tian Shu Emperor, it might arouse Tian Shu Emperor's suspicion. Maybe Lin Shen thought too much, but he would rather think more. If Tian Shu Emperor traced it down, he didn't even read the book he borrowed, but only read the Nine Heavens mysterious fan that Tian Fei returned. At that time, no matter how he explained, Tian Shu Emperor would probably have some doubts in his heart. To play the whole set, Lin Shen not only planned to finish reading this butterfly sword technique, but also prepared to practice it. At first, Lin Shen just took a look with a purpose, and there was indeed nothing particularly outstanding in the first part. But when he read the back, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this butterfly knife method that he took out casually actually had wonderful techniques that amazed him. Compared with the previous part, the butterfly knife method in the second half can be called a magical skill. Oh my god, who created this fan method? The first part is so mediocre, how come the latter part suddenly becomes magical? Lin Shen felt that the person who created the butterfly fan method must have a dual personality. The first part was created by one personality, and the latter part was created by another personality. The techniques before and after are not at the same level. If Lin Shen hadn't brought it back casually and read it for special reasons, I'm afraid he would not be able to read it after turning the first few pages. Lin Shen was more and more surprised. The butterfly fan method in the second half was simply a work of genius. I don't know who created such a fan method. In this book, there is no information about the author, not even a signature. Chapter 655. Not long after Lin Shen left the library, the curator came to the counter and asked, "What books did Dean Tian borrow?" Dean Tian borrowed 2 books, Nine Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique and Butterfly Fan Technique. The administrator checked and said. The curator didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He knew that Lin Shen's life base was a folding fan, so it was normal for him to borrow the fan technique. When the curator was about to leave, he heard the administrator say again, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique was just returned, and he borrowed it. Just returned? Who returned it? The curator asked subconsciously. It was Empress Tianfei. The administrator replied. The Nine Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique returned by Empress Tianfei? The curator reached out and took the borrowing record, flipped through it, and saw that it was the Nine Heavens Mysterious Fan Technique that Empress Tianfei borrowed. It was just returned today, and it was borrowed by Lin Shen in less than a few minutes. Coincidence? The curator returned to his office, thought about it, and contacted Anjie. Sir, do you think this is a coincidence? Said the curator. Whether it is a coincidence or not, it doesn't have to be a coincidence. Anjie said calmly, you don't know anything about this matter, and you don't have to worry about anything. I have my own arrangements. Putting down the communicator, Anjie smiled. This is an opportunity that comes to your doorstep. It can solve 2 problems at once. Lin Shen didn't know that someone had already arranged the script. He had already started practicing the butterfly fan method at home. The butterfly fan method is not as complicated as the Nine Heavens Mysterious Fan method. The key is the word throw. Lin Shen directly removed the first half and only practiced the second half. He threw the folding fan like a boomerang. Using the technique and strength, the folding fan that was thrown out can also fly back by itself. In fact, flying back is not the point, it is just practicing the technique of controlling the folding fan and the use of strength. The real power of the butterfly fan technique is that after the fan is thrown out, the special structure and technique of the fan itself can be used to make the folding fan fly in an unpredictable trajectory in the air. The folding fan is up and down, left and right, just like a butterfly dancing wildly in the wind, making it difficult to guess where it will fly to in the next moment. What Lin Shen finds most incredible is that the person who created this butterfly fan technique did not even know where the folding fan would eventually land when he threw it out. This is a technique that even the person who uses this method cannot fully control. Lin Shen is really interested in this technique. After practicing for a while, he can control the folding fan that he threw out to fly back. This is a pure use of skills, not letting the inherited fan fly back by itself. But being able to fly back is just the beginning of the butterfly fan technique. The real power is the final uncontrollable. Lin Shen even had a guess. Is it possible that if the butterfly fan technique is really practiced, can it restrain the prediction techniques of Tianbu Luo and Lao Tai? After all, even Lin Shen himself doesn't know where the fan will fly to. No matter how good the opponent is at prediction, it is impossible to predict such an inexplicable weird thing. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more motivated he was to practice, constantly practicing, and trying to control the flight trajectory of the folding fan. Disorder without order is useless, order must come first, and then disorder can play a role. If it was just a matter of waving it randomly, Then the butterfly fan technique would not be placed in the second level. Lin Shan must first have a strong control over the folding fan before he can really use the disordered butterfly fan method. Swinging the folding fan again and again, the flight trajectory of the inheritance fan became more and more bizarre, up and down, left and right, like a butterfly dancing around Lin Shan. The race ranking battle is still going on, but it has almost nothing to do with ordinary people. Ascendants like Lin Shan, even those at the Nirvana level, have no ability to watch the battles between immortals. The battle scenes basically start with a terrifying light explosion and end with a terrifying light explosion. Some meteorites and planets are blown up from time to time in the middle. When the immortals move, you can't even see their figures. It's too fast. Except for the battles of those Nirvanas with lower rankings, which are still a bit watchable, the battles between immortals can only see the ranking changes. The rankings in front of the universe are too far away for Lin Shan, and even for the entire human race, they are a distant dreamlike distance. Lin Shan was not in the mood to care about who was the best in the universe. He just practiced the butterfly fan technique. The folding fan in his hand became more and more agile, like a butterfly flapping its wings to fly. "Where did you see the statue?" The communicator vibrated. It was a voice message from the eldest sister Lin Miao. After Lin Shan came out of the Golden Buddha temple, he sent the image of the wood carving to the eldest sister, wanting her to identify whether the other puppet was carved by the second brother. Maybe the eldest sister was busy with work before, and did not reply to his message until now. Is that sculpture the second brother? Lin Shan heard the tone of his elder sister, and felt that this might be a possibility. It looks a bit like him. Where did you get this wood carving? The Shaoyin carved on it should be about 20 years old. You should not have seen him. Lin Miao's voice message came again soon. Lin Shan quickly told his elder sister about his visit to the Golden Buddha temple, and sent the wood carving of Lao Tai that he had taken to his elder sister. Eldest sister, it seems that Lao Tai is not the second brother. Lin Shan said. Not necessarily. Lin Miao sent voice messages in succession. According to the Master of Salvation, he saw your second brother first, and then saw Lao Tai again after many years. Maybe something happened in the meantime, which changed your second brother's appearance, so that the Master of Salvation recognized them as two people. In fact, they are both your second brother, but one is your second brother 20 years ago, and the other is your second brother more than 20 years later. Well, it seems that there is no problem with that. Lin Shan thought about it, and it was possible. But in this case, it would be more difficult for him to prove that Lao Tai was not the second brother. Xiaowu, don't be so suspicious. I have talked a lot with your second brother recently. There are many things that only your second brother knows. He must be your second brother, there is no mistake. The eldest sister said very confidently. I know, eldest sister. Lin Shan was a little helpless. He also hoped that Lao Tai was the second brother, and hoped that the second brother was still alive, but the gap between the two was too big. He had to figure things out, and couldn't just recognize his brother in such a muddle. What if Lao Tai was not the second brother? If he gave up looking for the second brother now, wouldn't it be unfair to the real second brother? What's more, the third brother and the fourth brother are still trying to avenge the second brother. Lin Shan wants to contact them, but he doesn't have their contact information, so it's difficult to contact them. Lin Shan really wanted to go to the Diamond Tribe and find his third brother to explain the matter clearly, but unfortunately the Tianren Tribe and the Diamond Tribe were hostile to each other, and he and the Diamond Tribe had a deep hatred. No matter what identity he went to the Diamond Tribe with, he would not survive. Chapter 656. Your second brother asked me to ask you, is it time for you to go to Nirvana? The elder sister sent another message. Is Lao Tai by your side? Lin Shan was speechless. If Lao Tai was by the elder sister's side, wouldn't Lao Tai have seen everything they just talked about? Do you think your sister is mentally retarded? The elder sister sent a message back, and Lin Shan was relieved. I have plans to go to Nirvana, but I haven't decided where to go. Lin Shan replied. Your second brother said that you should go to the ancient temple for Nirvana. The elder sister sent another message. It is the immortal land, and the risk is too great. Lin Shan was a little surprised that Lao Tai would recommend him to go there for Nirvana. Lin Shan suspected that Lao Tai was the ancient king who failed to reincarnate and rebuild. Even he himself failed, so how could he let himself go there? The elder sister sent a video communication directly, and Lin Shan chose to accept it. The communicator immediately projected a holographic image, and the elder sister and Lao Tai appeared opposite Lin Shan. Xiaowu, you have been to the ancient temple, so you should know the power of the ancient temple. If you achieve Nirvana there, the Nirvana attribute you obtain will be unique and extremely powerful. Lao Tai said directly. Did you achieve nirvana there? Lin Shen took this opportunity to ask the question he wanted to know. Yes. Lao Tai said directly. I achieved nirvana there, just before I went to the alien planet to find you, when I passed by there. Lin Shen calculated and thought, that's right, when Lao Tai just came out of the tree, he should have been an ascender, and later when he went to the alien planet from Hulu Mountain, he was promoted to the nirvana level. But there is a problem. Lin Shen has always thought that Lao Tai's body became half human and half iron, because of too many nirvanas. But now he knows that he was like this when he was flying and upgrading, so it was not because of nirvana that he became like this. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was that if Lao Tai was really the reincarnation of the Ancient Realm King, since he could easily succeed in nirvana, how could the Ancient Realm King have problems? Are they the same person? Or am I really too suspicious, and Lao Tai is not the reincarnation of the Ancient Realm King at all, and he is just the second brother? Lin Shen thought a lot at once, but he couldn't figure it out. The power of the immortal land is too strong. I'm afraid I can't make it, and become a non-human. To be honest, Lin Shen was a little tempted. Since Lao Tai could successfully achieve nirvana there, he should also have a chance to succeed, but he didn't want to take risks. I have a secret method that can help you succeed in nirvana there, Lao Tai said. Secret method? What secret method? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. A secret method to train the power of consciousness. When you are in nirvana in the ancient temple, the most important thing is your power of consciousness. As long as your consciousness is not lost, it is almost impossible to fail, Lao Tai said. Where did you learn this secret method? Lin Shen asked with a strange look. It has always been in my mind. I only remember that there is such a secret method, but I can't remember where I got it from. Lao Tai shook his head. Lin Shen was a little doubtful just now, whether he had made a wrong judgment. Maybe Lao Tai was really just the second brother, not the reincarnation of the ancient king. But when he heard that Lao Tai had such a secret method, he felt that it was more likely that Lao Tai was the ancient king. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Lao Tai knew the way to the ancient temple, and there was actually such a secret method? No matter how you think about it, it seems to be specially prepared. Lao Tai told Lin Shen the secret method of training consciousness power. After listening to it, Lin Shen suddenly felt a headache. This secret method of training consciousness power is too inhumane. First hit, then freeze, and then burn. Lin Shen doesn't think this is a secret method of cultivation, but it looks like the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Lao Tai told him that if you want to make your consciousness power stronger, you must go through all kinds of hardships, otherwise you will never be strong. Alas, this secret method doesn't sound suitable for me. Lin Shen is unwilling to suffer unless he is forced hard. Only those who endure hardships can become superior people. If you want to achieve nirvana in the ancient temple, you must practice this secret method to make your consciousness power stronger, Lao Tai said. Give it a try. After ending the communication with Lao Tai, Lin Shen felt a little complicated. Now that Lao Tai is getting closer and closer to them, what will happen if they find out that Lao Tai is not the second brother? I hope so. Lin Shen sighed and went to find Wei Wufu. He had to try to see if he could master Lao Tai's secret method. If he could really achieve nirvana in the immortal land, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. Before, he was afraid that the risk was too great and something might happen, so he didn't dare to think about it. Now that he knew that Lao Tai could do it, his mind became active. Lin Wan has been very depressed recently. She thought that after becoming the dean's assistant, she would have many opportunities to get close to Lin Shen. Who knew that since she became the assistant, she has not seen Lin Shen a few times. Dean Lin Shen only comes to Tianshi Academy a few times a month, and he has never seen the head of any organization like Lin Shen. Every time Lin Shen sees her, he asks her to be his sparring partner. However, other people in Tianshi Academy like this dean very much, because Lin Shen almost always gives money every time he comes to the academy recently. Although it is to make up for the previous salary and benefits, it is enough to move them. After so many years, they finally see what the salary looks like. Only Lin Wan, the assistant, seems to be unusually embarrassed. She is not here to get a salary. Is this how assistants are used? Lin Wan feels that her understanding of assistants seems to be different from Lin Shen's. Lin Wan feels that she can't continue like this. She must think of a way to get close to Lin Shen. Otherwise, she is wasting time in Tianshi Academy, and her time is not meant to be wasted. When he was selecting an assistant, I thought he was a pervert. How come after becoming his assistant, there was no movement? Lin Wan used to worry that Lin Shen would make some excessive demands on her, and whether he would turn against her at that time. But the result was completely different from what she thought. Lin Shen did not do anything to her at all, and he could not even see her recently. No, I have to take the initiative to find an opportunity. Lin Wan thought about it, and decided to go to Lin Shen's place to find him. Lin Wan came to Lin Shen's residence. She knew that Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu also lived here. When she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly had an idea in her mind. Listen to what they are doing first. Lin Wan's ears moved slightly, and her hearing became stronger. She immediately heard some strange sounds coming from inside. Don't be so hard. I can't stand it. Chapter 657. Lin Wan's hand, which was about to knock on the door, suddenly froze in the air, and her face became extremely strange. She could tell that the voice belonged to Lin Shen. Many unbearable images appeared in Lin Wan's mind, but she felt that it was unlikely, so she listened carefully again. Just what she heard made her heart beat faster. Lin Wan thought of Lin Shen's indifference to her, and suddenly she felt a little enlightened. Lin Wan put down her hand and left silently. This discovery made her originally prepared words seem so inappropriate and disrupted her plan. She had to go back and think about it carefully and come up with a new plan. In the backyard, Wei Wufu held the mace spirit base and smashed Lin Shen's body again and again, smashing Lin Shen's skin and flesh. Despite the heart-wrenching pain, Lin Shen did not feel the state of separation of consciousness and physical pain mentioned in the secret method. Stop! Stop hitting me! Lin Shen couldn't stand the pain and stepped back to stop Wei Wufu from hitting him. Old Wei, this method won't work. If you keep hitting me, I won't be able to practice the secret method. I'm almost being tortured into a mental illness. Lin Shen activated the super base, recasting to repair his injured body. Lao Tai's secret method was too abnormal. It was not enough to just be beaten. He had to be able to feel the extreme pain. Lin Shen could only use his body to be beaten. As a result, the secret method was not practiced. He was afraid of being beaten first. And this was only the most basic step in the secret method. After practicing until the pain of being beaten could no longer shake Lin Shen's will, he had to go to extremely low temperatures to experience a mental state that was infinitely close to death. There were more terrible painful stimulations such as burning and scraping bones, and Lin Shen felt that he could not hold on at all. Endure. Lao Wei said only one word, raised the mace, and was about to continue smashing. It's not that I don't want to endure, but there is no need to endure. Lin Shen hurriedly said, think about it. Even if I can hold on, when I reach the freezing stage, my body resistance can adapt to the extreme low temperature, and freezing can't put me in a state close to death, so I can't practice this secret method at all. There is really no need. Lao Wei thought about it, and felt that what Lin Shen said made sense, so he put down the mace spirit base. Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat down, and the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that I can't go this way, so I can only think of other ways. Lin Shen said. Change. Try. Lao Wei handed the mace spirit base to Lin Shen, meaning that he wanted Lin Shen to beat him, and he would try to practice this secret method. Lin Shen took the spirit base, and saw that Lao Wei had taken off his shirt, revealing his steel-like muscles and broad chest. Lao Wei, hold on. Lin Shen held the mace with both hands, and swept it across Lao Wei's chest. Lao Wei did not use his strength to resist, and the spikes of the mace pierced directly into his body, and dense wounds suddenly appeared on his muscles. After walking for a while, Lin Wan wondered if she had misunderstood Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked quite normal, and Wei Wufu was full of masculinity. Even if Lin Shen had problems, Wei Wufu would definitely not have problems. Thinking of this, Lin Wan pricked up her ears and listened again. Even though she was far away from Lin Shen's residence, with her ability and skills, she could still hear clearly. Use hard. This time, Lin Wan heard Wei Wufu's voice, and then the muffled groan that made people imagine infinitely. Lin Wan stopped the skill, his face turned extremely ugly, and he muttered as he walked, "What's wrong with this world? I have been asleep for too long. This world has become something I can't understand." Lin Wan no longer doubted and left quickly. She even had an impulse to leave Tien Shiyuan immediately, and never see Lin Shen and Wei Wufu again. She felt that she was already perverted enough, but she didn't expect that there were people who were more perverted than her, making her a pervert feel perverted. Lin Shen looked at Lao Wei's bloody chest and back, and could only admire Lao Wei for being really patient. The mace hit the bloody back directly, and Lin Shen felt pain just by looking at it, but Lao Wei just groaned and asked Lin Shen to use more force. The people who beat people felt weak in the hands and legs when they saw the rotten meat, but Wei Wufu seemed to be fine. However, judging from his bloodless face, it was probably not as easy as he said. When Lao Wei said that he could feel the feeling of consciousness and flesh being separated as mentioned in the secret method, Lin Shen was not jealous at all. This kind of pain is simply not something that humans can endure. Lao Wei deserves to be able to practice it. Lao Wei, this thing is suitable for you, so you should practice it. Lin Shen thought it would be good if Lao Wei could achieve nirvana in the ancient temple. It can make Lao Wei have a strong nirvana attribute, and can also complete the task assigned by Wei Changqing, so that Lao Wei can achieve nirvana outside the mother planet. I am useless. You practice. Lao Wei shook his head. Lin Shen understood what he meant. He still wanted to return to his mother planet for nirvana, and would not choose to achieve nirvana in the ancient temple. Lin Shen knew that persuasion would not work, so he said, practice first. After you have practiced, tell me if there is any quick method. I can't bear this pain. Please help me find a simpler way. Okay. Wei Wufu agreed this time. Being able to separate his consciousness from the pain of the body is considered to be the entry point. The next step is to enter the second step of freezing. Lin Shen found an ultra-low temperature planet, and took Wei Wufu there. Wei Wufu did not use any strength to resist the terrifying low temperature, and slept directly in the ice pit. The temperature in his body was quickly taken away. At first, he felt very cold, but later he didn't seem to feel cold anymore, and seemed to be very hot. Lin Shen watched from the side. He was wearing a shell to resist freezing, but he still felt very cold. Fortunately, the theory of evolution was running wildly, allowing him to gradually adapt to the extreme cold here. Seeing Wei Wufu about to fall asleep, Lin Shen knew that if he really fell asleep, he would really die. He wanted to pull Wei Wufu out, but Wei Wufu only said one word, wait. Every time Lin Shen wanted to pull him out, Wei Wufu asked him to wait, but the voice became weaker and weaker, like a dream talk when he couldn't open his eyes at all, and was about to fall asleep. Until Lin Shen could no longer hear Wei Wufu saying wait, Lin Shen hurried down to call Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu didn't move and didn't answer him. Old Wei. Lin Shen was afraid that Wei Wufu was really frozen to death, so he hurriedly got him out. His heartbeat and breathing were gone, which made Lin Shen's scalp numb, for fear that he would not wake up. Fortunately, after Lin Shen's rescue, Wei Wufu's heart beat again, and he gradually woke up. The soul has left the body. This was the first sentence that Old Wei said after he woke up. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that Old Wei had felt the step of the soul leaving the body, as mentioned in the secret method. Chapter 658. Wei Wufu challenged the limits of life again and again. Lin Shen, who was just watching from the side, felt that his heart was about to be blocked. This secret method is too abnormal. Every time it pushes people to the brink of life and death. Wei Wufu actually survived again and again. Lin Shen felt frightened without trying it himself, but Wei Wufu continued again and again. The key is that Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu was not practicing for himself. In Wei Wufu's view, this was to help him, Lin Shen. How could there be such a person in the world? God must have forgotten to give him the power of selfishness before letting him come to this world. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu's attempts again and again with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Wei Wufu's talent was good enough. The secret method that Lin Shen was afraid of actually let Wei Wufu practice it. Wait, research, quick success. Wei Wufu, who had mastered the secret method, plunged into the study room, wanting to study a method that could practice the secret method without suffering so much. Lin Shen smiled bitterly, and could only let Wei Wufu go. He was thinking about how to persuade Wei Wufu to go to the ancient temple for nirvana. He couldn't think of any solution for a while. However, Lin Shen had nothing to do recently, and had practiced the butterfly fan technique almost to perfection. Lin Shen finally understood why the highest level of the butterfly fan technique was uncontrollable, because he could absolutely control the flight trajectory of the folding fan. But what could really control the folding fan was not only his strength and skills, but also the influence of the world on the folding fan. General techniques would try to reduce the influence of external factors. For example, if you want to increase your movement speed, in addition to your own strength and speed, the most important thing to overcome is the obstruction of airflow. Almost 99% of the techniques have to overcome this problem, but the butterfly fan technique makes airflow a part of it. There are unexpected changes in the world. Even the celestial race with extremely high technological capabilities cannot accurately predict the arrival of wind, rain, snow and frost. This is because the principle of the chaos pendulum is like the butterfly effect. A small change may produce unexpected changes. The world is not so easy to predict. The butterfly fan technique is like this. When Lin Shen throws the folding fan out, everything has been handed over to the will of heaven, and is no longer under Lin Shen's control. That's why Lin Shan thinks that the butterfly fan technique can break the unity of heaven and man. The unity of heaven and man can predict all of Lin Shan's behaviors, but once the butterfly fan technique is used, the folding fan is thrown out and has nothing to do with Lin Shan. No matter how powerful the unity of heaven and man is, it can only predict Lin Shan's behavior, and it is impossible to predict all changes in the world. Of course, it is not ruled out that Tian Renhai is really powerful enough to predict all changes in the world. So, Lin Shan planned to find Tianbulu to try his butterfly fan method to see if he could break his Tian Renhai. He contacted Tianbulu, and Tianbulu asked him to wait a moment. He wanted to compete for the ranking of weapons, and asked Lin Shan if he wanted to go with him. Lin Shan was not interested in the ranking. His level was too low. Even if he was on the list, he could not compete for the king position. He told Tianbulu that he was waiting for him at Biyuju, and Lin Shan was a little bored and fanned himself to pass the time. He has a strong control over the fan. The folding fan in his hand is like a real butterfly, flying around him, and eventually returning to his hand. It is pure skill control. When Tianbulu came to Biyuju to find him, his face was not very good. What's wrong? Lin Shan asked in confusion. What kind of broken scoring mechanism is that? He only gave me 3.1 points for my powerful swordsmanship. I can't even squeeze into the top 100. Tianbulu said depressedly. I also think the scoring of the weapon ranking list is a bit too much. Lin Shan felt the same way. He also felt that his blood life swordsmanship should not be only 3.5 points. His sword energy is so strong, how could it be only 3.5 points? Alas, there is no one in the entire universe who can break through 3.5 points. I don't know what kind of swordsmanship that boxing god has, and he can get a score of 3.5. I really want to see it. Tianbulu said with some yearning. We see about that later. You should take a look at my fan technique first. Lin Shan let something slip, but unfortunately Tianbulu didn't hear it. Okay. Tianbulu nodded slightly. He also wanted to see what kind of fan technique Lin Shan had mastered. You use the unity of man and nature. Lin Shan summoned the inherited fan and said. Tianbulu smiled and said, I've seen your fan technique. It can be said that there is no technique. It relies purely on the skills and strength of your life. How long have you been practicing? How strong can you be? You don't need me to use the unity of man and nature. That's fine. Lin Shan didn't waste any words. He opened the folding fan directly, shook his wrist, and threw it to Tianbulu. Tianbulu didn't care at first, but when he saw the folding fan going up and down, left and right in the air, and had no idea where it was going to attack, he was shocked and quickly entered the state of unity of heaven and man. What surprised Tianbulu even more happened. Unity of heaven and man turned out to be wrong. When the mysterious force pulled his hand to grab the folding fan slanted away and passed through his waist, leaving a crack on his clothes. Your fan is a bit strange. Tianbulu stared at the inheritance fan that Lin Shan called back with his hand. It's not that my fan is strange, it's that my fan method is powerful. Lin Shan laughed and was in a good mood. As he guessed, the butterfly fan method could restrain unity of heaven and man. At least it could restrain Tianbulu's unity of heaven and man. Try it again. Tianbulu didn't believe in evil and asked Lin Shan to try again. As a result, this time, the unity of heaven and man made Tianbulu mispredicted again, and he still failed to catch the folding fan flying in the air. It was just that the folding fan was flying around, and Lin Shan could not control its trajectory, but only controlled its approximate direction. Although these two attacks hit Tianbulu, they did not cause much damage to him. They just slipped by his side and tore his clothes. There was no other way. If Lin Shan could completely control the trajectory of the folding fan, then the unity of heaven and man would be able to determine the trajectory of the folding fan. There are naturally advantages and disadvantages. Using the butterfly fan method is like buying a lottery ticket. Once Lin Shan goes all out and lets go of the control of the folding fan, everything is up to fate. After practicing with Tianbulu for a morning, Lin Shan discovered a major problem with the butterfly fan method. The destructive power of this fan technique is too poor. Even with the skill of the inherited fan itself, the destructive power is pitifully weak. Because it needs the influence of external factors, this influence itself will weaken the power of the folding fan, so the destructive power is seriously insufficient. Tianbulu does not use the heaven and god technique. He only needs to use a large-scale attack skill to blow the folding fan away. There is no need to judge its trajectory and landing point. Only then did Lin Shan understand why such a powerful fan technique was actually on the second level. It turned out that the defects were as obvious as its advantages. With such destructive power, it is okay to bully people who are weaker than Lin Shan. If you meet someone stronger than Lin Shen, this trick is of no use. Haha, brother Tian, your technique is useless. Tian Buluo laughed. Forget it, I won't practice it anymore. Lin Shen was very depressed. There was no point in practicing it. If this problem was not solved, the butterfly fan technique would not have much practical value after all. Seeing that Lin Shen was in a depressed mood, Tian Buluo stopped teasing him and said goodbye. I practiced for a long time, but it turned out to be a useless thing. It was a waste of time. Lin Shen swung it a few times, but it was still difficult to increase the destructive power of the folding fan. Lin Shen caught the folding fan that flew back and closed it directly. He didn't want to practice anymore. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought, the swinging technique of the butterfly fan is actually a bit similar to the technique of my slag knife technique. If the top of the fan bone is regarded as a sawtooth, can I use the folding fan to use the slag knife technique? Chapter 659. It is obviously not an easy task to integrate the slag knife skills into the butterfly fan method. Lin Shen tried several times, and found that either the sawing effect was not used or the butterfly fan method could not produce unpredictable effects. After practicing for a while, I felt that it should work, but it was a bit difficult to use it in practice. Lin Shen had an idea and used the mechanical watch to teleport to the Qiyu temple, and then found the fan system rankings. After all, there are only a few people who use fans. If the score is not high, maybe I have a chance to impact the ranking of the fan system. If I can get the Fan King talent, with the fan skill bonus, it should be easier to practice. Lin Shen checked and found that the Fan King score of the fan system was only 2.9, and it didn't even break 3 points. It can only be said that the fan system is indeed unpopular. The popular knife, sword, gun and other systems are now not ranked in the top 100 with 3 points. Give it a try, maybe it will work. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan rankings and demonstrated the butterfly fan technique in front of the statue. He had no idea how many points the butterfly fan technique could score. If he couldn't get the position of the Fan King, he could only practice slowly by himself. After Lin Shen used the butterfly fan technique, the score given on the ranking list was 3.1, and he'd barely climbed to the position of the Fan King. The shortcomings of the butterfly fan technique are too obvious, otherwise it shouldn't be only 3.1 points. Lin Shen regained the blessing of the Fan King talent, and when he used the fan, he felt like he was assisted by God. Taking advantage of the blessing of the Fan King talent, Lin Shen continued to practice integrating the sawing technique into the butterfly fan technique. After practicing for a while, he really achieved some results. When the folding fan flew in the air, the violent rotation made it like a circular saw, which could easily saw through things blocking it, and its destructive power increased greatly. Lin Shen kept practicing and modifying some techniques of the butterfly fan technique, trying to retain the part of the butterfly effect, and then better integrate the slag knife technique. After practicing for an unknown number of times, Lin Shen threw out the folding fan again. The folding fan went up and down in the air, high and low, flying strangely, and it was like a circular saw with a strong cutting force. Crack! The metal pile opposite Lin Shen was cut by the folding fan during the rotation. The folding fan seemed to be unaffected, and flew back and landed in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand, and shook it lightly in front of his chest, feeling very good. My life base is finally no longer a decoration. Lin Shen was in a good mood and felt that there was still room for improvement in the butterfly fan technique. When he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and continue to practice and modify it, he suddenly felt weak and the talent of the Fan King was gone. Lin Shen frowned slightly and teleported to the Qiyu temple to find that the position of the Fan King had indeed been replaced by someone. His title of Fist God has fallen to second place, and the first place is the person who ranked first with 2.9 points before, and his name on the list is Qiuyu. Qiuyu's score is now 3.2, 0.1 points higher than Lin Shen, and he once again occupies the position of Fan King. If it were normal, Lin Shen would not bother to compete with him, but this time Lin Shen needs to use the talent of Fan King to bless him, and he can't just give up the first place. Lin Shen chose to challenge the ranking again, and used the butterfly fan technique on the statue. The butterfly fan technique, which already has a cutting effect, made up for the previous defects, and the score soared directly to 3.5, taking the ranking of Fan King again. I should be able to practice for a while this time. Lin Shen saw that his fan skill score had reached 3.5, and he felt that this time it should be more stable. There are not many people who practice fan skills, and it is not as popular as sword skills. His sword skills are 3.5, and he can occupy the position of Sword King for so long in such a popular system. The fan system's 3.5 should also be able to maintain it for a while. Lin Shen left the Qiyu temple, and went back to study and practice his butterfly fan skills. Because the fan is too niche, not many people pay attention to this ranking, and few people have yet to find that the fan has also appeared with a score of 3.5. In the Imperial Palace, Qinfei felt as if something was missing in her body, and frowned slightly. The talent of the Fan King is gone again, and someone else has taken away the talent of the Fan King? Qinfei hesitated for a while, but still chose to go to the small temple. At a glance, she found that the position of the Fan King had indeed changed. The person who took away the position of the Fan King was still the Fist God. Qinfei saw the score behind the Fist God and found that it was 3.5 points, and she couldn't help but be slightly startled. This Fist God, his sword skills are 3.5 points, and his fan skills are also 3.5 points. It is not possible to practice both weapons to such a level overnight. I wonder which immortal is this? When Tianfei was thinking, someone also discovered the abnormality of the fan ranking. Once someone discovered it, it would spread quickly. The Fist God exerted his strength again and regained the position of the Fan King. The second 3.5 score appeared in the ranking list, and it turned out to be him. Is the 3.5 score the ceiling of the score? The fake score is 100, and the real score is 3.5. The sword and the fan are both excellent, and the Fist God is crowned the king of both disciplines. The Fist God really exists. Originally, being crowned the king of the fan discipline was not a big deal, but because of the name of the Fist God and the score of 3.5, it soon spread throughout the universe. People were discussing who the Fist God was, and he actually got another score of 3.5, and in a different discipline. Others who practice one weapon could hardly get a score of 3.5, but the Fist God actually practiced two weapons and got a score of 3.5, which was too strong. Now most people have determined that the Fist God must be an old monster of the immortal level. Except for the immortal level, who has so much time and energy to practice weapons of different disciplines, who would practice two completely unrelated techniques for no reason. A guy who calls himself the Fist God does not deserve the title of the Sword King. A man from the celestial race came to the Chiyu Temple and looked at the word Fist God on the sword discipline ranking with disdain. Angjia also came to Chiyu Temple, and he chose the sword system. Choosing to challenge the sword system ranking, Angjia drew his sword from his waist and slashed it out with a smooth and flowing sword. This sword was so fast that the person who was fast could not see the trajectory of the sword at all. When you saw the sword light, the sword had already returned to the sheath. Angjia's sword technique is called See the Light and Die. When you see the light of his sword, the person is already dead, so there is this title. However, this is the name Angjia gave to his sword technique himself. No one can give his sword technique a nickname, because people who have seen his sword technique are basically dead. After the sword was completed, Angjia looked at the ranking list and estimated how many points his sword technique could get. Seeing the score on the ranking list clearly, Angjia smiled faintly. Although it is lower than expected, it is enough. The ranking of the sword system ranking list has changed. The Fist God, who had always occupied the first position, fell to the second place. The name of the Sword King became Tianhe, with a score of 3.7. Chapter 660. The appearance of the 3.7 score immediately caused a sensation. Many people originally thought that the score of 3.5 might have been the limit of the real score. Now the score of 3.7 suddenly appeared, which immediately made everyone realize that 3.5 was not the limit of the score. The name of Tianhe also spread throughout the universe in a short period of time. People are speculating who this Tianhe is, whether it is real or fake. If it is a real name, the surname Tian is the most common in the Tianan clan. However, it is more likely to be a fake name. The two words Tianhe are obviously taken from the harmony of time, place and people. Tianhe, you are so arrogant, you think you have all the best in the world. He really has the capital, the only 3.7 rating in the universe. 3.7? How did he do it? Even Sha Qianpa's Tiger Soul sword technique is not up to 3.5. Does the Fist God have a chance to surpass him? It's unlikely. The Fist God can practice both techniques to 3.5 points, which is already strong enough. It's impossible for him to have hidden strength. I think this 3.7 rating will not be surpassed in a short time. Angjia looked at the various news on the internet, his eyes full of contempt. Ignorant inferior race, your so-called ceiling is just the floor. Angjia was reading all the praises about him online, but suddenly found that the comments suddenly changed direction. Someone got a score of 3.8. Angjia frowned slightly and followed the comments to check the news. Sure enough, the latest news was all about a guy named Qiuyu, who defeated the Fist God and took the position of Fan King in the fan ranking, and his score was 1 point higher than his 3.7, reaching an astonishing 3.8 points. Who is it? You chose this time to give such a score. Are you provoking me? Ange's eyes were a little cold. He naturally knew that the real top powerhouses in the universe had not yet been listed, and most of them were participating in the race ranking war. The current ranking was far from the real ranking. Those who were listed at this time were basically small fights, and the real ranking would not really begin until the race ranking war was over. It was just that someone wanted to compete with him at this time, and Angehi did not intend to indulge him. Angehi went to the Chiyu temple again, chose to challenge, and used the Seed Light Death sword technique again. The same sword technique seemed to have no change, but this time his score came to 3.9, which was 0.1 more than Chiyu. This 0.1 is not Angehi's limit, but it shows his horror. He can obviously be stronger, but he controlled it to only 0.1 more than Chiyu. The connected scores have repeatedly set new highs, making the whole universe boil. Many people have seen that Tianhe seems to be competing with Chiyu. Just when people were wondering whether Chiyu would respond, they found that Chiyu's score had also changed, directly reaching 4.0. It turns out that there are not only techniques in the universe that are higher than 3.5, but also far higher than that. The 100-point system can't really be true, right? What exactly is a 100-point technique like? Can Tianhe still turn the tables? For 0.0 is already high enough, it can't be higher. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes again. Tianhe is 4.1. The scores of Chiyu and Tianhe continued to rise, and it was obvious that they were competing with each other, and the whole universe had begun to revel. The 3.5 rating and the title of the boxing god have been forgotten. Tianhe and Chiyu are now the focus of the entire universe. People are speculating on who will win in this battle of points. Lin Shan doesn't care who will win in the end. His position as the Fan King has been taken away again, which makes him very unhappy. Originally, he wanted to take back the ranking, but seeing Chiyu's rating rising, he was not sure he could take it back, so he had to give up temporarily. Wait for me to practice again and kill you. The last two king talents were gone, and Lin Shan was a little depressed. He could only give up the talent blessing and practice honestly by himself. Without the talent blessing, Lin Shan's practice was not so smooth, but he also discovered some problems that he had not discovered before. Lin Shan modified it little by little, and he realized that the Blood Life Sword method did not necessarily have to be used with a sword, but could also be used with a fan. It's just that the moves need some modifications to make it more in line with the characteristics of the fan. The combination of Blood Life Sword technique and Butterfly Fan technique was very awkward at first, but the effect was surprisingly good. When Lin Shan turned around and used the sword, he thought that he could actually use the skills and theories of the Butterfly Fan technique. While Lin Shan was studying the techniques, Chiyu and Tianhe were still fighting for points. Their scores had soared to 4.3, and then they stopped. I don't know if they had reached their limit or had no intention of fighting anymore. There are not many masters who use fans. Could this Chiyu be that woman Tianfei? And Jie's face was gloomy. His death in the light sword technique had been used to its limit, and the score of 4.3 had no room for improvement. Chiyu's score was also 4.3, which made him a little bit unacceptable. If an immortal had such a score, Jie would not think there was anything wrong with it. But he suspected that Chiyu was Tianfei, so he couldn't accept it. He suspected Chiyu was Tianfei, and Tianfei also suspected that Tianhe was Jie. They had been fighting openly and secretly in the Tianren clan for many years. Tianfei knew Jie very well. The name Tianhe was very consistent with Jie's character, so she was also suspicious. It was because of this suspicion that Tianfei wanted to suppress the opponent's score, but in the end, she still couldn't win, but she didn't lose either. The score of 4.3 side by side is now the ceiling of the score. The score of the two people has become a carnival of the news media, with news and reports from time to time, as well as various speculations and analyses, which dazzled the people who watched. Until the score of the two people stopped at 4.3, the carnival continued. Now no one cares who the boxing god is, everyone just wants to know who Chiyu and Tianhe are. Lin Shan was in no mood to care about who got how many points, he was fighting with himself now. As Lin Shan practiced, he found that the butterfly fan technique didn't need him to control it at all. After he swung out the folding fan would change in the air by itself. So Lin Shan came up with an idea. After he swung out the folding fan, he used the Blood Life Sword technique to defend against the unpredictable changes of the folding fan. The butterfly fan technique can change at any time, and the changes are almost endless, which is just right for training the defensive ability of the Blood Life Sword technique. And the defense of the Blood Life Sword technique can in turn let Lin Shan know how to use the butterfly fan technique better. Chapter 661. Lin Shan was fighting with himself, but his fan and knife skills were constantly improving, and he was constantly modifying the details. His defense became more and more rigorous, and he was more and more adept at dealing with various emergencies. The changes of the folding fan in the air became more and more strange and unpredictable. This was not the result of Lin Shan's control, but the result of losing control. When Wei Wufu saw Lin Shan, he found that Lin Shan was holding a slag knife and a scabbard, fighting with the folding fan that was flying like a butterfly in the air. The folding fan actually brought about a rotating cutting energy. Although it was not as effective as the slag knife, it was already very terrifying. Quick! Success, Wei Wufu said when Lin Shan stopped. Have you really developed a quick method? Lin Shan's eyes widened. He was just looking for an excuse to let Wei Wufu practice that secret method. Who knew that Wei Wufu actually succeeded? Wei Wufu nodded, and then slowly told Lin Shan the plan he had in mind. It was too much trouble for Lin Shan to talk to him, so he found a paper and pen and asked Wei Wufu to write down his thoughts. Wei Wufu wrote and drew on the paper, and Lin Shan understood what Wei Wufu meant after watching for a while. The essence of Lao Tai's secret method is to let the spirit transcend the constraints of the body, and not be affected by the changes and pain of the body. But to achieve that level, you need to go through painful training again, and even embrace death again and again, so that you don't care about the pain of the body at all, and no longer fear death, as if you are looking at everything the body endures from a third-party perspective. In other words, if you don't want to become a non-human, then you must first stop looking at yourself as a human. This secret method, not to mention Lin Shan, there are not many people in the universe who can practice it. Wei Wufu has been thinking for so long these days, and finally he came up with a quick method, which is particularly simple. Anesthesia, bone scraping for healing is unbearable for most people, but if the body is anesthetized, everyone can bear the pain of bone scraping for healing. Of course, when nirvana, ordinary anesthetics are useless. Wei Wufu did not really let Lin Shan inject anesthetics. His idea was to directly cut off Lin Shan's nerves so that Lin Shan could not feel the pain, just like a vegetable. The mind is still there, but the body cannot be sensed. In this case, the body will complete nirvana, which will not affect his consciousness, and the power of nirvana can reshape his body. When nirvana is completed, his severed nerves will be restored. Lin Shan was stunned, and then directly denied Wei Wufu's idea. Old Wei, you should know clearly that the process of nirvana is the process of combining nirvana attribute particles with self particles. If I cannot control my own power, then the process of combination is uncontrollable. Then it is possible that nirvana attribute particles will become dominant, making my body completely inhuman, just like Tianju. Lin Shan patiently explained why he denied Old Wei's idea. The body can still control power, even if it loses perception. Wei Wufu wrote on the paper, and it seemed that he had thought about this problem. Lin Shan had no choice but to continue reading. Although Wei Wufu's method seemed very risky, if it was really as he imagined, it would be a way. But how can you cut off the nerves and lose the ability to perceive the body, but still be able to control the power in the body? Lin Shan was still a little puzzled. I do the surgery, and cut off the nerves in your spine with one knife. Wei Wufu wrote. Yeah, it sounds reliable. But I don't plan to achieve nirvana recently. I haven't decided whether to go to the ancient temple for nirvana. Let me think about it. By the way, I'm going to challenge the weapon rankings. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm leaving first. Lin Shan fled away. It's not that he didn't believe in Wei Wufu's swordsmanship and controllability. The key is that anyone who heard this operation would be afraid. Lin Shan is just an ordinary person, and he is also afraid. However, what Wei Wufu said made Lin Shan feel that he should be able to survive the process of nirvana in the superbase form. In the superbase form, his body is completely crystallized, and he basically can't feel any pain, so he should be able to achieve the same effect. Maybe I can really achieve nirvana in the ancient temple. Should I take the path of double nirvana? Lin Shan teleported to the Chiyu temple. He took a look at the rankings and found that the rankings of the sword and fan systems have reached 4.3, which is much higher than his previous 3.5 points. It seems to be much higher, but in fact it is only 0.8 points higher, which is not much. It is only because the scores at this time are very low that 4.3 points will appear very high. I wonder how many points my fan and sword skills can get now. Lin Shan felt that his sword and fan skills had made great progress, and the scores should be higher than before, but he was not sure whether he could reach 4.3 points. Then give it a try. Lin Shan chose to challenge the sword ranking list first. His Bloodlife sword technique has been tempered by the unpredictable butterfly fan technique, and his defense has become more and more perfect. Just standing there with the sword in hand gives people a feeling of being immovable, as if he can respond to all changes with the same attitude. When Lin Shen's score came out, the ranking list changed again. Tianhe, with a score of 4.3, was kicked down from the position of Sword King and fell to the second place. The first place returned to the name of the boxing god again, and the score directly reached 5.0. Lin Shen did not expect that his sword technique score would be improved so much. With the nature of the Qiyu statue, he thought that he could only add a few tenths of a point at most. Try the butterfly fan technique again. Lin Shen chose to challenge the fan ranking list again. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Tianshu was playing chess with an old man of heaven. Emperor Tianshu was playing chess while watching the holographic projection, and said with a smile, "Tianhe should be Jia's child, he has practiced swordsmanship well. Children's toys are not worthy of such praise from the emperor." And he said modestly, but his eyes could not hide the pride of an old father. "As a father, you should not be modest for your son." Emperor Tianshu smiled and said, "Jia is gifted, eager for success and righteousness, likes to help others, and has achieved so much himself. When you and I are old, we will rely on young people like him to support our Tianren clan." And he was about to say something, but suddenly saw that the news in the projection had changed again. The boxing god. The boxing god is back to the top, and has regained the position of the Sword King. His rating, 5.0. The news anchor shouted at the top of his lungs. Chapter 662. The Fist God scored 5.0, directly widening the gap with Tianhe. The Fist God, who originally had a score of 3.5, suddenly increased his score by 1.5, 0.7 points more than Tianhe, who had increased his score several times in a row. What? It turns out that Tianhe and Qiuyu are just chickens fighting each other. Haha, they fought hard for 0.1 points for a long time, but the Fist God jumped and easily won the score of 5.0. The Fist God is a bit scary, his strength is unfathomable. When Anjie saw this news, his pupils shrank involuntarily. He had already used his sword skills to the extreme, and the highest score was 4.3, and there was no way to improve it. The Fist God easily entered the 5-point mark, and the gap was obviously not a little bit. The opponent's sword skills were much stronger than his, so there could be such a big difference. The Fist God is indeed an old monster of the immortal level. Angehi didn't believe that there was anyone in the younger generation who was much better at swordsmanship than him, so he naturally thought that the Fist God was an old monster of the immortal level. The Fist God is interesting. The Emperor of Heavenly Art said with a smile, "Old one, do you think this Fist God is an old guy of the immortal level, or a newly appeared young man? I haven't seen him yet, so it's inconvenient to judge." And he said expressionlessly, "Just a random guess." The Emperor of Heavenly Art said, as he made his move, "I'm stupid and can't guess." And he still didn't change his expression at all. "I think this is a young man. Those old guys are more worldly wise than others, so they don't have a name like the Fist God." The Emperor of Tianshu said to himself, "Your Majesty is right." And he said, "Young people nowadays are amazing. They are all gifted and their skills are much better than ours. Do you remember when you and I were upgrading? We were like two fools, we didn't know anything and suffered a lot." The Emperor of Tianshu recalled the past with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty is wise but foolish, only I am really stupid." And he seemed to be touched. "It's the same. I still remember when we went to Dark Domain Star together. I heard that the Dark Domain blood there can strengthen the body and gain Dark Domain physique. As a result, we each drank several bowls, vomited and had diarrhea, and almost died." The Emperor of Tianshu smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, I drank 7 bowls, and you drank 6 bowls. As a result, I was fine the next day, but you couldn't get out of bed. Your Majesty, you remembered it wrong. I drank 8 bowls, 1 more than you, so it was more serious." And he corrected, "No matter how many bowls we drank, we were almost sent away that time. Fortunately, we found the Dark Realm Lotus Seed later. Not only did it heal our bodies, but it also turned a disaster into a blessing. We used the Dark Realm Lotus Seed to complete double nirvana." The Emperor of Heavenly Art slapped his head as he spoke, as if he remembered something. "Oh, I remember there is still 1 Dark Realm Lotus Seed left, right? 3 Lotus Seeds, 1 for me and the Emperor, yes, there is still 1 left." And nodded. "That thing has been put away for many years. Now there are so many strong people in the universe, and it has entered a prosperous era. There are endless geniuses in various races. We, the celestial race, should also cultivate the younger generation. That Lotus Seed is useless. Why not take it out and give it to the young people?" Emperor Tianshu said. "Who do you plan to give it to, Your Majesty?" And he paused for a moment while holding the chess piece, then returned to normal. After dropping the chess piece on the chessboard, he looked up at Emperor Tianshu. In terms of talent and ability, Jiahe is one of the best in my clan, and the Dark Realm Lotus Seed belongs to him. Emperor Tianshu said, Your Majesty, you dote on him too much. And he shook his head. He is your only son, and I have so many sons. To be honest, I think he is more important than my own sons. But as you said, if I give the Dark Realm Lotus Seed to him like this, it will inevitably be criticized by others. What will the people of the three families of Tian and Shi think of him? The wind will destroy the trees in the forest, so we must be on guard. Emperor Tianshu patted Yi's arm, his eyes full of emotion, like an old father who cares about his son. Your Majesty is worried that Jiahe is already at the Nirvana level, and the Dark Realm Lotus Seed is of little use to him. Your Majesty should look for another candidate. And he returned to his expressionless state. No problem, just start over. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts waved his hand and said, The evolutionary technique that Jiahe is practicing is the angel reincarnation technique that you have modified, right? It is only a matter of time before he starts over. After he is reincarnated, he will use the Dark Realm Lotus Seed to achieve double Nirvana, obtain the double Nirvana attribute, and then walk the immortal path. He will not be comparable to ordinary immortals. How about this? If I give it to him directly, it will inevitably cause controversy, so let's arrange a competition. All the young talents under my heavenly clan can participate in the competition, and the first place winner can receive a mysterious gift reward. With Jiahe's ability, he will definitely get the first place. What do you think, old one? Emperor Tianshu looked at Yi and asked. Your Majesty has thought it through. And Yi nodded slightly, showing no change in emotion. Then let's leave this matter to Tianshu Academy. Emperor Tianshu made the decision and settled the matter. While they were talking, the universe news ushered in a new wave of climax. Not long after the Fist God returned to the position of Sword King with a score of 5.0, he kicked Qiuyu down with a score of 5.0 and continued to be the king of the two lists. In addition to the title of the King of 100 Weapons, the Fist God is now ranked first in the three lists. This boxing god is really too strong. Who is this immortal? He didn't even leave his real name. This list should also include the name of the sword technique. It's clearly a sword technique, but we don't even know what it's called. This is not good. You don't understand. Sword techniques are used by people. The same sword technique can be used by the boxing god to get the title of Sword King. If you use it, I'm afraid you will even be on the list. Sword techniques are dead, people are alive. Sword techniques are powerful only when people are powerful. So knowing the person is enough. Knowing the name of the sword technique is useless. Now everyone has acquiesced that the boxing god must be an immortal level boss, and the younger generation has no intention of competing with the boxing god. Many young talents are still trying to break the 3.5 point threshold. Tianfei sensed that the Fan King's talent had disappeared again, and she was slightly startled. She quickly turned on the communicator and read the news, and then saw that the boxing god returned to the top of the double list with a crushing momentum of 5.0. Looking at the 5.0 rating, Tianfei no longer had the thought of fighting for it. If she fought for it, she might be able to improve the rating by 0.1 or 0.2, but it was impossible to reach 5.0. There was no point in fighting for it. When I become immortal, I will definitely regain the position of Fan King. Tianfei also felt that the Fist God should be an immortal level old monster. She did not have the capital to compete with him now. She could only wait until she was promoted to immortal in the future, and then compete with the Fist God to regain the position of Fan King. Chapter 663. Lin Shan regained the position of the Dual Kings, and practiced sword and fan skills, which was more effective. His sword and fan skills were constantly improving in his own confrontation, but over time, the improvement was very limited, not as fast as at the beginning. Dean Tian, the Emperor is back, and ordered you to go to the palace to meet the Emperor. Tian Songyun came to find Lin Shan, and asked him to go to the palace to meet the Emperor. Lin Shan did not dare to neglect it, and followed Tian Songyun into the palace again. But this time, the Emperor did not summon him in the Huakai Palace as before, but summoned Lin Shan in his bedroom and study. Lin Shan stood outside and glanced at him. There was a curtain between them, so he could not see what the Emperor looked like. It's broad daylight, and there are no concubines from the Imperial Palace here. Why do you draw a curtain? Lin Shan secretly complained in his heart. He has been in Zenith Star for so long, and has served as the Dean of Tianshu Academy. Others think he is the confidant of Emperor Tianshu, but Lin Shan thought carefully and realized that he had never seen what Emperor Tianshu looked like. After Lin Shan came in, Emperor Tianshu waved his hand, and everyone left, including Tian Songyun who brought him in. For a while, only Emperor Tianshu and Lin Shan were left in the study. Dean Tian. The majestic voice of Emperor Tianshu came from inside, and Lin Shan responded. I heard that you have been very motivated recently, and often go to the library to study. I wonder what you have learned. What Emperor Tianshu said made Lin Shan sweat instantly. Sure enough. Lin Shan secretly rejoiced in his heart, calmed down and said, I have learned sword and fan skills recently. Oh, what sword and fan techniques did you learn? Tianshu Emperor continued to ask. For sword techniques, I learned the greedy life and fear of death sword, and for fan techniques, I learned the butterfly fan technique. Lin Shan said. Butterfly fan technique? Isn't it the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique? Tianshu Emperor's voice was a little cold. You really can't hide anything from the Emperor. The Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique is very famous. I originally wanted to learn it and did borrow it, but after reading it, I felt that the fan technique was not suitable for me. On the contrary, the butterfly fan technique was very suitable for me, so I chose to practice the butterfly fan technique and threw the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique aside. I was just thinking about returning it when I have time. Lin Shan's palms were full of cold sweat. When he went to borrow the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique before, although he thought of this at the time, he didn't think so deeply. Tianshu Emperor is moody, and it is not impossible to get rid of him because of this. After all, they just wiped out a few stars from the sky because they didn't like them. What's the big deal about killing a person? I see. The voice of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts still made people feel a little cold. The name of butterfly sword technique is a little unfamiliar. How is your practice going? Lin Shan was a little entangled in his heart, but thinking of what Enlu said before, he immediately lowered his head and said, I have made some achievements. I went to Chiyu Temple to try it, and got 5.0 points. I am currently ranked first in the fan system. So you are the god of fist. I didn't expect that the person I chose is a 3-in-1 in the 3 systems of fist, sword, and fan. The sword technique on the list is the cowardly sword, right? The Emperor of Heavenly Arts said mockingly, but it was less cold. Lin Shan was secretly afraid. He estimated that Emperor Tianshu had long suspected that he was the boxing god. If he had not confessed just now, he would have found it difficult to gain Emperor Tianshu's trust. Maybe Emperor Tianshu really killed him, because he borrowed the Nine Heavens mysterious fan technique that Tianfei returned. Yes, I made some changes. The defensive strength is higher than before. Fortunately, I got a score of 5.0. Lin Shan said. At such a young age, you can distinguish between right and wrong, and know what is suitable for you, and what is not suitable for you. This is very good. Emperor Tianshu said lightly. Recently, I want to hold a competition in Tianshu Academy. Young talents in Zenith Star can participate regardless of their race. The final reward is a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. This matter is left to you. No matter what method you use, you must make this competition a complete success. I will do my best. I wonder what treasure the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is. Lin Shan asked. It's not about trying your best, but about getting it done well. If you can't even do this little thing well, you don't need to be the Dean of Tianshu Academy anymore. Tianshu Emperor snorted. Yes, I will definitely get it done. Lin Shan was thinking about what Tianshu Emperor meant. Tianshu Academy was only responsible for hosting this competition. As long as they arranged the competition, what was there to do well or not? The Dark Domain Lotus Seed is produced by a Nirvana-level genetically modified plant. It is between the Nirvana egg and the ashes of reincarnation. It has very special characteristics. Using the Dark Domain Lotus Seed as a medium can eliminate the hidden dangers of double Nirvana. Dean was able to achieve double Nirvana successfully because he used a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. When Lin Shan heard this, he felt as if his brain was about to explode. He was still a little dizzy when he left. Dean was able to achieve double Nirvana because of a Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Emperor Tianshu actually took out such a treasure as a reward for the competition. Lin Shan wondered if Emperor Tianshu had been possessed by someone, otherwise how could he be so generous? Lin Shan thought about it again, and knew that this matter was not that simple. He remembered that Emperor Tianshu had just said that the Dark Domain Lotus Seed would be the mysterious prize for the first place, and must not be revealed before the award ceremony. Considering what Emperor Tianshu had said before, asking him to make this competition a complete success no matter what, Lin Shan suddenly realized. This Emperor Tianshu meant that I must get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed back no matter what, right? But how can I do it? Use the privileges of the organizing committee to make unspoken rules and shady deals? Lin Shan felt that this path might not work. Although it was the Tianshi Academy that organized this competition, the strength of the Tianshi Academy is still too weak, and there is no way to compare with the Tian'an Academy. If he did something shady in the competition, I am afraid that those old guys in the Tian'an Academy would dare to take action in the Tianshi Academy and expose his past in order to let their own children seize the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. That's not right. The Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are a mysterious reward. No one knows that it is the reward for the first place. Who would compete for it? Lin Shan pondered for a moment, and knew that the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds must not belong to the Tianshu Emperor. He must have taken them out of necessity. There are also people competing with the Tianshu Emperor for this Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The person who can compete with the Tianshu Emperor. Can't it be Dean and E? Lin Shan suddenly had a headache. To steal the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds from Dean and E is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. The only good news is that the competition that Emperor Tianshu is going to hold has age and level requirements. Only the highest level Nirvana can participate. No matter how powerful Dean and E is, he can't participate on his own. So, I am also within the scope of participating. Emperor Tianshu just emphasized that people of all races can participate. Does he want me to participate on my own? Isn't this like being both a referee and a contestant? Even if I win, will others be convinced? Lin Shan thought to himself. Chapter 664. Lin Shan racked his brains, but couldn't think of a way to have the best of both worlds, so he had to contact Qinshuan for help. After listening to him, Qinshuan only asked Lin Shan one question. Are you sure you don't have celestial blood in your blood? No, I'm a pure human. Why are you asking this? Lin Shan asked doubtfully. Impossible, you must have celestial blood. Really not, our family must be all pure-blooded humans. You don't have celestial blood, you're not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu. Why would he give you such a huge benefit? Qinshuan said. What huge benefit? Isn't this a hard job? Lin Shan was stunned. He preconceived that Emperor Tian wanted to take back the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, so he didn't think about other aspects at all. Don't you understand? The Emperor of Heavenly Arts organized this competition so that you can take the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. This is a great benefit for free. He even gave you the right to referee in case you can't win. If you still can't get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, you can only blame yourself. Qinshuan said. Is that so? Don't I have to hand over the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds to him if I take them? Lin Shan couldn't believe that there would be such a good thing that fell from the sky. It made such a big fuss. Although no one knew that the final reward was the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds at the beginning, it still had to be announced when the winners were finally announced. Everyone knew who took the reward. Do you think the Emperor of Heavenly Arts would take it back? Besides, what use would he have with it? Qinshuan said. Give it to his children. Lin Shan still didn't believe that there would be such a good thing. That's why I said, could you be the illegitimate child of Emperor Tianshu? Otherwise, why would he give it to you? But it is certain that he cannot directly give the Dark Domain Lotus Seed to his children, and he does not think that his children can get it, otherwise it would not be your turn. Qinshuan paused and continued. According to this logical reasoning, among the competitors for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, there must be one person that even Emperor Tianshu is afraid of, and his children cannot beat him. Although there are a few people in the Tian'an clan who can make Emperor Tianshu afraid, the only one who can really compete with Emperor Tianshu and participate in the competition is Yi Sun in Jiahe. If my guess is correct, your main opponent this time is in Jiahe. He is not an easy person to deal with. The person he is dealing with is one of the top talents in the celestial race. He has a very high level of martial arts, and has many tricks. In addition, he is at the Nirvana level. You haven't reached Nirvana yet, so it's too difficult to defeat him. Tiansun laughed at this. That's right. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts asked you to be the referee, which means you can figure out a way by yourself, whether it's using the rules or any other means, but you can't let Njie take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. I think the Dark Domain Lotus Seed doesn't belong to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts at all. Originally, Njie should have been able to take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seed naturally. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts has made so many things just because he doesn't want Njie to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. In the end, I'm still a tool man. Lin Shan sighed. You don't want to be a tool man who can take away treasures, like the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, but there are many people who want to be. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts is good to you. Qinshuan asked again with a smile. Are you really not the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianshu? Do you think I have wings? Lin Shan said helplessly. Angehe is very powerful. If you have reached Nirvana level, you should have a great chance of defeating him. Now, you have to think of more ways. Let me ask Yexing and the others to help you. You can only figure out the rest by yourself, Tianquan said. After hanging up the call, Lin Shen felt refreshed. Just as Tianquan said, if he could keep the Dark Lotus seeds for his own use, then the problem of nirvana would be solved, and Lao Wei would not have to give him another blow. Can you customize a rule to kick Angehi out directly? Lin Shen really wanted to change the rules, so that those who have reached nirvana cannot participate in the competition, and only those who have ascended are allowed to participate. Thinking about it, he knew that this would definitely not work. If he changed it this way, his opponent would no longer be Angehi, but Dean and E. If I can't kick Angehi away, I change it to something more favorable to myself. I can bring a band when I go on stage. This shouldn't be a problem. Lin Shen thought about it, and set his sights on the competition venue. This kind of competition must not be held in the city of Zenith Star. Lin Shen plans to find a planet with a harsh environment so that he can maximize his skills. No, the use of spirit bases and pets must be prohibited, otherwise it will be too disadvantageous to upgrade quickly. Lin Shen was thinking about how to weaken the advantage of the Nirvana level as much as possible so that he could defeat Angehi. The schedule must also be arranged. First, find a few Nirvanas to consume Angehi, and by the way, test his bottom line to see how capable he is. Lin Shen suddenly felt that it was so cool to be both a referee and a contestant. No wonder so many people wanted to be related. Lin Shen came to Tianxia Academy and told her that the Emperor of Heaven was going to hold a competition, and asked her to make a set of competition rules according to her requirements. After listening, Ensai gave Lin Shen a suggestion. Dean, why don't you set up a resurrection competition system? In case of any accidents, there will be a second chance. Fairness, the competition we hold must be fair. Don't do a competition system that seriously affects fairness. Lin Shen said this, but in his heart, he really wanted to come up with this resurrection competition system. In case of failure, there will be a second chance. Unfortunately, the other party is also protected by Dean and E, and it is definitely impossible for him to do this. Maybe he will be used by the other party at that time. And Sai started to work on the competition rules according to Lin Shen's requirements. After she finished, Lin Shen had to read it first. After confirming that there were no problems, he would start to issue an announcement and start registration. The registration time must be short to prevent too many people from registering. If too many Nirvana Masters register, it will be troublesome for Lin Shen. While Lin Shen was thinking about how to target Angehi was making tea for an E. Father, you and the Emperor of Heaven had an agreement at the beginning. Shouldn't the Dark Domain Lotus Seed belong to you? Why is there such a competition? Angehi brought the brewed tea to an E. You won the first place in the competition, and the Dark Domain Lotus Seed is still yours. And E said lightly, that's right. Without the immortals participating in the competition, and he didn't think that anyone among the younger generation of the celestial race could take the first place from him. And no one knew that the reward for the competition was the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Even if they knew that the reward was the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, they didn't know what the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was used for. The name of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was originally a name that the Emperor of Heaven and an E casually gave it. Outsiders didn't know what this thing was. You have to be careful of the new Dean of Tianxia Academy. And he put down his teacup and said to Njia. Chapter 665. Isn't the competition held by Tianxia Academy? Can he still participate? Angehi was slightly startled. The competition is held by Tianxia Academy, and they naturally have the final say on the rules. And he said calmly, this is very disadvantageous to us. Angehi pondered and said, should we find a way to take the right to hold the competition into our own hands? If we hold the competition, do you think the Emperor of Heaven will agree? And he said while sipping tea, then arrange for our people to enter the game and clear the obstacles. And Jiaha thought for a moment and said, I have tested Lin Shen. He is indeed capable and has powerful skills, but his techniques are not yet systematic. This is a fatal weakness against real masters. Moreover, he has only upgraded rapidly and has no capital to compete with me. I am afraid that he will play dirty tricks on the rules of the game. Don't underestimate any opponent. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't want you to get the Dark Realm Lotus Seed. He can use Lin Shen because he must think that Lin Shen has the ability to snatch the Dark Realm Lotus Seed from you. And he said, and Jiehi nodded and said, Father is worried. If that's the case, we have to be on guard against his secret methods. There are already many talented Nirvanas in my academy, and their identities are also extraordinary. I asked them all to participate in the competition. It's impossible for him to blackmail everyone in public, right? If he really dares to do that, those noble sons from the Tian, Qi, and in families will not let him go. If he offends the public, Even if the Emperor of Heavenly Arts protects him, I'm afraid he will never be able to gain a foothold in Zenith Star again. Lin Shen got the competition rules formulated by Ensai and felt very satisfied after reading them. The rules restrict Nirvana players to the greatest extent, and they cannot use spirit bases or pets. Although ascendants are also restricted, if Nirvana players can use Nirvana pets and Nirvana spirit bases, it will be even more difficult for ascendants to win. Lin Shen looked at it and thought it was okay, so he asked Ensai to publish the competition registration. Suddenly, a red cow tendon rope-like thing crawled out of Lin Shen's pocket. The die-hard fan has completed the second Nirvana. Lin Shen was happy, and then he thought of something and quickly contacted Ensai again. Fortunately, Ensai had not yet published the rules of the competition. Lin Shen asked her to modify it. The use of spirit bases is not allowed, but pets can be used. Ensai asked several times and confirmed that pets can be used. Then he made the modification and published the competition announcement. The registration time was only 3 days in total. The competition reward was only the first prize, and there was no consolation prize for others. The final reward was still a hidden mysterious grand prize. Under such circumstances, Lin Shen thought that there would not be too many people who signed up. At that time, he would arrange the 4 girls of Night Star to go up and test Angie's strength in front, and then he would eliminate Angie. With the second Nirvana of the Dead Fan, Lin Shen felt that it would not be difficult to eliminate Angie. Lin Shen looked at the attributes of the Dead Fan and found that the 4-dimensional attributes of the Dead Fan had not changed, and were still the same as before. The only thing that changed was the Nirvana attribute. The previous attribute of the Dead Fan was called the True Extreme Killing Evil Death Light, and now it has become the True Extreme Killing Evil Deconstruction Death Light, and the name has become longer. Lin Shen found a place to try it out, and found that the Nirvana power of the Dead Fan has become stronger. Not only did it retain the previous powerful destructive power, but it also possessed the decomposition ability of Changhen Dongli. It's really strong. In terms of destructive power alone, the power of Nirvana of the Death Powder should be considered top-notch. Lin Shen waved the Death Powder, and felt that it was still more useful. Although his sword and fan skills are now quite good, they are still not good enough compared to the Death Powder. The true extreme destruction of Evil Destruction Death Light that can destroy and eliminate everything is not something that can be broken by those 2 skills. Lin Shen used the slag knife scissoring technique, but he couldn't cut the true extreme destruction of Evil Destruction Death Light. Instead, the sword energy was eliminated by the Death Light. The entity of the slag knife and the scabbard barely blocked the Death Light, but it was just blocking, and it couldn't cut the Death Light. Instead, he was shocked and retreated a long way, and the scabbard in his hand fell out of his hand. Lin Shen used all his skills, merged with the Defiant, and then used the slag knife scissors to barely cut the Death Light. It must be the entity of the slag knife and the scabbard, and the sword energy was useless. A single crappy knife skill can't cut off the Death Ray at all. The upgraded Death Ray is really a bit scary. When Lin Shen was studying the ability of the Dead Fan, Ensai sent a communication request. Ensai, what happened? Lin Shen looked at Ensai's expression, and seemed to be a little wrong. Dean, there are unexpectedly many people who have signed up. Many noble children of the Tian, and Qi families have signed up, and several princes have also signed up. Ensai said with a complicated expression. This is completely different from what they thought at the beginning. With so many strong people signing up, it is not so easy for them to manipulate the game. Lin Shen immediately understood what happened and asked in a deep voice, have those who have signed up studied in the Hijia Academy in Anjie? Ensai was slightly startled, and then he said, wait for me. After looking through the registration form, Ensai quickly said, Dean, you are right, what should we do now? Lin Shen was more certain that his opponent this time should be Anjia. Everyone can participate in the competition. If they want to participate, let them participate. The more the better. Take down the registration form of Yixing and the others. They will not participate. Find some ascenders to sign up for the competition. Lin Shen ordered. Ensai understood what Lin Shen meant and immediately got busy. Lin Shen knew that he could not stop the noble children of the 3 families from signing up. And Jiahe's move was cruel enough. If he dared to do something shady in the competition, he would offend all the people of the 3 families, and he would probably have a hard time in Zenith Star in the future. This Anjie is really ambitious. The Hijia Academy he founded is probably trying to follow the path of the Chonggao Academy, gathering all the talents of the Tianren clan and even foreign races under his tutelage. With such ambition, it's no wonder that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts can't tolerate him. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. Anjie thought that he could force him to compromise with his large number of people, but he was wrong. Although the registration period was only 3 days, more and more people signed up, and there were many famous Nirvana masters in the Tianan clan. Many top Nirvana masters, who didn't even participate in the race ranking battle, actually participated in this competition without knowing what the prize was. Now the entire Tianring clan is discussing this competition held by the Tianshi Academy. Many people are very confused. The Tianshi Academy is no longer the Tianshi Academy of the past, and the prizes are so shabby. How can it have such a strong appeal that so many famous sons of famous families have participated in the competition? Chapter 666. After 3 days, Lin Shen and the big guys of Tianshi Academy studied the registration form together. There are many powerful Nirvanas on it, and none of them are weak. The most powerful person is naturally Njie. Minister of Logistics, design the battle grouping, assign those powerful Nirvanas to Njie, and assign all the ascenders to me, so that I can successfully advance to the finals. Lin Shen said. I am good at this, leave it to me. The Minister of Logistics said with a smile, but I have to ask Sister Sai to help me. I have to figure out the connections of these people first, and then I can arrange it. Aunt Sai. Lin Shen looked at Sai. No problem. Sai nodded. Vice Dean frowned and said, Dean, if we do this, will those families agree? Draw lots fairly to group. Can I be lucky? Lin Shen looked at Chi Xianhua and said, Old Hua, the task of drawing lots is handed over to you. You must ensure that all my opponents are ascenders. Those powerful guys will be given to Njia. Dean, don't worry, it's right to leave it to me. Chi Xianhua laughed. Dean, do you want me to help you deal with Njia? Vice Dean Chiao suddenly said. Can you deal with Njia? Lin Shen looked at Vice Dean Chiao in surprise. Dean, don't get me wrong, I won't participate in the competition. Vice Dean Chiao smiled and explained, I have some friendship with several aunts of Njia, and I can think of a way to prevent him from playing. Lin Shen gave Vice Dean Chiao a thumbs up. Old Chiao, you really have an idea, but don't mess with him this time. He still has to play. If he doesn't play, the competition can't go on. If you have something to say, please speak up. Vice Dean Chiao said very gentlemanly. Even if you can clear those obstacles, you still have to face Njia in the end. Dean, you have to be careful. That person is not easy to deal with. There are not many Nirvanas among the Celestials who can beat him. Vice Dean said. So, there is still someone who can beat him? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Njie was already number 1 in the Celestials. The only person I can think of is a little uncle under the heaven. Vice Dean narrowed his eyes and said, Dean, you have a good relationship with the little uncle, and the little uncle has a bad relationship with the first mansion of the Yin family. If you can ask him to help, it will be foolproof. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Lin Shen slapped his thigh. Vice Dean really reminded him. He had been thinking about how to deal with Njie before, and there was no one around him who could beat Njie. Although Yi Xing and the others were not bad, they would definitely not stand a chance against Njie alone. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had not yet been promoted to Nirvana, so they could not be counted on for the time being. He had been thinking about how to defeat Njie, and had forgotten about Tianxia. If Tianxia was willing to help, he would not need to do it himself. After all, being both a referee and a contestant did not give him a good reputation. After the meeting, Lin Shen contacted Tianxia, explained the matter clearly, and asked if he could help. Tianxia had a bad relationship with the Yin family, and he also said that he owed Lin Shen a favor, so he readily agreed after hearing it. Lin Shen had seen Tianxia's strength, and with the 10 Directions Ghost and God-slashing Spirit Sword in his hand, he should be invincible in Nirvana. With Lin Shen's current strength, even with his diehard fans, he may not be able to beat Tianxia. A young man like Njie is still far from being able to fight Tianxia. In this way, Lin Shen does not need to take action himself. Lin Shen asked Sai to prepare a registration form for Tianxia, and the grouping of Tianxia was naturally the same as his previous grouping. In order not to make it so obvious, Lin Shen asked the logistics director to change the grouping and randomly assigned a few not-so-powerful Nirvanas to Tianxia for warm-up, so as to prevent Tianxia from consuming too much, and it would be best to deal with Njie in peak condition. After Tianxia wins the game, the Dark Domain Lotus Sea can fall safely into Lin Shen's hands. On the day of the game, Njie and others looked at the list of the game groups. Others did not think there was anything wrong, but Njie could not help but be slightly startled, because he did not see Lin Shen's name on the list. What's going on? Why didn't Lin Shen participate in the competition? Angehe was full of doubts, and immediately looked through the list again. When he saw Tianxia's name, his face suddenly changed. Little Uncle Tianxia actually participated in the competition? Angehe's face was uncertain. Because Lin Shen himself did not plan to participate in the competition, the originally scheduled competition venue was also changed. It was arranged to a picturesque planet with a suitable temperature, and it would not be so hard to be a judge. The sky was clear, with only a few white clouds floating. In one of the white clouds, there was actually a small island hidden. On the artificial seashore, Tai and Shudi and an E were sitting on the dock, fishing with fishing rods. Tai and Shudi was fishing while looking at the group list. After seeing Tianxia's name, he couldn't help but angrily scolded. How can Tianxia also participate in the competition? Isn't this nonsense? I go and catch him back now. He said it loudly, but he didn't move a muscle. The young uncle meets the criteria for the competition, and it's his right to participate. Your Majesty, don't be angry. And he said slowly. How can he meet the criteria? He's so old. Emperor Tianshu looked at the rules of the competition again, and found that the age limit was gone. It only stipulated that the immortal level couldn't participate. How does this Tian do things? There's no age limit. We want to train new people, not an old man. Emperor Tianshu was furious. He was angry for a long time, but he didn't see anyone calling Tianxia back. Your Majesty, calm down. Rules are rules. The young uncle meets the rules, so he naturally has the right to participate. And he said, Old one, I didn't think it through. No matter who wins, I will let him give the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds to Jia. Don't worry, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds must belong to Jia. Emperor Tianshu said, Your Majesty's words are as good as gold. How can you go back on your word? The winner gets the Dark Realm Lotus Seed. The rules cannot be abolished. If my son can't get the Dark Realm Lotus Seed, it's because he has no ability. No one can blame him. Your Majesty, there is no need to do this. And he said lightly. Emperor Tianshu seemed to not understand the sarcasm in Yi's words at all. He smiled and said, Jia has excellent talent. It is not impossible for him to defeat the little uncle. The Dark Realm Lotus Seed is still his after all. And he didn't say anything, half closed his eyes, as if he was about to fall asleep. When the game started, the opponents of Tianxia basically admitted defeat directly. Even if they were not arranged by Lin Shen, they did not dare to fight against Tianxia. And Anjia he felt very unfriendly. Most of the famous Nirvanas he arranged to participate in the game were assigned to his group. Anjia he could only defeat them one by himself. Although these people were encouraged by him, and had a good relationship with him, it was obviously unrealistic to let them admit defeat directly. Even if others wanted to give in, or knew they were no match for him, they would still fight him for a few moves before admitting defeat. The problem was that those who were assigned to his group, although they had studied in his academy, were not much worse in status than him, and they were all arrogant. Not only did they not want to admit defeat, they also fought back and forth with Anjiehi, which made Anjiehi angry. Don't you care about your face? Group me like this? Anjiehi kept a smile on his face, but in his heart, he wanted to beat Lin Shen, who was sitting on the stage watching the game, to death. But he couldn't say anything. After each round of the game, the groups would be redrawn, but the person who drew the lots always happened to draw him, and those famous Nirvanas from the Hajia Academy. If you say there is no secret manipulation, he would not believe it even if he beat him to death. Chapter 667. Originally, he wanted to punish Lin Shen, but Anjia fought all the way up and eliminated all these famous young masters. That is, Anjia's status is there, and others can't do anything to him. If it were someone else, these famous young masters would not let it go so easily. Tianxia also defeated all the opponents, but he was much more relaxed. Most of his opponents were ascenders, and occasionally a Nirvana came up and claimed that he had admired him for a long time and came to see the style of the little emperor. This battle was almost like a fan meeting. Seeing this, Anjia didn't know that this was all arranged by Lin Shen. Now he felt a little regretful. He didn't expect Lin Shen to cheat so blatantly. He shouldn't have encouraged so many famous young masters to participate in the competition. Now he is riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. Accuse Lin Shen of cheating. Lin Shen didn't participate in the competition at all. How can he accuse him? Say that he cheated for the little emperor. Unless Anjia is crazy, he will do such a brainless thing. Anjia had planned everything, but he didn't expect that his opponent would change from Lin Shen to the little uncle. All the previous plans were useless now. All he could do now was to win the first place and get the Dark Domain Seed, otherwise he would be defeated this time. But it was not so easy to defeat the little uncle Tianxia, but Anjia had no way out. He had to win. Double Nirvana was too important for him. Both of them defeated their opponents and met in the finals smoothly. The winner between Anjia and Tianxia was the champion of this competition and could win the mysterious grand prize. In the eyes of discerning people, the previous competition was a farce, and only this last one was serious. Those noble sons were also watching Angiehi's performance. They knew very well that Angiehi had pulled them over to embarrass the new dean of Tianxia Academy, but he ended up suffering a loss. They all wanted to know how Angiehi would fight back against Tianxia Academy. It was not easy to defeat Tianxia. My apologies, little uncle. Angiehi came up and bowed first. It depends on your ability. Show your full strength. Tianxia carried a long box on his back, which contained the 10 Directions Ghost and God's Soul-Slashing Blade. He had no chance to use the 10 Directions Ghost and God's Soul-Slashing Blade all the way up, and he didn't even use the big iron hammer in his hand. At this time, Tianxia raised the big iron hammer in his hand and smashed it directly at Angiehi. The power of his hammer could break mountains. Although Angiehi had a long sword with a sheath hanging on his waist, he had never used it. His movements were like a dream, and he wandered like a ghost under Tianxia's hammer technique. The raging hammer couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Tianxia was not impatient. He suddenly smashed the ground with a hammer. A terrifying flame rose from the hammer, and the flame exploded like a bomb. A huge round pit was blown directly on the ground, and Angiehi's figure was pushed into the air by the force of the explosion. His body was wrapped in a white jade-like shell. Can we fight seriously now? Tianxia said, carrying the hammer on his shoulder and looking at Angiehi in the sky. Today, I can fight with my uncle, and I have no regrets in my life. Angiehi took off the sword on his waist and slowly pulled it out. The sword was as green as water, the blade was like a deep spring, and the blade was shining with cold light. Good knife. Tianxia looked at the knife in Angiehi's hand and praised, if I'm not mistaken, the knife in your hand should be the famous knife death's announcement made by the knife master Zhong Jichuan, right? Little uncle has good eyesight and knowledge. Yes, this knife is the death's announcement made by Master Zhong Jichuan. As Angiehi said this, he threw the death's announcement aside and took the scabbard in his hand. Everyone was a little stunned. They didn't know what Angiehi meant by this. Why did he throw away the famous knife and only hold the scabbard? Did he throw it wrong because of a brain twitch? What do you mean by this? Tianxia looked at Angiehi coldly. Angiehi explained with a smile. You and I are both the best of the celestial race, and we shouldn't fight each other. If we hurt anyone, it will only make our relatives sad and our enemies happy, and it will also be a loss for our race. But my sword skills are too sharp, and I will hurt people when I strike, so I only fight with the scabbard to avoid accidents. Angiehi's words were beautiful, and even Lin Shen had to admit that even as Angiehi's opponent, it was difficult for him to have a bad impression. Unfortunately, these words of Angiehi had no effect on Tianxia. Tianxia had seen too many different kinds of people, and it was impossible for Angiehi to impress him with just a few words. Tianxia hit the ground with a giant hammer in his hand, and the death god's declaration inserted in the ground was shaken up and flew right in front of Angiehi. You are a junior, and you don't have the ability to hurt me. If you have the ability, just use it, so as not to find excuses after losing, which will be very troublesome. Tianxia said impatiently. Seeing that Tianxia was not going to take his words, Angiehi had to accept the death announcement and said to Tianxia solemnly, since the little uncle is determined to do so, I have no choice but to obey. Please pay attention, little uncle, I will hurt your left shoulder with this knife. Come on. Tianxia did not respond to his words at all, leaving Angiehi no way to continue pretending. Be careful. Angiehi flapped his wings and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Tianxia. Tianxia stood there like a pillar supporting the sky, looking at him coldly motionless. At the moment when Angiehi and Tianxia crossed each other, everyone saw Tianxia suddenly raise the giant hammer in his hand, but no one saw Angiehi's knife. Dang! A strange sound suddenly sounded, and everyone only saw blood blooming like flowers on Tianxia's left shoulder, and a deep cut was pierced in the shell that could see the bone. What a fast sword! The faces of the people watching the fight changed slightly. They were all at the Nirvana level, and most of them didn't see clearly that Angiehi was using his sword. Teacher Jiahe is indeed extraordinary. It's hard to find an opponent for this sword in the world. If he can participate in the weapon rankings, I'm afraid his score will exceed that of the Fist God. Many young masters who have studied in the academy couldn't help but admire him. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who was watching the fight, was also slightly surprised. Jiahe's sword just now was so fast, but why have I never seen such a sword technique before? This is just his messing around. The sword technique he practiced himself is not worthy of the Emperor's attention. And he said, at such a young age, he can actually create such a sword technique. I'm afraid that my nephew Jia's talent is a rare and outstanding talent that my Tianren clan has rarely seen in 1,000 years. As expected, he is the most suitable candidate for the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts was relieved. What a fast sword! The world looked at Jia and also admired him. Little uncle, our fight ends here. How about shaking hands and making peace? Angahe said this very appropriately. If Tianxia admits defeat at this moment, he can save some face, but he will definitely not have the face to compete with Angahe for the final reward. Chapter 668. You are far from being able to shake hands with me. You need to show some more skills, Tianxia said lightly. Little uncle, you and I are both pillars of the Tianren clan. Why do we have to fight for our lives? Angahe sighed. Tianxia ignored him, threw away the sledgehammer in his hand, took off the long box on his back, and stuck it directly into the ground. He opened the top of the long box with one hand, and reached into the long box with the other hand to pull out the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Spirit sword. When this sword came out, everyone was in danger. The murderous aura that rushed into the sky seemed to cut people in two, and they couldn't help but step back a few steps. Even the Tianshu Emperor and an E in the cloud showed surprise. That sword, why does it feel familiar? That sword intent, could it be the Sanjing sword technique of the peerless swordsman of the Xian clan? And Yi's face changed slightly, and instantly returned to normal. I didn't expect my uncle to actually forge such a knife. The Emperor of Tianshu was a little surprised. He didn't know that Tianxia had actually forged the 10 Directions Ghosts and God Soul-Slaying knife. Tianxia just stood there with the knife in one hand, giving people a sense of aloofness that the 10 Directions Ghosts and gods could not approach, like a demon among demons in the abyss. Angahe looked at Tianxia, and his face became solemn. The famous knife in his hand, the Death God Declaration, seemed to have dimmed a lot under the fierce flame of the 10 Directions Ghosts and God Soul-Slaying knife. Draw the knife. Tianxia's body was full of demonic flames, and the 10 Directions Ghosts and God Soul-Slaying knife hung on the ground, constantly flashing terrifying demonic light. Angahe's eyes condensed, and he moved like a startled rainbow. In an instant, he was in front of Tianxia, and the Death God Declaration pulled it out in that incredible moment. Dang! The 10 Direction Ghost-Slaying Spirit sword was lifted up by Tianxia, blocking the almost invisible sword of Angahe. Dang! 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 At the moment when the death was blocked, Angahe turned into thousands of ghosts, and the sword lights crisscrossed, like lightning born from nothingness, covering Tianxia. The 10 Direction Ghost-Slaying Spirit sword in Tianxia's hand only moved slightly, and the tip of the sword was always facing downwards, without showing any attacking posture, but it blocked all the crisscrossing sword lights. The sound of the swords hitting each other has become a line, and it is impossible to tell how many times they hit each other, and the interval between the swords can no longer be heard. Everyone was dazzled by the sight, and Angahe's body was already flowing, merging with the sword light. There was only the flashing sword light in the sky, but no human figure appeared. The knife light sometimes looked like thunder and lightning, sometimes like a flood, sometimes like falling flowers, and sometimes like 1,000 entanglements of love. The people who watched it were terrified. Even those who were also Nirvana were also terrified. This Angahe is really not comparable to ordinary Nirvana. His knife skills are really like a devil and ghost. You can't even see it clearly. Lin Shen was lucky to find Tianxia. If he had faced Angahe himself, he would probably have been hit with the first knife without knowing Angahe's background. Angahe would not be as particular about him as he was about Tianxia. Maybe the first knife would cripple him. We really underestimated the strong men in this world before. As Nirvana, I'm afraid we can't even take his knife. His knife is too fast, Yekong said timidly. His knife is not just fast. Ouyang Yu sighed and said, if we don't enter Nirvana, we will just stand outside the door. It seems that we should also start Nirvana. Everyone was dazzled. In just a moment, Angahe had no idea how many sword techniques he had used. Moreover, he had integrated all those sword techniques into his own sword techniques, just like the 10,000 streams returning to the origin, and he already had the aura of a sword master. However, no matter how his sword techniques changed, they were blocked by the 10 Directions Ghost and God Soul-Slaying sword. The 10 Directions Ghost and God Soul-Slaying sword seemed to have spirituality. Its sword tip was facing the ground, floating in front of Tianxia. It only moved slightly and blocked Angahe's 10,000 sword techniques. In the eyes of ordinary people, Angahe had already controlled the whole situation, but the real strong ones all understood that Angahe had already lost. Tianxia didn't even make a move, and Angahe couldn't do anything to him, and couldn't even break his sword. That's enough. Tianxia had lost his patience, stretched out his hand and grasped the 10 Directions Demon God Slashing Spirit sword, and slashed it directly against the sky. His hair was dancing wildly, the devil flames were surging, and the moment the sword light rose, it was like the fierce light that killed billions of demons, instantly shattering the sword light in the sky. The terrifying sword light was like a demon with infinite magic power, roaring and rushing towards Anjiahi. Anjiahi's pupils contracted, and holy light rose all over his body. For pairs of crystal angel wings rose behind him, and the 6 wings spread out together. The infinite energy in the space gathered towards his body, turning his body into a 6-winged angel of light, shining as dazzlingly as the sun. Anjiahi held the sword with both hands. The light on the sword was originally holy white, but because the white light was too deep, it turned into black like a black hole. The long sword fell, meeting the terrifying power of Tianxia's slashing against the sky. In just a moment, the famous sword in Anjiahi's hand, the declaration of the god of death, and the black hole-like sword light he condensed were shattered by the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Sword. The shock wave that erupted forcibly blew Anjiahi's body into the sky. Anjiahi's face was full of horror, and he forced a beam of light between his hands to resist the terrifying sword energy. But even his strongest sword could not block Tianxia's slashing power, so how could he block it at this time? The power of the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Sword was still endless, and it continued to pounce on Anjiahi like a roaring demon, wanting to devour him completely. Suddenly, Tianxia pressed the back of the sword with his other hand, and pressed the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Sword down forcibly. The terrifying blade, like an evil spirit, also deviated from its trajectory with Tianxia's push, rushed past Anjiahi's feet, and rushed directly into the clouds, splitting the sea of clouds in the sky in half. Boom! As people were watching in amazement, they saw the beams of light bursting out from Anjiahi's hands, hitting Tianxia, who was pressing the blade, and blasted Tianxia, who had endured the backlash of the 10 Directions Ghost and God Soul-Slaying blade, backflipped and hit the ground heavily, cracking the ground. Anjiahi, like a 6-winged angel of light, flew down from the sky, like an angel descending, and rushed towards Tianxia again. Enough, the winner has been decided, no need to continue. While Lin Shan shouted angrily, he had already rushed out. I am not dead, he is not dead, the winner is not decided, the battle must continue. Anjiahi seemed to have lost control, and turned into a white rainbow again, piercing towards the injured Tianxia. Lin Shan was already behind the injured Tianxia, grabbed Tianxia's body and jumped back, avoiding Anjiahi's terrifying attack. Anjiahi's power blasted a huge hole in the earth, and the rocks in the hole were crystallized, like a hydrogen bomb explosion. Fortunately, Lin Shan retreated quickly, otherwise the seriously injured Tianxia would have been half dead if he had not died from this attack. How dare you? Do you not take me, the Dean of Tianxia Academy, seriously? Lin Shan looked coldly at Anjiahi, who was like a seraph in the sky. Chapter 669. Others only saw Tianxia being injured, but they didn't know that he was injured by Anjiahi because he was hit by the power of the 10 Directions Ghost God Soul-Slaying Sword. What if I don't take you seriously? Anjiahi was determined to take the Dark Domain Lotus Seed today. Such an opportunity is hard to find in the ages. If you miss it, there will be no second time. Your qualification is cancelled. Get out now. Lin Shan left no room for maneuver and directly pushed Anjiahi to the edge of the cliff. Cancel my qualification? You don't have that qualification. Anjiahi said contemptuously. The competition is organized by my Tianxia Academy. If I say you are disqualified, then you are disqualified. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you will still get out. Lin Shan said. Let's see who gets out today. Anjiahi's eyes were cold, staring at Lin Shan intently, and the sword light burst out from his body. The whole person was like an unparalleled demon sword, emitting a thrilling sword light. Please step back, Dean, and let me deal with him. Qi Xinhua stood in front of Lin Shan. Step back. Today the Dean will personally make him go away. Lin Shan shouted back. Qi Xinhua took off the scabbard knife hanging on his waist, and walked towards Anjiahi step by step, with a brilliant shell appearing on his body. Everyone watching the battle was a little surprised. Although Lin Shan was the head of a hospital and had strong abilities, he was only a flying upgrade after all. He was still far from being able to fight against a top-level Nirvana like Anjiahi. If he took action himself, he might not only fail to drive Anjiahi away, but also put his life in danger. It had come to this point, and Anjiahi would not show mercy to him. In their opinion, Lin Shan's behavior was no different from suicide. In the clouds, Tian Shudi and An Yi watched the development of the situation below. No one spoke, and they drank tea by themselves, as if nothing had happened. and Jie's palm was like a knife, and it was swung out like lightning. The knife light came in an instant, so fast that it was almost invisible. Squeak! Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife and directly faced Jie's knife light. Many people shook their heads when they saw it. Fighting Nirvana with Ascension, it was actually a head-on confrontation. How is this different from seeking death? But the next moment, many people widened their eyes. The slag knife in Lin Shen's hand actually cut through Jie's knife light. This? How is it possible? It is unbelievable. Jie's knife light is not an ordinary knife light. It is condensed by the power of Nirvana, which is qualitatively different from the power of Ascension. Lin Shen, with the power of an Ascender, actually cut through the blade light condensed by the power of Nirvana, and it was the blade light condensed by the top Nirvana power of Jie. This was simply a shocking thing. Jie's eyes focused, and the blade energy on his body burst out wildly. Both hands moved together, and blade light slashed at Lin Shen from different angles. Lin Shen held the knife in one hand, and the sheath in the other. He waved his hands firmly, and split the blade light slashed by Jie one by one. His footsteps did not stop, and he walked towards Jie step by step. The blade lights flashed all over the sky, and were chopped off one by one. Lin Shen seemed to be a battlefield killer who went against the will of heaven, swinging his knife to smash the divine punishment from heaven one by one. Everyone had been stunned by what they saw. All of Jie's terrifying blade light attacks were blocked, and no blade light could touch Lin Shen. What kind of swordsmanship is that? How can it be so powerful? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The Ascension battle against Nirvana, the sword light transformed by the power of Nirvana, was not only not repelled, but also moved forward step by step, like an unstoppable god of war. This is simply a miracle. No matter what kind of swordsmanship, it is impossible to cut off the power of Nirvana of Jie. You must know that Jie practiced the angel reincarnation technique, and the power of Nirvana he achieved must be top level, which is definitely not comparable to the power and swordsmanship of the Ascendant. The young masters of the famous families, who knew Jie a little bit, were more surprised. They knew more clearly how difficult and terrifying what Lin Shen was doing now. To challenge the Nirvana master by ascending to a higher level, not only had to face a tenfold attribute gap, but also a qualitative power gap. All this made the challenge of crossing levels almost impossible to achieve. Even someone as strong as Deers would not easily challenge a higher level. Jie waved his hands faster and faster, and the sword light became stronger and stronger. The sword light was like lightning covering the sky. Lin Shen's steps were still firm, and he swung his hands quickly, and the knife and scabbard in his hands actually defeated all the lightning in the sky. Jie's eyes became colder and colder. He never thought that Lin Shen could take his attack head-on. Ever since he knew Lin Shen, he had never regarded Lin Shen as an opponent, but was just on guard against Lin Shen using the rules to blacken him. But now Jie was surprised to find that this person seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he thought. You want to die? Then I will grant you your wish. Jie's murderous intention rose up, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. The knife light condensed in his hand, and turned into a black light knife. The 6 wings behind Jie moved together, and he turned into a long rainbow, passing by Lin Shen in an instant, and the light knife was also swung out at that moment. This knife was so fast that it was invisible to the eyes. It was Jie's knife technique that killed people in the light. People's hearts jumped violently. Jie's knife technique was not even able to defend against it at the beginning. Lin Shen, an ascender, could defend against this knife? Dang! People's eyes widened, because the black light knife in Jie's hand was actually chopped into pieces by the slag knife in Lin Shen's hand. The power of the slag knife was not enough, and it chopped on Jie's chest, and Jie flew out directly. It's unbelievable. Tian Buluo, who was watching the battle with Tian Qingyu, widened his eyes. He asked himself if he could do it to the level of Lin Shen. Although his unity of heaven and man could predict the enemy's moves, if the enemy's power was too strong, he would not be able to stop it even if he knew what moves the opponent was using. Jie was the kind of person he couldn't stop, but Lin Shen not only stopped him, but also injured Jie. Jie looked down at the shallow marks on his shell, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Jie always regarded himself as the best master of the younger generation of the Tianren clan, and even opened a school to teach his peers the skills. He didn't even take his peers seriously. Lin Shen, an ascender, was able to fight him to this extent and blocked his light-killing sword technique, which completely aroused Jie's murderous intention. This person must die. Jie condensed a black light knife with both hands, and flashed in front of Lin Shen like a startled wild goose, and the black light knife slashed out like a ghost. The light on Njiehi's body became more and more intense, and the whole person was like a sun that was difficult to look at directly. Above his head, an angel ring appeared, and the angel ring continuously emitted terrifying energy, blessing Njiehi and making his knife faster. Chapter 670. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes. Everyone seemed to be acupunctured and was controlled for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, Njiehi launched a suffocating attack, flickering around Lin Shen like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, and slashing the sword that ordinary people could not see from all kinds of incredible angles. Such a thrilling attack still failed to break Lin Shen's defense. All the black light knives that slashed towards Lin Shen were blocked by Lin Shen and directly chopped into pieces. Lin Shen was like a mountain that would never collapse, allowing the huge waves to hit him, and in the end, only the huge waves would be broken. The knife and the scabbard seemed to have some kind of magical power, forming a fortress that would never be broken. The Dean's swordsmanship is about to enter the Tao, Vice Dean Xiao exclaimed. This swordsmanship is good, but the only drawback is that it seems to only have defense, not offense. Qi Xinhua muttered. Can you block Njiehi's attack with the power of ascension? Can you do it when you are upgrading? Vice Dean said while drinking tea. Of course I can't do it. Qi Xinhua shook his head. That's it. There are gains and losses. If the Dean's swordsmanship had an offensive, maybe he wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Vice Dean said slowly, my family has a younger generation who went to the Hijia Academy to study. I have heard that kid mention Njiehi before. He said that Njiehi is a natural talent who can use any technique at will. He has reached the master level of all schools of thought. He can see through the opponent's weaknesses and predict the opponent's behavior at a glance. He is like a god. I thought that little guy was a bit exaggerated before, but after watching his fight with the little uncle, although he is not really at the grandmaster level, he is not far away. If the Dean attacks him actively, he may predict his behavior and find his weakness, which will be difficult to stop. But if you keep passively taking the beating like this, there will always be mistakes, right? No one can always defend perfectly. Qi Xinhua said again. That's not necessarily true. Our Dean's swordsmanship looks very stable. The logistics minister said with a smile. Stable? How stable? I have never heard of a defense that is 100% flawless. Qi Xinhua said. I don't know if there is a defense that is 100% flawless, but based on my experience in accounting, our Dean is very good at accounting. The logistics minister said with a smile. What does this have to do with accounting? Qi Xinhua was puzzled. Of course it matters. If everyone in the universe saves 0.1 TNB for you, can you imagine how rich you will be? The logistics director said, you should understand the principle of accumulating little to make a lot. The Dean is waiting for the opportunity to work hard, consuming Njiehi's power at the lowest cost. Njiehi seems fierce, but his consumption is much greater than our Dean. Whoever consumes physical strength faster will be the first to show flaws once his physical strength is exhausted. So I said that our Dean is very stable. Even if he will show flaws, Njiehi will show flaws before him. When several people were discussing, they suddenly saw Njiehi's figure flash by, and when he appeared again, he was already next to Tianxia, who was receiving treatment. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Njiehi had been so crazy that he really dared to kill Tianxia, but who knew that Njiehi grabbed the 10 Directions Ghost and God's soul-slaying knife placed aside, and then returned to the battlefield in an instant. There is something wrong with the knife in your hand. This is fair. Njiehi held the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife in his hand, and pointed at Lin Shen. Everyone was shocked. They had seen how terrifying the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife was. Like Njiehi, they had long suspected that there was something wrong with the knife in Lin Shen's hand. Now Njiehi actually took the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife. No matter how good the knife in Lin Shen's hand was, could it be better than the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife? Lin Shen looked at the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife in Njiehi's hand, but he felt a little strange. In fact, the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife and the slag knife were two knives made from the same furnace. The 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife was made of essence, while the slag knife was made of impurities from refining. Theoretically, the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife is naturally much stronger than the slag knife. But Lin Shen had used the slag knife for so long and found that this knife might not be worse than the 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul knife. It's just that it doesn't have the personality of the 10 Direction Ghost God's slashing soul sword, nor is it as strong as the 10 Direction Ghost God's slashing soul sword. It looks very ordinary, but if you can use it correctly, it may be stronger than any other sword. The 10-direction Ghost God Slashing Soul Sword itself is very strong, but a slag sword needs a very strong master to reflect its strength. And Jiehi held the 10-direction Ghost God Slashing Soul Sword in his hand, like an angel of destruction who had mastered the blade of destruction. He looked down from above, slowly raised the slashing soul sword in his hand, and chopped it down at Lin Shen. The terrifying knife light turned into a roaring evil ghost and fell from the sky, as if to tear everything apart and destroy it. The slashing soul sword, combined with Njiehi's knife skills and strength, became even more weird and fierce. The soul-slaying blade has the artistic conception and power of the three respects sword technique, which is the same indestructible power as the true extreme extermination of evils. Just now, Njiehi's sword and sword light were shattered by a blow, and there was no way to stop it. When everyone thought that Lin Shen would avoid this sword, they saw Lin Shen swinging the sword in his hand again, still the fierce defensive sword. Others may think that the power of the soul-slaying blade is very strong, but Lin Shen is not afraid at all. The true extreme extermination of evil's deconstruction death light of the die-hard fans is stronger, but the slag sword can still saw it open. Unless it is absolutely suppressed by power, the effect of the slag sword is infinite. If Njiehi wants to suppress Lin Shen with absolute power, he obviously can't do it. When Lin Shen's various skills are fully opened, Njiehi's attributes are not much stronger than him, and he can't reach the level of crushing. The sword and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand are crossed in front of him, and he wants to use the slag knife shearing technique to block the blow of the soul-slaying blade. But when the power of the soul-severing knife rushed over, Lin Shen was a little stunned. The power of the soul-severing knife actually rushed directly into the slag knife, causing the platinum-colored slag knife to burn with purple-black flames. Lin Shen did not feel that the power of the 10 Directions Ghosts and God soul-severing knife caused any damage to the slag knife. Instead, he felt that the slag knife, which originally had no power, was now filled with a powerful force. Lin Shen's mind moved, and he swung the knife backhand. The terrifying power in the knife suddenly turned into the power of a roaring evil ghost and rushed towards Njiehi. Njiehi was in doubt and wanted to swing the knife to resist, but he found that the soul-severing knife in his hand seemed to be fixed in the air, and he couldn't lift it. Njiehi just threw away the knife and dodged Lin Shen's knife. The terrifying knife energy rushed into the sky, broke through the clouds, and rushed past the artificial suspended island in the clouds. Njiehi's face looked grim, but he saw that Lin Shen had already come to the side of the soul-slaying sword, reached out and grasped the soul-slaying sword, and lifted it up casually. Chapter 671. A divine weapon can only be used by a virtuous person. With your character and morality, you are not worthy of using this knife. Lin Shen held the handle of the soul-slaying knife and stroked the blade. The soul-slaying knife seemed to be responding to his touch, making a trembling sound. Suddenly, Lin Shen threw the soul-slaying knife in front of Njiehi and said lightly, "Don't you want to use this knife? You don't need to snatch it. If you have the ability, take it and use it." Njiehi's eyes flashed with a strange color, but at this time, he was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had to reach out and hold the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying knife floating in front of him. At the same time, terrifying light energy burst out from his body, trying to control the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying knife by force in his hand. But no matter how his power burst out, it was difficult to make the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying knife move at all. The soul-slaying knife seemed to be fixed in the air and could not move at all. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect such a knife to have such power. Even Njiehi couldn't do anything with it. How could they know how terrifying the power contained in the 10 Direction Ghost God Slashing Soul Sword was? It was created based on the blueprint of the peerless swordsman of the Xian clan. The Sanjing sword technique was one of the few that could compete with the ancient king of the world. How could Njiehi, who was just a nirvana, make the 10 Direction Ghost God Slashing Soul Sword surrender? Looking at Njiehi, who couldn't shake the 10 Direction Ghost God Slashing Soul Sword no matter how hard he tried, Lin Shen had a mocking smile on his face. He stretched out his palm and whispered, "Come here." The 10 Direction Ghost God Slashing Soul Sword suddenly made a shocking sound, and the terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky, shocking Njiehi, who was holding him back. The carapace on Njiehi's palm was shattered by the sword's energy, and his palm was injured and bleeding. But Njiehi ignored the injured palm, and just stared at the 10 Directions Ghost God soul-slaying sword that automatically flew towards Lin Shen. He couldn't believe that the soul-slaying sword, which he couldn't control, would obey Lin Shen's orders like a dog. At this moment, Njiehi felt like a clown. Others also looked at Lin Shen, who had already grasped the soul-slaying sword, with complicated expressions, and couldn't help but have strange thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that the divine weapon is really spiritual, and the virtuous person occupies it? And Jiehi's actions made even a knife despise him? If not, how can it be explained that Anjiehi couldn't even lift the sword under the sky, but Lin Shen could use it at will? How could they know that the 10 Directions Ghost God's soul-slaying sword was originally cast by Lin Shen? And Lin Shen also felt the true extreme evil-killing divine light. In addition, the slag knife and the 10 Directions Ghost God's soul-slaying knife were originally made from the same furnace. Lin Shen always carried the slag knife with him, and he had the aura of the slag knife. If there is anyone in this world who can use the soul-slaying knife besides Tianxia, it is only Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not use the soul-slaying knife, but threw it casually and let it fly back to Tianxia. Angehi, let's stop here. The winner has already been decided. If Tianxia had not shown mercy, you would have been killed. Tianxia won, and you have long been disqualified from continuing the competition, Lin Shen said lightly. Lin Shen said before that Angehi was not qualified to participate in the competition, but most people actually disagreed. The Celestials are warlike and good at fighting. Angehi refused to admit defeat and continued to fight, which can barely be said to be the courage to fight to the death. But after the incident with the soul-slaying knife, many people looked at Anjiehi in a strange way. Even those noble sons, who had studied in the Hijia Academy, now looked at Anjiehi with more or less contempt. For someone who even despised a knife, how bad was his character and morality? Although no one said it explicitly, cracks had already appeared in the personality that Anjiehi had established before. Anjiehi naturally knew this, and he knew it better than anyone else. But compared to the opportunity of the Dark Realm Lotus Seed, he would rather not have these reputations. The opportunity of double nirvana is rare in the ages, and it is related to whether he can stand at the top of the pyramid of the universe in the future. In comparison, a little bit of reputation is nothing. In the future, when he becomes immortal and surpasses all the heroes, who will care about what he did before? Everyone will only say, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. A competition is a competition. Success or failure is determined by winning or losing. According to the rules, I have not admitted defeat, so the competition must continue. If you are not convinced, then defeat me with your ability. I allow you to fight on behalf of the little uncle. Do you dare? Angehi said with a cold face. No matter what, he must get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds today. Just now, he saw Tianxia had stood up and reached out to hold the knife. He didn't want to continue fighting with Tianxia. The 10 Directions Ghost and God's soul-slashing knife was too strong. He was not sure of defeating Tianxia, who was holding the knife, so he turned around and provoked Lin Shen to fight. You are shameless, so I will fulfill your wish. Lin Shen knew in his heart that the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds were too precious. He would never give up until he completely kicked Angehi out of the game. Lin Shen drew out his dagger again and continued to fight with Anjiehi. Anjiehi did not attack immediately. He looked at Lin Shen with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Lin Shen, according to the rules of the game, you can use pets, right? Yes. Of course, he was very clear about the rules set by Lin Shen. Then let me show you the real difference between the Ascenders and the Nirvana. Anjiehi took out a pet gun from somewhere and fired at the sky one after another. One after another, terrifying Nirvana-level pets flew out. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Nirvana pets appeared around Anjiehi. The one that exudes cold air is a Nirvana-level frost behemoth, right? I remember that it is a rare Nirvana creature on the Ice Edge star, and the frost attribute can freeze everything. That is the 9-headed demon worm. The terrifying existence of the Hellhole worm. Abyss demon walker. Heavenly armor divine weapon. Thunder and lightning destroyer. The names were called out one by one. All of Anjiehi's pets were top-level Nirvana creatures. Any pet that is pulled out can fight with the top Nirvana masters. Now more than a dozen Nirvana-level pets appear on the battlefield at the same time. I am afraid that the top Nirvana masters can only run for their lives. What's more, Lin Shen is only an Ascender. Even if he uses pets, he can only summon Ascended pets at most. It is impossible to compete with these pets of Anjiehi. It's bad. Lin Shen is still an Ascender, and can't use Nirvana pets. This is a big loss. Tiandiluo secretly said that it was not good. Xiaoluo, you are too naive. Tai and Qinjia seem to have a different opinion. Where am I naive? Tiandiluo asked doubtfully. Lin Shen is the rule maker of this game. Do you think he would be so careless and leave such a loophole? Tai and Qinjia said lightly. He is indeed not such a careless person, but in this situation, I really can't think of how to solve it. What do you think? Tiandiluo pondered. Who knows? He is always so unexpected. Before today, who could have imagined that he could actually stop Anjiehi? Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen on the battlefield and said with a strange look, I always feel that he seems to be able to solve all problems. Chapter 672. The problem is that this problem seems unsolvable. Tian Buluo still didn't figure out how Lin Shen, who ascended, could deal with Angjiehi and a dozen Nirvana creatures. Although the abilities of those Nirvana creatures were relatively simple, and they didn't have Angjiehi's adaptability and various techniques, their strength and skills were top-notch among Nirvana. Any one of them could kill a group of ascenders. The people in Tianshi Academy were shocked to see that Angjiehi had summoned so many Nirvana creatures, and they were ready to help. But Lin Shen waved his hand to signal them not to go, put the slag knife back into the sheath, hung it back on his waist, and looked at Angjiehi's pets. Dean Tian, who should leave now? Angjiehi didn't immediately let these top-quality pets attack Lin Shen, and sneered and mocked. I said, whoever comes today, you have to get out. Lin Shen said, reaching out his hand and pulling out the dead powder that was wrapped around him like a rope. After the dead powder left Lin Shen's body, it immediately became straight, like a javelin carved and polished from a ruby, held in Lin Shen's hand. The spectators were all stunned. They originally thought that Lin Shen would have some killer moves, but they saw that he actually made a strange weapon that looked like a gun, but not a gun, like a spear but not a spear. No matter how powerful the weapon is, can it still stop more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana creatures? I'm afraid that those Nirvana creatures can blast Lin Shen into slag with a Nirvana force, no matter how powerful the technique is. You can summon some pets, even if they are upgraded by flying. Although they are definitely not the opponents of those top-grade Nirvana pets in Angjiehi, as long as there are enough of them, they can also distract attention. Stand still and let them kill. They will have to kill for a while. Some people watched Lin Shen stop moving and were worried for him. Can you use a gun? Anga looked at the death powder in Lin Shen's hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. It didn't matter what skills Lin Shen knew now. Under the siege of more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana pets, an ascender would die no matter how powerful his skills were. No. Lin Shen held the death powder in his backhand, just like throwing a javelin. He looked at Anga and a group of top-grade pets in the sky and said lightly, I don't need to know how to use a gun to deal with you. Just a casual shot will be enough. As he said that, Lin Shen took a big step back with his right leg, and the arm holding the death powder stretched back to the extreme, making a move to throw a javelin. The purpose of the competition is to win. No matter who you are, since you are here, you have to bear the consequences you should bear. Angahi's eyes turned cold, and more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures, with various colors of light on their bodies, looked down at Lin Shen from the sky like the demons that devour the world. The terrifying power fluctuations, even those who watched the battle from afar, felt a little scary. In comparison, Lin Shen, who faced the sky with a gun, seemed so small. Those terrifying Nirvana creatures, like the world-destroying monsters, descended from all directions with terrifying light, as if they wanted to destroy Lin Shen and the entire planet together. Finally, Lin Shen, whose arms and waist had been stretched to the limit, threw the red crystal javelin in his hand. Many people felt a little confused. What's the use of throwing a javelin? Even if it was a magic gun, it would definitely kill a Nirvana creature when thrown out. There were still more than a dozen terrifying Nirvana creatures, which was irrelevant. Moreover, they had never heard of any weapon that could allow an ascender to kill a Nirvana creature with one strike. The moment the death powder was thrown by Lin Shen, it was like a red javelin, rushing straight towards one of the Nirvana creatures. The speed of the javelin was very fast, faster than a bullet, but for the Nirvana creature, this speed was far from enough. The Abyss Demon Walker, whose whole body was burning with black flames, stretched out his hand like a demon god to catch the death powder flying in front of him. The other terrifying creatures ignored the death powder at all, still bearing their fangs and claws, like a group of demons dancing wildly, and rushed towards Lin Shen with terrifying light, and the power of Nirvana bred in their claws was about to blast out. When everyone saw that the Abyss Demon Walker was about to catch the death powder, they suddenly saw a bright red light on the death powder. The whole body of the dead fan lit up with a brilliant red light, as if the acceleration mode was turned on instantly. Seeing that the palm was about to catch the dead fan's Abyss Walker, the palm was empty. A red lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, shocking the whole world in an instant. That red light was like a winding lightning in the sky, passing through the sky at an incredible speed, and instantly pierced through the head of the Abyss Walker and the burning black flame. Fast. Incredibly fast. What's even more incredible is that after the red light pierced through the body of the Abyss Walker, the speed did not decrease at all, twisting the body, like a winding lightning. In an instant, all the Nirvana creatures in the sky were strung together like a bracelet. The red light was too fast, and the remaining brilliance formed a red line loop in the sky, stringing together the dozen Nirvana creatures, like a demon necklace in the sky. Looking at the red light flashing in the sky, some people's brains did not react for a moment, staring at the sky in a daze, wondering what happened. Why did the javelin thrown by Lynch and turn by itself? Could it be that the spear was a spiritual base? Even if it was a spiritual base, it couldn't be that fast all of a sudden. Ascendants can only use the spiritual base of the ascended level, right? And it seemed to penetrate the heads of more than a dozen Nirvana creatures. How did it do that? Those are top-level Nirvana creatures. How could their Nirvana power and Nirvana-level physical strength be easily penetrated? Even if the top Nirvana-level strongman took action, it would be impossible to penetrate the Nirvana power and body of more than a dozen top-level Nirvana creatures in an instant. Looking at the Nirvana creatures that seemed to be strung together in the sky, everyone's brain seemed to be a little confused. All this happened too fast and too unreal. It was not until the real body of the dead fan was suspended in the air and motionless, the red light and shadow it left disappeared, and blood holes appeared on the heads of more than a dozen Nirvana creatures, and they fell from the air one after another, that people realized what had happened. More than a dozen top Nirvana-level pets were killed by the strange javelin in an instant. Realizing this, everyone felt their hair stand on end and goosebumps all over their bodies. They had only heard of the great names of those Nirvana creatures, each of which was well known, but they had never thought that these terrifying existences would be killed in one blow. Looking at the dead fan flashing red in the sky, everyone seemed to suddenly realize for the first time that red seemed to represent danger. Chapter 673. Angahe's eyes widened to the limit, looking at the dead powder in the sky, as if he had seen a ghost. Those pets were the best in Nirvana. Even he had spent a lot of money to collect them one by one. How could they be killed in such a moment? This made Angahe doubt for a moment whether Lynchen was a disguised immortal. No ascender could kill his Nirvana creatures, let alone kill them in an instant. Unless... Angahe seemed to realize something, staring at Lynchen with a gloomy face, and said, "You cheated. The rules of the game do not allow the use of spiritual bases." Angahe's words were suddenly swallowed, because he had seen the dead powder floating in the sky like a javelin, and his body swelled up in an instant, turning into an extremely huge monster, like a ruby giant insect, flying down with a strange mouth parts, swallowing the pet corpses that fell to the ground one by one. Fear, unspeakable fear spread in everyone's brain. When the death powder killed these Nirvana creatures, because the speed was too fast and there was no blood, most people felt that the death powder was very strong, but they did not have a clear concept of its horror. It was not until the death powder entered a huge state and swallowed those Nirvana creatures that seemed extremely powerful to them one by one into their mouths, and crushed them into pieces, that they really felt fear. People always have an innate fear of huge things. The giant death powder, like a dragon-like body, twisted and flew through the sky, swallowing all the pet corpses into its stomach. Then it turned back to its normal state and flew back to Lynchen's hand. It still looked like a spear-like weapon, like a javelin, and there was no change compared to the beginning. But now everyone looked at it with completely different eyes than before. That is, a pet. A Nirvana-level pet. Some people were full of doubts, and still couldn't believe their eyes. How could Lynchen, an ascender, use a Nirvana-level pet? Even if it was a Nirvana-level pet, how could it kill more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana creatures at once? Some people even suspected that the death powder was not a Nirvana pet at all, but an immortal pet. Don't you want to use a pet? Go on. Lynchen pointed the death powder at Angahe in the sky and said. In an instant, Angahe felt fear coming like a tide, and subconsciously retreated to avoid the death powder's pointing. The horror of the death powder's attack was really too impressive. Angahe looked at Lynchen, and felt his throat dry and uncomfortable, as if it had been cracked, and it was difficult to say a word. He was very confident that he would not lose to anyone of the same level, and would not be afraid of any Nirvana. But the strange pet in Lynchen's hand made Angahe realize for the first time that he was not really invincible in the same level, nor was he really fearless. Everyone knew that the battle was over. When the red light necklace appeared in the sky, the battle was over. Angahe lost miserably, lost his character, and lost the game. However, what Zenith Star discussed most was not Angahe's failure. The Celestials are a race that does not like failure. Losers will soon be forgotten. They are more discussing the winners. Many people are speculating what kind of pet Lynchen has. Undoubtedly, it should be a Nirvana creature, but they have never seen or heard of such a strange Nirvana creature. The key is that the pet killed more than a dozen top-grade Nirvana pets instantly, which is a bit too abnormal. Some people have called the dead fan the strongest pet under the immortal, but they don't know the name of the dead fan, so someone gave it a nickname Red Warning. Red represents danger. When you see that touch of red, you should know to stay away from it. Lin Shen is an ascender who could become the head of Tianshi Academy. How can he be an ordinary person? I have known for a long time that he must be extraordinary. Come on, didn't you say before that Lin Shen is a piece of trash, and you can take the position of Tianshi Academy's dean? I still say that now. Lin Shen is a piece of trash. Give me his knife and red warning, I can do it. TSK. The person at the same table curled his lips. I can say that. I don't even want the knife. Give me red warning, I can do anything. Red warning is really too strong. It is undoubtedly the strongest pet under the immortal. Didn't you see how scared Njia he was at that time? He didn't even dare to say a tough word. Fortunately, the people of the first mansion came out and took him away. Otherwise, I don't know how he would step down. Red warning is strong, but don't underestimate Lin Shen. His knife skills can force Njia to use pets to win. In addition to Lin Shen, who else among the ascenders can do it? You all just heard about it. I was there, and saw it with my own eyes. Lin Shen's swordsmanship is really amazing. He is definitely the reincarnation of the god of swords. You didn't see that Njia wanted to take the little uncle's sword, but he couldn't even lift it. It was Lin Shen who just casually made the sword fly into his hand. What else can you say if this is not the god of swords? The story of Lin Shen's battle with Njia was widely spread on Zenith Star. This battle not only made Lin Shen famous, but also made the dead fans more famous than Lin Shen. It's a pity that after swallowing so many top-grade Nirvana creatures, this guy entered the Nirvana state again and started the third Nirvana. This guy's upgrade speed is too fast. He can upgrade as long as he eats. This is too cool. If he continues to develop at this speed, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to become immortal. Lin Shen thought, if the dead fans really became immortal and could be used by him, then he could really walk sideways in the future. Lin Wan sat in front of her assistant's desk today. Her eyes were unfocused, as if she was thinking about something. She also watched the fight between Lin Shen and Njia yesterday. As for the dead fans, Lin Wan just thought it was a little interesting, and didn't take it seriously. In her long life, she had seen many creatures as powerful as dead fans, and didn't think it was anything strange. What really concerned her was the swordsmanship used by Lin Shen. Others didn't know, but Lin Wan knew it very well. Lin Shen's swordsmanship was derived from her forehand and backhand. But Lin Shen actually practiced that swordsmanship to the point that she didn't even recognize it, and it was even more weird than her forehand and backhand. This person. Why is he so weird? Lin Wan couldn't help but look at Lin Shen, who came to Tianshi Academy today and was working in the dean's office. Chapter 674. Lin Shen came to Tianshi Academy today not for work, but to wait for Emperor Tianshu to deliver the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. The competition has been over, but there is still no sign of the prize. Who wouldn't be upset? Will Emperor Tianshu not take the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds for himself? When Lin Shen was worried, he saw Tian Songyun coming over, and he was overjoyed, thinking that Tian Songyun was coming to deliver the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Who knew that Tian Songyun asked Lin Shen to go to the Imperial Palace to meet Emperor Tianshu, and wondered what kind of evil Emperor Tianshu was up to. Lin Shen thought again, it is normal that the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are so precious that they cannot be given to others casually. Emperor Tianshu should give them to him in person. Angahe didn't even care about his face to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. If he really let someone else bring it, it might be snatched away halfway. This kind of thing is really possible. Following Tian Songyun to the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen is now familiar with the road, and he took many detours to the study room of the bedroom. Dean Tian, you did a good job and your swordsmanship is also good. Emperor Tianshu praised Lin Shen rarely. When working for the Emperor, you should do your best. Lin Shen bowed slightly and said, the work is done, do you want the Dark Domain Lotus Seed or not? Emperor Tianshu suddenly said this. Lin Shen was depressed and wanted to curse. This old fox, is he trying to steal my Dark Domain Lotus Seed? I said, how can such a good thing happen? He will give me such a rare treasure? It seems that Tianxuan Baobao was wrong this time. The old guy didn't intend to give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seed at all. This kind of question is simply a death sentence. If he said he wanted it, Emperor Tianshu didn't intend to give it to him. I said I didn't want it. I spent so much effort, and even my die-hard fans were exposed. I was really unwilling to accept it. After thinking about it, Lin Shen still said, I want it. It's not that Lin Shen didn't want to say something flattering, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything extra. If you want it, then go to the first mansion of the Yin family to get it. The words of Emperor Tianshu made Lin Shen's eyes widen. Your Majesty, can you let the people of the Yin family work hard? Send the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds over. Lin Shen didn't dare to go to the first mansion of the Yin family. He secretly complained in his heart, I know that the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are not this old guy's things. He is just generous to others. After all this time, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are all in other people's homes. If I go to the Yin family now, will Jiahe let me go? Can Yi give me the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds? It would be a miracle if I can get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. This pit is really big. If you can let them send it over, why do you need to go to get it? The Emperor Tianshu said with a smile. The Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are born as an alien. It grows on a planet completely different from normal planets. The growth conditions are very harsh. After being picked, it also needs special methods to be preserved. On Zenith Star, the only place that can preserve the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds is the Goldly Nest in the first mansion of the Yin family. If you want to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, you can only go to the Goldly Nest to get them yourself. After taking out the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, you need to swallow them on the spot in the Goldly Nest, otherwise the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds will dissipate between heaven and earth by themselves. Your Majesty, will you immediately achieve Nirvana after swallowing the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. The Dark Domain Lotus Seeds cannot make you achieve Nirvana, but will slowly change your physique and make your body have the characteristics of the Dark Domain. Seeing Lin Shen's confused face, Tianshu Emperor continued to explain. The Dark Domain Lotus Seeds themselves have a very special property. How to describe this property? You should have heard of many speculations about dark matter. You can regard the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds as a kind of dark matter. It is completely different from the properties of ordinary matter. When you use the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, it will change your body's properties and make your body have the properties of the Dark Domain. Under this property, you can choose 2 Nirvana powers with completely different properties and perform double Nirvana without being affected. This is the key to double Nirvana. I see. Lin Shen suddenly realized. However, the characteristics of the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds are not tolerated in the ordinary world. After you use the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, the Dark Domain characteristics of your body will disappear with the passage of time. According to previous experience, the Dark Domain characteristics are strongest about 1 month after swallowing the Dark Domain Seeds. After 1 month, the Dark Domain characteristics of the body will gradually disappear. After about a year, the Dark Domain characteristics will disappear completely. Therefore, it is best for you to complete Nirvana about 1 month after swallowing the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. It will not work if you swallow them too early, and the success rate will be lower and lower if you are late. After Lin Shen left the Imperial Palace, he was thinking about how to go to the first mansion of the Yin family to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Now the first mansion of the Yin family probably regards him as a thorn in the eye. If he goes to the first mansion of the Yin family now, they will definitely not let him take the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. But if he doesn't go, he can't get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds back, and there is no hope for double Nirvana. The Emperor of Tianshu shouldn't let me die, right? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and decided to go to the first mansion of the Yin family to get the Dark Realm Lotus Seeds. Before leaving, Lin Shen asked Tianshuan for his opinion. Tianshuan said that Yi would not do anything to him in the first mansion of the Yin family, but he would be embarrassed if he went to get the Dark Realm Lotus Seeds. As long as your life is not lost, then go. Lin Shen originally planned to bring the people from the Tianshi Academy and the 4 girls from Yexing with him. Even if they were asked to wait outside the gate, everyone would know that he had entered the first mansion of the Yin family. If the people from the Yin family wanted to do something to him, they would have to be a little cautious. However, Lin Shen's idea was rejected by Tianshuan. Tianshuan said, "Do you know that Yi walked directly into the Tianshi Academy and cut off the head of the former dean of the Tianshi Academy in front of everyone? At that time, the dean of the Tianshi Academy was a powerful person, far more glorious than you are now. And he can kill such a person at will. Do you think the few people you bring with you can have any impact? On the contrary, it will be counterproductive. If you go to ask for things like this, the people of the Yin family first mansion will give them to you. In the future, others will follow your example. How can the Yin family first mansion gain a foothold in this Tianning star?" Lin Shen thought about it, and it was right. If Yi really wanted to kill him, it would be useless for him to bring more people. Thinking about it this way, Lin Shen understood that he did not plan to bring anyone with him. He prepared a small gift and then went to visit Yi alone. Lin Shen came to the gate of the Yin family first mansion. The Yin family members guarding the gate saw that it was him, and naturally they did not look happy. Lin Shen was not angry. He presented gifts and visiting cards, and secretly stuffed a small gift to the Yin family members guarding the gate. The Yin family member wanted to refuse verbally, and even wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, But when he saw clearly what Lin Shen quietly put into his hand, his expression became a little strange and complicated. "You wait here. Whether my master is willing to see you depends on your luck." The guard said loudly and turned to go in, then closed the door heavily, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was neglecting Lin Shen. Chapter 675. As Tianshu had expected, Yi did not refuse to see him, but he really did not see him. An family member named Njishua received Lin Shen. Njishua was polite, and behaved like a gentleman. When he spoke to Lin Shen, he did not make people feel neglected or hostile, just like receiving an ordinary guest. Njishua told Lin Shen that Dean Yi was busy with official duties, and could not spare time to receive Lin Shen. However, Dean Yi already knew the purpose of Lin Shen's visit, so he asked Njishua to take Lin Shen to Guluo and let him go to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Lin Shen frowned when he heard this. Guluo could store Dark Domain Lotus Seeds because it was an extremely special place. According to Emperor Tianshu, the location where the first mansion of the Yin family was built was originally a nest of immortal creatures. The Guli nest was originally the place where the immortal creatures gave birth to their offspring. There was a special energy surging inside. Ordinary people who entered the Guli nest would be easily eroded by that special energy, and their bodies would be infected with a strange disease. For people infected with that strange disease, the hardness of the bones in their bodies would increase abnormally, but the toughness would decrease. The result is that the patient's bones would become as hard and brittle as glass. If they fell, all the bones in their body would be shattered, and it would be almost difficult for them to fight with others in the future. Not to mention fighting, even walking had to be careful. If they accidentally fell, they might die. The closer you are to the storage place of the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, the stronger the special energy will be, and the more serious the erosion of your body will be. Unless you have the ability to resist special energy, when you retrieve the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, your whole body may become a glass man. Emperor Tianshu warned Lin Shen that the special energy was very special, and the general nirvana power had no effect on it. Among the various properties currently known, only Yi's nirvana property could resist the erosion of that special energy. In other words, Yi was the only one who could enter the Guli nest and take out the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Now Yi didn't say that he would not give him the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, but he wanted Lin Shen to go to the Guli nest to get it himself, which was no different from not giving it to him. Yi's attitude was very clear. If you have the ability, you can take it. If you don't have the ability, the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will have to stay in the first mansion of the Yin family. Brethren, can I meet Dean Yi? Lin Shen looked at Njishua and asked. Dean Tian, you can just call me by my name. I am just a housekeeper, and I am not worthy of being called the Dean. Njishua said in embarrassment, now is a time of trouble. Many planets in the border areas of our clan are constantly in friction with various clans. In order to solve these problems, my master has not returned home for many days. It is really difficult to come to see you, Dean Tian. Please forgive me, Dean Tian. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. Knowing that the Yin family is making things difficult for him, Lin Shen has no choice but to not get angry. He would rather meet someone like Njia, who will come up to deal with him, so that Lin Shen can raise his hand and slap him in the face. People like Njishua make people feel powerless. Lin Shen's heart moved. Dean Tianyi is busy with official duties, so I don't want to disturb him, but I still need to inform you of such an important matter. I wonder if I can meet Master N. Dean Tian, I'm really sorry. My master was seriously injured and has not recovered. He went to a foreign planet to treat his injuries. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in the next few days, so I can't meet you in person. And Njishua blocked Lin Shen's way with just one sentence. Lin Shen sighed lightly. If that's the case, I come visit again another day. And Njishua smiled bitterly and said, Dean Tian, you must not do that. My master has told us that we dare not keep such precious things in the mansion any longer. If anything goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. The master repeatedly reminded us that if you come, you must let Dean Tian take the things away. Our mansion really has no ability to keep them. If Dean Tian is really inconvenient to take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, if you want to deposit them here, you have to write a disclaimer. If there is any problem with the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, we really can't afford to pay for it. Please understand the discomfort of us servants. Lin Shen thought, this means that if I don't take the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds today, they will swallow them themselves. Lead the way. Lin Shen knew that since he was here today, he might not be able to take away the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. And he wanted to embarrass him, but Lin Shen couldn't do what he wanted. If Yi had an immortal creature guarding there, Lin Shen would have no way to deal with it, But that special energy that could make people sick sounded similar to viruses, and evolution was the most effective way to deal with such things. And Jishua brought Lin Shen to a courtyard in the backyard of the Yin family's first mansion, where there was a large tomb more than 10 feet high. Is this the Guli nest? Lin Shen thought it was a large tomb, no matter how he looked at it. That's right. And Jishua smiled and nodded. Are you sure this isn't a tomb? Lin Shen even saw a huge stone tablet several meters high on one side of the Guli nest, which looked like a tombstone, no matter how he looked at it. How can it be a grave? This is Guli's nest. If you don't believe me, look at the stele. And Jishua pointed at the stele and said. Lin Shen looked at the stele, and saw that the two largest characters on it were Guli, and there were many smaller characters behind them. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that it was an article to encourage learning. The general meaning was that learning should start early, and not be lazy, etc., which were all old-fashioned things and were not interesting to read. And Jishua explained, Goli is the name of the first son born to the first owner of the Yin family. Goli was very playful and naughty when he was young, almost to the point of being hated by people and ghosts. The owner of an mansion at that time engraved this article of encouragement to study, and Goli's name here, to warn the descendants of an mansion to study hard and not to play. Is it useful to encourage learning like this? Lin Shen thought this was nonsense. If you encourage like this and engrave the article of encouragement to study, will the child listen? It is useful, very useful. And Jishua's answer was beyond Lin Shen's expectation. And Jishua said seriously, the owner of an mansion threw Goli into the Goli nest and took him out after a few days. At that time, Goli had become a glass man. Any collision would cause him to have a comminuted fracture. In a few days, his legs and hands were already lame. The other children saw Goli's appearance and became very well behaved. They all liked to study very much. Lin Shen was stunned and said after a while, the owner of an mansion is really a person who understands education. With such an educational method, no other children dare to disobey. That may not be the case. There will always be some mavericks who ignore the lessons of their predecessors. And Jishua said lightly, Jishua, are you talking about me? Lin Shen heard the implication of Jishua's words, but remained calm. Chapter 676. If Dean Tian is willing to listen, I really have a few words from the bottom of my heart to tell you. And Jishua did not deny, but did not admit it either, and said instead, whether I am willing to listen or not, haven't you already said it? Since you have said it, then finish it. Lin Shen said calmly. If I were you, the dean, I would not enter the Guli nest. And Jishua continued, no matter how good the treasure is, it is just an external thing. How can it be compared with your own body? The body and hair are given by parents. How precious. How can you gamble with your life? It doesn't matter whether you take the things or not. What matters is whether you can enjoy the things you take out. That makes sense. Then please ask Jishua to ask Dean and E to enter the Guli nest and help me take the things out. Lin Shen said. And Jishua suddenly laughed. Dean Tian, you are joking. My master works day and night for the family's major events. How can he have time to take care of these things? You should take it yourself. What I said just now is just my own heartfelt words. Since you don't listen, I won't say it anymore. Lin Shen said nothing more and looked at the entrance of Gulawu. Gulawu, which looks like a grave, has an arched passage behind the stone tablet. There is no door in the passage, only stone steps leading all the way down, and it is not clear how deep it is. Lin Shen came to the passage and looked at the dark inside, like the entrance to hell. The wind blowing out from inside was a bit cold, which made Lin Shen shiver. And Jishua stood aside, not facing the entrance of the passage like Lin Shen, and said, after Dean Tian goes in, walk along the passage, and you will see what you are looking for. Lin Shen stood in front of the passage as if he didn't hear anything, staring straight into the passage. He could feel that there was something wrong with the wind blowing out of the passage. The cold wind seemed to blow into the gaps between his bones, making his bones tremble with cold. Lin Shen guessed that the wind should contain the special energy in the Guli nest, but the amount was relatively small. He turned his body to the side and waited for the changes in the theory of evolution. If the theory of evolution didn't work, he would definitely not go into the Guli nest again. And Jishua saw Lin Shen's actions and thought that he was afraid and didn't dare to enter the Guli nest. He couldn't help but smile. Who knew that Lin Shen stood for a while, suddenly used the base change shell, and then walked towards the passage. And Jishua was slightly startled. He originally thought that Lin Shen was about to retreat. Why did he suddenly become so determined? Dean Tian, please listen to my last words. And Jishua stopped Lin Shen and said, Go Li's father, the first owner of an mansion, also died in this Go Li's nest. He was an immortal level strongman. Lin Shen understood what he meant, but he had no intention of retreating. Without saying a word, he walked into the darkness along the steps. And Jishua didn't dare to approach the passage, so he stood on the side and looked, but he couldn't see Lin Shen's figure. He really went in. And Jiahe came out from nowhere, and came to Jishua's side. Looking at the dark passage, he said coldly, he really doesn't know how to live or die. He will become a glass man in the future, which means he is a useless person. Can the Emperor of Tianshu still care about his life or death? And Jishua smiled bitterly and said, Sir, although he was disabled, the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds will also be taken away. We did not win. Lin Shen lost, we lost, and the only winner was the Lord Emperor of Heaven. I really didn't want him to go this way, but I didn't expect him to be so determined. What I couldn't get, he didn't get either, and he had to sacrifice his life, which is enough. Anger he could say this, which shows that he hated Lin Shen to the core. If it weren't for Lin Shen, he would still be the admired young master Jiahe and the dean of the academy. After the battle with Lin Shen, his reputation was no longer as good as before, and even some famous young masters had quietly dropped out of school and no longer went to the academy. Lin Shen walked down the passage, and felt as if there was a cold wind blowing into his body like a knife. The shell, which had been fully activated, could not stop the light and strange cold wind. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has begun to run wildly, and the warmth in his body has gradually grown, allowing him to gradually adapt to this strange cold wind. Walking and stopping along the way, Lin Shen found that there were many celestial images carved on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Each celestial image has a different posture, but looking at the faces of those celestial images, they are the same person. The light on Lin Shen's shell can illuminate the nearby area. Lin Shen took a rough look and found that these celestial images should be a celestial being performing some kind of sacrificial ceremony. The further down you go, the stronger the cold feeling becomes, but it is not as cold as the real cold, just cold, cold to the bone. There is no ice or frost in the cave, and it is still a little damp. And Jishua is right, he just needs to keep walking along the steps. There is no fork in the road here, although the steps turn to a corner, but there is only one way down. After walking for a while, Lin Shen began to feel his body getting hotter and hotter. He was sweating profusely, and wished he could peel off a layer of skin to dissipate the heat in his body. Of course, Lin Shen couldn't take off his clothes in such a place. He didn't even take off his shell, and continued to walk down. On the stone walls on both sides, the movements of the celestial being became more and more strange, as if the sacrifice had reached a critical moment. Lin Shen walked and looked all the way. When he saw the celestial being shaved himself alive and sacrificed, the steps had reached the end. You said this is not a grave. Lin Shen saw a cave at the end of the steps, and a sarcophagus was placed in the cave. The lid of the sarcophagus was open and pushed aside. Lin Shen took out the luminous flower and looked around the entire cave. There was nothing else worth noting except the sarcophagus, and there was no trace of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Would the Dark Domain Lotus Seed be inside the sarcophagus? Lin Shen was sweating more and more, and was almost dehydrated. He didn't dare to waste any more time, and walked towards the sarcophagus quickly. He lowered his head, and looked inside the sarcophagus, and was immediately shocked. In the sarcophagus, there was a corpse without facial features. The strange appearance almost scared Lin Shen to the point of drawing his sword. But after a closer look, it was not a faceless corpse at all, but a stone statue without carved facial features. On the forehead of the stone statue, there was a black crystal-like gem inlaid, and there seemed to be a red light inside. Lin Shen looked carefully, and found that it was something that looked like a black crystal lotus seed, which should be the Dark Domain Lotus Seed. Chapter 677. The Emperor of Heavenly Art said that if you get the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, you must eat it, otherwise the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will leave the Guli nest and be affected by the environment and slowly dissipate. Lin Shen reached out and picked the Dark Domain Lotus Seed that looked like a black gem from the forehead of the faceless stone man. Half of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed was embedded in the stone, but it was not fixed very firmly. Lin Shen gently pulled it out. It was in the shape of a lotus seed, oval, about 2 centimeters long and less than 1 centimeter wide. Although it was a black crystal, you could see the vertical direction of the crystal. In the middle of the crystal, there was a crystal column emitting white fluorescence, and white light was flowing in the crystal column. If you look at it from the top of the oval, it looks like a black eye with a white pupil emitting fluorescence. It was obviously a crystal, but when Lin Shen held it in his hand, he felt like air and could not feel any weight. If you close your eyes, you can't even feel its existence. It is lighter than air. This is a very wonderful experience. You don't even know if it really exists in this world. It's as if its existence itself is a dream and unreal. There is nothing to hesitate. Lin Shan put the dark lotus seed into his mouth and wanted to swallow it. But Lin Shan only felt as if he swallowed a ball of air, and then he felt a surge of air in his body. Lin Shan endured for a while, but finally couldn't help it. He let out a series of loud farts, one after another, like a cannon. Lin Shan even doubted whether his clothes would be broken. Fortunately, he came here today, and was dressed more formally. He was wearing the combat suit that Emperor Tianshu gave him, so it was not so easy to be torn. Lin Shan's stomach was getting more and more gas, and he kept farting. As the gas was expelled, Lin Shan didn't know if he had an illusion. He felt that his weight was getting lighter and lighter, as if he was about to float up, and he actually felt a weak wind. When he was about to leave, Lin Shan took another look at the sarcophagus, but found that the faceless stone man in the sarcophagus had dense black and red lines on his body. The black and red lines were like the arteriovenous blood vessels of the whole body, but their direction was obviously different from that of the blood vessels. What is this? Lin Shan lowered his head and observed carefully for a while, but he couldn't see what these black and red lines were. However, it can be seen that these black and red lines are extending from the place where the dark domain lotus seeds were embedded just now. The black and red colors are like the roots of plants, gradually spreading on the faceless stone man, and they are about to spread all over the stone man's body. The black and red lines are intertwined, but they do not affect each other. After they fill the entire body of the stone man, they form two completely different systems, as if some kind of power is circulating in the black and red lines. And the small circular groove, where the lotus seed was originally located, is red and black at the same time, like the shape of a Tai Chi yin-yang fish. What's even more strange is that the black and red yin-yang fish is actually rotating slowly. As the yin-yang fish rotates, the black and red lines are also constantly changing. Some black lines will gradually change into red lines, and some red lines will also turn into black lines. Lin Shan can clearly feel that the abnormal energy in the cave has become stronger. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has gradually adapted to the impact of this energy on the body. Lin Shan only feels that there are two kinds of energy, cold and hot, constantly changing, and he has not been affected too much. This reminds Lin Shan of the two fish on the top of the Feishing pool, one of which even spit saliva at him. As Lin Shan looked at it, he suddenly saw that there were small red dots of acupuncture points on the body of this stone man. Huh? How can there be acupuncture points on the stone man? Could it be that it is not something carved by humans, but a stone man creature? Lin Shan was shocked. But he immediately found something wrong, because there were many red dots of acupuncture points on the body of this stone man, and the number was unimaginable. If this stone man is really a living thing, then there are too many acupuncture points and weaknesses on its body, and there are even many red dots on its face and soles. What's even more strange is that the red dots of the acupuncture points are all distributed on the red and black lines, like nodes. What on earth is this stone man? Lin Shan was more and more surprised. He hesitated for a moment, and reached out to touch one of the red dots. The acupuncture point he touched was on a red line on his arm. As he touched it, it actually worked. After he touched the red dot, the red line behind the red dot gradually dried up and disappeared like a stream that had stopped flowing. Lin Shan touched the red dot again, removing the restriction of the acupuncture point, and the disappeared red line slowly recovered and reappeared. After trying several times, I pressed different red and black acupoints, and the black and red lines at different positions disappeared. Some acupoints correspond to fewer red and black lines, and some acupoints will disappear a lot after pressing, and even the red and black lines on half of the stone man's body will disappear. This thing. Can't it be an acupoint map? Lin Shan studied it for a while, and found that it seemed to be true. Could it be that acupoints are real, not the power of the fire seed? Lin Shan felt more and more strange as he looked at it. Each acupoint seemed to have a different function. But Lin Shan hadn't figured out what these acupoints were used for. Although he didn't understand it, this thing seemed to be related to acupoint pressing, so Lin Shan wanted to write them down. So he took out a small notebook, drew all the acupoint maps, and then pressed those acupoints and recorded the patterns of the disappearance of those red and black lines. What will be the consequences if all the acupuncture points are sealed? After memorizing all the acupuncture points and the red and black lines they control, Lin Shan pointed like the wind, and followed the direction of the black and red lines to press all the acupuncture points. The black and red lines became fewer and fewer, until finally, all the black and red lines on the stone man disappeared completely. The black and red colors in the groove on the stone man's forehead became thicker and thicker, as if they were about to overflow. Crack! The stone man's face without facial features suddenly split open from the middle, opening to both sides like a robot's mask, revealing a fist-sized space under the face. There was something stuffed in it, like a silk product. Lynchen pulled out the slag knife, stood far away, and carefully used the tip of the slag knife to pick out the things inside. Chapter 678. The thing that was picked out was a very thin silk product, so thin that it was transparent, and even more transparent and thinner than plastic wrap. It was just a small ball the size of a fist, but when it was picked out and spread out, it was actually dozens of square meters in size, and there were densely embroidered words on it. Is the world in your eyes the same world as the world in my eyes? Lynchen felt a little puzzled when he saw the first sentence of the opening. You can see these words, so I think the world in your eyes should be a little different from that of ordinary people. Lynchen continued to read. I don't know what the world in other people's eyes is like. Everyone around me has told me what the world is like since I was a child, but the world I see is not the same as what they say. I once suspected that there was something wrong with my brain. I was the alien who was different from others, an incurable patient. In the end, I chose to live in an imaginary world, in the world they said. The more Lynchen read, the more he felt that this was like the autobiography of a mental patient. The sentences in it were very messy, and some places were even incoherent. The person who left these words has been saying that the world he sees is different from the world others see. Although he knew that the other party might be sick, Lynchen was still curious and couldn't help but continue to read, wanting to know what the difference is between the world in this person's eyes and the world in the eyes of normal people. Until one day, I came here, and I suddenly realized that maybe this world is not what they say, maybe the world I see is the real world. The words here became very sloppy, and it seemed that the other party was very excited when he embroidered these words. From then on, I firmly believed that everything I saw was real, but in order not to be regarded as an alien, and not to let people around me look at me as a monster, I chose to spend my life performing, to play a normal person in their eyes. I succeeded. They all thought that my illness was cured and I could live like a normal person, but only I knew that they were all wrong, they were abnormal, and they were the sick ones. I spent my whole life trying to find a truly normal person like me, but until I was about to reach the end of my life, I didn't find a normal person like me. The world is sick, everyone is sick, but they don't know they are sick, and I am the only one who is not sick. The world is so absurd. When everyone is wrong and only you are right, then the right thing becomes wrong. Although the text is written very simply, and there is not much emotional description between the lines, Lynchen can still feel a strong sense of unwillingness and loneliness. Lynchen recalled a book he had read, which seemed to have a sentence like this: I stood in the crowd, looking around in confusion. Why couldn't my eyes reflect a figure of the same kind? Are my eyes sick? I wrote down my true understanding of the world in a form that the world can understand, and turned it into a so-called technique. If someone can master this technique, maybe they can see the world I see. But I was disappointed again. No one could master my technique, just like they couldn't see the world I saw. They thought this technique was nonsense, and could not be practiced at all. Even if I tried my best, and found some so-called geniuses to practice my techniques, they couldn't even get started. Am I really wrong? Am I sick? No, I'm not sick. I know I'm not sick. They are sick. They can't see the real world, but it doesn't mean that the real world doesn't exist. Since I can see the real world, then there must be people like me who can see the real world. The following content is getting more and more messy, even a little incoherent, repeating that he is not sick, it is this world that is sick. My life is almost coming to an end, and I don't have time to find people of the same kind, so I made this statue of the living dead. If there is a person who is not sick who can come here, open the statue of the living dead, and see what I left behind, then please believe that you are not sick, and you are not wrong. It is this world that is sick, and those patients are wrong. Lynchen tried to summarize the messy content below. In addition to the crazy words he said, the following content is the kind of technique he created. Tell me what kind of world you saw. Lynchen was anxious, but the man said nothing. According to his understanding, the fact that he could find something inside the statue of the living dead meant that the man was a normal person like him, and he didn't need to say anything. As for the technique he left behind, it was a tool he had been studying, hoping that patients could use it to treat their illnesses and eventually see the true appearance of this world. It seems that this person is really a psychopath. Lynchen felt that what this person said was a mess, without any substance. If he wasn't a lunatic, what else could he be? But after seeing the treatment technique he came up with, Lynchen was shocked. This technique, which had no name and was casually called a treatment method, started with the sentence people are not people, but a kind of stitched monster, an aggregate of many lives. This stitching is not a simple patchwork, but a more complex structure. You only need to find the connection point of the structure to easily control, or even split them. Lin Shen felt that although what he said before was a bit bizarre, it was not impossible to understand it with scientific concepts. But the more I read, the more weird and outrageous it seemed. The patient can't see the connection points, so I used the stone statue of the living dead and the energy here to create a suture circuit diagram that ordinary people can see, so that the patient can understand it easily. In fact, the suture circuit diagram cannot really represent the suture structure, but in order to make the patient understand, this is also a solution. It's like drawing a three-dimensional organism into a two-dimensional one. This is a way of expressing dimensionality reduction, but this is all I can do. Lin Shen continued to look down, and his expression became strange, because the connection points that this person wanted others to understand were actually the acupuncture points he saw. There was even a human body diagram below, with all the acupuncture points clearly marked on it, which was exactly the same as what Lin Shen saw. No way. Lin Shen was shocked. He originally thought that this was a lunatic, and now he actually saw what a lunatic could see. Could he also be a lunatic? Chapter 679. Fuck, I'm not a psychopath. Lin Shen cursed, and continued to read the following content. Psychopaths can only imagine that he can really press acupoints, which is definitely different. Now Lin Shen wants to know whether this person can use the technique he created. If he can't use it himself, then he must be a psychopath. Unfortunately, no one can give Lin Shen an answer. The following is basically an explanation of the role of that technique, so that people can understand the real world through this technique. Lin Shen found that the role of this technique is more and more similar to the role of acupoint pressing. It's not the acupoint pressing in reality, but the acupoint pressing techniques in video works, which can make people freeze, make people cry, make people laugh, and make people's bodies undergo all kinds of incredible changes. According to this person's theory, acupoint pressing temporarily blocks the connection between the organisms that make up a part of the body and the entire body's life system, so that those organisms cannot react temporarily, and the part of the body function they represent will naturally no longer have any effect. In the eyes of ordinary people, the world is what it should be. People are people, houses are houses, mountains are mountains, and trees are trees. But in my world, there are only endless monsters in this world. They are looking at me, looking at me. Fellows, remember my name, although this name does not belong to me, but to the countless lives that make up my body. But that is the only proof that I have existed. I am Go Li. The last paragraph finally let Lin Shen know who wrote these things. He originally thought it was Go Li's father, the first generation in E, but he didn't expect it to be Go Li who was thrown into Go Li's nest and turned into a glass man. No wonder this place is named after Go Li. Lin Shen looked at it several times again, and after making sure there was nothing missing, he folded the thin silk and put it away, then turned and left. He wanted to try to see if the method Go Li said was useful. In addition to being able to control the human body, does acupoint pressing have these strange effects? Lin Shen hoped that this technique was really useful, but he was also afraid that it was really useful. If it was really useful, wouldn't it mean that the world Go Li saw was what the world should be like? Lin Shen thought again. Maybe Go Li is just a person with extraordinary talent, born to be able to see the microscopic world. He can see the microscopic world, so he thinks that this world is different from the world seen by ordinary people. Returning the original route and walking out of Go Li's nest, Lin Shen saw Njiahe and Njishue standing outside. Njiahe and Njishue saw Lin Shen coming out, but they didn't feel that they were away. The energy of Go Li's nest does not kill people, but can only cause changes in people's bodies. It is normal for Lin Shen to come out. But when they saw Lin Shen's appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although the glass man didn't really turn his whole body into glass, it was just a description. However, people whose bodies have undergone changes in the Go Li nest will have an abnormal luster on their skin, which is easy to identify and can be seen in a glance. But Lin Shen didn't have that luster, at least they didn't see it. Could it be that Lin Shen didn't reach the deepest part of the Go Li nest, so his body was not affected too much? And Jie was happy in his heart. If that's the case, even if he didn't take the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds, his body was also affected. That kind of influence is irreversible, and he will still be a useless person in the future. And Jishua had the same idea. He and Njiahe exchanged glances, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. At this moment, a loud bang was heard. The Guluo, which looked like a big tomb, collapsed with a loud bang, as if there was an earthquake. The originally high tomb sank down all of a sudden, filling up the passages and caves inside, and the tomb became flat. And Jishua and Njiahe were both dumbfounded. They stared at the collapsed Gulliwo in a daze. For a moment, their brains were a little confused. Why did Gulliwo collapse? The mound of earth in Gulliwo, which looked like a tomb, looked like soil, but it was actually a special material that could not be blown up even with a nuclear bomb. Lin Shen was also slightly stunned when he saw the Gulliwo behind him collapse. His instinctive reaction was to speed up his pace and leave this place quickly. Stop right there. You? What on earth did you do? And Jiahe roared and rushed towards Lin Shen, trying to stop him. I didn't do anything, but I suggest that we should leave here immediately. Lin Shen pointed at the collapsed gully nest and said. And Jiahe and Njishua, who rushed over angrily, were stunned. They immediately realized what happened and looked in the direction of the gully nest in horror. They saw that there was a white mist of cold air slowly coming out of the cracks in the collapsed place. The two shuddered and didn't care about looking for Lin Shen to settle the score. They turned around and ran as soon as possible, shouting while running, asking everyone in an E-mansion to leave an E-mansion immediately. The strange energy in the gully nest leaked out. If they didn't leave in time, everyone here would become a brittle glass man. Dealing with Lin Shen was no longer the most important thing. There were so many old people and children in an E-mansion, and they had to be moved out as soon as possible. An E-mansion was in chaos, and Lin Shen took the opportunity to leave an E-mansion. He did not return to Tianshu Mansion, but went to the Imperial Palace to meet Tianshu Emperor as soon as possible. Although he did not deliberately collapse Goli's nest, wouldn't he listen to his explanation? Only Tianshu Emperor could help him suppress this matter. A strange thing happened to the Zenithstar people today. The people of an E-mansion fled from an E-mansion as if they were fleeing. Some people did not even have time to put on their clothes. Some were wearing pajamas, some lost their shoes, some were holding babies, and some were carrying the elderly. For a while, the streets outside an E-mansion were crowded with those respectable men in an E-mansion who were usually dressed brightly and seemed to be high and mighty. When people nearby saw the scene, they were all secretly surprised and wondered if an E-mansion had caught fire. But with the skills of those people in an E-mansion, no matter how big the fire is, they can easily put it out. There is no need to panic. Is it because an E died? An E-mansion is going to collapse, and all the people in the family were driven out? People couldn't help but have such thoughts in their minds. Apart from this possibility, they really couldn't think of why the people in an E-mansion left an E-mansion as if they were fleeing, gathered outside an E-mansion, and looked eagerly at the mansion where they once lived. In their eyes, there were clearly panic, confusion, fear, anger, and unwillingness. Is it really that the family is going to collapse? When have people ever seen the people in an E-mansion so embarrassed and uneasy? Chapter 680. And he rushed back to the family as soon as he received the news. He did not come out for a long time after entering the E-mansion. It is obviously not an easy task to suppress the strange energy in the Goli nest. Fortunately, he came back in time. If it was later, not only the E-mansion, but also the residents around would be affected and would have to move away. When Jiahe and Njishua went to find Lin Shen again, they could no longer find his shadow. They were so angry that their teeth were about to break. Lin Shen must die. These words of Jiahe were almost squeezed out from his teeth. Lin Shen asked to see the Emperor Tianshu. Fortunately, the Emperor Tianshu seemed to have known that he would come. Tian Songyun was waiting inside the palace gate. Tian Songyun brought Lin Shen to the study again. Lin Shen came up and pleaded with the Emperor Tianshu with a bitter face. Your Majesty, you have to help me. Didn't you get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds? The Emperor Tianshu drank tea and said solemnly. He had expected that it would not be easy for Lin Shen to get the Dark Realm Lotus Seed from Ani Mansion. I got the Dark Realm Lotus Seed. Lin Shen's answer made Emperor Tianshu slightly stunned. Emperor Tianshu looked Lin Shen up and down, and did not find any glassification on Lin Shen. His skin was normal, and did not glow. It seems that you are not stupid. Who went deep into the Goli nest for you, and took out the Dark Realm Lotus Seed? Emperor Tianshu thought that Lin Shen asked someone to go deep into the Goli nest on his behalf, and get the Dark Realm Lotus Seed. But as soon as he said this, Emperor Tianshu felt something was wrong. He stared at Lin Shen and frowned and said, Since you have already obtained the Dark Realm Lotus Seed, why do you still want me to help you? Your Majesty, I took the Lotus Seeds. But there was a problem. Lin Shen didn't know how to say this. You had a fight with the family and injured them. Emperor Tianshu pondered, That's your fault. You should not fight back when you are beaten or scolded, and then I can help you. I didn't fight. Lin Shen shook his head. Then what did you do? When Emperor Tianshu heard that he didn't fight, he felt relieved and took another sip of tea from the teacup. The Goli nest collapsed. Lin Shen said helplessly. Puff. Emperor Tianshu sprayed out the tea he had just taken in his mouth, widened his eyes, stared at Lin Shen in disbelief, and said, "What did you say?" "Say it again?" "The gully nest collapsed." "But I really didn't mean to collapse it." Lin Shen defended himself. However, Emperor Tianshu was in no mood to listen to his explanation. He immediately took out the communicator, turned on the button, and then saw the holographic image of an E-mansion, which was still the aerial perspective. Seeing the family members in a miserable state outside an E-mansion, Emperor Tianshu first breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed. An E-mansion has come to this day. After he finished laughing, he looked at Lin Shen and said, "Boy, do you know how much trouble you have caused? The gully nest collapsed, and the energy inside leaked. If you fail to evacuate in time, the Yin family will be destroyed in your hands for several generations. At that time, even I can't stop the crazy and E. Your Majesty, I really didn't collapse the gully nest." Lin Shen quickly told him everything that happened after he entered the gully nest. Except for not saying that he could see the acupuncture points on the stone man, he basically said what he knew, and there was almost no concealment. In the end, Lin Shen presented the gully silk he got to Emperor Tianshu. "You went deep into the gully nest by yourself, not someone else went down for you." Emperor Tianshu was a little surprised. "At that time, I didn't think that the people of the Yin family would let me go down by myself, so I didn't take anyone with me. I went to an mansion alone," Lin Shen said with a bitter face. "Fortunately, I have a natural ability that can resist the erosion of that special energy on my body, otherwise, I would definitely not be able to get the Dark Domain Lotus Seeds. Your natural ability can actually resist the special energy of the gully nest, which is a blessing." Emperor Tianshu looked at the content on the gully silk and said, "This emperor has also heard about gully, and the gully nest is named after him. Gully has been different from ordinary people since he was a child. It is said that he was mentally retarded and had a brain disease when he was a child. He was particularly naughty. I didn't expect that there were these reasons. I think what he said is not all crazy. Maybe his eyesight is different from that of ordinary people. He can see everything in the microscopic world, so he is different from normal people." The guess of Emperor Tianshu coincides with Lin Shen's. The Emperor Tianshu looked at the technical part at the back and said with a smile, "But his psychological endurance is too poor. Because of this, he has delusions. The technique he came up with is purely imaginary, and does not conform to the law. It is an imaginary false technique. No matter how hard he looks, he can't find someone who can practice this technique." After that, Emperor Tianshu asked someone to return the gully silk to Lin Shen. "Take the things first, this matter is a bit troublesome. You almost wiped out the whole family. If I want to save you, I'm afraid I have to risk my old face." "Your Majesty, save me." Lin Shen sighed. "Forget it, you wait here first, I go to An Yi's house to take a look. I won't come back, you can't leave the study for a step, no matter who tells you not to go out." Emperor Tianshu asked Lin Shen to wait here, and he left on his own. Lin Shen had no choice but to wait here. An Yi was a ruthless man who dared to kill the Dean of Tianshur Academy directly. If this matter was not resolved, his life might not be saved. The previous Dean of Tianshur Academy was a top immortal level strongman, and he was just a small ascender, really not enough to kill. It was not until midnight that Emperor Tianshu returned. "In order to save you, I had to personally help An Yi seal and get rid of his nest, which shortened my life." The voice of the Emperor of Tianshu seemed a little weak. "Your Majesty, I have no way to repay you. A Tian swears to be loyal to you until death." Lin Shen bowed. "It's better for you to stop causing me trouble." The Emperor of Tianshu seemed really tired. He waved his hand and said, "Go back." And Yi himself has his own problems. With this Emperor here, he won't do anything to you because of this, but your hatred with An Yi mansion has been completely established. You and Tianshur Academy will not have an easy life in the future. Take care of yourself, and try not to go out as much as possible." Lin Shen left the Imperial Palace, and went directly to Tianshur Academy instead of going home. He gathered everyone and told them to be careful in the future, and never let anyone catch them. The matter of An Yi mansion. "Was it you, the Dean, who did it?" And Sai and others were stunned. Everyone in the entire Zenith Star knew about An Yi mansion's escape today. But they never expected that this was actually caused by Lin Shen.